Chapter 158 Golden Scissors. Actually, the news Shi Yue received about human cultivators from other sea areas coming to seek refuge with Guo was already rather outdated information. To be precise, the Cancer Islands are gradually becoming a gathering place for human cultivators. When the news of General Jinao's death spread and the culprit who killed General Jinao took up residence in the Cancer Islands, the sea monsters in the Cancer Islands fled one after another. After all, no sea monster would want to be with a fiend capable of killing General Jinao. Therefore, there are not many sea monsters left in the Cancer Islands now. And the vacant spaces were just right occupied by those human cultivators who came to seek refuge with Guo, gradually forming a gathering area for human cultivators. Speaking of human cultivators in the sea area, their lives have always been quite miserable, facing sea monsters whose numbers and strength far exceeded their own. Human cultivators could only hide in corners to survive. But now, a great fiend capable of killing a peak battle power like General Jinao has appeared, which gave those human cultivators hope. The reason they have always been bullied is precisely because the human cultivators lacked a pillar of support. Guo is now the pillar of support in the hearts of those cultivators, so those cultivators came one after another, hoping to receive Guo's protection. Regarding this, Guo naturally would not give any promises, nor did he go to meet those cultivators. After all, he would leave sooner or later, and he did not want these people to place their hopes on him. Moreover, the more human cultivators there are here, the more likely it is to provoke a counterattack from the sea monsters. The Cancer Islands are not a peripheral archipelago like the Red Coral Islands, and its occupation by human cultivators would be a great provocation to the sea monsters. Of course, with Guo currently present, the problem is not significant, but after Guo leaves, it will be uncertain. Not seeing Guo, those cultivators were not disappointed. Such a powerful individual is not so easily met, and the protection they sought was not a verbal promise from Guo, but merely to reside nearby to receive protection. After all, for the sea monsters in this sea area, the current Cancer Islands are a forbidden land. They can cultivate here in peace without worrying about being attacked by sea monsters. No longer paying attention to the cultivators outside, Guo turned his attention to the golden claws in his hand. After obtaining this pair of golden claws from General Jinao, Guo had been studying them, as golden claws that remained intact after both General Jinao's self-detonation and the cherry bomb's explosion must contain a secret. After such a long period of study, Guo also discovered some clues. It seemed that a treasure was hidden within these golden claws, and it was that treasure that made these golden claws like this. It's just that the treasure was fused with the golden claws, and it would not be easy to extract it. And without extracting the treasure hidden in the golden claws, this pair of golden claws could not be refined. Guo couldn't possibly carry a pair of golden claws into battle, could he? Wait. Suddenly, Guo thought of a method. Since these golden claws were fused with a treasure, didn't that mean the golden claws themselves were a treasure? So, could the treasure hidden in the golden claws be extracted by using the method of sacrificing and refining treasures? With this thought, Guo immediately squeezed out a drop of essence blood and dabbed it onto the golden claws, beginning the sacrifice and refinement process. It works. Watching his blood being absorbed by the golden claws, Guo was overjoyed. Although the speed of refinement was a bit slow, as long as it could be refined, it was fine. When the golden claw in his hand was successfully refined, Guo couldn't help but let out a long breath. He hadn't expected the refinement of this golden claw to be so slow, and this was just one. There was still another golden claw left to refine. After the golden claw was successfully refined, Guo became its owner, and naturally, he could perceive everything within the golden claw. At the first opportunity, Guo discovered the trace of the treasure hidden within the golden claw. Is that golden light the treasure hidden in the golden claw? Confirming that the golden power within the golden claw was the treasure's true form, Guo controlled the golden power within the golden claw to converge in one place. As the golden power gathered, the golden claw also reverted to its original azure color. And at the place where the golden power converged, Guo saw a golden scissor blade. The treasure hidden within that golden claw was actually a pair of scissors. Rise. After the golden scissor blade condensed and formed, Guo let out a soft cry and directly pulled it out, and as the blade left the golden claw instantly disintegrated, turning into a pile of azure ash. And that blade, after detaching from the golden claw, also solidified into a tangible scissor blade. Guo held the palm-sized blade, feeling the power contained within it, and was secretly astonished. This blade contained extreme sharpness and was definitely a powerful gold element treasure. As for its rank, Guo could feel that this blade had already surpassed the high-grade magic treasure level, but Guo did not sense the presence of a spirit within this blade, which did not conform to the characteristics of a spiritual artifact. Or perhaps these scissors themselves were a spiritual artifact, but the spirit within them had dissipated. Otherwise, a spiritual artifact with a spirit would not be so easily refined. Of course, it's also possible that these scissors are not in a complete state and require Guo to refine the other golden claw, extract the other blade, and form a complete pair of scissors before their true form will be revealed. Guo was filled with curiosity about the extraordinary golden scissors, because this treasure could definitely greatly enhance his combat power. Leaving aside other things, just this single blade alone provided Guo with a boost that surpassed that attribute high-grade magic treasure flying sword. If the two blades were combined, there might be an even greater surprise. Without hesitation, Guo immediately began refining the second golden claw. With the previous experience, the refining speed was much faster this time, and soon the second blade was extracted from the golden claw. Placing the two blades together, they automatically fused, transforming into a pair of dazzling golden scissors. At the same time, Guo also perceived the information within these golden scissors. These golden scissors are named Golden Flood Dragon Scissors. they are not the legendary spirit treasure level golden flood dragon scissors, but rather imitations made by later generations, yet even as imitations, these golden flood dragon scissors are treasures of the spirit treasure level. Above magic treasures are spiritual artifacts, and above spiritual artifacts are spirit treasures. Spiritual artifacts are magic treasures that have given birth to spiritual wisdom, possessing autonomous attack, defense, and other effects. And the spirit within a spiritual artifact, as it continues to grow, eventually fuses with the artifact, transforming in form with the artifact. This is a spirit treasure. For example, the golden flood dragon scissors in Gumo's hand can transform into 2 flood dragons, which is a characteristic of a spirit treasure. However, the spirit of the imitated golden flood dragon scissors in Gumo's hand has already dissipated. It has the foundation of a spirit treasure but lacks the soul of a spirit treasure. Nevertheless, the spirit treasure's transformation can still be used, but without the control of a spirit, transforming these golden flood dragon scissors would require a large amount of spiritual power, and the transformed spirit would also be very rigid, requiring manual control. A true spirit treasure with a spirit only requires the wielder to input one part of power, and its spirit can exert it several times over, and under the control of the spirit, the transformed spirit treasure can cooperate very well with its master in battle. However, for Gumo, none of this is important. After all, Gumo's magical power and divine soul are not sufficient to activate the golden flood dragon scissors in his hand to the point of transformation. Currently, Gumo can at most utilize the inherent sharpness of the golden flood dragon scissors. It is no exaggeration to say that if Gumo had possessed these golden flood dragon scissors when he fought General Jineo earlier, he probably could have directly broken through General Jineo's carapace and slain him. This is the enormous combat power increase brought by a spirit treasure, and this is still a spirit treasure that has lost its spirit. If it were a true spirit treasure, Gumo estimates he could directly confront a nascent soul true lord with it. Well, the premise is that the golden core Dan power within Gumo's body is sufficient to activate the spirit treasure. Playing with the golden flood dragon scissors, Gumo liked them more and more. While scissor-type treasures seemed a bit strange, for a Lingzi master, a pair of scissors seemed quite suitable. Normally, they could be used to prune spirit plants, and with the sharpness of the golden flood dragon scissors, even 4th-order spirit plants could probably be cut. In combat, the golden flood dragon scissors could be disassembled and transformed into 2 blades to fight enemies. Using the blades of the golden flood dragon scissors to cast sword techniques would definitely far surpass the ice attribute high-grade magic treasure flying sword in power. Of course, to enhance combat power, the improvement of cultivation is the most solid, and Gumo is currently just one step away from entering the golden core realm, circulating the core formation method. After occupying General Jineo's 3rd-order high-grade spiritual land, the number of Gumo's plants greatly increased. First and foremost, the 3rd-order sunflowers, whose number increased from the previous 10 plants to 30 plants, and these 30 sunflowers are not 3rd-order low-grade, but 3rd-order medium-grade. The sun essence condensed by medium-grade sunflowers is 3 times that of low-grade ones. Therefore, these 30 3rd-order medium-grade sunflowers are equivalent to 90 3rd-order low-grade sunflowers. This caused the accumulation speed of golden core Dan power within Gumo's body to skyrocket, filling almost all of Gumo's great circulatory cycle in just 1 year. Read the error-free version at Ubashuba. While other foundation establishment cultivators have liquid spiritual power flowing in their great circulatory cycles, Gumo's great circulatory cycle circulates golden core Dan power. Not only golden core Dan power, but Gumo's physique and divine soul have also long since reached the golden core level, and now the only thing Gumo lacks is a golden core. As for how to condense a golden core, Gumo had already attempted it when he broke through to foundation establishment. For this, he even used an incarnation to condense a false core. Therefore, the core formation method poses no problem for Gumo. The real problem is that no one seems to have ever attempted to condense a golden core using golden core Dan power. Gumo also doesn't know if any problems will arise during this process. Normally, in such situations, Gumo would let his incarnation try, but his incarnation was killed by a nascent soul from Fenghua sect, and Gumo has been busy cultivating during this time, so he hasn't condensed a new incarnation. After all, the sea area environment is not yet peaceful enough for Gumo to spare a lot of time to condense an incarnation. Condensing an incarnation is quick, but making the incarnation stronger requires investing resources. If resources are given to the incarnation, then Gumo's main body's cultivation speed will slow down, and the upgrade speed of other plants will also slow down. Based on the principle of maximizing combat power, temporarily giving up on the incarnation is the optimal choice. Without an incarnation to test the waters for the main body, the risks must be borne by the main body. For safety's sake, Gumo felt whether he should first prepare a set of core formation resources, just in case of any unexpected events. He could use the core formation resources to hold out, although it would most likely be useless. But what if? The most important core formation resource is the gathering gold pill. However, since this is the sea area, Gumo seems to have no other choice but to refine it himself. Fortunately, Gumo's legacy as an alchemist includes the pill formula for the gathering gold pill, and Gumo also does not lack spiritual materials. Among General Jineo's collection, there are many spiritual materials for refining gathering gold pills. The only thing lacking might be Gumo's alchemy skills. Currently, Gumo can refine most second-order medicinal pills, including foundation establishment pills. With those 3 jade dew fruit trees, Gumo does not lack the main materials for foundation establishment pills, especially since the jade dew fruit trees are planted in a 3rd-order high-grade spiritual land, and with Gumo's expediting, it doesn't even need 5 years. 1 year is enough for the jade dew fruit trees to mature. With the materials, Gumo personally attempted the refinement of foundation establishment pills, except for the first time, which failed due to lack of practice. All subsequent attempts were successful, allowing Guang to obtain more than 10 foundation establishment pills. Among them, there was 1 high-grade foundation establishment pill, 8 medium-grade, and 4 regular-grade. With such results, Guang's identity as a second-order peak alchemist is beyond doubt. However, to refine gathering gold pills, a second-order alchemist is clearly not enough. Foundation establishment pills and gathering gold pills, which assist in breaking through major realms, are extremely difficult to refine. Guang naturally knew this. If he were in the great immortal cultivation realm, Guang would choose to buy them, but here, Guang felt that he might be the most skilled alchemist in the sea area. Moreover, striving to become a third-order alchemist has always been Guang's wish. A third-order alchemist and a second-order alchemist are completely different levels. It is also an excellent disguise to conceal his identity as a Lingzi master. The higher Guang's rank as an alchemist, the less likely anyone would associate him with also being a Lingzi master. After all, specializing in one Dao is already very difficult, and few people would imagine that Guang is not only an alchemist but also a Lingzi master. Then let's refine it. With materials and pill formulas, Guang's divine sense, physique, and even the golden core Dan power within his body meet the requirements of a golden core cultivator, since he already possesses all the conditions to challenge for third-order alchemist, and even has treasures like the torch tree stump. What reason does Guang have to remain stagnant? Red Coral Islands. Mystic Water True Person let out a long breath as he looked at his arm, which had regrown. He had finally managed to fully restore his body before Lady Crimson Sand's millennium birthday, otherwise, appearing with an incomplete body would surely displease Lady Crimson Sand. Then, it's also time to bring these birthday gifts. Mystic Water True Person gazed at the Red Coral Islands in the distance. He hadn't paid attention for this past year, and the strength of the cultivators in the Red Coral Islands had actually improved quite a bit. Fortunately, there were no cultivators at the Golden Core level yet, otherwise, it would be another troublesome matter. Arriving at Red One Island, the largest island in the Red Coral Islands, Mystic Water True Person activated the sea monster bloodline within his body, and in an instant, Mystic Water True Person transformed into a strange fish. Under the horrified gazes of the cultivators on the island, Mystic Water True Person opened his large mouth, and a powerful suction burst forth, swallowing all the cultivators and mortals on the island, storing them in his specially created stomach. After all, storage magic treasures cannot hold living beings, and Mystic Water True Person also wanted to present the freshest gifts, so he had created a special stomach within his body. Facing the rampage of a third-order great fiend, the Red Coral Islands had no power to resist whatsoever, and could only watch helplessly as the people on the island were swallowed into the enormous maw. As Mystic Water True Person was voraciously devouring the cultivators and mortals on the island, 2 vibrant, juicy large cherries, along with other fruits and vegetables, were sucked into Mystic Water True Person's mouth. Chapter 159, Start Alchemy Business. What Mystic Water True Person sucked into his mouth was not just cultivators, mortals, or fruits and vegetables, even rocks and wood were swallowed whole by him. The cultivators and mortals were taken into Mystic Water True Person's special stomach, while the remaining debris was directly thrown into his real stomach. With his realm, let alone rocks and wood, he could even digest metal. The 2 cherries mixed in with the fruits and vegetables were too inconspicuous. Mystic Water True Person didn't discover them at all. The same was true for the Red Coral Islands cultivators who were in a state of panic. Only Miss Xiawei, who was at the back, showed a hint of nervousness in her expression. However, upon seeing the strange fish swallow the cherries given by the senior, Miss Xiawei's face involuntarily showed a look of relief. Boom! Boom! As the cherries were swallowed by Mystic Water True Person, the strange fish that Mystic Water True Person had transformed into immediately had its belly swell violently, then collapse and tear open a huge gash. Within that gash was a void. The strange fish's internal organs were completely annihilated by the cherry bomb. However, very quickly, blood and internal organs from other areas flowed out through the gash, instantly splattering the entire Red One Island with blood. At this moment, Mystic Water True Person was startled awake by the intense pain, but before he could even let out a scream, a strong sense of exhaustion swept over him. It was clear that this attack had directly put Mystic Water True Person into a dying state. 2 second-order high-grade cherry bombs, if they directly attacked a golden core half-yao like Mystic Water True Person, would likely not pose a fatal threat to him. But if they exploded inside Mystic Water True Person's stomach, the damage caused would definitely be exceptionally effective. It was fortunate that these were 2 second-order high-grade ones. If they had been third-order cherry bombs, Mystic Water True Person would probably be dead beyond dead by now. However, although Mystic Water True Person was not dead yet, his situation was also very grim. Alliance Master Shi, let's make our move. Miss Xiawei summoned her magic treasure and said to Shi Yunjia, who was somewhat dumbfounded by what was happening before him. That strange fish was only severely wounded and on the verge of death, not truly dead. If they didn't take advantage of this rare opportunity to eliminate it now, then once that strange fish recovered, they would all die. Kill him. Shi Yunjia, understanding the key point, shouted to the cultivators of the Red Coral Islands. The strange fish in its full power state earlier was too strong, causing the cultivators of the Red Coral Islands to feel despair and a sense of being unable to contend with it. But now that this strange fish was severely wounded, it also ignited the cultivators' desire for survival. In an instant, numerous flying swords and spells bombarded Mystic Water True Person. You ants, all of you go to hell. Mystic Water True Person was enraged by the attacks from these ants. Even if he was in an extremely poor state, he was not someone that mere ants could insult. The heavily wounded Mystic Water True Person struck out, directly killing several cultivators, which caused the other cultivators' attacks to falter abruptly. Don't be afraid, he won't last much longer. Shi Yunja roared. This battle was a battle for the survival of the Red Coral Islands, even if it meant sacrificing their lives, they had to eliminate that strange fish. The fierce battle lasted for about half an hour, and Mystic Water True Person ultimately died due to his severe injuries. The Red Coral Islands also lost about half of its cultivators. This battle could only be considered a tragic victory. But it was undeniable that they had defeated a third-order Great Yao, something Shi Yunja and the others had never dared to imagine before. The key to their ability to defeat that third-order Great Yao was the method used to severely wound the Great Yao at the very beginning. This is a life-saving item bestowed upon me by Senior. Feeling the gazes of Shi Yunja and the others, Miss Shi Yue spoke. Thank you, Miss Yue. Shi Yunja and the other Red Coral Islands cultivators all bowed to Miss Shi Yue to thank her for her assistance. Otherwise, the entire Red Coral Islands would have been buried in the strange fish's mouth. Alliance Master, look at this. As the strange fish was slain, the work of collecting spoils of war also began simultaneously. A third-order Great Yao's entire body was a treasure, and the Red Coral Islands naturally wouldn't miss out. Although the most valuable demonic core belonged to Miss Shi Yue, who contributed the most this time, the other materials were also worth a lot of money. However, it seemed there were other gains from this strange fish. Shi Yunja looked at the storage magic treasure handed over by his subordinate and was slightly stunned. Sea Yaos generally rarely possessed storage magic treasures, but any that did were extraordinary in origin. Shi Yunja solemnly took the storage magic treasure and began to decipher the restriction on it. The restrictions on a Sea Yao's storage magic treasure were generally very easy to break. However, this time, Shi Yunja felt the tightness of the restriction on the storage magic treasure in his hand, which was absolutely beyond his ability to decipher. This indicated that the strange fish's origin was even greater than he had imagined. Alliance Master, what should we do about this? Having just escaped the crisis of the strange fish, they now encountered an even more troublesome problem, which caused the cultivators of the Red Coral Islands to feel a strong sense of unease. Why don't we go and seek refuge with that golden core real person? It is said that many people have already gone to Juxi Island to join that immortal master. At this moment, an alliance elder suggested. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately drew a response from everyone. That immortal master, who could slay a top-tier Great Yao like General Jinao, could definitely shelter them. Moreover, the Cancer Islands had richer resources than the Red Coral Islands, so going there would definitely be a very good choice. Miss Yue, what do you think? Shi Yunja did not respond immediately, but instead turned his gaze to Miss Shi Yue. If Miss Yue, who had a close relationship with the immortal master, nodded, then this matter would pretty much be settled. Let's go find Senior. Miss Shi Yue nodded. At this moment, she also very much wanted to serve by Senior's side. Good. Seeing Miss Shi Yue nod, Shi Yunja was overjoyed. He immediately began to gather people and prepare the treasure ship to go to the Cancer Islands. As for the location of the Cancer Islands, Shi Yunja had already obtained it when he saw the intelligence about General Jinao sent by Mystic Water True Person earlier. However, besides cultivators, the Red Coral Islands also had a large number of mortals. So many people could not be relocated all at once. Shi Yunja and the other cultivators could only go to the Cancer Islands first to find a suitable island, and then relocate the mortals from the Red Coral Islands. Cancer Islands. Finally, success. Gu Mo looked at the medicinal pill in his hand, which emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. After so many days of research, and upgrading the torch tree stump to third-order high grade, Gu Mo finally succeeded in refining a third-order medicinal pill. Although this pill was not a breakthrough pill like the Gathering Gold pill, but merely an ordinary medicinal pill for recovering from injuries, its third-order quality meant that Gu Mo had already stepped onto the threshold of a third-order alchemist. Next, Gu Mo only needed to continuously practice and improve his alchemy skills. After that, Gu Mo could try to refine high-difficulty breakthrough pills like the Gathering Gold pill. However, this period of experimentation had consumed a lot of third-order spiritual materials for Gu Mo. If he wanted to continue refining medicinal pills, Gu Mo no longer had the corresponding spiritual materials in his hand. As for the materials for refining the Gathering Gold pill, those clearly could not be used. It seems I need to start an alchemy business. Gu Mo smiled wryly. It was simply unrealistic for an alchemist to rely solely on collecting spiritual materials for alchemy. Accepting alchemy commissions and refining medicinal pills with spiritual materials collected by other cultivators was the most important way for an alchemist to improve his skills. Besides that, alchemists could also earn money. Coincidentally, many cultivators had arrived at the Cancer Islands at this moment, including many outer core and false core cultivators, and even several golden core cultivators. As time passed, Gu Mo's reputation for slaying General Jinao spread further and further, leading more human cultivators oppressed by Sea Yaos to seek refuge here. Now, those outer core, false core, and golden core cultivators were Gu Mo's next clients. These people came from various sea regions, and there were no powerful alchemists in this area, so they probably had accumulated a lot of spiritual materials on them. It seems I need to bring that girl Yue over. For some trivial matters outside of alchemy, Gu Mo needed to find someone to handle them for him. And Miss Shi Yue, that girl, Gu Mo quite favored, and she was convenient to use. However, that girl was still in the Red Coral Islands. Gu Mo planned to make a trip to bring her over. But just as Gu Mo stood up, he was surprised to find that Miss Shi Yue had already appeared outside the roundabout, and not only Miss Shi Yue, Gu Mo also saw the familiar treasure ship in the sea area near the roundabout. Outside the roundabout, Another one coming to pay respects to that great Genren. As Gumo's Dao field, those cultivators who came to the Cancer Islands naturally paid constant attention to the situation of the roundabout. Therefore, when Miss Xiaowei arrived and boarded the roundabout, she was seen by the nearby cultivators. At this moment, everyone was waiting to see Miss Xiaowei's joke, waiting for her to be sent out by the cloud mist in the roundabout. Read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. So far, that great Genren had not received anyone, including Golden Core cultivators. This little girl in the Qi refinement stage actually wanted to meet the great Genren. Although this little girl was indeed good-looking, there were also good-looking cultivators. Compared to appearance, cultivation realm was what cultivators valued most. However, just as the nearby cultivators were preparing to watch the show, a passage suddenly appeared on the roundabout, which was obscured by mist. Seeing this, Miss Xiaowei quickly entered the mist passage. Ah! Upon seeing this, the cultivators outside were all astonished. This was the first time that Great Genren had received an outsider, and it was a young and beautiful female cultivator. At this moment, a flash of inspiration struck many cultivators' minds. They hadn't been summoned by the Great Genren before because they had used the wrong method. Immediately, the cultivators dispersed, preparing to find some young and beautiful female cultivators to bring to the Great Genren, hoping to use this to meet that Great Genren. Yue greets Senior. Upon seeing Gu Mo again, Miss Xiaowei immediately felt a sense of peace. Why have you come? Gu Mo was a bit curious. Although he was also preparing to bring Miss Xiaowei over, she shouldn't have any telepathy. Since she came directly to the Cancer Islands, something must have happened. Senior. Facing Gu Mo's inquiry, Miss Xiaowei then recounted everything that had happened in the Red Coral Islands, and then took out the storage magic treasure and the strange fish's demonic core and handed them to Gu Mo. Oh? This aura. Gu Mo's gaze swept towards the demonic core, and he immediately felt that special aura from it. It was precisely the aura of the third order Xiao that had approached several times before. It was just that the other party was particularly cautious, and Gu Mo had never been able to discover him. Unexpectedly, upon meeting again, the other party had already turned into a demonic core. After sighing about the impermanence of life, Gu Mo's gaze turned to the storage magic treasure. Xiaos who possessed storage magic treasures were not simple in origin. The offspring of General Jineo had a storage magic treasure before, so this strange fish likely had a backer not weaker than General Jineo. However, Gu Mo was no longer afraid of Xiaos at the level of General Jineo. Leaving aside other things, the Quasi Fourth Order Formation, Yun Yuhuan Sheng Formation, Cloud Mist Illusion Formation, currently covering the around the island, was enough to block all great Yaos below the Yao King level. Even if a Yao King descended, this great formation could resist for a moment, giving Gu Mo time to escape. I'll keep these two items for you. Gu Mo could be fearless of the strange fish's backer, but Miss Xiaowei and the cultivators of the Red Coral Islands clearly could not. Therefore, carrying these two items would only bring disaster to them. Of course, Gu Mo wouldn't take them for free. Since Miss Xiaowei had used those two cherry bombs before, Gu Mo would give her another one this time. Thank you, Senior, for the reward. Miss Xiaowei looked at the large cherry handed to her by Gu Mo, her eyes filled with excitement. She had already witnessed the power of this large cherry with her own eyes. Moreover, although Gu Mo only gave her one this time, this cherry was larger than the previous two. It seemed the cherry that Senior used to blow up General Jineo last time was this size. That's right, what Gu Mo gave Miss Xiaowei this time was a third-order cherry bomb. With 30 third-order medium-grade sunflowers, Gu Mo had already accumulated quite a few third-order cherry bombs in potato mines, including third-order medium-grade cherry bombs in potato mines. Third-order medium-grade cherry bombs in potato mines could definitely threaten third-order peak-grade Yaos. Gu Mo was also preparing to upgrade to third-order high-grade cherry bombs in potato mines, which would probably be able to directly blow up third-order peak-grade Yaos. Besides that, the pea shooter had also been upgraded. The highest rank pea shooter had reached third-order high-grade, and combined with the torch tree stump, which was also third-order high-grade, it was enough to unleash third-order peak destructive power. With this level of power, even General Jineo wouldn't dare to take it head-on. It could be said that Gu Mo's current combat power had definitely seen a huge improvement compared to before. This was the benefit of having a third-order high-grade spiritual land. Alright, I have a task for you to do next. Gu Mo waved his hand, then told Miss Xiaowei to spread the word that he was accepting alchemy commissions. As for Miss Xiaowei's earlier mention of sheltering the Red Coral Islands, Gu Mo tacitly agreed. There were already quite a few cultivators on the Cancer Islands, so a few more wouldn't matter. Compared to fighting alone, if the human cultivators in the sea region could unite, it wouldn't be impossible to contend with the Sea Yaos and establish their own territory in the sea region. As for the problem of insufficient combat power among human cultivators, that was also not a problem, because Gu Mo was about to start his alchemy business, which would be an opportunity for all cultivators to improve their cultivation. When Miss Xiaowei announced this news, the cultivators on the entire Juxi Island immediately erupted. Were humans weaker than Sea Yaos? Of course not, otherwise, why was it humans who occupied the great cultivation realm, and not Yao beasts? And what made human cultivators stronger than Yao beasts was the techniques of alchemy, artifact refining, formation, and talisman that human cultivators mastered. With the help of these techniques, human cultivators compensated for the bloodline gap and became beings standing at the peak of the cultivation realm. The reason why human cultivators in the sea region were bullied by Sea Yaos was that they lacked powerful alchemists, artifact refiners, formation masters, and talisman masters. Miss Xiaowei, I wonder if you could move my ranking up a bit. A golden core cultivator took out an egg-sized pearl and handed it to Miss Xiaowei, his only purpose being to ask Miss Xiaowei to move his alchemy commission ranking forward slightly. This golden core cultivator had heard before that a great general who had slain General Jin Ao had appeared in the Cancer Islands, and many people had gone to pledge allegiance, but he didn't take it seriously. As a golden core immortal master, as long as he didn't actively provoke those great demons, they wouldn't provoke him. Since life was still manageable, he had no interest in living under someone else's roof. However, he quickly received new intelligence. The great general who had slain General Jin Ao was actually a third-order alchemist and had begun openly accepting alchemy commissions. Upon learning this news, the golden core immortal master immediately couldn't sit still. He was a golden core cultivator, not those false core and outer core cultivators without potential for advancement. However, after stepping into the golden core realm, every step forward became extremely difficult. There were many factors that led to slow cultivation progress. Aside from innate talent, it was the lack of external assistance. This external assistance referred to spirit lands and medicinal pills. In the sea domain, every spirit land was a target for sea monster contention. To avoid conflict with sea monsters, he didn't contend for a third-order spirit land suitable for him, but instead chose a second-order high-grade spirit land, which naturally slowed down his cultivate speed. As for medicinal pills, he had collected quite a few spirit materials. The abundance of resources in the sea domain far exceeded that of the land. However, no matter how many spirit materials there were, if they couldn't be refined into medicinal pills suitable for refining, they weren't of much use. Directly consuming spirit materials raw was not only wasteful, but some spirit materials were even harmful when eaten raw. This made him very frustrated. He had many spirit materials on him, but he couldn't convert them into his own cultivation until he heard that an alchemist was openly accepting alchemy commissions. He knew his opportunity had come. If all the spirit materials in his hand were refined into medicinal pills, his cultivation progress would definitely reach a new level. Unfortunately, although he had rushed over as quickly as possible, he was still late. At this moment, a long line had already formed in front of him. To be able to get his turn as soon as possible, the scene just now occurred. Senior, absolutely not. Miss Xiaowei quickly pushed the pearl back. She was only responsible for registering for the senior, and had no right to arbitrarily change the order of the commissions. Miss Xiaowei, please help. After it's done, Li, will surely reward you handsomely. The golden core cultivator didn't give up. He didn't want to see others get medicinal pills while he could only wait here. Isn't this immortal Master Li? Did you arrive late? Just as Miss Xiaowei was at a loss, a voice came, and then another golden core immortal master appeared. As fellow golden core cultivators, after so many years, everyone had basically met or heard of each other. Zhong Yuanfang, aren't you the same? Li Yuji glanced at the newcomer. That's not the same, I'm here to collect medicinal pills. Zhong Yuanfang came to Miss Xiaowei with a smile and took out a voucher. Excuse me, Miss Xiaowei. Senior, please wait. Miss Xiaowei took the voucher from Zhong Yuanfang and then entered the island ring mist. After a while, Miss Xiaowei walked out holding several jade bottles. Senior, these are the medicinal pills you commissioned for alchemy, please check them. Miss Xiaowei presented the jade bottles in her hand. Good, good, good. Zhong Yuanfang took the jade bottles with a look of pleasant surprise. Although he chose to pay the alchemy remuneration separately, the quantity of medicinal pills produced still made Zhong Yuanfang very satisfied, which proved that the great Genren's alchemy success rate was very high. There are roughly two ways for alchemists to collect remuneration for refining medicinal pills. One is direct commission, where the alchemist extracts a portion of the refined medicinal pills as remuneration. The second method is for the client to pay additional alchemy remuneration, and all medicinal pills refined by the alchemist belong to the client. Zhong Yuanfang chose the second option. He was simply too short on medicinal pills, and preferred to pay extra alchemy remuneration to get more medicinal pills. The quantity of medicinal pills was satisfactory, so Zhong Yuanfang prepared to check the quality of the medicinal pills. Although just forming a pill was already very satisfactory, who wouldn't want a greater surprise? He casually picked up a jade bottle and opened it. Immediately, a rich pill fragrance emerged. It's gathering Yuan pill. Li Yuji, who was beside him, sniffed the pill fragrance and immediately guessed the origin of the medicinal pill. This was precisely the medicinal pill used by golden core cultivators to accelerate their cultivate, and from the richness of the pill fragrance, the quality of this medicinal pill was definitely not bad. Seeing Li Yuji's eager expression, Zhong Yuanfang's mouth curled slightly. Then, he took out another jade bottle and opened it, and immediately a different medicinal fragrance drifted out. Healing pill, and at least medium grade. Li Yuji seemed to understand medicinal pills very well, quickly identifying the origin of the medicinal pills through their scent. In fact, Li Yuji had also studied alchemy for a period of time. After all, there were no alchemists in the sea domain, and the spirit materials on him could not be transformed into cultivation resources, so Li Yuji planned to study alchemy himself and become an alchemist. However, he ultimately failed. He did not have the talent for alchemy, but those years of attempts also allowed Li Yuji to accumulate a lot of knowledge about medicinal pills. Spirit recovery pill, this is spirit recovery pill. A moment later, Li Yuji spoke again, because Zhong Yuanfang had opened another jade bottle. The medicinal pills Zhong Yuanfang commissioned this time were not all for cultivate, some were for healing and restoring spiritual qi. And that great Genren could actually refine all of them, and their quality was not low. One must know that ordinary alchemists only specialize in refining a few types of medicinal pills. This was enough to prove how high that great Genren's alchemy attainment was. At this moment, Zhong Yuanfang felt both fortunate and regretful. Fortunate that when he learned the great Genren was accepting alchemy commissions, he came immediately. Regretful that at the time, he was unsure of the great Genren's alchemy level, so Zhong Yuanfang only took out a portion of his spirit materials for the commission. If he had known, he would have taken out all of his spirit materials. Now, if he wanted to place another commission, he would have to wait in line. However, upon seeing Li Yuji, Zhong Yuanfang immediately felt a sense of superiority. At least he was much luckier than this one. The medicinal pills in his hand were enough for him to use for a period of time, and he could totally wait in line slowly. Monsieur Wei, is there any way to cut in line? Li Yuji politely asked the Qi refinement stage cultivator in front of him. From the finished medicinal pills in Zhong Yuanfang's hand, Li Yuji saw the great Genren's alchemy attainment. In this situation, Li Yuji was even more eager to have this great Genren help with alchemy. However, normal queuing wasted too much time. As a cultivator, one needed to seize every minute and every second. Any act of wasting time was shameful. Senior, please wait. Miss Xiaowei clearly couldn't make decisions on such matters and needed to ask Gu Mo for instructions. Want to cut in line? Gu Mo, who was in the midst of alchemy, raised an eyebrow upon hearing Miss Xiaowei's relay. However, he didn't refuse, only that cutting in line would require an additional price. Simply put, cutting in line is possible, but it will cost extra. The cultivators in the sea domain were all particularly wealthy, a wealth of spirit materials and precious minerals. Although the vast ocean was full of dangers, it also contained many treasures. Therefore, those sea domain cultivators, as long as they had some strength, had accumulated some family assets over the years. Of course, in terms of medicinal pills, talismans, and magic treasures, those sea domain cultivators were relatively poor. Extra money, no problem. Upon learning the conditions for cutting in line, Li Yuji agreed without hesitation. Then, he took out all the spirit materials on him, preparing to turn them all into medicinal pills. As for the payment method, Li Yuji also chose to pay extra. After all, his cutting in line itself required additional money. If he chose a medicinal pill commission, the number of medicinal pills he would ultimately receive would be greatly reduced. However, choosing to pay additional alchemy remuneration, with the cost of refining so many medicinal pills, and in an expedited state, if Li Yuji couldn't produce some valuable treasures, it would likely be insufficient to cover the remuneration for refining so many medicinal pills. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. However, Li Yuji was not at all worried. After all, having ventured in the sea domain for so many years, he naturally had some rare treasures in his possession. And different treasures have different values in different people's hands. Li Yuji now needed to choose an item that would be of the greatest value to that great Genren. Finally, Li Yuji took out a crystal emitting an extremely cold aura, and within that crystal, a pale blue flame was sealed. The cold chi originated from that pale blue flame. This flame was found by Li Yuji in a deep sea. Unlike ordinary flames that emit scorching heat, this was a wisp of ice flame, belonging to heaven and earth treasure. However, such heaven and earth treasure generally cannot be contained by ordinary artifacts. Li Yuji also found this kind of crystal that was not afraid of ice flame near the ice flame, and only then did he seal and bring it out. When Li Yuji attempted alchemy before, he had thought about this ice flame. It was said that heaven and earth treasure had special bonuses for alchemy and artifact refining. However, after the ice flame cracked several pill furnaces, Li Yuji gave up. Heaven and earth treasure cannot be contained by ordinary artifacts. In addition, heaven and earth treasure will continuously consume itself once it leaves its birthplace. After Li Yuji's attempts last time, the ice flame in this crystal had already shrunk by a circle, and a few more attempts would likely extinguish it directly. And to keep heaven and earth treasure burning, it requires very precious treasures as fuel. It can be said that every minute heaven and earth treasure burns is literally burning money. But even if heaven and earth treasure has many drawbacks, it cannot be denied that it possesses unique special effects and powerful might. When top alchemists and artifact refiners refine high-level medicinal pills and powerful magic treasures, if they can have heaven and earth treasure assistance, the success rate will be greatly improved. Li Yuji couldn't afford this heaven and earth treasure, but he thought that great Genren should be able to. As an alchemist, the other party would definitely be interested in heaven and earth treasure. Using this as alchemy remuneration would definitely work. Indeed, when Gu Mo saw the heaven and earth treasure that Li Yuji took out, he accepted the remuneration without hesitation. No one would refuse heaven and earth treasure of this kind. Of course, Gu Mo also had some understanding of the characteristics of heaven and earth treasure. To use this heaven and earth treasure for alchemy, Gu Mo needed an artifact that could contain heaven and earth treasure. And such artifacts capable of containing heaven and earth treasure are all exceptionally precious, and Gu Mo did not have such a treasure in his hand. But when Gu Mo's gaze swept towards the torch tree stump, a thought couldn't help but pop into his mind: could this torch tree stump contain heaven and earth treasure? At this moment, the flame power within the third-order high-grade torch tree stump was no weaker than a golden core cultivator's pill fire. The fact that Gu Mo's alchemy skills could improve so quickly was largely due to this torch tree stump. Since the torch tree stump could contain third-order level flames, could it contain heaven and earth treasure? How about trying? Gu Mo was a little moved. If it succeeded, it would mean he had mastered a type of heaven and earth treasure, which would greatly improve his future alchemy in combat. Of course, if it failed, he might lose a precious heaven and earth treasure in a third-order high-grade torch tree stump. This price was not light. Let's do it. Ultimately, Gu Mo chose to attempt it. If the torch tree stump was lost, Gumo could upgrade it again. At this moment, he had already prepared several torch tree stumps, and as long as the sun essence was sufficient, they could all be quickly upgraded. And if the heaven and earth treasure was lost, although it would be a pity, without trying, Gumo wouldn't be able to utilize this heaven and earth treasure. But if it succeeded, it would be a huge gain. With this thought, Gumo stopped all his work, took out the crystal that sealed the heaven and earth treasure, then removed the cold ice flame from it and directly threw it into the torch tree stump. Although Gumo had suppressed the flame in the torch tree stump to its lowest, he didn't know if there would be any problems when the two flames met. Under Gumo's gaze, the pale blue ice flame fell into the torch tree stump, met the original flame, and then the ice flame quickly devoured the original flame, successfully occupying the core of the torch tree stump. Looking at the ice flame burning quietly in the torch tree stump, Gumo's face was filled with surprise. This seemed a little too smooth. None of the many emergency plans Gumo had made earlier were used. Furthermore, Gumo discovered that after the heaven and earth treasure occupied the torch tree stump, it was actually absorbing the spiritual chi drawn by the torch tree stump to strengthen itself. Just spiritual chi could maintain the burning of the heaven and earth treasure and even allow it to grow. If those cultivators who possessed heaven and earth treasure knew this, they would definitely go crazy. To maintain their heaven and earth treasure, they all used precious treasures as fuel, while Gumo's torch tree stump only needed to absorb spiritual chi. As expected of a high-grade item priced at 200 units of sun essence. At this moment, Gumo couldn't help but exclaim. A single torch tree stump solved all the pain points of using heaven and earth treasure. At this moment, this should no longer be called a torch tree stump, but rather an ice flame tree stump. It's just unknown whether this mutated torch tree stump can still cooperate with the pea shooter. If it could, wouldn't the bullets fired by the pea shooter be able to carry heaven and earth treasure damage? At this moment, this ice flame tree stump was a completely new plant to Gumo. To understand the situation of this ice flame tree stump, Gumo obviously needed to explore it thoroughly. To make use of the ice flame tree stump as soon as possible, Gumo immediately began his research on it, including the properties and effects of the ice flame itself, its synergy with the pea shooter, and its uses in alchemy. There wasn't much research needed on the properties and effects of the ice flame. One could tell it was an extremely cold, ice element flame just by getting close enough to feel its biting chill. Speaking of the ice element, Gumo couldn't help but think of the top-grade ice-attributed magic treasure flying sword he possessed. Since both shared the same attribute, he wondered if he could use the ice flame to temper the ice element flying sword. Gumo acted on his thought immediately, using the ice flame to temper the flying sword. The effect was surprisingly good. After being tempered by the ice flame, the flying sword's chill intensified. This was still the simplest tempering. After all, Gumo didn't yet know artifact refining techniques. If special artifact refining methods were used for tempering, the effect might be even better. It seems I need to find time to learn a secret art for tempering magic treasures, Gumo mused inwardly. If tempered with a special artifact refining secret art, this top-grade magic treasure flying sword might have a chance to develop a spirit and become a spiritual artifact. Spirit forging with an exotic flame. This seemed to be a unique secret art of artifact refiners. Now Gumo had the exotic flame and the top-grade magic treasure, all he lacked was a special method for tempering and spirit forging. Learning a secret art with the potential to gain a spiritual artifact was a very worthwhile endeavor. In the future, if he could find more, stronger exotic flames, he might even try to temper the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors, a spirit treasure that had lost its spirit, to see if it could give birth to a new spirit. After confirming the immense advantage of the exotic flame in artifact refining, Gumo then began to test its advantage in alchemy. The result naturally surprised Gumo greatly. Although ice flame was an ice-attributed flame, its effect on the tempering and extraction of spiritual materials was extremely potent. Especially for ice-attributed spiritual materials, ice flame could not only perfectly temper out their essence but also enhance their effects. This led to a significant increase in both the success rate and quality of subsequent medicinal pill refinements. Even for non-ice attributed spiritual materials, the ice flame's effect remained powerful, far surpassing ordinary spiritual flames. The only negative impact was that when tempering fire attributed spiritual materials, the ice flame would damage their medicinal properties. But this wasn't a major problem. Gumo could simply use a normal torch tree stump when tempering fire attributed spiritual materials. This minor drawback was almost negligible compared to the improvement in alchemy skills that ice flame brought Gumo. With the assistance of this ice flame, Gumo felt it wouldn't be long before he could attempt to refine gathering gold pills. After testing the exotic flame's enhancement of alchemy and artifact refining, Gumo prepared for the next experiment, its synergy with the pea shooter. Taking out a first-order nut, Gumo placed it in the spiritual field in front of him. Then, Gumo took out a first-order pea shooter and placed it behind the ice flame tree stump. Fire! Ready, Gumo immediately ordered the pea shooter to attack the nut. Instantly, an energy pea was spat out, passing over the ice flame tree stump. In a flash, the energy pea was ignited by the extreme cold of the ice flame, transforming into an ice-blue frost pea. Bang! The frost pea accurately hit the nut. In an instant, the nut was frozen solid. After a few breaths, the ice shattered, and the first-order nut shattered along with it. Clearly, the power of a first-order pea shooter combined with the ice flame tree stump was fully capable of penetrating the defense of a first-order nut. Seeing this, Gumo took out a third-order nut to test. This time, the third-order nut withstood the frost pea's attack without shattering, but it was still frozen. Gumo tested the solidity of the ice and was delighted. This was a powerful method to trap enemies. Although entangling water grass also had a trapping effect, it could only passively wait for enemies to approach in water. But this pea shooter combined with the ice flame tree stump could actively freeze enemies. If an enemy was hit by this, it would be difficult for them to escape. However, each use of the frost pea consumed the power of the ice flame. If used too much, it would affect the ice flame's stability. Still, as a means to restrict enemies, it was sufficient. While Guo was busy testing the effects of the ice flame tree stump, a major event also occurred among the Sea Yao, the 1000-year birthday celebration of the Great Yao Crimson Sand. It was said that great Yaos from several nearby sea regions went to congratulate the Great Yao Crimson Sand, and even many great Yaos from more distant sea regions arrived. After all, she was in existence with the potential to become a Yao king. The gathering of numerous great Yaos caused the Crimson Sand Sea region to be filled with demonic chi that day. With so many great Yaos assembled, besides celebrating the Great Yao Crimson Sand's birthday, they naturally discussed recent events. Inevitably, the matter of the Cancer Islands came up. The fact that General Jineo was slain and his islands occupied by human cultivators had long since spread. However, out of fear of Gumo's strength, those great Yaos had chosen to swallow their anger. Now that so many great Yaos had arrived, some great Yaos wanted to incite others to go to the Cancer Islands together and reclaim that spiritual land. Most great Yaos offered lip service and support. As for actually fighting their way to the Cancer Islands, they refused. Many great Yaos were well aware of General Jineo's strength. He was absolutely a peak great Yao in terms of combat power. How strong must that human cultivator be to kill General Jineo? For these third-order early stage and middle stage great Yaos to go there would be suicide. Even with a large number, who could guarantee they wouldn't be the ones to die? Great Yao Crimson Sand arrives. Just as everyone was heatedly discussing the Cancer Islands, a loud shout rang out. Then, under the gaze of countless great Yaos, a beautiful woman in a blue dress, elegant and noble, appeared. If not for her scorpion tail, resembling a long whip, proving her identity, some would surely mistake her for a mature and charming human woman. Greetings, Great Yao Crimson Sand. Seeing the beautiful woman appear, all the great Yaos bowed. Anyone who understood the Great Yao Crimson Sand knew that she particularly liked human things, including human etiquette, clothing, and this birthday banquet. Otherwise, Yao beasts had no custom of holding birthday banquets. Therefore, before coming, those great Yaos had learned some human etiquette to avoid losing face. Thank you all for coming to my humble birthday banquet. The beautiful woman in the blue dress spoke with a voice like water, causing a stir in the hearts of the great Yaos. They are all just demons and monsters. Crimson Sand's gaze swept over the great Yaos attending her birthday banquet, her heart filled with deep disdain. Only the human Dao body, in Crimson Sand's eyes, was the most perfect thing. Because, when she was just a small sand scorpion in the desert, newly gaining sentience, she was fortunate enough to witness a fairy bathing. That perfect human Dao body deeply shocked Crimson Sand at the time. Simultaneously, the water from the fairy's bath touched Crimson Sand's body. It caused her bloodline to mutate, turning her into a water-attributed Yao beast. Subsequently, Crimson Sand left the desert area and came to a water region more suitable for her, then grew all the way to her current state. But even after becoming a peak great Yao, the shock that the fairy's perfect Dao body gave her remained undiminished. In fact, as her strength increased, Crimson Sand increasingly understood the Dao Yun contained within that fairy's Dao body. Unfortunately, Crimson Sand had tried several times to transform into the fairy's appearance but had failed. That kind of perfect Dao body was not something she could replicate. For this reason, Crimson Sand had been collecting great Yaos with human Dao bodies over the years, hoping to study and learn from them, seeking the possibility of possessing a perfect Dao body. Among them, Mystic Water True Person, a half Yao, was the one Crimson Sand was most satisfied with. Because he possessed half-human bloodline, he was the great Yao in her collection closest to a human Dao body. Is Mystic Water present? Crimson Sand took her seat, and the birthday banquet began. Crimson Sand's gaze swept around. Seeing that Mystic Water True Person was not present, she couldn't help but inquire. He shouldn't miss her 1000-year birthday banquet. Cancer Islands. Guo gazed at the storage magic treasure he had just deciphered, his brows tightly furrowed. This storage magic treasure was brought by Shi Wei and belonged to the third-order strange fish that attacked the Red Coral Islands. But Guo now knew that the strange fish was Mystic Water True Person, who had previously given him a heads-up and provided information about General Jineo. Guo had suspected before, where would such a good person come from in the world? Now Guo understood the other party's purpose. He wanted him and General Jineo to fight to a mutual destruction. Then, he would abduct the people of the Red Coral Islands and use them as a gift to celebrate the Great Yao Crimson Sand's birthday. Guo had naturally heard of the Great Yao Crimson Sand's name. After all, her 1000-year birthday was approaching. Even if Guo wasn't clear about this Great Yao Crimson Sand's specific combat power, a Great Yao who had lived for 1000 years could not be a simple individual. And this Mystic Water True Person, who was killed, was actually related to the Great Yao Crimson Sand. He just didn't know what Mystic Water True Person's standing was in the Great Yao Crimson Sand's heart, and whether the Great Yao Crimson Sand would come to trouble him for Mystic Water True Person. Read the uncensored version at 169shu.com. If the other party really came, Guo seemed fearless. Not to mention the quasi Fourth Order Grand Array covering the island, even with Gumo's current combat power, as long as it wasn't a Yao King, he had no fear. Yue. Guo sent a voice transmission. He wasn't afraid of the Great Yao Crimson Sand, but the other people on the Cancer Islands might not be. Therefore, Gu Mo asked Shi Yue to notify the cultivators near the island to stay far away, lest the Great Yao Crimson Sand attack and the battle affect them. At the same time, this would also give those cultivators a sense of participation. What? The Great Yao Crimson Sand might attack. Soon, the cultivators who received the news were all greatly alarmed. Some timid ones even fled overnight. They came to the Cancer Islands for refuge, not for adventure. But more cultivators chose to observe. After all, Gu Mo, the great Genren, had not left yet. As long as this backbone remained, the Cancer Islands' confidence would still be there. If things truly reached the most critical moment, they would choose to flee. As cultivators surviving in the sea, they had extremely profound research on how to escape. After all, if their escapability was poor, how could they escape the pursuit of those great Yaos? As long as that great Genren didn't collapse at the first touch and could slightly delay the Great Yao Crimson Sand, they would be able to leave smoothly. Therefore, there was no need to flee immediately. In addition, another reason that made those cultivators choose to stay was that they had all placed alchemy commissions. Furthermore, that great Genren had already stopped accepting new commissions. If they left now, their commissions would be void, and the great Genren would no longer accept new alchemy commissions, which meant completely cutting off their possibility of obtaining medicinal pills. For medicinal pills, cultivators were willing to take some risks. Of course, everyone would not just sit idly by. They all used various methods to investigate intelligence on the Great Yao Crimson Sand. Soon, Gu Mo received many pieces of intelligence. Free labor is so useful. Gu Mo looked at the intelligence Shi Yue sent, a slight smile on his lips. Helping to gather intelligence, didn't that bring a sense of participation? Gu Mo quickly scanned the intelligence in his hand. It contained detailed information about the Great Yao Crimson Sand's birthday, including discussions among Great Yaos about attacking the Cancer Islands. However, the response seemed lukewarm. Finally, some Great Yaos hoped that the Great Yao Crimson Sand would take action to reclaim the Cancer Islands from the human cultivators and boost morale. At first, the Great Yao Crimson Sand ignored this suggestion. As a Great Yao who had lived for 1,000 years, she wouldn't attack the Cancer Islands just because of a few flattering words from other Great Yaos. She had hopes of entering the Yao King realm. If fighting humans injured her foundation and prevented her from entering the Yao King realm, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Unless attacking the Cancer Islands could bring her immense benefits, such as a treasure that could help her break through her bottleneck, only in such a situation would the Great Yao Crimson Sand take action. But in the end, the Great Yao Crimson Sand did agree to the matter and prepared to attack the Cancer Islands. It seems Mystic Water True Person's matter has been exposed. Seeing this, Gu Mo knew that the Great Yao Crimson Sand must have already learned of Mystic Water True Person's death and that the person who killed him was on the Cancer Islands. The Great Yao Crimson Sand was willing to take action for Mystic Water True Person, indicating that Mystic Water True Person was quite favored. So be it. Gu Mo put down the intelligence. Since this battle was unavoidable, he would accept it. As the news of the Great Yao Crimson Sand attacking the Cancer Islands spread, countless Sea Yaos cheered, especially those who had escaped from the Cancer Islands, who were even more excited. Those humans were finally going to pay the price for their actions. Inside the Cancer Islands, the atmosphere was heavy. The Great Yao Crimson Sand's attack brought immense pressure upon them. Furthermore, this time, it would definitely not be just the Great Yao Crimson Sand alone, many Great Yaos would surely accompany her. Once the Great Genren was defeated, and those Great Yaos swarmed them, whether they could escape would be a problem. Everyone, I shall take my leave first. Finally, under immense pressure, some cultivators chose to leave. While the Great Genren's medicinal pills were enticing, their own lives were more important. I'm leaving too. Soon, several more cultivators departed. These were mostly false core and outer core cultivators. Their desire for medicinal pills wasn't particularly strong, as their cultivation could no longer advance, and their need for medicinal pills was limited to healing and spiritual power recovery. Those who remained were Foundation Establishment cultivators and a few Golden Core Immortal Masters. The Foundation Establishment cultivators didn't leave because they couldn't, their cultivation was too low to cross the sea alone to other islands. As for the Golden Core Immortal Masters not leaving, besides their desire for cultivation assisting medicinal pills, they also had confidence in the Great Genren on the island. Since the Great Genren hadn't left, why should they rush? Moreover, those Golden Core Immortal Masters also had some confidence in their own strength, confident that they could leave at the last moment. As the cultivators of the Cancer Islands nervously awaited, a massive cloud of demonic chi suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. Although the demonic chi was still far away, the overwhelming demonic chi it contained already filled the cultivators of the Cancer Islands with unease. That was not the demonic chi that could be condensed by a single great Yao beast, rather, it was the convergence of numerous great Yao beasts that could form such a formidable cloud of demonic chi. This posture clearly indicated an intention to wipe out all humans on the Cancer Islands. However, after approaching the Cancer Islands, those great Yao beasts stopped, as the main protagonist of this operation had not yet appeared, and Gu Mo, the human Great Genren who could kill General Jin Ao, still possessed considerable deterrent power. If it weren't for Crimson Sand's willingness to act this time, those great Yao beasts would not have come at all. The situation seems a bit grim. Li Yuji, Zhong Yuanfang, and several other human Golden Core cultivators felt their scalps tingle as they gazed at the gathering of great Yao beasts in the distance. The number of great Yao beasts gathered this time had exceeded their expectations. If so many great Yao beasts attacked together, even running would be very difficult for them. Wait a little longer. Since they had already chosen to stay, running now would feel like all their previous efforts were in vain. Anyway, those great Yao beasts hadn't attacked yet, so they still had room to observe for a while longer. If things reached the most critical point, they would decisively choose to retreat. After all, nothing was more important than their own lives. Time flowed, and suddenly, the distant demonic chi violently split open. Then, a mature and graceful figure emerged from the midst of the great Yao beasts and arrived before the Cancer Islands. She's here, the Crimson Sand Yao King is here. Li Yuji, Zhong Yuanfang and the other Golden Core cultivators also noticed the changes in the distant great Yao beasts immediately. At the same time, they saw the graceful figure at the forefront of the great Yao beasts, but at this moment, no one was appreciating this beautiful human Dao body, there was only solemnity. That was a great Yao beast that had lived for 1,000 years, with the potential to become a Yao King. On the human side, it was equivalent to those great Genren who had the potential to become nascent soul true lords. Let's go. Crimson Sand gazed calmly at the Cancer Islands before her. Such spiritual islands were not even worth a glance to her. If it weren't for her beloved mystic water true person being killed, she would not have come. Half-Yao beasts themselves were very rare, many half-Yao beasts did not live to adulthood, dying due to bloodline mutations within their bodies, while others were directly killed by humans or sea Yao beasts. Those who truly survived and cultivated to the Golden Core realm were even rarer. Now, those humans had actually killed her hard-won collection of half-Yao beasts, how could this not infuriate Crimson Sand? And the anger in her heart could only be appeased by slaughter. As Crimson Sand stepped into the range of the Cancer Islands, the great Yao beasts behind her immediately surged in. Then, those great Yao beasts began to devour the mortals living on the islands along the way. The number of mortals who had come to the Cancer Islands was already considerable, including those who had migrated from the Red Coral Islands and others from different archipelagos, they had all migrated with the cultivators. However, they had barely settled down for a few years when they suddenly encountered such a great disaster, which made the mortals on those islands utterly despair. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion caused the great Yao beasts, who were wantonly devouring mortals, to stop. It turned out that the belly of a great Yao beast had been blown open by something, even its demonic core was blasted out, and it died instantly. What happened? This sudden change caused the other great Yao beasts to quickly scan their surroundings, wanting to find the human cultivators hiding in the dark and launching a sneak attack. Clearly, those great Yao beasts believed this incident was a sneak attack by human cultivators. However, those great Yao beasts searched for a long time but found no trace. They must have escaped, being able to launch one sneak attack should be their limit. If they don't run, they'll just be waiting to be surrounded and killed. Seeing that no target was found, the great Yao beasts all thought the attacker had run away. Immediately, another great Yao beast began to devour the mortals on the island. Boom! But soon, the familiar sound of an explosion occurred again, and another great Yao beast died. At this moment, those great Yao beasts gathered together with some unease. If the first time could still be considered a sneak attack by a human cultivator, then this second time, with their vigilance, human cultivators would absolutely have no chance to sneak attack. Therefore, this was not a sneak attack by human cultivators. Instead, those mortals were poisonous. The mortals of the Cancer Islands were naturally not poisonous, but there were cherry bombs. After learning that Crimson Sand would come, Guang had Shiawei deliver the cherry bombs to the mortals on the Cancer Islands. If any great Yao beast dared to devour a mortal, they would swallow the cherry bomb carried by the mortal along with them. As long as a few great Yao beasts were killed then, those great Yao beasts would no longer dare to devour mortals, this was Gumo's method of protecting mortals. Indeed, after discovering that the mortals of the Cancer Islands were problematic, those great Yao beasts no longer dared to devour them. After all, 2 great Yao beasts had died instantly, which truly frightened the great Yao beasts. They were only here to support Crimson Sand, not to die. As expected, she has some tricks. Crimson Sand's gaze swept over the 2 dead great Yao beasts, her eyes filled with thought, because she also hadn't seen the secret within. Therefore, if it were her, she would also suffer. Is this the method of a great Genren? As expected, it's profound. Li Yuji, Zhong Yuanfang and the other Golden Core cultivators felt a surge of confidence in their hearts when they saw the scene before them. The great Genren's methods were indeed extraordinary. Without even showing his face, he had eliminated 2 great Yao beasts. Although the Cancer Islands were vast, Crimson Sand traveled dozens of miles with each step across the water, and soon arrived at the core ring island of the Cancer Islands. At the same time, the rolling demonic chi also shrouded the sky. This is... Crimson Sand gazed at the ring island shrouded in mist, a hint of solemnity appearing on her face. As a great Yao beast who had lived for 1,000 years, Crimson Sand had extensive knowledge, and she was very interested in human things. Therefore, Crimson Sand had dabbled in the various techniques of human cultivators. Thus, she could tell at a glance that the mist shrouding the ring island was a quasi-4th order formation. This level of formation was still very tricky for her. But this was only tricky, not impossible to deal with. After all, Crimson Sand understood formation, and her formation attainments were not low. She could tell that the cultivator who set up this formation was not a formation master, because there were many places in the formation where its operation was slightly sluggish. If it were a great Yao beast that didn't understand formation, it wouldn't be able to detect this slight sluggishness, but she was different. She could see the weaknesses within it, and if she attacked those weak points with full force, she could break this quasi-4th order formation. This Crimson Sand, she wouldn't happen to know formation, would she? Inside the ring island, Guang looked at the scorpion-tailed beautiful woman outside who was carefully observing the formation, and this thought arose in his mind. Guo had only barely mastered the method of setting up this quasi-fourth order cloud mist illusion formation. Compared to having a formation master set it up, it was naturally inferior. However, to deal with Sea Yao beasts, there was actually no problem. After all, Sea Yao beasts did not understand formation, and even if the formation had some flaws, they wouldn't be able to discover them. But this Crimson Sand seemed different. Could this be the heritage of a 1,000-year-old great Yao beast? Since that was the case, Guo could not let the opponent attack the formation. Guo was not a formation master, and if anything happened to this Yunyu Huansheng formation, cloud mist illusion formation, he wouldn't know how to repair it. With this thought, Guo's figure flashed and appeared outside the formation, his gaze meeting Crimson Sand's. That great Genren looks very young. In the distance, Li Yuji, Zhong Yuanfang and the other Golden Core cultivators widened their eyes when they saw Guo appear. Although Guo's deeds had spread widely, the number of people who had actually seen Guo was very few. At this moment, Li Yuji, Zhong Yuanfang and the other Golden Core cultivators were seeing Guo, the rumored great Genren, for the first time. However, Guo's youth filled those Golden Core cultivators with shock. Although it was very easy for cultivators, especially those in the Golden Core realm, to maintain their youth, a cultivator's age was not judged by appearance, but by qi. The qi of a Golden Core cultivator who had lived for several hundred years was completely different from that of a Golden Core cultivator who was less than 100 years old. Experienced cultivators could discern the difference from these subtle variations. Crimson Sand, a great Yao beast who had lived for 1,000 years, was clearly very experienced in this regard. Therefore, after seeing Guo, her eyes also filled with disbelief. This human great Genren who had killed General Jinao was actually so young, and his Dao body was so perfect. Crimson Sand, who was extremely obsessed with human Dao bodies, could definitely be called an expert on human Dao bodies. She could tell the quality of a human Dao body at a glance. Among them, the bodies of mortals were like rubbish full of impurities, and only the Dao bodies of cultivators were slightly better, but human cultivator Dao bodies were still too weak and not perfect enough. Mystic Water True Person, with his Golden Core cultivation and Sea Yao beast bloodline, barely managed to make Crimson Sand take a few extra glances, but at this moment, Guo's Dao body made Crimson Sand's eyes light up. From the moment Guo began to cultivate, he had continuously used the great perfection level purification technique for marrow cleansing, creating his powerful physique. It was no exaggeration to say that Guo's physique was no weaker than that of Yao beasts of the same order. Little human brother, you are very good. Why don't you come and work for older sister? Crimson Sand licked her lips. If she could add this perfect Dao body to her collection, it would certainly provide her with considerable inspiration. Crimson Sand's words startled Guo, and then a smile appeared on Guo's lips. I'm missing a maid by my side. Do you want to come? Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Crimson Sand's expression turned cold upon hearing this, and she prepared to directly act and capture the human cultivator before her. Such a perfect Dao body was worth the effort to capture. As a water attribute Sea Yao beast, fighting in the sea would definitely elevate Crimson Sand's combat power to another level. Therefore, Crimson Sand was full of confidence in defeating Guo, this human great Genren. However, just as Crimson Sand was about to act, the corner of her eye caught a glimpse of a light blue stream of light shooting towards her. In an instant, a strong sense of crisis arose in Crimson Sand's heart. With almost no hesitation, Crimson Sand's power erupted, forming a water curtain around her body. Bang! As Crimson Sand condensed the water curtain, the light blue stream of light accurately struck it. At first, Crimson Sand didn't pay attention to this. Her water curtain was her innate ability, and as long as it wasn't an attack from a Yao King level, it could block it. However, Crimson Sand quickly found something wrong. After the light blue stream of light hit the water curtain was actually frozen directly, turning into an ice curtain that trapped Crimson Sand. Seeing this, Crimson Sand was shocked but also quickly condensed her demonic chi to shatter the ice curtain. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel fortunate that the water curtain had blocked it for a moment. If that light blue attack had landed directly on her body, she would have been directly frozen and unable to move. Now that the water curtain had blocked it, she still had ample room to move. Crack, crack. As Crimson Sand attacked, the ice curtain quickly cracked. Even Crimson Sand could not shatter the ice curtain with a single blow, which was enough to prove the power of that light blue attack. Bang! Soon, the ice curtain trapping Crimson Sand shattered. Just as Crimson Sand was about to launch a counterattack, a dazzling golden light, seemingly capable of severing heaven and earth, directly struck down from above. After the third-order high-grade P shooter successfully trapped Crimson Sand with the ice flame tree stump, Guo naturally wouldn't stand by and watch. During the brief moment when Crimson Sand shattered the ice curtain and escaped, Guo held a blade fragment of the spirit treasure level Golden Flood Dragon Scissors and unleashed the cutting heaven sword tactic directly. This was also the first time Guo had used a spirit treasure to unleash a sword tactic. Although this was a damaged spirit treasure that had lost its spirit, the sharpness of the spirit treasure itself remained. Therefore, Crimson Sand clearly felt a terrifying threat from that golden sword light, a threat that seemed to tear everything apart. However, as an old Yao beast who had lived for 1,000 years, Crimson Sand's combat experience was incredibly rich. Although Guo's moves constantly exceeded her expectations. But Crimson Sand still made the optimal response, throwing out her strongest scorpion tail to meet this strike. Clang! The golden sword light met Crimson Sand's scorpion tail, erupting in an earth-shattering roar that made the faces of the great Yao beasts and several human Golden Core cultivators watching the battle turn pale. They could imagine that if this battle were to be fought by them, they would have long since turned to ashes. After one strike, Gu Mo did not pursue, merely looking at Crimson Sand indifferently, while Crimson Sand retracted her scorpion tail, her face gloomy. In this collision, her scorpion tail was injured. This scorpion tail was her strongest weapon, which she had refined for 1,000 years, and it was actually injured in this battle, which filled Crimson Sand with shock. At this moment, Gu Mo also felt regret. Although the Golden Flood Dragon scissors were sharp, he himself was still a bit weaker. If Gu Mo could now enter the Golden Core realm, the power of the Cutting Heaven Sword tactic could be raised another level. At that time, he might be able to directly sever the opponent's scorpion tail. As for now, Gu Mo had already used his strongest methods like the Ice Flame Pea Shooter and the Golden Flood Dragon scissors, and since he couldn't defeat the opponent, Gu Mo could only choose to stop. Unless that Crimson Sand wanted to continue fighting to the death with him, then Gu Mo could only accept the challenge. Gu Mo still had trump cards, and the probability of winning if they continued fighting was not small. However, if the two sides engaged in a major battle, the Cancer Islands would likely be destroyed, and this was the main reason Gu Mo chose to stop. The last battle with General Jin Ao destroyed the Third Order Spiritual Vein, and Gu Mo did not want to destroy this high-grade Third Order Spiritual Land again. As for whether Crimson Sand would seek revenge after leaving, Gu Mo was not worried, because the longer the time dragged on, the stronger Gu Mo's strength would only become. Gu Mo and the Great Demon Crimson Sand confronted each other for a moment, then, the Great Demon Crimson Sand turned and left. Although she still had some trump cards she hadn't used, she had indeed lost the recent exchange. This meant that the young human Great General in front of her was not so easy to deal with, even if she used all her means and won, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. And injuries, especially those that could affect combat power, were absolutely something many great demons tried to avoid. After all, once you became weak, you would become a target for other great demons to covet. This was one of the cruel rules of the sea area, even top-tier great demons like the Great Demon Crimson Sand could not escape it. Only those high and mighty demon kings could somewhat break free from this rule. And the Great Demon Crimson Sand still had expectations for challenging the Demon King realm, so it was naturally impossible for her to fight to the death here, causing injuries that would damage her foundation and affect her future attempt to break through the Great Bottleneck. Compared to challenging the Demon King Bottleneck, the death of Mystic Water True Person seemed less important. The Great Demon Crimson Sand obviously knew how to make choices, if she didn't, she wouldn't have lived this long. Seeing the Great Demon Crimson Sand retreat, the great demons who had come to assist, after their initial surprise, quickly dispersed, fearing that if they moved too slowly, they would be caught and killed by the human Great General of the Cancer Islands. In a short while, the demonic clouds shrouding the Cancer Islands dispersed, and the bright sunlight once again shone down. As expected of a Great General, to actually force back the Great Demon Crimson Sand. At this moment, the several Golden Core real persons observing from a distance were all filled with shock. The strength displayed by Gu Mo, this Great General, being able to force back a 1,000-year-old great demon like the Great Demon Crimson Sand, was enough to show that his combat power was absolutely on the same level as hers. With such a powerful deity in charge, the Cancer Islands should be stable for a long time to come. This was incredibly important for human cultivators living in the sea area, a stable place free from the invasion of sea demons. It seems I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. Compared to the joy of those Golden Core real persons, Gu Mo was worried. He could feel that the Great Demon Crimson Sand hadn't used her full strength, though Gu Mo wasn't afraid of the current Great Demon Crimson Sand. What truly worried Gu Mo was whether the continuous development of the Cancer Islands would attract Demon King level existences in the future. Forcing back the Great Demon Crimson Sand could only be considered a temporary stabilization. To truly establish a foothold in the sea area, one must have the strength to face a Demon King directly. Only by being unassailable even by a Demon King could one truly achieve stability. And to achieve this, for Gu Mo, whose true realm was only foundation establishment stage, it was indeed a bit difficult. Of course, if there was enough time and Gu Mo was willing to invest, producing third-order high-grade cherry bomb, entangling water grass, and other plants, even if he couldn't defeat a Demon King, he could at least make it impossible for a Demon King to harm him. The third-order high-grade spiritual vein where Gu Mo was currently located was capable of cultivating third-order high-grade plants without issue. It was just unknown when the Cancer Islands would attract the attention of a Demon King. If there was enough time, Gu Mo could prepare slowly, but he feared that a Demon King would arrive quickly, not giving Gu Mo enough time. Therefore, Gu Mo chose a fallback plan. That was to first improve his cultivation realm. As long as he stepped into the Golden Core realm, then even if a Demon King came, Gu Mo could still run away if he couldn't win. Having cultivated the wind tunnel technique, Gu Mo had some confidence in escaping. Coupled with the island encircling grand formation and the plant's obstruction, escaping from a Demon King's clutches shouldn't be a big problem. To ensure this breakthrough was foolproof, Gu Mo planned to first refine the Gathering Gold Pill. During this time, Gu Mo had refined many third-order medicinal pills, especially after acquiring the Ice Flame Tree Stump, his alchemy skills had soared. Currently, Gu Mo felt he could try refining the Gathering Gold Pill. Once the Gathering Gold Pill was successfully refined and his cultivation also smoothly entered the Golden Core realm, Gu Mo would then upgrade a wave of third-order high-grade plants, and by then, he would truly be able to rest easy. I'll use this commission to practice. Returning to the island's spiritual field, Gu Mo took out an alchemy commission. This was an alchemy commission from Shi Yunja of the Red Coral Islands. The medicinal pill he wanted to refine was precisely the Gathering Gold Pill. It was just that the quality of the material Shi Yunja prepared was a bit subpar. They were fine for practice, but it would be difficult to refine a high-grade medicinal pill. If I fail this time, I'll just give him another one later. Gu Mo threw Shi Yunja's spiritual materials into the pill furnace. He wasn't confident in succeeding on his first attempt, but he had many materials for refining gathering gold pills. Besides the collection contributed by General Jin Ao, he also had rewards from alchemy commissions. With no shortage of spiritual materials, Gu Mo naturally didn't have to worry about refining failure. At worst, he would just give Shi Yunja another one after a successful refinement next time. Alchemy inherently had a probability of failure, and Gu Mo didn't have to compensate even if he failed, but alchemists generally tried their best to ensure the commissioner received the required medicinal pills. After all, alchemy failure would damage an alchemist's reputation. If failures occurred too often, no one would commission them anymore. Without alchemy commissions, an alchemist would be in dire straits. Gu Mo's current success rate for alchemy commissions was 100%, every cultivator who placed a commission received the required medicinal pills. Of course, Gu Mo couldn't achieve a 100% alchemy success rate, there were failures, but Gu Mo's alchemy cost was very low, so even if he failed, refining another furnace was fine, with little impact. If it were a typical alchemist, the loss from a failed furnace would have to be borne by the commissioner, bearing it themselves would likely cause them heartache for a long time. As for lowering the success rate of alchemy commissions for this reason, as long as an alchemist could maintain a relatively high success rate, people would still place commissions. It was too difficult to guarantee a 100% success rate, very few alchemists could achieve this. But Gu Mo could, a 100% alchemy commission success rate, such terrifying alchemy skill, made the cultivators of the Cancer Islands inquire Miss Shi Yue every day about when Gu Mo, this alchemy great master, would resume taking commissions. But they were destined to be disappointed. After accumulating enough proficiency in refining third-order medicinal pills, Gu Mo stopped taking new alchemy commissions. Next, Gu Mo would focus on researching the refinement of the gathering gold pill to prepare for breaking through to the golden core realm. He no longer had time to be distracted by alchemy. Therefore, those false core and outer core cultivators who had chosen to flee when they heard about the great demon Crimson Sand's attack were now regretting it immensely. They had cancelled their hard-earned spot in the queue, and now that they wanted to place a new order, the great master was no longer accepting them. In addition to the return of those false core and outer core cultivators who had previously fled, the news of Gu Mo repelling the great demon Crimson Sand spread, attracting even more human cultivators living in the sea area. This caused the Cancer Islands to change daily. With the increase in the number of cultivators, a market was established, and various facilities serving cultivators also appeared one by one. The Cancer Islands had now become a celestial city for cultivators in the sea area. Originally, human cultivators in the sea area lived under the threat of sea demons, leading a life of fear and anxiety. When they obtained some treasure and wanted to trade with others, they couldn't find a target. After all, the most numerous beings in the sea area were sea demons, and they couldn't possibly trade with sea demons. Now with the Cancer Islands, the pent-up trading potential of sea area cultivators was unleashed, making the transactions in the newly built market of the Cancer Islands booming. It was no exaggeration to say that they earned a fortune every day. The rich output of the sea area found a way to be monetized here, providing many cultivators with a channel to collect spiritual materials and precious ores from the sea area in exchange for cultivation resources. Don't underestimate such a channel. It held extremely significant meaning for those loose cultivators without background, giving them hope for further advancement. Of course, a share of the market's profits in the Cancer Islands naturally belonged to Gu Mo. After all, without Gu Mo, this great Genren, presiding over it, there would be no peace in the Cancer Islands, and naturally, no market would exist. Gu Mo did not refuse this extra income. Although Gu Mo didn't need any medicinal pill assistance for his cultivation, which saved him a large sum of money, it didn't mean that other areas didn't require spending money. For example, Gu Mo now desperately needed a good pill furnace. Although the one he had was also a magic treasure grade pill furnace, it was already somewhat insufficient, especially after Gu Mo obtained the ice flame tree stump. Every time he used ice flame for alchemy, Gu Mo needed to control the power of the ice flame to the minimum. He was afraid that if the ice flame's power was too great, it would directly freeze and damage the pill furnace. The torch tree stump could control the size of the flame's power, and after the torch tree stump fused with the ice flame, it could also control the size of the ice flame's power. Otherwise, Gu Mo would not be able to utilize abnormal flames for alchemy so easily. Everyone knew that abnormal flames were powerful, but taming those powerful abnormal flames for alchemy and artifact refining was a great art. Many alchemists and artifact refiners were fortunate enough to obtain abnormal flames. They all needed to spend a lot of time to tame the abnormal flames, but Gu Mo, with the help of the torch tree stump, directly skipped this step and could immediately use them for alchemy. It was just that the bottleneck restricting Gu Mo's further advancement in alchemy skill had now become the pill furnace. Gu Mo had also asked Miss Shi Yue to explore the newly opened market, but she hadn't found a pill furnace. Considering that there were no alchemists in the sea area, it was even less likely there would be pill furnaces. To get a pill furnace, Gu Mo could only save money and purchase one in the great immortal cultivation world. Success. Read the unedited version at 169 SHUBA. Gu Mo's first gathering gold pill refinement quickly concluded. No exploded furnace indicated that this refinement was acceptable. There was a faint medicinal pill fragrance in the pill furnace, indicating that a medicinal pill had formed, though its quality was questionable. Casting a spell, the pill furnace opened, and Gu Mo saw a somewhat deformed medicinal pill inside the pill furnace. It was clearly an inferior medicinal pill. An inferior medicinal pill was a flawed medicinal pill. Although it possessed some of the effects of a genuine medicinal pill, its shortcomings were not small. But for those foundation establishment great perfection cultivators who were unable to break through to the golden core realm, even an inferior medicinal pill held considerable appeal. After all, using an inferior medicinal pill was better than using no medicinal pill at all. Some foundation establishment great perfection cultivators were well aware that without using breakthrough medicinal pills, they had almost no hope of breakthrough. Forcibly attempting to break through to golden core would only lead to death if they failed, and not attempting to break through to golden core would be a slow death as their lifespan decreased. At this time, if there was even an inferior gathering gold pill, they would take a gamble. As long as they were lucky enough to succeed, not aspiring to golden core, but just achieving a false core, they could extend their lifespan by several hundred years. Theoretically, this inferior medicinal pill could completely fulfill Shi Yunja's alchemy commission, but Gu Mo didn't want to tarnish his reputation. At the very least, he had to deliver a genuine gathering gold pill. Gu Mo produced an inferior medicinal pill on his first attempt at refining the gathering gold pill, which was enough to prove his current alchemy attainments. Of course, the powerful assistance of Ice Flame and the Torch Tree Stump also played a significant role. With the experience gained, Gu Mo didn't hesitate. He slightly adjusted his state and immediately proceeded with the second refinement. This time, Gu Mo used spiritual materials of excellent quality. Ring Island. Shi Yunja stood outside the island, somewhat excited. Just now, he had received a notification from Miss Shi Yue telling him to come and collect the medicinal pill. The only medicinal pill Shi Yunja had commissioned was the gathering gold pill. Now, Miss Shi Yue asking him to collect the medicinal pill meant the commission was successful. With the gathering gold pill, he could attempt to break through to the golden core realm. Shi Yunja had been stuck at foundation establishment great perfection for a long time. If Gu Mo hadn't appeared, he would have attempted a forced breakthrough before his lifespan affected his condition. Now with the gathering gold pill, Shi Yunja felt his chances of breaking through to the golden core realm had increased by several points. Alliance Master Shi, here is your medicinal pill. Miss Shi Yue handed a jade bottle to Shi Yunja. At this moment, Miss Shi Yue's aura was no longer that of the Qi refinement stage, but a solid foundation establishment stage. In just a few short years, Miss Shi Yue had transformed from a mortal with a spiritual root into a foundation establishment cultivator, and all of this stemmed from Gu Mo. Shi Yunja knew this best. Originally, Miss Shi Yue was merely a sacrifice sent to the giant lizard great demon, but now she had become a prominent figure on Cancer Islands whom everyone greeted with respect, even the several golden core cultivators. Because Miss Shi Yue represented that great Genren. Who? Suppressing his excited, rambling thoughts, Shi Yunja carefully opened the jade bottle. The next moment, a rich medicinal pill fragrance overflowed, and then Shi Yunja saw a perfectly round medicinal pill with golden medicinal pill patterns. Gathering gold pill, it's a genuine gathering gold pill. Shi Yunja tightly clutched the jade bottle. At this moment, Shi Yunja felt as though the golden core Dao was beckoning him. Miss Yue, may I break through here? Shi Yunja vigilantly looked around. Holding such a precious item, Shi Yunja was very worried that someone might try to snatch it after he left Ring Island. Moreover, breaking through to a major realm required a safe place, and there was no place in the Cancer Islands safer than this, and the spiritual Qi here was also the most concentrated. Alliance Master Shi, won't you prepare a bit more? A hasty breakthrough is very unwise. Miss Shi Yue reminded him. It's fine, I have been preparing for this day for many years. Shi Yunja waved his hand. Then I will ask for senior's permission. Miss Shi Yue returned to the mist. She naturally had to report this matter to Gu Mo. Upon learning that Shi Yunja wanted to break through here, Gu Mo readily agreed. With the successful refinement of the gathering gold pill, Gu Mo was also preparing to break through to golden core, so observing how other cultivators broke through to the golden core realm now would naturally be excellent. For this, Gu Mo directly allocated a third-order spiritual vein for Shi Yunja's breakthrough use. Shi Yunja followed Miss Shi Yue into the mist with an uneasy expression, then stopped at a place filled with spiritual qi. He hadn't expected that the great Genren would actually agree to let him break through here, and even arrange a place with abundant spiritual qi for him. This would definitely be of great help to his successful breakthrough. Shi Yunja respectfully saluted towards the center of the island, then sat cross-legged and began to prepare for his breakthrough. At the same time, Gu Mo was quietly watching Shi Yunja not far away, preparing to observe the process of his breakthrough, while Miss Shi Yue, who had led the way earlier, stood with her hands at her sides beside Gu Mo. Miss Shi Yue was already a foundation establishment cultivator, and letting her observe the process of foundation establishment cultivator breaking through to golden core could inspire her, so Gu Mo kept her there. It's starting. After waiting for a moment, Gu Mo sensed that the aura within Shi Yunja's body began to change. Then, Shi Yunja swallowed the gathering gold pill he had just received, officially beginning the process of core formation. At the same time, a huge spiritual qi vortex formed above the island, drawn by the aura of Shi Yunja's breakthrough, and an endless stream of spiritual qi swirled into Shi Yunja's body, assisting him in forming his golden core. Someone is forming a golden core. The cultivators outside the island naturally saw the changes in the sky, and those golden core and false core cultivators were, of course, extremely familiar with such phenomena. They just didn't know who was breaking through in the great Genren's Daoist temple. It couldn't possibly be Miss Yue, as she had only just broken through to foundation establishment not long ago. So that's how it is. Gu Mo silently observed the entire breakthrough process of Shi Yunja, feeling a sudden realization in his heart. For a foundation establishment cultivator to enter golden core, simply put, it means compressing all the liquid spiritual qi in the body into a solid golden core. During this process, the cultivator's foundation will be the key to determining success. If the foundation is insufficient, even if all the liquid spiritual chi in the body is compressed, it may not be able to form a golden core. In that case, one can only settle for forming a false core. If the cultivator has other weaknesses, such as cultivating a poor cultivation technique, or having their foundation damaged by injury, leading to the inability to even form a false core with the accumulated spiritual chi, then there is only failure. If one has sufficient core formation resources prepared, they might save their life, but if not, it's a dead end. Of course, insufficient foundation can be temporarily strengthened by taking breakthrough medicinal pills like the Gathering Gold pill, increasing the success rate of forming a golden core. This is why many foundation establishment great perfection cultivators dare not break through without breakthrough medicinal pills like the Gathering Gold pill. Shi Yunja had been cultivating in the foundation establishment great perfection realm for a long time, so his foundation should not be bad. Coupled with the assistance of a genuine Gathering Gold pill, his probability of becoming a golden core cultivator was very high. This is a success. Outside the island, those golden core and false core cultivators who were watching the spiritual chi vortex in the sky could roughly guess the outcome of this breakthrough from the changes in the spiritual chi vortex. Shi Yunja sat cross-legged, silently circulating his cultivation technique, feeling the golden core in his dantian, filled with an indescribable excitement. This breakthrough, in the eyes of outsiders, was his successful core formation, but only he knew how dangerous this process was. If it weren't for this genuine Gathering Gold pill and this third-order spiritual land, he might have failed if any one of those conditions were missing. That great Genren is also my opportunity. Shi Yunja now had a deeper understanding of the concept of opportunity. This great Genren was not only Miss Shi Yue's opportunity but also his own. Without this great Genren, he would never have been able to become a golden core cultivator. After slightly stabilizing his realm, Shi Yunja stood up and bowed deeply towards the center of the island, then left the island, preparing to go back and cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Congratulations, fellow deist. As Shi Yunja left the island, several golden core cultivators who had been waiting for a long time stepped forward to congratulate him, because from now on, Shi Yunja would also be a golden core immortal master like them. It's all thanks to the great Genren's grace, Shi Yunja said with a beaming smile. Soon, the news of Shi Yunja successfully entering the golden core realm quickly spread throughout the Cancer Islands. Immediately, everyone came to congratulate him, and for this, Shi Yunja had to hold a core formation ceremony. The clamor of the outside world naturally couldn't affect Gu Mo. After observing Shi Yunja's core formation process, Gu Mo also prepared to begin his own core formation. He had Miss Shi Yue announce his seclusion to the outside world, and also called back Little Carp, who had been wandering in the sea. During this time, Little Carp had been wandering in the sea and found many strange things. Currently, there was a patch of water lilies in the island's bay, on which were placed the treasures Little Carp had found. Among them were quite a few good things, but Gu Mo now looked down on them. This round of alchemy had allowed Gu Mo to earn a good sum. Most of the treasures collected by those cultivators in the sea had turned into alchemy rewards, filling Gu Mo's pockets. Not bad, already at second order late stage. Gu Mo looked at the fish head that came closer. Since entering the sea, Little Carp's strength had increased rapidly, already reaching second order late stage, and it wouldn't be long before it could also become a third order great demon. Go watch the spiritual fields. Gu Mo took out several portions of sun essence and stuffed them into the fish's mouth. Then, he sent Little Carp to guard the spiritual fields on the island. Next, Gu Mo was going to focus on his breakthrough and wouldn't be able to manage the spiritual fields, so he let Little Carp be responsible for their management. Currently, Little Carp had mastered the major achievement Small Cloud Rain technique, and for daily spiritual field management, it was more proficient than those spiritual farmers. After handling the trivial matters, Gu Mo activated the Cloud Mist Illusion formation, then sat cross-legged and began his core formation. Regarding the core formation process, Gu Mo had already memorized it through observing Shi Yunja's core formation. In addition, the King Mu Sutra that Gu Mo cultivated also had a detailed core formation introduction, so Gu Mo was definitely well prepared in this regard. Gu. Taking a deep breath, Gu Mo began to circulate the core condensation method inherent in the King Mu Sutra. This was the first step of core formation, gathering the spiritual chi within the body into the dantian, compressing it with the core condensation method, and finally forming a golden core. The steps were simple, but many factors were involved, and any mistake could lead to core formation failure. However, these were not problems for Gu Mo. Gu Mo's physical body and divine soul were already at the golden core level, so there would absolutely be no problems in this regard. And the core condensation method of the King Mu Sutra was also a superior one, as it originated from a large school like Sheneng Valley. As the core condensation method operated, Gu Mo's brows furrowed involuntarily. Compared to Shi Yunja's core formation process, his spiritual chi compression seemed to be very slow. But considering that ordinary foundation establishment cultivators compress liquid spiritual chi, while he had to compress golden core Dan power, the power levels were different, so some differences should not be a big problem. Although the spiritual chi compression process was a bit slow, as long as the core formation process continued, it would be fine. At most, it would just take a few more days. As Gu Mo fully circulated the core condensation method, compressing the golden core Dan power within his body, a terrifying spiritual chi vortex appeared above the island, its enormous area directly covering half of the Cancer Islands. The spiritual chi vortex that appeared during Shi Yunja's core formation earlier was simply not on the same level as the spiritual chi vortex formed by Gu Mo's breakthrough at this moment. Who is breaking through to golden core now? Such a grand commotion, let alone cultivators, even the mortals of the Cancer Islands saw it. Are you sure this is a golden core breakthrough? Not a nascent soul condensation. Some cultivators looked at the terrifying momentum in the sky. A golden core breaking through to nascent soul would be similar to this. It's definitely a golden core breakthrough. If it were nascent soul condensation, it wouldn't be a spiritual chi vortex, but a nascent soul lightning tribulation. Many cultivators had heard about the lightning tribulation that cultivators face when breaking through to nascent soul. Because after a cultivator forms a nascent soul, as long as the nascent soul is not destroyed, they will not die, and the nascent soul has no concept of lifespan. Theoretically, a nascent soul true lord can live for a very, very long time, even if the physical body cannot withstand the erosion of time, they can rebirth through nascent soul possession. Such a heaven-defying ability would naturally incur heavenly wrath. Therefore, even though the spiritual chi vortex above the Cancer Islands was ridiculously large at this moment, everyone still confirmed that this was a phenomenon of golden core breakthrough. It was just that this cultivator, who was about to break through to golden core, had an astonishingly deep foundation. From the phenomena formed when a foundation establishment cultivator breaks through to golden core, one can roughly judge the cultivator's foundation. The stronger the foundation, the larger the spiritual chi vortex that appears, and the higher the success rate of forming a golden core. Shi Yunja's spiritual chi vortex earlier was only barely sufficient, and he only succeeded in forming a golden core with the help of the gathering gold pill and the spiritual land. I've never heard of such a heaven-defying prodigy in the sea region, a cultivator said. They had never heard of a foundation establishment cultivator with such a deep foundation. Check out the error-free version at 169shu.com. It might be a disciple taken in by that great Genren, a cultivator guessed. The center of the spiritual chi vortex was on the island, clearly indicating that this cultivator breaking through to golden core was related to that great Genren, but no one guessed that the person breaking through was the great Genren they spoke of. After all, if you told them that a powerful cultivator who could kill General Jin Ao and force back Great Demon Crimson Sand was just a foundation establishment cultivator, no one would believe it. But Miss Xiaowei believed it, because she knew that there were no other cultivators on the island besides the senior, and the other living being on the island, Little Carp, was currently beside her. So, no matter how absurd the result, the fact was before her eyes, that senior was indeed a foundation establishment cultivator. It was just that the senior's foundation was too strong enough to fight golden core cultivators across realms and even third-order peak great demons. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Gu Mo introspected. At this moment, the golden core Dan power within his body was constantly converging towards his danshan, then being compressed into a ball. The endless spiritual chi pouring in from the sky transformed into a powerful press, providing strong pressure for Gu Mo to compress the golden core Dan power within his body. It was just that this press seemed somewhat powerless when facing the compression of power at the level of golden core Dan power, leading to slow progress. If what was inside Gu Mo's body was liquid spiritual chi, he would probably have successfully formed a golden core by now. But as long as the core formation process continued, Gu Mo didn't mind spending more time. He was just afraid of getting stuck midway like when he broke through from chi refining to foundation establishment, which would be fatal. Several days later, the people of the Cancer Islands, who were initially shocked, had gradually become somewhat numb, because the huge spiritual chi vortex in the sky had been going on for several days. A typical golden core breakthrough only took a few hours, and this was the first time they had encountered one that lasted so long. Did it succeed, or did it fail? A cultivator couldn't help but wonder. Who knows? The cultivators who had been discussing for several days had now given up thinking. The situation before them had simply exceeded their cognitive scope. Outside the Cancer Islands, many great demons were also paying attention to the huge spiritual chi vortex hovering over the Cancer Islands. Gu Mo's breakthrough was simply too grand. The massive spiritual chi vortex continuously gathered spiritual chi from all directions. At this moment, any tiered sea demon could feel that the spiritual chi in the surrounding sea region was flowing towards the Cancer Islands. It was no exaggeration to say that once Gu Mo's breakthrough was complete, the spiritual chi concentration in the Cancer Islands would increase by a small margin. Is some top-tier powerhouse about to emerge on the human side? A great demon looked in the direction of the Cancer Islands, filled with worry. If they hadn't seen the lightning tribulation, those great demons would have thought that the great Genren was about to break through to nascent soul. Although it wasn't the great Genren breaking through to nascent soul, such a huge commotion for a golden core realm breakthrough indicated that a second great Genren would soon appear on the human side. Two great Genren would definitely be bad news for the sea demons. Once those humans chose to expand, the great demons in the nearby sea region would definitely be the first to suffer. Go report to Lord Crimson Sand. No, go report to Lord Demon King. Immediately, a great demon near the Cancer Islands prepared to report this matter, and this time, it was directly brought before the Demon King, because Great Demon Crimson Sand couldn't do anything to the Great Genren on the Cancer Islands. If even a peak Great Demon couldn't handle it, then the only option was to ask the Demon King to take action. It should be almost done. Gu Mo thought somewhat boredly, then glanced at his danshan. Indeed, all the golden core Dan power within his body had been compressed into his danshan. At this moment, a massive golden core was slowly forming in Gu Mo's danshan. That's right, Gu Mo's golden core could be described as massive. After all, its size had reached 9 times that of a normal golden core cultivator. For this, Gu Mo had spent a full month. The refinement of the golden core took a whole month, which was truly rare in the world. Gu Mo suspected that if his core condensation method wasn't a superior one, a regular core condensation method might not even be able to form a golden core. Fortunately, everything went smoothly in the end. Although it took a bit longer, the golden core was finally formed, even if it was a bit larger than others. The gathering gold pill he had prepared was not used during this time, because Guo found that if he were to further increase his foundation, it would actually slow down the core condensation speed. Using the gathering gold pill would affect golden core formation, which was a first. Why isn't it over yet? The golden core had already formed in his danshan. Logically, Guo should have officially entered the golden core realm by now, but Guo felt that this core formation process was not yet over. Inside that massive golden core, Guo sensed a mysterious power being nurtured. What's going on? Guo didn't dare to be careless about the changes in the golden core. After all, his core formation this time was already very special. If any more unexpected situations occurred, Guo wouldn't know how to deal with them. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end, and Guo successfully completed the golden core condensation. Even though the golden core was a bit large, at least it was successful. As for the mysterious power brewing within the golden core, it did not affect the condensation of the golden core. That power quietly remained within the golden core. With the successful condensation of the golden core, a clear understanding dawned in Gumo's heart, his breakthrough was about to end. As this thought arose, the huge spiritual chi vortex in the sky began to slowly dissipate, and Guo also felt a sense of completeness. At this moment, Guo was truly a golden core cultivator in the true sense. With the realm breakthrough, the initial golden core Dan power began to emerge from the nascent golden core. This initial golden core Dan power flowed throughout Gumo's body, beginning to enhance Gumo's physique and divine soul, although Gumo's physique and divine soul were already at the golden core level. But this did not prevent this initial golden core Dan power from further enhancing Gumo. This kind of enhancement brought by a realm breakthrough is the most thorough. Especially since Gumo's golden core was 9 times larger than that of an ordinary golden core cultivator, the initial golden core Dan power born from Gumo's golden core was also 9 times that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. Because Gumo's cultivation breakthrough this time did not encounter a bug, otherwise, Gumo would have wanted to extract some initial golden core Dan power to refine an incarnation. The divine ability body outside body requires treasures containing initial power to refine an incarnation, and the first wisp of power born when a cultivator undergoes a realm breakthrough is a treasure containing initial power. It's just that this initial power is a gift from heaven and earth and cannot be intercepted. Previously, Gumo was only able to obtain 6 drops of initial liquid spiritual chi by exploiting a bug. This time, when breaking through to golden core, he couldn't exploit a bug, so Gumo naturally couldn't obtain that initial golden core Dan power. However, without a bug, allowing all the heaven and earth gifts from the realm breakthrough to enhance himself also seemed good. At this moment, Gumo clearly felt his physique and divine soul rapidly improving under the nourishment of this initial golden core Dan power. After a full 9 hours, the initial golden core Dan power, which was 9 times larger than that of an ordinary golden core cultivator, completely dissipated. This wave of enhancement directly pushed Gumo's physique and divine soul to the 5th turn golden core level. This was the change brought by 2 transformations. The first transformation was Gumo using the golden core Dan power transformed from sun essence to advance his physique and divine soul to the golden core level. At this moment, Gumo's realm breakthrough, and that initial golden core Dan power, performed a second transformation and enhancement on his already golden core level physique and divine soul, allowing Gumo to directly enter the 5th turn golden core as soon as he stepped into the golden core realm. In addition, Gumo's golden core, which was 9 times larger than that of an ordinary golden core cultivator, gave him several times more golden core Dan power than those of the same rank. Coupled with his 5th turn golden core physique and divine soul, Gumo's overall combat power definitely reached the 4th turn golden core level. After a cultivator steps into the golden core realm, the core of cultivation shifts from the original meridians to the condensed golden core. Golden core cultivators continuously temper the golden core within their bodies, causing it to undergo transformation. One transformation is 1 turn, and a Dan pattern appears on the golden core. Completing 9 transformations results in a 9-turn golden core. Afterward, if they can find an opportunity, they can shatter the core and form a nascent soul, becoming a nascent soul true lord. And this opportunity. Gumo carefully sensed the mysterious power appearing in the golden core, then quickly pulled out his cultivation technique booklet. Besides detailed explanations on breaking through to golden core, it also categorized golden cores by rank. At the golden core level, the weakest is naturally the outer core, but the cultivation technique booklet's golden core grading did not include the outer core. It was clear that the senior who compiled the King Mu Sutra did not consider outer core cultivators to be at the golden core level. Therefore, the weakest golden core level cultivator in the cultivation technique booklet was the false core, followed by the orthodox golden core, and above the golden core, there was another rank. Named immortal golden core. What is an immortal golden core? To put it in the simplest terms, it is a golden core that gives birth to immortal power. What is immortal power? Why is a nascent soul true lord's nascent soul immortal and indestructible? Because the nascent soul contains immortal power, and this immortal power is the opportunity for a golden core cultivator to break through to nascent soul. That is to say, as long as one can condense an immortal golden core, it means that the cultivator's probability of becoming a nascent soul true lord is at least 50% higher than that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. Ordinary golden core great genren generally have a 30% chance of entering the nascent soul realm, while an immortal golden core cultivator gets an additional 50%, making it an 80% chance. This doesn't even account for the probability of various auxiliary breakthrough treasures. If combined with spiritual items like the Ning Ying pill, the breakthrough probability can definitely exceed 90%. It's no exaggeration to say that any cultivator who can condense an immortal golden core will basically become a nascent soul true lord smoothly. However, condensing an immortal golden core is extremely difficult. It requires accumulating terrifying foundations during the foundation establishment stage. Only those prodigies with top-tier talent, backed by top-tier forces, and receiving the most top-tier resources have a glimmer of hope of condensing an immortal golden core. So, that power in the golden core is immortal power. Gu Mo sensed the mysterious power within his golden core. At this moment, he could confirm that it was immortal power. Gu Mo hadn't expected that his sudden idea of using golden core Dan power transformed from sun essence to condense a golden core would actually result in an immortal golden core. Moreover, even for an immortal golden core, only a trace of immortal power is born within a normal-sized golden core, whereas Gu Mo directly possessed a massive golden core, and the immortal power contained within it seemed to be quite substantial. Immortal power belongs to a nascent soul true lord's power. This means that in a critical moment, Gu Mo can forcibly use the immortal power within his golden core to unleash nascent soul level combat power. The cost is the consumption of immortal power within the golden core, which would cause the immortal golden core to directly degenerate into an ordinary golden core, losing the immortal golden core's huge bonus for breaking through to nascent soul. But Gu Mo felt that the immortal power contained within his golden core should be able to unleash several nascent soul level attacks. With this trump card, Gu Mo felt somewhat confident about the potential arrival of a demon king. Gu Mo knew that his golden core breakthrough, with such a huge commotion, would definitely elicit a response from the sea demons. Previously, Gu Mo had forced back a peak great demon like Crimson Sand. The remaining option for the sea demons was probably to invite a demon king. Otherwise, inviting other peak great demons would be meaningless. Then, next, I'll focus all my efforts on upgrading plants. His cultivation had successfully entered the golden core realm, and his combat power had directly surged to the middle stage of golden core. Next, Gu Mo needed to pause his cultivation. It wasn't that Gu Mo didn't want to continue progressing, but the King Mu Sutra cultivation technique ended at the golden core realm. The King Mu Sutra was a foundational cultivation technique used by Sheneng Valley, reaching its highest at the golden core realm. Afterward, one would need to switch to a higher rank cultivation technique. This required Gu Mo to personally travel to Sheneng Valley to receive the legacy of the cultivation technique. Therefore, in terms of cultivation, Gu Mo currently had no path to follow, but Gu Mo's increase in combat power didn't solely rely on cultivation, plants were the main factor. Without needing to cultivate, Gu Mo could use all the harvested sun essence to upgrade plants. As long as he produced some third-order high-grade plants, combined with the combat power of his immortal golden core, Gu Mo would be able to fight even against a demon king. It's over. Outside the roundabout, the cultivators, seeing the huge spiritual chi vortex that had lingered in the sky for a month finally dissipate, couldn't help but cast their gazes towards the roundabout. Everyone wanted to see who this cultivator was, whose breakthrough caused such a massive commotion. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Gu Mo had no plans to go out. With a demon king potentially appearing at any time, staying in his stronghold was the safest option. Yue, go and inform them that a demon king might appear soon. Yes. Shi Yue suppressed countless curiosities in her heart, bowed, and retreated. What, a demon king is attacking? Soon, news spread about a demon king about to descend upon the Cancer Islands, but this time, the cultivators of the Cancer Islands did not immediately flee. They had suffered a great loss in the previous incident with the great demon Crimson Sand. Moreover, there was currently no news of any demon king making a move. The Cancer Islands had no nascent soul true lord, so the probability of a demon king taking action was not high. Plus, the current Cancer Islands held too many benefits, and many cultivators were unwilling to give up the immense benefits on the Cancer Islands. Time passed. The demon king attack did not happen. Instead, the Cancer Islands development soared. Especially 5 years ago, Gu Mo's golden core breakthrough attracted a huge spiritual chi vortex, which increased the spiritual chi concentration of the Cancer Islands, causing some originally second-rank high-grade spiritual lands, besides the roundabout, to show signs of advancing to third-order spiritual lands. Although it would still be a long time before they truly advanced to third-order spiritual lands, just having this sign was enough to excite people. But after the excitement came the hidden struggle between various factions. Everyone wanted these spiritual lands that showed signs of advancement, but there were only a few such spiritual lands, not enough to go around. Finally, several golden core cultivators discussed holding a martial arts competition. Whichever side won the final victory would get the spiritual land with the potential to advance to third order. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. Of course, for the sake of fairness, cultivators participating in the competition needed to meet two conditions: first, be under 100 years old, and second, their realm needed to be at the foundation establishment level. Senior, the Cancer Islands are holding a martial arts competition. Would you like to watch? Shi Yue, as usual, told Gu Mo about recent events in the Cancer Islands. You go for me. Gu Mo naturally had no interest in a martial arts competition at the foundation establishment level. However, through this competition, he could observe the future potential of the Cancer Islands. 5 years had passed, and no one knew how much Gu Mo's combat power had leaped during these 5 years. In fact, Gu Mo could choose to leave the Cancer Islands now and head to Sheneng Valley. Over the years, Gu Mo had already obtained a map of the sea area. After all, cultivators from various sea areas had gathered here over the years, and they naturally brought maps of their respective sea areas. By piecing these maps together, he had a complete map of the sea area. Combined with the sea area map and Chi Chunda's wooden token, Guo had already found the route to Sheneng Valley. The reason Guo hadn't left yet was not only because this spiritual land could still bring him improvements, but also because Guo wanted to wait for the Demon King to appear. Only by contending with the Demon King once could the Cancer Islands truly establish themselves in this sea area, and Guo now had the confidence to do so. Even if he couldn't defeat the Demon King, as long as he could make the Demon King helpless against him, that would be enough. Since you're going to attend, bring a prize with you. Guo took out a jade bottle and tossed it to Shi Yue. Senior, once you reveal this prize, those people will fight to the death. Shi Yue didn't open the jade bottle, but she already knew what was inside, because she had received such a jade bottle not long ago. This contained the Gathering Gold Pill, enough to drive all Foundation establishment cultivators mad. Guo hadn't used the Gathering Gold Pill he refined when he broke through to the Golden Core realm. So, Guo gave one to Shi Yue. After all, after Guo left, she would need to take care of things here, and without the strength of the Golden Core realm, it would always be somewhat insufficient. Shi Yue's cultivation was now at the Foundation establishment late stage, not far from Foundation establishment great perfection. If time allowed, Guo would protect her until she reached Golden Core. If you want good things, you have to fight for them, Guo said with a smile. Soon, news spread that the Great Genren had offered a Gathering Gold Pill as a prize for this martial arts competition, immediately causing an uproar throughout the Cancer Islands. The Foundation establishment contestants who were about to participate were all trembling with excitement. In this competition, winning first place would not only grant them a Quasi 3rd Order spiritual land but also a Gathering Gold Pill. Such immense temptation ensured that the upcoming martial arts competition would be very exciting. While the martial arts competition was in full swing, in a distant sea area, within an ocean vortex, several great demons quietly stood guard outside the vortex. They had been guarding here for 5 years, after all, a Demon King's nap could last for several years. Fortunately, this Demon King did not go into seclusion or deep sleep, otherwise, it would probably take decades to see the Demon King. Splash! Suddenly, the vortex began to tremble, and a huge black shadow swam within the vortex. The next moment, the black shadow rushed out of the vortex and soared into the sky. It was actually a sea snake with horns. No, it should be called a flood dragon. Greetings, Demon King. The great demons who were waiting quickly prostrated themselves, shouting. This was the Demon King who ruled this sea area. What is it? The flood dragon in the sky stretched its body, then rapidly shrunk in size, eventually transforming into a black-robed youth. As a 4th Order Demon King, he could already fully shapeshift. Reporting to the Demon King. Upon hearing the Demon King's inquiry, the great demons quickly recounted the events of the Cancer Islands in detail. Useless things, you can't even deal with a few human cultivators. Hearing this, the black-robed youth's face showed some displeasure. For him, a Demon King, to deal with a human golden core, wasn't that a loss of face? But if things were truly as the other party said, and the human cultivator of the Cancer Islands could force back the great demon Crimson Sand, then there was indeed no solution unless he took action. In addition, the extremely large spiritual chi vortex that appeared in the Cancer Islands made the black-robed youth think of the immortal golden core. As a Demon King, the black-robed youth knew a lot. If an immortal golden core cultivator truly appeared in the Cancer Islands, that would indeed be a hidden danger. He didn't want a nascent soul true lord to appear in his territory. Cancer Islands. The martial arts competition was in full swing. The extremely generous rewards of this competition made all the participating Foundation establishment cultivators bring out all their skills, making the competition exceptionally exciting. The surrounding spectators were also ignited by the contestants' performances, cheering loudly one by one. However, amidst the noisy crowd, a black-robed youth appeared very calm. Nothing special. The black-robed youth shook his head. Since the Cancer Islands could produce a cultivator suspected of having an immortal golden core, he had thought there was something special about the human cultivators on the Cancer Islands. Now, it seemed there was nothing unusual. The black-robed youth, having lost interest, then left the spectator stands and walked towards the core of the Cancer Islands. This black-robed youth was precisely the Jiaolong Demon King. The Jiaolong Demon King, capable of shape-shifting, did not launch a large-scale attack but instead directly shape-shifted and entered the Cancer Islands as a loose cultivator. Only those great Yao who could not completely shape-shift would launch large-scale attacks, as they could not infiltrate stealthily. A Quasi 4th Order formation. Soon, the Jiaolong Demon King arrived in front of the island, and at a glance, he saw the clouds and mist enveloping the island. The Crimson Sand Great Yao, who had lived for 1,000 years, could discern the formation of the island, and the Jiaolong Demon King, having lived even longer than the Crimson Sand Great Yao, naturally understood it even better. With this Quasi 4th Order formation in place, the Jiaolong Demon King's original plan to secretly eliminate the immortal Golden Core cultivator was clearly unfeasible. It was somewhat embarrassing for him, a dignified Demon King, to go and kill a junior. Therefore, if possible, he wanted to do it secretly. Unfortunately, the existence of this Quasi 4th Order formation prevented him from doing so. However, it was not a big problem. The Jiaolong Demon King stepped onto the island. At this moment, his arm transformed into a ferocious dragon claw, and then he reached out towards the clouds and mist above the island. A Quasi 4th Order formation, if he were to fall into it, the Jiaolong Demon King would be trapped for a moment, but as long as he did not enter the formation and instead caused destruction from the outside, breaking this formation was not a difficult task. Rumble. As the Demon King made his move, a giant dragon claw instantly appeared above the island, directly tearing open a gap in the clouds and mist enveloping the island. However, the surrounding clouds and mist quickly sealed the gap. Guang, within the island, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the dragon claw that appeared in the sky, his expression solemn. Although he had prepared early, Guang had not expected the Demon King to arrive so suddenly. He had thought that when the Demon King attacked, he would lead a massive army of sea Yao beasts. He did not expect the Demon King to sneak in and launch a surprise attack. Unfortunately, the opponent had arrived a bit late. If it had been a few years ago, Guang would have been worried, even considering fleeing, but now. Guang directly withdrew the cloud mist illusion formation. This formation could not stop a Demon King, and Guang did not want the formation to be damaged. He was not a formation master and would not be able to repair it. Besides, now this cloud mist illusion formation was just a formation used by Guang to conceal the plants on the island, it was not meant to block enemies. This is. As the cloud mist illusion formation was withdrawn, the lush island, filled with various plants, was revealed. Before the Jiaolong Demon King could observe carefully, the series of peak third order auras made the Jiaolong Demon King's expression become extremely solemn. Lingzi Master. Upon seeing that the peak third order auras all originated from various strangely shaped plants, the Jiaolong Demon King instantly thought of the profession of Lingzi Master. Low-level Lingzi Masters were weak, but high-level Lingzi Masters were very formidable, especially those who had lived for a long time. After all, spirit plants grow stronger with age, so most Lingzi Masters would cultivate cultivation techniques that could extend their lifespan. Only by living long enough could the spirit plants in their hands unleash their maximum value. At this moment, the Jiaolong Demon King felt that he must have encountered a third-order Lingzi Master who had lived long enough. Such an old Lingzi Master's combat power was extremely terrifying. In a defensive battle, even fourth-order Demon Kings and nascent soul true lords might not be able to do anything to them. The only weakness of a Lingzi Master was their poor mobility in combat. Alas, I always wanted to conceal my identity as a Lingzi Master, but in the end, I still have to reveal it. Guang sighed softly. However, he also understood that facing a Demon King, continuing to hide was simply unrealistic. Fortunately, the identity of a Lingzi Master was only Gumo's second layer of disguise, the sunflowers and other plants were Gumo's true secret. What's happening? As the Jiaolong Demon King made his move and the cloud mist illusion formation was withdrawn, the Demon King's aura and the auras of the various peak third order spirit plants instantly spread out. This caused all the cultivators on the Cancer Islands to tremble incessantly. The Demon King is attacking. At this moment, a matter that they had almost forgotten popped into the minds of the cultivators of the Cancer Islands. 5 years ago, Guang had warned everyone about an impending Demon King attack. However, the past 5 years had been peaceful, and everyone had gradually forgotten about it. Yet, today, the Demon King's aura suddenly descended, giving everyone no time to prepare. Competition suspended. While everyone was still somewhat at a loss, several Golden Core cultivators quickly reacted. As they sensed the Demon King's aura, they also sensed the series of peak third order auras from within the island, which brought a hint of calmness amidst the panic of the cultivators of the Cancer Islands. Although the Demon King was terrifying, the Great Genren's combat power was also shocking enough to impress people. With the Great Genren holding them off, they had time to retreat. Leaving here and not becoming a burden to the Great Genren was the only thing the cultivators of the Cancer Islands could do. Is this your confidence? The Jiaolong Demon King stared at the spirit plants radiating peak third order auras, then threw a punch. As a Demon King, his preferred fighting style was with his fists, which was also the Yao Beast's favorite fighting style, brutal, crude, but effective. Especially when facing human cultivators, Yao Beasts had the advantage of physical strength, which they naturally had to make good use of. Bang! However, the Jiaolong Demon King's fist was blocked by a light curtain. Although the light curtain rippled under the Demon King's punch, it did not break. This scene made the Jiaolong Demon King somewhat surprised. He had not held back that punch. Why could this seemingly ordinary defensive formation block his attack? What? As the Jiaolong Demon King was momentarily stunned, he felt 2 streams of light, one red and one blue, shooting towards him. Those 2 streams of light actually gave him a sense of threat. The peak third order pea shooters, combined with the peak third order torch tree stump and ice flame tree stump, their combined power was infinitely close to the 4th order level. Without hesitation, the Jiaolong Demon King chose to evade. He would not take an attack he could not see through. However, just as the Jiaolong Demon King was about to retreat, a subtle sense of unease instantly rose in his heart. Not only behind him, but also above, below, and to his sides, there were auras that made him feel uneasy, yet the Jiaolong Demon King did not see any attacks, only a few large cherries. Explode. Seeing that the Demon King had discovered the cherry bombs, Guang no longer hesitated and directly detonated them. In an instant, terrifying annihilation power directly engulfed the Jiaolong Demon King. A peak third order cherry bomb was enough to give even a 4th order Demon King a hard time, not to mention the combination of fire peas and ice peas. Such an attack should be enough to make that Demon King retreat, right? Guang had not thought of killing the Demon King, he only wanted to make the Demon King realize he was not to be trifled with and retreat voluntarily. Hiss. Amidst the terrifying explosion, an angry hiss sounded, and then a huge figure rushed out. It was clear that the Jiaolong Demon King had revealed his true form, meaning he was getting serious. Die for me. The Jiaolong Demon King's massive body coiled in the sea outside the island. At this moment, there were multiple injuries on his dark body. Although not fatal, it must have been a severe psychological blow to the Demon King. After all, being injured by a human golden core cultivator, if this got out, it would damage his reputation as a Demon King. The enraged Demon King's surging Yao power erupted without restraint. The next moment, the sea area of the Cancer Islands began to boil, then transformed into a towering giant wave even larger than the island, crashing down heavily. Read the error-free version at 6-9 book bar. Rumble. The giant wave, larger than the island, crashed down, causing the entire island to tremble. If it weren't for the protection of the nut array, this single blow would definitely have shattered the island, completely destroying this spirit land. The Jiaolong Demon King's actions clearly enraged Gu Mo. Originally, Gu Mo only wanted to force the Demon King to retreat, but the opponent wanted to destroy his spirit land, which Gu Mo could not tolerate. What kind of formation is this? Why is it so sturdy? The Jiaolong Demon King stared at the light curtain covering the island's spirit land, his heart filled with solemnity. If it weren't for this defensive formation, he would have already rushed in and killed that human cultivator. Just as the Jiaolong Demon King was studying the nut array, suddenly, vines shot out from the sea, coiling around the Jiaolong Demon King. What is this? The Jiaolong Demon King was startled, he had not even noticed such spirit plants in the sea. Immediately, the Jiaolong Demon King twisted his body, trying to break free from the vines. However, there were too many vines, and the Jiaolong Demon King could not escape in a short time. To trap the Demon King, Gu Mo directly used 5 peak third order entangling water grasses, which was all of Gu Mo's stock. Attack. After entangling the Jiaolong Demon King, Gu Mo directly issued the command for a full power attack. Immediately, energy peas shot towards the Jiaolong Demon King. Although the power of those energy peas was only peak third order and it was difficult to cause damage to the physically strong Demon King, they could still be used to consume the Demon King's power. Gu Mo's plan was to first use pea shooters to deplete a wave, and then increase the intensity. Get lost. The Jiaolong Demon King roared, and his power instantly erupted, actually breaking free from the entangling water grasses restraint for a fleeting moment. However, just as the Jiaolong Demon King was about to escape, an ice pea appeared and hit him precisely. In an instant, the sea area near the Jiaolong Demon King was instantly frozen, directly blocking any hope for the Jiaolong Demon King to escape. Gu Mo's means of trapping enemies now were not just the entangling water grass, he also had ice peas. The combination of the two was enough to restrict the Demon King for some time, and this period was Gu Mo's moment of full output. Heavens! The cultivators of the Cancer Islands, who were retreating in the distance, watched the Demon King being tied up and beaten, their eyes wide open. They thought the Great Genren could resist the Demon King for a moment, but they had not expected that the Great Genren would directly tie up the Demon King and pummel him. This combat power was simply too terrifying. Compared to the excitement of the cultivators of the Cancer Islands, Gu Mo was very clear that although he currently held the advantage, he was still a long way from killing the Demon King. Without true nascent soul level means, it would be very difficult to slay a Demon King. However, coincidentally, after condensing the immortal golden core, Gu Mo had already mastered a nascent soul level technique. Although performing this technique would consume the immortal power within his golden core, Gu Mo had a lot of immortal power in his golden core, so using it once or twice was not a problem. Continuing to let the pea shooters consume the Demon King's power, Gu Mo brought out a blade of the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors and injected a wisp of immortal power from his golden core into the blade. In an instant, the spirit treasure level Golden Flood Dragon Scissors blade emitted a brilliant golden light, and even a faint illusory image of a Jiaolong appeared on the blade. In the distant sea, the Jiaolong Demon King, trapped by the entangling water grass, looked disheveled, but Gu Mo's attacks did not pose any threat to him. At most, they consumed some of his power, and as a sea Yao beast, especially being in the sea, this small consumption of power was nothing to him. What truly mattered was his face. As a Demon King, being tied up and pummeled by a human made the Jiaolong Demon King extremely furious. However, those water grasses were indeed quite troublesome, and he couldn't break free for a while. But it wasn't a big problem, that human cultivator's attacks couldn't hurt him. As long as he had some time to break free, he would definitely let that human cultivator know what despair was. As the Jiaolong Demon King thought this, suddenly, a strong sense of fear inexplicably arose from within the Jiaolong Demon King, as if he had encountered a natural predator. What's going on? The Jiaolong Demon King struggled frantically. This kind of fear was something he had never experienced before. Hoo-hoo! Gu Mo held the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors blade. At this moment, his breathing was heavy. Stimulated by the immortal power, Gu Mo felt that the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors blade in his hand had become unusually heavy, as if it contained immense power. Hehe, Golden Flood Dragon Scissors against a Jiaolong, does this have an extra bonus? Gu Mo walked towards the Jiaolong Demon King, holding the blade, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he saw the terror in the Jiaolong Demon King's eyes. Wait, we can talk this over. The Jiaolong Demon King looked at the blade in Gu Mo's hand, his pupils contracting. From this blade, he felt a fatal threat. Although begging a human golden core cultivator would greatly damage his face, what was face compared to his life? Don't you think it's a bit late now? The more terrified the Jiaolong Demon King was, the more Gu Mo could not stop. Previously, Gu Mo was not confident in killing the Demon King, but these Golden Flood Dragon Scissors seemed to terrify the Jiaolong Demon King, meaning the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors could kill him. Since he could be eliminated, eliminating him would naturally have greater deterrent power. If he were released now, the Jiaolong Demon King would certainly not rest easy. With a magic treasure that could threaten him in the hands of a human cultivator, if he were to gather some helpers, Guang would not be able to deal with two fourth-order demon kings. Therefore, the best solution was to directly slay the Jiaolong Demon King now and eliminate future troubles permanently. Seeing that Guang was unwilling to stop, the Jiaolong Demon King no longer hesitated and directly used a life-risking method. At all costs, the Jiaolong Demon King's power greatly increased, and he actually broke free from the restraints of the entangling water grass. Severing heaven. But at this moment, Guang's attack also arrived. The same cutting heaven sword tactic, when performed by Guang now, was immeasurably more powerful than before. Coupled with the enhancement from the golden flood dragon scissors blade in his hand, that severing heaven sword light seemed to truly want to sever the heavens. Roar! Facing the brilliant sword light, the Jiaolong Demon King was filled with terror, but his desire for life made him infuse all his demonic power into his body, preparing to use his most formidable demonic body to resist this blow. Pfft! The golden flood dragon scissors blade cut across the Jiaolong Demon King's powerful demonic body. The Jiaolong phantom on the blade flickered slightly, and then the blade cut in without any obstruction, directly severing the Jiaolong Demon King's head. Seeing this, Guang was slightly startled. He knew from the Jiaolong Demon King's reaction that the golden flood dragon scissors had a restraining effect on him, but Guang hadn't expected the restraining effect to be so great. Of course, to exert such a restraining effect, an attack power of the same level was also required. If Guang hadn't used immortal power and had only attacked with golden core level strength, then even with a restraining effect, it wouldn't have been so obvious. Trying to escape. While Guang was momentarily stunned, a Jiaolong phantom shot out. This was the Jiaolong Demon King's demonic soul. Human cultivators have nascent soul, while Yao beasts of the same level have demonic souls. Although the wondrous uses of a demonic soul are not as profound as a human nascent soul, simple possession can still be achieved. Of course, the strongest aspect of a Yao beast is its physique, and after a demonic soul's possession, the Demon King's strength would decline far more than a human nascent soul's possession. But even so, Guang didn't want the Jiaolong Demon King's demonic soul to escape. Guang was very clear about the principle of nipping evil in the bud. Without hesitation, Guang cast his sword control art, transforming the golden flood dragon scissors blade in his hand into a flying sword, and attacked the Jiaolong Demon King's demonic soul. The fleeing Jiaolong Demon King sensed the attack behind him, and it hadn't reached the nascent soul level, so he breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a nascent soul level attack, it would be impossible to destroy his demonic soul. No. However, just as this thought arose in the Jiaolong Demon King's mind, a great terror instantly surged forth. Without hesitation, the Jiaolong demonic soul quickly dodged, successfully avoiding the golden flood dragon scissors blade's attack. But before the Jiaolong demonic soul could rejoice, the Jiaolong phantom on the golden flood dragon scissors blade, which had brushed past it, flickered and directly sucked the Jiaolong Demon King's demonic soul into the blade. A powerful fourth-order demon king thus fell. This isn't going to give birth to a spirit, is it? Guang recalled the blade and carefully sensed the changes in it. After absorbing the Jiaolong Demon King's demonic soul, Guang found that the golden flood dragon scissors blade had undergone some subtle changes, which made Guang wonder if the Jiaolong's demonic soul helped the golden flood dragon scissors give birth to a spirit. Of course, this was just Guang's guess. The current changes in the golden flood dragon scissors were still very subtle. In the future, he could try killing a few more Jiaolong and absorbing their demonic souls. With the golden flood dragon scissors, a great weapon, Guang would be able to kill Jiaolong very easily, unless he encountered a powerful Jiaolong several realms stronger than him. We won. While Guang was studying the changes in the golden flood dragon scissors, the cultivators of the Cancer Islands in the distance, looking at the huge Jiaolong corpse that still exuded the aura of a demon king, were all too shocked to speak. A powerful fourth-order demon king was thus directly slain. The great Genren they had always thought he was actually a nascent soul true lord. Guang's attack that slew the demon king had definitely reached the level of a nascent soul true lord. And he wasn't just an ordinary nascent soul true lord. After all, the Jiaolong demon king was considered a relatively formidable demon king among demon kings. How could Guang's strength be that of an ordinary nascent soul true lord if he could slay him so quickly? With such a powerful nascent soul true lord overseeing them, the future days for the cultivators of the Cancer Islands would surely become even better. I hope this can deter the other demon kings in the sea area. Compared to the excitement of the Cancer Islands cultivators, Guang remained very calm. He knew very well that he was able to slay the Jiaolong demon king this time because of the golden flood dragon scissors, a spirit treasure that was the bane of Jiaolong. If another demon king had come, even a weaker one than the Jiaolong demon king, it would have been almost impossible for Guang to slay him. At most, he could have forced him back. It was precisely because he knew his true strength was insufficient to slay a demon king that Guang gave up the tempting idea of seizing the Jiaolong demon king's spiritual land. A spiritual land that could be occupied by a demon king was definitely a fourth-order spiritual land, and the importance of spiritual land to Guang was self-evident. If Guang could obtain a fourth-order spiritual land, he would be able to cultivate fourth-order sunflower. At that time, with the help of fourth-order sun essence, Guang would have a high probability of entering the nascent soul realm. However, Guang's current strength was insufficient to protect a fourth-order spiritual land, so he could only give up occupying the Jiaolong demon king's spiritual land. At the same time, not occupying the Jiaolong demon king's fourth-order spiritual land was also a conciliatory gesture to the other demon kings in the sea area after slaying the Jiaolong demon king. Guang possessed the strength to slay the Jiaolong demon king, but he didn't compete with them for the fourth order spiritual land. Facing such an existence, those demon kings obviously had no reason to trouble Guo. If Guo had forcefully occupied the Jiaolong demon king's spiritual land, it would have aroused the vigilance of the other demon kings. After all, the Jiaolong demon king was not weak, and the other demon kings would also worry whether Guo, this human nascent soul true lord, would attack them. At that time, under pressure, if several demon kings joined forces, Guo would be in trouble. Although the Jiaolong demon king's spiritual land couldn't be obtained, the Jiaolong demon king himself was very valuable. A fourth order Jiaolong demon king, no exaggeration, his whole body was a treasure. Especially that fourth order demonic core, it was even more priceless. Guo even considered using his incarnation to refine this fourth order demonic core. Would his incarnation's combat power be able to reach the level of a nascent soul true lord? However, this idea was quickly dismissed by Guo. A foundation establishment cultivator trying to refine a demon king's demonic core, wasn't that seeking death? The greatest use of a demon king's demonic core should still be for alchemy, artifact refining, formation arrangement, and puppets. Refining Ningying pill with a demon king's outer core would definitely yield high-grade ones. It was a pity that the Jiaolong demonic soul was absorbed by the golden flood dragon scissors, otherwise, with the demonic core and demonic soul, there was a chance to refine a spiritual artifact. Arranging a formation with a demonic core was also a very good choice, especially a demon king's demonic core. Demonic cores of this level already possess the ability to absorb heaven and earth spiritual chi independently. Using them to provide energy for a formation could keep the grand formation active for a very long time. Similarly, a demon king level demonic core was also a very important core for refining high-level puppets. Why is a demon king's demonic core priceless? It's because of its wide range of uses, everyone scrambles for it. Of course, the Jiaolong demon king's tendons, bones, and flesh are also very useful and can all be sold for high prices. However, this would have to wait until Guo traveled to the great cultivation world before he could sell them. In the Cancer Islands, no one could afford the materials of a fourth order demon king. The battle ended, Guo cleared the battlefield, and then the cloud mist illusion formation was activated again, with clouds and mist covering the island. But at this moment, the cultivators of the Cancer Islands looked at the island with even greater solemnity. After all, a golden core immortal master and a nascent soul true lord are completely different concepts. At the same time, the news of Guo slaying the Jiaolong demon king spread like wildfire. Upon learning this news, the great demons in the sea area controlled by the Jiaolong demon king all trembled. At this moment, those great demons had completely given up the idea of troubling the Cancer Islands, all they cared about was how to save their lives. Finally, the great demons elected Crimson Sand, representing the great demons of the sea area, to pay respects to Guo. This concubine pays respects to True Lord. Meeting again, but this time Crimson Sand appeared exceptionally submissive. From now on, as long as you don't slaughter mortals, it will be fine. Guo accepted the gifts offered by Crimson Sand, then waved his hand. He naturally had no intention of wiping out all the great demons in the sea area, doing so would provoke the hostility of other demon kings. Guo's action of giving up the Jiaolong demon king's spiritual land had already greatly alleviated the hostility of the other demon kings, so he naturally wouldn't provoke those demon kings further. After all, Guo couldn't stay here indefinitely. He couldn't push those sea demons too hard, otherwise, when Guo left, if those great demons attacked, the Cancer Islands would be in great danger. Of course, Guo only protected mortals. As for cultivators staying in the Cancer Islands, they would be safe. If they ventured out for exploration, they would have to bear the risks themselves. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. Thank you, True Lord. Crimson Sand bowed again, and at the same time, she let out a long sigh of relief. Recalling earlier, Crimson Sand only felt a lingering fear. At that time, this True Lord was simply toying with her. Fortunately, she had retreated then, otherwise, she would probably be a corpse now. Another windfall. Guo tallied the treasures offered by Crimson Sand. These were all contributed by those great demons, consisting of third-order spiritual materials and precious ores. After all, it was a tribute to Guo, a nascent soul true lord, bringing out anything too low-end would not only fail to convey apology and submission but would instead carry a hint of provocation. In addition to the third-order spiritual materials and precious ores, there were also several fourth-order spiritual materials among them. Combined with some spiritual materials obtained from He Xiaogang's storage bracelet, Guo actually gathered a complete set of Ningying pill materials. If he added that demon king's demonic core, this would be enough for a high-grade Ningying pill at minimum. Not bad, not bad. Guo nodded with satisfaction. He still didn't know what effect the sun essence condensed from fourth-order sunflower would have, but with this set of high-grade Ningying pill materials as a fallback, his path to nascent soul would be much smoother. Cancer Islands, Martial Arts Arena. The martial arts competition, which had been interrupted by the Demon King's attack, was now resuming. However, slightly different from before, Xie Wei came to watch the competition on behalf of Guo, and she brought a piece of Demon King's flesh and blood, adding another reward to this competition. Looking at the excited expressions of the cultivators below, Xie Wei felt a little dazed. Recalling Senior's actions these past few days, Xie Wei came to a conclusion: Senior was about to leave. But then she thought, this was also very normal. Senior was a nascent soul true lord, and the environment of the Cancer Islands was clearly not suitable for a nascent soul true lord to cultivate. It was only a matter of time before Senior left. Although Xie Wei was not clear why Senior, who had just broken through to become a golden core cultivator not long ago, would display the strength of a nascent soul true lord in his next move, it didn't matter. What was important was that Senior seemed to have no intention of taking her with him. Maybe I'm too weak, Xie Wei murmured. She was not Senior's disciple, but just an ordinary girl saved by Senior, who was fortunate enough to receive Senior's bestowal and thus embarked on the path of cultivation. And this was already extremely fortunate. Xie Wei felt that she shouldn't be too greedy. What a perceptive girl. Gu Mo looked at Xie Wei, who was working harder than ever, and sighed softly in his heart. With the slaying of the Jiaolong Demon King, the Cancer Islands could now be considered officially established in the sea area. Since the Cancer Islands had completely stabilized, Gu Mo also planned to leave and head to Sheneng Valley. After all, Gu Mo still needed to obtain subsequent cultivation technique from Sheneng Valley. As for Xie Wei, Gu Mo didn't plan to take her with him. Transmigrating across the vast ocean, no one knew what risks there would be. Gu Mo alone would be fine, but taking Xie Wei would be inappropriate. Moreover, although Gu Mo was leaving, he had no intention of abandoning the spiritual land. At that time, Gu Mo would leave the cloud mist illusion formation behind. In order not to let the sea demons know of his departure, Gu Mo obviously couldn't take this grand formation with him, otherwise, outsiders would know that Gu Mo had left at a glance. Besides that, Gu Mo also planned to leave some plants here, and these plants also needed to be concealed by the cloud mist illusion formation. As for whether leaving the grand formation would have an impact, Gu Mo didn't care about it. His next destination was Sheneng Valley, and with Sheneng Valley's heritage, there would definitely be more suitable formations. With the grand formation and plants, the Cancer Islands would have an extra layer of protection. Gu Mo's slaying of the Jiaolong Demon King would definitely provide enough deterrence for a short period, but after Gu Mo left and didn't show up for a long time, it was hard to guarantee that some great demons wouldn't have ulterior motives. At that time, the plants left behind would be the means to deal with those great demons. Whether it was the grand formation or the plants, both needed someone to look after them, and Xie Wei was the person Gu Mo chose. Of course, the Cancer Islands would be very peaceful for the next period, so Gu Mo was not in a hurry to leave immediately. He planned to wait until Xie Wei broke through to the Golden Core realm before departing. Otherwise, Xie Wei, who was in the foundation establishment stage, would be too weak. In addition, Gu Mo also planned to recruit a few people. Gu Mo happened to have 3 demonic cores in his hand, which could create 3 outer core cultivators to assist Xie Wei. As for the candidates, Gu Mo planned to let Xie Wei choose them herself after she entered the Golden Core realm. You're also about to make a breakthrough. Gu Mo looked at Little Carp, who had come closer. Little Carp was now also at the second order peak, not far from becoming a third order great demon. Little Carp's rapid progress in strength, in addition to the influence of the sea environment on her, was most importantly due to the sun essence Gu Mo had been feeding her these past few days. Currently, Gu Mo had no cultivation plans, and the progress of the plants upgrading had also slowed down. After all, there was no pressure from a Demon King's attack now, so Gu Mo naturally didn't need to be too anxious. Therefore, with a relatively abundant supply of sun essence, Gu Mo began feeding Little Carp, planning to see what changes Little Carp would undergo after breaking through to a third order great demon. Cancer Islands, Ring Island. The spiritual chi vortex forming in the sky attracted the attention of many cultivators. Everyone looked at the spiritual chi vortex in the sky with admiration and awe. They admired Xie Wei for gaining the favor of a true lord and marveled at her talent and comprehension ability. The cultivators of Cancer Islands all knew who caused the phenomenon of breaking through to the Golden Core. Xie Wei's legendary experience had long since spread. From being a sacrifice offered to a great Yao to now impacting the Golden Core, stepping into the realm of a Golden Core immortal master, what else could such an experience be but legendary? It seems it's done. Gu Mo looked at Xie Wei, whose aura had officially entered the Golden Core realm in the distance, and nodded with satisfaction. Gu Mo was not surprised that Xie Wei could condense a Golden Core. Besides Xie Wei's own talent and comprehension ability, Gu Mo had given Xie Wei a lot of cultivation resources. Especially the resources for medicinal pills were more than sufficient. Moreover, Gu Mo had also used the perfected cleansing art to help Xie Wei clear the slight medicinal pill toxins formed from taking medicinal pills, allowing her to use medicinal pills to improve her cultivation without scruples and without affecting her foundation. With ample medicinal pill supply, Xie Wei had solidified a profound foundation. Then, with the gathering gold pill given by Gu Mo, Xie Wei condensing a golden core was not foolproof, but at least it was a sure thing. It seems Cancer Islands will give birth to another Golden Core immortal master. As the spiritual chi vortex in the sky slowly converged, everyone knew that Cancer Islands had given birth to another Golden Core immortal master. However, before everyone could finish sighing, suddenly, the spiritual chi vortex that had dissipated in the sky reappeared, and this time, the spiritual chi vortex was even larger than before. Someone else is about to break through to the Golden Core. Seeing this, the cultivators of Cancer Islands were first stunned, then reacted. The spiritual chi vortex that appeared now had a completely different aura from before. This meant that on Ring Island, 2 cultivators at Foundation Establishment Great Perfection were impacting the Golden Core realm. Everyone already knew that the first one was Xie Wei, but no one knew who the second one was. Moreover, the commotion of this second breakthrough was even greater than Xie Wei's. This indicated that the second cultivator to break through had a much deeper foundation than Xie Wei. However, after experiencing the shock of Gu Mo's previous Golden Core breakthrough, where the terrifying spiritual chi vortex covered half of Cancer Islands, the cultivators of Cancer Islands clearly had considerable resistance to the spiritual chi vortex that now far surpassed what ordinary cultivators generated during a breakthrough. After all, that was a true Lord's Dao field, and it wasn't surprising for a true Lord to have a few excellent disciples unknown to others. However, everyone's composure only lasted for a moment before it completely collapsed with a dragon shadow faintly discernible within the spiritual chi vortex. Heavens, what is that? Everyone looked at the dragon shadow in the spiritual chi vortex, their eyes filled with shock, because it was not just a simple dragon shadow, but also emitted a faint pressure. It's not a cultivator breaking through, it's a spirit beast containing true dragon bloodline breaking through, a cultivator with broader knowledge spoke. Breaking through in a true Lord's Dao field, this clearly wouldn't be a Yao beast, it could only be a spirit beast raised by the true Lord. Many people had heard about this, as someone had seen a large golden little carp frequently appearing in the true Lord's Dao field. Indeed, the one currently breaking through was Gumo's spirit beast, Little Carp. After all these years, Little Carp had already reached the second order peak. After Shiyue successfully broke through, Little Carp also chose to break through under Gumo's instruction. Since Shiyue had successfully entered the Golden Core realm, Gumo was also preparing to leave for Sheneng Valley. Before that, Gumo also wanted Little Carp to break through her realm first. Breaking through here was clearly safer than breaking through in the sea. Moreover, Little Carp becoming a third-order Great Yao would also help Gumo cross the sea. Whether it's a Yao beast or a spirit beast, after becoming a third-order Great Yao, there's a probability of mastering an ability, the ability to change the size of their form. Gumo planned to ride Little Carp across the sea at that time, which would definitely save more effort than flying himself. However, Gumo didn't expect that when Little Carp broke through to third order, her true dragon bloodline would begin to awaken. Although Gumo had anticipated this, after all, having fed Little Carp so much sun essence, Little Carp had long embarked on a completely different Dao from other Little Carp spirit beasts. Gumo guessed that Little Carp would one day be able to awaken her true dragon bloodline, but he didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Of course, there's still a vast difference between awakening the true dragon bloodline and completely transforming into a dragon, but the awakening of the true dragon bloodline will bring an extremely significant improvement to Little Carp. True dragons, those are divine beasts of legend, existences comparable to immortals. And at the moment Little Carp's true dragon bloodline awakened, breaking through to a third-order Great Yao was no longer an issue for Little Carp. All that was needed now was to wait quietly. And also to be vigilant outside Cancer Islands, to see if any Demon King would be attracted by the true dragon bloodline aura emitted by Little Carp. For Xiao, the true dragon bloodline is definitely fatally attractive, especially for those Xiao who also contain true dragon bloodline but have not yet awakened it. There really is one. Suddenly, Gumo's gaze swept into the distance. He could feel and gaze in the distance watching Cancer Islands. That was definitely a Demon King. But the other party did not approach. After all, Gumo had just slain the Jiaolong Demon King a few years ago. The Demon King in the distance should be weaker than the Jiaolong Demon King. Since even the Jiaolong Demon King died in Cancer Islands, this weaker Demon King naturally didn't dare to come over. Finally, that Demon King chose to retreat. Although the aura in Cancer Islands was tempting, one also needed to have the life to obtain it. Moreover, that Demon King sensed another, more powerful Demon King aura approaching. And also, Gumo also detected another, even more powerful Demon King aura, and this aura was even somewhat familiar to Gumo. It's that dragon blood seaweed. Suddenly, Gumo remembered the owner of this aura, it was one of the culprits that led him to the sea area. Dragon blood seaweed, clearly a Xiao containing dragon blood, and the other party should have already awakened the dragon blood within its body. This type of Xiao's strength is definitely the strongest among its peers, and a Demon King of this kind is something Gumo cannot handle right now. After thinking for a moment, Gumo's figure transformed into a wisp of clear wind and dissipated. A moment later, the dragon blood seaweed suddenly stopped its advance towards Cancer Islands, then quickly turned and headed towards a certain place. Because the dragon blood seaweed sensed that thing that it had yearned for years ago, and had searched for years without a trace. Now that thing suddenly appeared. How could the dragon blood seaweed not be surprised? With almost no hesitation, the dragon blood seaweed directly headed towards the direction of that sensed item. Few finally led it away. After a while, Gumo returned to Cancer Islands. Upon discovering that the dragon blood seaweed's target was Cancer Islands, Gumo used sun essence to lure the dragon blood seaweed away. Back then, Gumo used sun essence to attract the dragon blood seaweed, which then fought a great battle with the nascent soul true lord of Fenghua sect, allowing Gumo to escape smoothly. Is it over? At this moment, Gumo also sensed that the spiritual chi vortex in the sky had disappeared, and Little Carp's promotion had smoothly concluded. Returning to Ring Island, a golden figure, carrying brilliant light, rushed before Gumo. Then a crisp voice came, Master, Master, look. Following that crisp voice, the large golden Little Carp that appeared before Gumo spat out a golden demon core, displaying it to Gumo. Not bad. Gumo stroked Little Carp's fish head. Having become a third-order Great Yao, Little Carp was already able to speak human words. At second order, Little Carp's intelligence was already very high, and now having entered third-order Great Yao, she directly learned to speak. Besides that, on the demon core Little Carp displayed, there was actually a dragon pattern, and it also emitted a faint dragon might. Rather than a demon core, it was more like a dragon pearl. It's no exaggeration to say that this dragon pearl is the most crucial step for Little Carp to embark on the path of transforming into a true dragon. Other Yao beasts containing dragon blood, even if they awaken the true dragon bloodline within them, at most their form will transform towards that of a true dragon, for example, growing dragon horns on their heads. While little carp didn't grow any dragon horns, she directly condensed the core of a true dragon, the dragon pearl. Hehe. Upon receiving Gumo's praise, little carp happily snuggled against Gumo. Seeing this, Gumo reached out and pressed her fish head, asking little carp what other changes she had after her breakthrough. Read the unedited version at 169shu.com. Changes. Little carp thought hard for a moment, then her body began to shrink. Soon, little carp transformed into a palm-sized small little carp, happily burrowing into Gumo's sleeve. Seeing this, Gumo smiled. As expected, little carp successfully mastered the ability to change size. Now he had a mount. In addition, after little carp entered third order, she also mastered an innate divine ability, controlling clouds and spreading rain. That's right, it's a divine ability, not a spell. This should be an ability little carp obtained from her bloodline after awakening her true dragon bloodline. Controlling clouds and spreading rain is precisely the ability of the legendary true dragon. This divine ability is not a combat-oriented divine ability, it's more like a divine ability version of the small cloud rain technique. The spiritual rain that falls from controlling clouds and spreading rain not only contains rich spiritual chi, but also contains some indescribable things. These things will have great benefits for the growth of spirit plants. This made Gumo wonder if the 5 exclusive spells of a spiritual farmer also had corresponding divine ability versions. And Gumo felt that he should be able to get an answer to this speculation when he went to Sheneng Valley. After all, that is the strongest Lingzi master sect, and it is also a sect that preserves the legacy of Sheneng, so there must be relevant information. Taking out several portions of third order sun essence to send little carp off to consolidate her cultivation, Gumo called Shiyue over. Senior. After becoming a golden core immortal master, Shiyue's temperament also underwent a huge change, but at this moment, Shiyue's face did not show the joy of becoming a golden core immortal master. Because she knew very well that the moment she stepped onto the golden core realm was the moment Gumo would leave. Shiyue once thought about deliberately slowing down her cultivation so that Gumo would stay longer, but in the end, Shiyue didn't do that. Instead, she cultivated with all her might, she didn't want to disappoint Gumo. From now on, I'll leave this place for you to manage. Gumo patted Shiyue's head, comforting her, cultivate well. As long as you're alive, there will always be a day we meet again. Shiyue bit her lip and nodded heavily. Subsequently, Gumo handed 2 third-order top-grade cherry bombs to Shiyue as her life-saving treasures. In addition, he also informed Shiyue of the control over the Ring Island's great formation and the effects of the plants he left behind, one by one. Gumo didn't leave many plants, but they were all third-order top-grade. Moreover, Gumo also left the nut array. Gumo had already memorized the layout of the nut array by heart, so he could easily set it up even without a formation plate. Therefore, Gumo wouldn't take the nut array here with him. He had already accumulated quite a few nuts in his black mist space, and as long as he found a suitable spirit field, he could rearrange them. With the quasi 4th order Yunyu Huansheng formation, cloud mist illusion formation, the nut array, plus 3rd order top grade pea shooters, potato mines and cherry bombs, even if a demon king attacked, Shiyue would be able to defend against it. When everything was settled, Gumo hid the shrunken little carp in his sleeve, then his figure transformed into a wisp of clear wind and dissipated, leaving Cancer Islands without anyone knowing. In the boundless ocean, a golden little carp, the size of a small boat, sped across the surface of the sea, and on the back of the golden little carp sat a young man. Little carp, go that way. The young man held a map, directing the little carp beneath him. Okay, master. Upon hearing this, the large little carp let out a clear and pleasant sound, then sped off in the direction the young man indicated. This young man and the large little carp were precisely Gumo and little carp, who had left Cancer Islands. Gumo wanted to go to Sheneng Valley. First, he had to reach the cultivation realm where Sheneng Valley was located. Before that, Gumo had to cross this boundless ocean. But Gumo did not choose to directly cross the ocean, because that was too dangerous. In the sea, there were not only 4th order demon kings, but it was also said that in the deep sea, there were 5th order demon emperors. In addition, the harsh environment of the sea was also very dangerous. The Golden Core realm could only barely withstand it. If they encountered some extreme situations, even a Golden Core immortal master would be in mortal danger. If they were unlucky and entered some dangerous places in the sea, that would be a real big trouble. Therefore, Gumo was currently looking for the safe route marked on Chi Chunda's wooden plaque. Once he found that safe route, Gumo would follow it to Sheneng Valley. Those safe routes were discovered through countless cultivators' long years of exploration, routes that excluded Demon King territories, various dangerous places, and extreme environments. Although this route was a bit circuitous and not as fast as a direct crossing, it was safer. If they were lucky and encountered a merchant ship along the way, hitching a ride would be ideal. Several months later, Gumo finally saw the location marked on the map, which meant he had found the safe route. Now, he just needed to follow that route forward. However, before that, Gumo planned to rest for a bit. After all, after months of continuous travel, both Gumo and Little Carp felt tired. It was also thanks to Little Carp's awakened true dragon bloodline that she could continuously absorb spiritual energy from the sea to replenish herself. If it were any other spirit beast, it wouldn't have been able to last this long. However, the resting place Gumo chose was surrounded by the vast sea, with no islands. It didn't seem like a good resting place, but for Gu Mo, it was no problem at all. Gu Mo, who was preparing to rest on the spot, took out a lotus seed and threw it directly into the sea. Soon, the lotus seed quickly took root and sprouted. Within a few breaths, a huge lotus leaf appeared on the sea. Gu Mo leaped onto the lotus leaf, then took out his magical artifact hut. Soon, a temporary resting place floating in the sea was completed. Moreover, the roots beneath the lotus could continuously absorb spiritual chi from the sea and gather it on the lotus leaf, providing spiritual chi replenishment for Gu Mo who was resting on the lotus leaf. It's no exaggeration to say that Gu Mo had the confidence to cross the ocean alone, not only because of his golden core realm cultivation, but also because of this lotus plant. What is most feared when crossing the ocean? Naturally, it's the large consumption of spiritual chi and the inability to find a resting place, leading to a continuous decline in the cultivator's state. If an emergency occurs in this state, it can be very dangerous. But for Gu Mo, this was not a problem at all. With the lotus, Gu Mo could stop and rest at any time. Moreover, with little carp as transportation, Gu Mo's consumption was extremely small. His state was always at its best, allowing him to have the energy to deal with any sudden situation. Little carp, let's go. After resting on the lotus for half a day, Gu Mo called out little carp, who was tucked in his sleeve, preparing to continue their journey. Gu Mo also wanted to reach Sheneng Valley as soon as possible and then begin his farming life. After all, without farming, there would be no sun essence to gain. Okay, master. Little carp transformed back into the size of a small boat, then looked at Gu Mo with eager eyes. Seeing this, Gu Mo threw out a portion of sun essence, and little carp happily swallowed it, wagging its long, ribbon-like fish tail joyfully. Next was a monotonous journey. Because they were traveling on a safe route, they didn't encounter any dangers along the way. During this time, Gu Mo encountered several fleets, but unfortunately, the owners of the fleets did not welcome Gu Mo joining them midway, fearing that Gu Mo was a rogue cultivator. The safety of this route meant that it did not pass through Demon King territories, harsh environments, or forbidden lands. Rogue cultivators were not excluded from this. In fact, the biggest threat on this route was the rogue cultivators who could appear at any time. Those merchant ships traveling to and from the great cultivation worlds were loaded with massive amounts of goods. If one could be plundered, it would definitely lead to overnight riches. Of course, the owners of merchant ships would invite some strong individuals to protect them every time they sailed. Some large merchant teams, or when escorting high-value goods, would even invite a nascent soul true lord to guard them. But among them, there were also some small merchant teams who, seeing the huge profits of cross-domain trade, would choose to venture out to sea. The defensive power of these small merchant teams was relatively much weaker, usually with only a golden core real person stationed. These small merchant teams were the main targets of those rogue cultivators, and all the small merchant teams Gu Mo encountered during this period naturally would not easily allow an unfamiliar golden core real person to board their ship. Gu Mo was quite helpless about this and could only continue his journey alone. At the current speed, it would take Gu Mo at least a year to reach the great cultivation world where Sheneng Valley is located. There was no other way, he could only brace himself and keep going. On this day, Gu Mo sat cross-legged on little carp's back, silently comprehending spells and secret arts. Without subsequent cultivation techniques, Gu Mo's cultivation could only be temporarily put aside, dedicating all his time to comprehending those spells and secret arts. The 5 major exclusive spirit farmer spells have now all been comprehended by Gu Mo to the major achievement realm, with the small cloud rain technique being just one step away from the perfection realm. This was thanks to little carp. By observing little carp's innate divine ability, Gu Mo's understanding of the small cloud rain technique improved rapidly. As for the other 4 spirit farmer spells, Gu Mo was confident that he could comprehend them to the perfection realm before arriving at Sheneng Valley. After all, Gu Mo now had golden core cultivation, and comprehending first-order spirit farmer spells from such a high vantage point naturally made the comprehension speed incredibly fast. Especially since Gu Mo had already grasped the principles of spells through some scientific methods, this made Gu Mo comprehend them even faster. Compared to the rapid progress in spirit farmer spells, Gu Mo's comprehension of the sword Dao was quite slow. Currently, Gu Mo only mastered the 2 sword arts, Severing Heaven and Sword Return. Gu Mo was now only continuously deepening his proficiency in these 2 sword arts. As for comprehending new sword arts, Gu Mo thought about it and decided to give up. He would first thoroughly understand these 2 sword arts. Such profound sword daos are too difficult to comprehend on one's own. If there was a master to guide him, it should be much easier. Should I condense an incarnation and seek a sword cultivator as a master? Gu Mo thought to himself. Sheneng Valley clearly did not have a sword cultivator legacy. If Gu Mo wanted to gain something in this area, he could only seek a sword cultivator as a master. And Gu Mo's main body had already acknowledged Chi Chunda as his master and would directly proceed to Sheneng Valley, so it was naturally impossible to acknowledge others as masters. But if an incarnation were to seek a master, this seemed to be feasible. The main body would farm in Sheneng Valley to improve his cultivation realm, while the incarnation would study the sword Dao and become a powerful sword cultivator, thereby compensating for the main body's weakness in combat due to focusing on farming. And the sun essence obtained by the main body through farming could be used to rapidly improve the incarnation's cultivation. At that time, Gu Mo would have 2 identities and could even pull off some clever maneuvers. The more Gu Mo thought about it, the more feasible this plan seemed. Of course, for now, Gu Mo could only jot down this idea. Its actual implementation would have to wait until he arrived at the great cultivation world where Sheneng Valley is located. Currently, Gumo's main task was still to travel and, incidentally, to comprehend spells and secret arts. Although the comprehension of the Sword Dao was not going smoothly, the progress in comprehending the wind tunnel technique was quite good. Gumo has now cultivated the wind tunnel technique to the proficient realm. Compared to the beginner level wind tunnel technique, the proficient level wind tunnel technique has only one change: unparalleled speed. It's no exaggeration to say that Gumo's current speed, among Golden Core cultivators, can definitely be considered outstanding. Of course, Gumo's goal is not just the proficient realm of the wind tunnel technique, the perfection realm is Gumo's true objective. He is very much looking forward to cultivating the wind tunnel technique to the perfection realm and then comprehending that trace of the profundity of the metal tunneling technique among the 5 elements evasion technique. As long as he can comprehend a trace of the profundity of the metal tunneling technique, then Gumo's sword cultivator avatar plan will be even more perfect. However, comprehending a secret art to perfection is not an easy task. Fortunately, Gumo doesn't need to cultivate, so he has plenty of time. Master, it seems there's someone ahead. While Gumo was busy comprehending spells and secret arts, Little Carp's voice came. Hearing this, Gumo stopped his comprehension and his gaze swept towards a distant cluster of reefs. Am I being targeted again? Gumo sighed. A lone traveler like him was easily targeted as a fat sheep by rogue cultivators. Gumo had encountered several waves before, and the result, of course, was that Gumo had slaughtered them all. Although Gumo was currently in travel mode, not his strongest defensive formation mode, and his true cultivation was only at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. But Gumo's true combat power was at the Golden Core 4th Revolution level. This was only his most basic combat power. If he also used the high-grade defensive magic treasure in Gumo's hand, the spirit treasure level Golden Flood Dragon Scissors, and the sword arts and evasion techniques he mastered, he could completely fight a cultivator at the Golden Core 6th Revolution. Being able to fight a Golden Core 6th Revolution cultivator at the early stage of Golden Core was enough to shock people, but this was far from Gumo's limit. If Gumo brought out a third-order high-grade cherry bomb, he could even kill a Golden Core Great Genron. If Gumo was given some time to set up and construct a plant battle line, even a nascent soul True Lord would be helpless against him. With such confidence, Gumo naturally had no fear of the rogue cultivators who targeted him. Ignore them, keep going. Gumo said to Little Carp. If those rogue cultivators didn't come to rob him, Gumo was too lazy to bother them. But if those rogue cultivators foolishly came to rob him, then Gumo would not be polite. Okay. Hearing this, Little Carp nodded. It could easily deal with those hidden people. It wasn't just Gumo who possessed combat power beyond his realm. Little Carp, who had awakened the true dragon bloodline, also had combat power far beyond what ordinary great demons could compare to. Especially in the sea, Little Carp, with its water control talent, would have its combat power boosted by another level. Dealing with some Golden Core 3rd Revolution cultivators was no problem at all. If it went all out, Little Carp at the Golden Core 4th Revolution could also deal with them. Little Carp's strongest trump card right now was spitting out its Dragon Pearl to attack enemies. This move was extremely powerful. Of course, the risk was also very high, as it could easily damage the Dragon Pearl. Although the Dragon Pearl looked very solid, it was still somewhat inappropriate to take such an important item out to smash people. However, the innate divine ability Little Carp awakened when it entered the third order was not a combat type divine ability. Otherwise, if it mastered a combat type innate divine ability, Little Carp would probably be able to slaughter its way through the third order great demon level. For powerful abilities like innate divine ability, fighting above one's realm is standard, and being invincible at the same realm is normal. Reef cluster. Several figures were lurking in the crevices of the reefs, their eyes fixed on a young cultivator riding a brocade carp in the distance. They had seen people riding cranes, turtles, tigers, leopards, and wolves, but riding a brocade carp was a first. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Boss, are we taking this job? As the cultivator riding the brocade carp in the distance approached, someone spoke up to ask. No. After a moment of hesitation, the leading cultivator chose to give up. Anyone who could cross the vast sea alone would not be a simple person, especially since he had never seen this person riding a brocade carp. It was best not to provoke cultivators who were strong and behaved strangely. Oh, not coming. Gumo passed the reef cluster and, seeing that the people lurking on it remained still, couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It had been quite boring on the sea for so many days, and Gumo was actually looking forward to dealing with a few rogue cultivators for a change of pace. However, the enemy chickened out. Such cowardice was not suitable for a rogue cultivator. As Gumo was thinking this, suddenly, a black shadow shot out from the side of the sea, directly charging at Gumo and Little Carp. Good, worthy of a great demon, truly courageous. Gumo conjured his ice element high-grade flying sword magic treasure and looked at the charging black shadow, feeling very satisfied. Who said rogue cultivators must be human cultivators? The great demons in the sea were the main force of rogue cultivators. After all, sea demons had a combat power bonus in the sea, and it was convenient for them to escape when encountering danger. Human, I'll take your flesh and blood. The black shadow approached, bringing a demonic wind and an arrogant voice. However, the black shadow suddenly stopped. A series of chains condensed from water bound the black shadow. At this point, the black shadow's true form was revealed. It was a large black eel. The chains binding it were condensed by Little Carp using its water control talent. Dealing with a third-order early-stage great demon was something Little Carp could easily handle. Gu Mo was holding the magic treasure flying sword at this moment not for battle, but to prepare a seafood feast. Today, he was going to have eel rice. An ice-attribute flying sword could cut eel meat, preserving the freshness of the ingredients to the maximum extent. In the distance, on the reef island, the lurking cultivators, watching Gu Mo turn a great demon into a seafood feast, all broke out in cold sweat. They had just thought of robbing such a ruthless person. Eating and drinking along the way, Gu Mo finally saw the shadow of land in the distance. Seeing this, Gu Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of energy. He had been on the sea for almost a year, and he was finally close to his destination. Of course, to truly reach land, it would still take at least a few days of travel. Just as looking at a mountain can kill a horse, the actual distance when looking at land from the sea would only be even further. As they approached land, Gu Mo encountered more and more merchant teams. Since he was about to reach his destination, Gu Mo naturally had no intention of hitching a ride. And those passing merchant teams, seeing a cultivator riding a brocade carp, all showed expressions of surprise. Several days later, Gu Mo, who had been drifting on the sea for a year, finally stood on solid ground. The feeling of stability was comforting. At the same time, this also meant that Gu Mo had arrived at a new great cultivation world. This world was named Tianyuan World, a much vaster great cultivation world than the Qinghe cultivation world where Gu Mo had been before. This could be seen from the richness of the spiritual qi. First, find an immortal city to scout out the situation. Having arrived in a completely new world, Gu Mo naturally wanted to gather some information before heading to Sheneng Valley. The map Chi Chunda gave him led directly to Sheneng Valley, so Gu Mo didn't even need to ask for directions, he could find Sheneng Valley directly by following the map. But Gu Mo also planned to arrange for his incarnation. Of course, Gu Mo had not yet condensed his incarnation at this moment and needed to find a place to settle down and condense it first. Afterward, he would search for a sword cultivator sect in this cultivation world and have his incarnation join it to receive a systematic sword cultivator legacy. Found it. Gu Mo quickly found the immortal city closest to his current location on the map given by Chi Chunda. Immediately, Gu Mo put Little Carp into his sleeve, then rode his flying sword towards the nearest immortal city. On land, Little Carp's speed no longer had an advantage. Flying with a sword was the best way to travel. Several hours later, Gu Mo stood before a majestic great city. The scale of this immortal city was no smaller than that of the immortal cities in the Qinghe cultivation world. And the immortal cities in the Qinghe cultivation world were already the largest immortal cities, but this immortal city before Gu Mo was not the largest immortal city in Tianyuan world. There were many immortal cities of this scale in Tianyuan world. Entering this immortal city called Yungziu, Gu Mo successfully rented a third-order immortal cave. In terms of wealth, Gu Mo definitely surpassed the vast majority of golden core cultivators. As long as he had money, everything would go very smoothly. Not only did he rent a third-order immortal cave, but Gu Mo also spent money to buy intelligence on the various sects in Tianyuan world. For the intelligence on sword cultivator sects, Gu Mo even paid extra for the VIP version. Then, let me see what makes this Tianyuan world so different. Gu Mo held the jade slip, and then, his divine sense probed into it, and a large amount of information immediately surged in. Gu Mo closed his eyes, quickly organizing the information in the jade slip. After a while, Gu Mo slowly opened his eyes. Through this intelligence jade slip, Gu Mo gained some understanding of the situation in the Tianyuan world. Overall, the Tianyuan world is in an environment of conflict between the righteous path and the demonic path. The three righteous sects, Taking Sect, Yin Yang Sword Sect, and Sheneng Valley, are the strongest three sects of the righteous path in the Tianyuan world, all possessing powerful individuals beyond the nascent soul true lord realm. And the Demon Dao three sects, Blood Demon Sect, 10,000 Ghost Cave, and Yin Corpse Sect, these three demonic path sects also possess powerful individuals beyond the nascent soul true lord realm, confronting the three righteous sects for over 10,000 years. Besides these six righteous and demonic sects, there are also some nascent soul sects. The strength of these nascent soul sects varies greatly. There are ordinary nascent soul sects with only one nascent soul true lord, but there are also those with several nascent soul true lords presiding, and among them are even top-tier nascent soul great sects with nascent soul great true lords. Among them, Gu Mo also saw two familiar sects, Fenghua Sect and 100 Flowers Sect. However, the Fenghua Sect, several decades ago, suddenly abandoned its millennium-old sect spiritual land and moved the entire sect. It has now been removed from the Tianyuan world's records. The 100 Flowers Sect, while average in strength among nascent soul sects, has an extremely wide network and its influence is no weaker than those top-tier nascent soul great sects. Did this Fenghua Sect offend some powerful individual? Gu Mo looked at the information about the Fenghua Sect. If this Fenghua Sect ran away because it offended someone, then Gu Mo wouldn't mind informing their enemies to cause trouble for the Fenghua Sect in the Qinghe cultivation world. Unfortunately, the intelligence did not contain more detailed information. The Fenghua Sect's withdrawal was very decisive. The intelligence personnel embedded within it simply didn't have time to investigate before the Fenghua Sect left with its core disciples. However, it's not a big problem. If he can't find the Fenghua Sect's enemies, Gu Mo will just wait until he enters the nascent soul realm and personally go for revenge. As for the 100 Flowers Sect, after seeing that 100 Flowers Sect ferry in Qinghe realm immortal city, Gu Mo had inquired about some information, simply because this 100 Flowers Sect was too suitable for Chu Fifei. He just didn't know if Chu Fifei had joined the 100 Flowers Sect. Gu Mo planned to visit the 100 Flowers Sect if he had the chance. Sheneng Valley and 100 Flowers Sect seemed to have a very good relationship, as many of the 100-flower sect's precious flowers and herbs are cultivated with the help of Sheneng Valley. After roughly understanding the sect forces in the Tianyuan world, Gu Mo then turned his attention to the few sword cultivator sects, preparing to find a legacy for his incarnation. Yin Yang Sword Sect, as one of the 3 great righteous path sects, is clearly the strongest sword cultivator sect in the Tianyuan world, and it was also a key target of Gu Mo's attention. But in the end, Gu Mo gave up on having his incarnation join the Yin Yang Sword Sect, because the Yin Yang Sword Sect, as a top-tier great sect, has powerful individuals beyond the nascent soul true lord realm. Gu Mo's incarnation has already proven capable of deceiving nascent soul true lords. Even the nascent soul true lord of the Fenghua sect earlier did not see through Gu Mo's incarnation. However, Gu Mo didn't know if powerhouses above the nascent soul realm could see through it. After all, Gu Mo's body outside body divine ability is not complete. Therefore, to be safe, Gu Mo abandoned the idea of joining the Yin Yang Sword Sect. Besides, as a top-tier great sect, the Yin Yang Sword Sect's threshold must be very high. Gu Mo's incarnation's talent inherits from Gu Mo's main body. With the main body's inferior spiritual root talent, it would be very difficult to join the Yin Yang Sword Sect. Rather than that, it's better to go to those historically long-standing but currently weaker sects. Gu Mo only wants to learn the legacy of sword cultivation, and those historically long-standing sects clearly wouldn't have weak sword cultivation legacies. And these types of sects are currently weak in strength, so their desire for geniuses will be stronger. Even if the genius has a slight flaw, they should be able to accept it. Great Evolution Sword Sect, you're the one. After some searching, Gu Mo quickly locked onto a target, the Great Evolution Sword Sect. This is also a nascent soul sect, although it is the weakest nascent soul sect with only one early-stage nascent soul. This sect has an extremely long history. Several millennia ago, the Great Evolution Sword Sect also had the opportunity to become a top-tier sect like the 6 righteous and demonic sects, because at that time, a prodigy appeared in the Great Evolution Sword Sect, who entered the realm of nascent soul Great True Lord in a very short period. Unfortunately, this prodigy genius was ambushed by an unknown enemy while attempting to break through to a realm beyond nascent soul, and ultimately perished. From that moment on, the Great Evolution Sword Sect began its decline from its peak, and has not recovered to this day. Such a sect, for Gu Mo, is absolutely the most suitable. It has a legacy beyond the nascent soul realm, and its current strength is not strong. If the sect's higher UPS are not planning to just give up, their support for a genius will definitely not be weak. At that time, as long as Gu Mo's incarnation displays some talent, he will definitely have the opportunity to obtain the Great Evolution Sword Sect's core sword cultivation legacy. In addition, another point is that the Great Evolution Sword Sect is not too far from Sheneng Valley, so Gu Mo's main body can occasionally send resources to the incarnation to help the incarnation's cultivation quickly break through. With the target confirmed, what Gu Mo needs to do next is naturally to first condense the incarnation. He took out a drop of initial liquid spiritual energy. Of the original 6 drops of initial liquid spiritual energy, Gu Mo had already used 2 drops. This was the 3rd drop. He dripped a drop of essence blood into the initial liquid spiritual energy, then Gu Mo cast the body outside body divine ability and began to condense the incarnation. At Gu Mo's current golden core realm, condensing an incarnation without cultivation was very easy for him. Since he was going to join the Great Evolution Sword Sect, Gu Mo didn't plan to raise the incarnation's cultivation. At that time, this incarnation would directly cultivate the Great Evolution Sword Sect's sword cultivation technique. Of course, Gu Mo also made significant adjustments to the incarnation's appearance when condensing it. Gu Mo's positioning for this incarnation was a completely new identity, not a substitute for the main body, so the appearance naturally couldn't be the same as the main body. In 3 months, it will be the day the Great Evolution Sword Sect recruits disciples. Let's go now. After deciding to have his incarnation join the Great Evolution Sword Sect, Gu Mo naturally paid special attention to the Great Evolution Sword Sect's news and learned that there were still 3 months until the Great Evolution Sword Sect's disciple recruitment day. This was a good opportunity for the incarnation to join. And since the Great Evolution Sword Sect was far away, Gu Mo had to set off now to avoid delaying the time. Coincidentally, Sheneng Valley was in the same direction. After the incarnation joined the Great Evolution Sword Sect, Gu Mo's main body could directly head to Sheneng Valley. Compared to the Great Evolution Sword Sect, which almost became one of the 6 great righteous and demonic sects, Sheneng Valley has always been a member of the 6 top-tier sects. A 3-month journey was nothing for Gu Mo, who had been drifting at sea for a year. Looking at the distant mountains, Gu Mo checked the map and confirmed that he had arrived at his destination. Along the way, Gu Mo did not encounter any unexpected situations. The area Gu Mo was currently in was controlled by the 3 righteous sects. Rogue cultivators were relatively few, and besides, as a Golden Core Immortal Master, rogue cultivators generally wouldn't easily provoke him. After entering the territory of the Great Evolution Sword Sect, Gu Mo activated the breath concealment technique and entered the city ahead. This was a mortal city belonging to the Great Evolution Sword Sect. The mortals in the city were basically descendants of Great Evolution Sect disciples. With the passage of time and generations of reproduction, such a mortal city located near a cultivation sect came into being. It's not just the Great Evolution Sword Sect, other sects have similar situations. These mortal cities near cultivation sects are also important sources of sect disciples, and furthermore, these mortals live near spiritual land, and with their ancestors being cultivators, the probability of spiritual root appearing is higher. At the same time, the ancestors of the mortals here were all sect disciples, so their loyalty to the sect is also higher. Therefore, every time the sect recruits disciples, this place is the top priority, and there is no need to worry about geniuses born here being snatched by other sects. And in the mortal kingdoms far from the cultivation world, various sects send people every year to recruit disciples with spiritual roots. The various sects compete with each other, with the stronger great sects getting the most excellent seedlings, while the weaker sects can only choose the next best. Therefore, those weaker sects, wanting to rise, can only hope that some geniuses can be born in their affiliated mortal cities. It is said that the peerless prodigy of the Great Evolution Sword sect, several millennia ago, came from a mortal city. Otherwise, how could the Great Evolution Sword sect at that time have obtained such a prodigy-like genius? Unfortunately, the Great Evolution Sword sect ultimately failed to protect this genius, or rather, at that time, the genius who had already entered the realm of nascent soul Great True Lord was already the strongest in the Great Evolution Sword sect, and no one in the entire Great Evolution Sword sect could protect him anymore. If this genius had been born in one of the 6 righteous and demonic sects, then when he break through to a realm beyond nascent soul, there would naturally be powerful individuals from the sect beyond the nascent soul realm to protect his Deo, allowing him to break through in peace. Entering the mortal city belonging to the Great Evolution Sword sect, Guang quickly saw the notice for disciple recruitment, and in the central square of the city, a large number of mortals were gathered, mostly young men and women. Seeing this, Guang's footsteps shifted, and he entered a small alley. Then, a handsome young man walked out of the alley. This young man was Guang's incarnation. Following the flow of people, Guang's incarnation arrived at the central square of the city, joining the ranks of those young men and women, preparing to undergo spiritual root testing. Of course, with Guang's inferior spiritual root talent, even if he could join the Great Evolution Sword sect, he would probably only be a utility disciple. But since the Great Evolution Sword sect is a sword sect, in addition to requirements for spiritual root, there is also a test for sword Deo talent. This is also Guang's breakthrough point. Although the incarnation is a mortal body and has an inferior spiritual root, the consciousness controlling the incarnation is Guang, a golden core immortal master, and Guang has cultivated the nameless sword canon, so his comprehension of the Deo of sword is already not weak. At that time, if he shows a little bit, he will at least be an outer sect disciple. After that, Guang only needs to continuously show his talent in cultivation, and he will naturally receive cultivation from the Great Evolution Sword sect. Low-grade spiritual root. The spiritual root test was quick, and as expected, Guang's incarnation was detected to have a low-grade spiritual root. Afterwards, Guang was led to another area to begin the sword Deo test. The sword Deo talent test was also very simple: take a sword and hack a stone. This stone was clearly not an ordinary stone, hacking it with brute force was useless. Only by using sword Deo techniques could one leave a mark on the stone. Failed. Failed. One after another, young men and women stepped forward to test, but none could leave a mark on the stone. Those who could come to test all had spiritual roots, those who had no spiritual root at all were completely eliminated in the previous spiritual root test and were not qualified to test their sword Deo talent. Sword cultivators are also cultivators, without a spiritual root, one simply cannot cultivate. Even with sword Deo talent, they can only be considered a mortal swordsman, not a sword cultivator. These young men and women without sword Deo talent will still be admitted into the sect, but their status can only be that of utility disciples, unless they possess a spiritual root of low grade or higher, allowing them to cultivate other legacies based on their talent. Although the Great Evolution Sword sect is a sword sect, it also has some other legacies that can be cultivated by disciples without sword Deo talent. In contrast, the Yin-Yang Sword sect is a thorough sword cultivator sect. Without sword Deo talent, no matter how good one's spiritual root talent, they cannot enter the Yin-Yang Sword sect's gates. Next. As the Foundation Establishment cultivator in charge of the sword Deo assessment spoke, Guang picked up a sword from the side and came before the stone. Then, Guang lightly swung the sword, and immediately, a deep gash was cut into the stone. To cut this gash with a mortal body, relying entirely on sword Deo techniques, was the limit of what Guang could achieve. At the same time, this was Guang's true sword Deo talent. Not bad. The Foundation Establishment cultivator in charge of the assessment's eyes lit up. This was definitely one of the more outstanding talents this year. Sigh. Seeing the Foundation Establishment cultivator's reaction, Guang sighed in his heart. It was clear that his sword Deo talent was good, but there was still some gap compared to those true sword Deo geniuses. But then he thought, his specialty is farming, and sword Deo is only to make up for his insufficient combat power. He won't enjoy the treatment of a genius in the Great Evolution Sword sect, he'll experience that when he goes to Sheneng Valley. What is your name? The Foundation Establishment cultivator began to ask Gumo's name. Although Gumo's spiritual root talent was a bit poor, his sword Deo talent was very outstanding and could be cultivated as a key focus. Linwu. Gumo spoke the name he had already decided on. In order to completely separate the incarnation from the main body, Gumo did not choose a name similar to his main body's name. As for why he chose this name, Gumo simply felt that it had a very protagonist-like feel. This is your temporary identity token. Wait here for now. The Foundation Establishment cultivator handed Gumo a token with the incarnation's name written on it. Passing the assessment was just the first step to entering the Great Evolution Sword sect. There would be many more tests to come. Of course, these tests were not all talent tests, they were mainly to check if the background was clean, to ensure they weren't spies sent by demonic sects. In that case, I should head to Sheneng Valley now. With the incarnation successfully entering the Great Evolution Sword sect, Gumo's main body naturally prepared to report to Sheneng Valley. He didn't know if Master Chi Chunda had returned yet. The last news he heard of Chi Chunda was that he was being pursued by enemies. As for Chi Chunda's safety, Gu Mo wasn't worried, because the identity token Chi Chunda gave him could sense Chi Chunda's life or death. Great Evolution Sword Sect is close to Sheneng Valley, but this closeness is only relative to other sects. It still took Gu Mo several days to travel there. As expected of a top-tier great sect, it's truly magnificent. Gu Mo gazed at the enormous ancient tree that blotted out the sky in the distance, his heart filled with shock at its immense size, and even more so at the vast power contained within it. That ancient tree was one of Sheneng Valley's foundations, a fifth-order spirit tree, and the entire Sheneng Valley was enveloped by its reach. At the same time, this spirit tree was also the core of Sheneng Valley's sect protecting Grand Array. Of course, the other 5 top-tier sects, both righteous and demonic, each had their own unique trump cards. Without such means, they simply couldn't become the top-tier sects in the Tianyuan world. Amidst his awe, Gu Mo continued forward, and soon a light green light curtain blocked his path. This light curtain was the boundary of the fifth-order spirit tree's coverage in Sheneng Valley, and also the boundary of Sheneng Valley's territory. Passing through this light curtain meant entering the true Sheneng Valley area. Of course, this light curtain was not formed by Sheneng Valley's sect protecting Grand Array, it was merely a warning barrier, whose purpose was to detect outsiders. When the warning barrier detected a cultivator who was not from Sheneng Valley intruding, Sheneng Valley would react quickly. Therefore, if an outside cultivator wished to visit, this was the threshold. Although Gu Mo had already acknowledged Chi Chunda as his master, he had never been to Sheneng Valley and had not yet obtained a Sheneng Valley disciple identity token. Therefore, his entry now would trigger the barrier's alarm. As for Chi Chunda's identity token, it was only for the high-ranking members of Sheneng Valley to verify Gu Mo's identity, not to disable the warning barrier. Otherwise, if outsiders could simply take a Sheneng Valley disciple's identity token and enter safely, such a low-level loophole obviously wouldn't exist. Now Gu Mo had 2 choices: actively trigger the barrier's alarm to attract people from Sheneng Valley and gain entry, or wait outside and have a Sheneng Valley disciple escort him in. Junior Brother Chi. Just as Gu Mo was contemplating which method to use to enter Sheneng Valley, a surprised voice called out. Hearing this, Gu Mo subconsciously looked around, but there seemed to be no one nearby. Suddenly, Gu Mo realized that the voice was calling him. You are not Junior Brother Chi, who are you? Why do you have Junior Brother Chi identity token? While Gu Mo was still dazed, a middle-aged man in a green daist robe appeared before him, his powerful golden core late-stage aura locking onto Gu Mo. If Gu Mo made any move, he would undoubtedly face the opponent's thunderous strike. Junior Brother Key identity token falling into the hands of an unfamiliar golden core cultivator truly made Wei Yang feel some unsettling thoughts. Earlier, Wei Yang had also sensed the aura from Chi Chunda's identity token, and coupled with the fact that the other party was also a golden core cultivator, he mistakenly thought that Chi Chunda had returned. Junior Gu Mo greets Senior Martial Uncle. Hearing the other party address Chi Chunda as Junior Brother, Gu Mo knew this person should be his Senior Martial Uncle. Immediately, Gu Mo bowed and then handed over Chi Chunda's identity token. Senior Martial Uncle. Gu Mo's address of Senior Martial Uncle completely bewildered Wei Yang. What was going on? A golden core cultivator calling him Senior Martial Uncle? In the sect, those who called him Senior Martial Uncle were basically the juniors in the foundation establishment stage and Chi refinement stage. When did he ever have a golden core realm junior? Chi Chunda is indeed my master. Gu Mo nodded, then briefly explained what had happened. He had already prepared for this before coming, so his explanation was clear and logical. Wei Yang, however, felt a bit muddled. Junior Brother Chi had been missing for so many years, and he had actually gone to the Qinghe cultivation world and even taken a disciple there. It was just that this disciple's strength seemed a bit high. Although his realm seemed to be newly entered golden core, the feeling Gu Mo gave Wei Yang was that this junior martial nephew's aura was extraordinary, seemingly no weaker than Junior Brother Qi. Wei Yang could clearly sense Gu Mo's cultivation realm because Gu Mo had not concealed it. Gu Mo came to Sheneng Valley to obtain the subsequent legacy cultivation technique, so he naturally couldn't suppress his cultivation. Come with me, I'll take you to see Grandmaster. Wei Yang rubbed his forehead. The pure King Mu Sutra cultivation technique aura on Gu Mo couldn't be faked. Therefore, this young golden core cultivator was very likely truly Junior Brother Qi disciple. As for how to verify it, taking him to see his master should confirm it, because Wei Yang discovered that there was a message hidden in Junior Brother Qi identity token, and only their master could unlock it. Senior Martial Uncle Wei, has master returned? Gu Mo followed Wei Yang into Sheneng Valley, beginning to inquire about Chi Chunda's situation. Not yet. Wei Yang shook his head. If it weren't for you, I still wouldn't know anything about your master's situation. You don't have to worry. Although your master's strength isn't great, his life-saving abilities are quite good, Wei Yang said with a smile, seeing the worried look in Gu Mo's eyes. Chi Chunda was considered one of the top few prodigies in Sheneng Valley, but he had gotten stuck in a rut in his cultivation, not practicing the normal cultivation technique properly and wanting to try some innovation, which led to slow progress in his cultivation. This caused the once prodigy to begin to feel somewhat unremarkable among the masses. For example, Wei Yang, although he was Chi Chunda's senior brother, after Chi Chunda joined the sect, his cultivation quickly caught up to and surpassed him. It wasn't until Chi Chunda suddenly decided to try innovative cultivation that his rapid progress came to an abrupt halt. Now Wei Yang was a golden core late-stage cultivator, while Chi Chunda was only golden core early stage before he left, having been surpassed by Wei Yang. However, Wei Yang also had to admit that the new cultivation method Qi Chunda researched had extremely strong life-saving abilities. Coupled with the many life-saving trump cards his master had given him, as long as a nascent soul true lord didn't make a move, Qi Chunda's safety wouldn't be a big problem. Seeing Wei Yang say this, Gu Mo nodded. Gu Mo clearly didn't understand his master, Qi Chunda, as much as this senior martial uncle. Since senior martial uncle said his master was fine, he must truly have sufficient life-saving means. It was rare for a disciple to have such a shallow understanding of his master. This was because after Gu Mo acknowledged Qi Chunda as his master, due to various accidents, the two never met again. This also led to Gu Mo's entire cultivation journey relying on his own comprehension. Although the King Mu Sutra had many of Qi Chunda's annotations, this was a completely different concept compared to having a master personally answer questions and resolve doubts. Fortunately, Gu Mo's cultivation relied on sun essence and didn't require time to absorb spiritual qi, so he had enough time to comprehend the cultivation technique. If that didn't work, he would simply force it with sun essence. Gu Mo's entire foundation establishment stage was actually pushed through by Golden Core Dan power. With his physique and divine soul having reached the Golden Core level, foundation establishment stage cultivation was simply nothing to Gu Mo, he just swept through it. If this were any other cultivator, without a master's guidance, they would probably have been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to progress. But Gu Mo was different. What was a bottleneck? With Golden Core Dan power, could a foundation establishment stage bottleneck still be called a bottleneck? Wei Yang led Gu Mo on a rapid flight, and along the way, Gu Mo's horizons were broadened. Sheneng Valley truly lived up to its reputation as the top-tier Lingzi master sect. Everywhere he looked were vast expanses of spirit fields. Various ling rice, spirit medicine, and spirit materials dazzled Gu Mo's eyes. Of course, what interested Gu Mo the most were the fourth-order spirit fields near the ancient tree. Underneath Sheneng Valley was a fifth-order spiritual vein. This spiritual vein, after being sorted by the fifth-order ancient tree, had been transformed into various grades of spirit fields. It was no exaggeration to say that in terms of spiritual vein utilization, Sheneng Valley was definitely the strongest among the 6 great sects of righteousness and demonry. Hihi, our Sheneng Valley's foundations are more than just these, Wei Yang said with a slight smile, seeing the shock in Gu Mo's eyes. As for what other foundations Sheneng Valley possessed, Gu Mo would only know once he officially became a disciple of Sheneng Valley. We're here. This is the territory of our lineage, Wei Yang said, landing with Gu Mo on a branch of the fifth-order ancient tree. Sheneng Valley, with the fifth-order ancient tree as its core, had all the surrounding areas cultivated into spirit fields. If these places were all cultivated into spirit fields, then where did the disciples of Sheneng Valley live? The answer was on the fifth-order ancient tree. The massive fifth-order ancient tree had leaves hundreds of feet in size, large enough to build an immortal cave on. As for the spiritual qi needed for cultivation, there was no need to worry. Every leaf of the ancient tree had spiritual power flowing through it, which could be absorbed by cultivators. The ancient tree absorbed spiritual qi from the spiritual vein, then purified and transformed it, sending it to every leaf for the disciples of Sheneng Valley to absorb and cultivate. Read the error-free version at 169 bookstore. With the ancient tree as a filter, Sheneng Valley disciples would refine spiritual qi faster. It could be said that on this point alone, Sheneng Valley far surpassed other sects. This was the foundation of a top-tier great sect, using a fifth-order spirit plant to assist the sect's disciples in their cultivation. Additionally, the spiritual qi concentration in these leaves could also be adjusted according to the disciples' cultivation realm, with the highest reaching fifth order in a particular leaf. As Wei Yang spoke, Gu Mo looked up, but what he saw were not branches, but wide roads. The ancient tree's branches were simply too thick, appearing as roads leading to various leaves. On this particular branch, Gu Mo roughly estimated that there were about 1,000 leaves, many of which had courtyards, indicating that they were inhabited. Thus, it seemed that their lineage had many people. According to what Gu Mo learned from Wei Yang, in Sheneng Valley, a nascent soul true lord was qualified to establish a lineage and occupy a branch of the fifth order ancient tree. This was similar to how in ordinary sects, when a powerful individual achieved a breakthrough, they would establish their own peak. However, in Sheneng Valley, what they established was not a mountain peak, but a branch of the fifth order ancient tree. Moreover, each lineage in Sheneng Valley had its own specialties. For example, some branches specialized in cultivating combat-type spirit plants, some specialized in planting medicinal herbs, some specialized in planting ling rice, and of course, there were also factions specializing in alchemy, artifact refining, formations, and talismans. As a top-tier great sect, in addition to having its own specialized characteristics, other means such as alchemy and artifact refining could not be lacking, at least not to be constrained by other sects. And the lineage Gu Mo belonged to specialized in planting medicinal herbs, particularly specializing in several unique spirit medicines. Your Grand Master is here, I'll take you over now, Wei Yang said, holding a jade slip for communication, a smile appearing on his face a moment later. All right. Gu Mo nodded. At this moment, he also felt a bit nervous, because that Grand Master was a nascent soul true lord, and a nascent soul late-stage true lord at that. Walking on the wide, road-like branch, Wei Yang led Gu Mo to a leaf. This leaf was similar in size to other leaves, but the spiritual qi flowing on it reached the level of a fourth-order spiritual vein. On this leaf, filled with rich spiritual qi, was a very simple small courtyard. In the open space outside the courtyard, Gu Mo saw a cute little girl with a flower growing on her head, lying on the ground basking in the sun. Little Wei, are you here to play with senior sister? Seeing Wei Yang appear, the little girl quickly ran over. At that moment, Guang sensed the aura of a third-order peak great demon from this cute little girl. And this should be a third-order peak spirit plant great demon. There were many third-order spirit plants, but third-order spirit plants that could take human form were extremely rare. This was enough to show that the little girl's true form was not an ordinary spirit plant. However, considering that this was Sheneng Valley, the top-tier sect most skilled in cultivating spirit plants, the appearance of a third-order peak spirit plant great demon that had taken human form didn't seem like much. Little Flower senior sister, I've brought junior brother key disciple to pay respects to master, Wei Yang said, bowing. Although the little girl looked small and somewhat dumb, her seniority was extremely high. She was the great senior sister of this lineage, because this little girl was an unknown spirit plant that Wei Yang's master had obtained from a certain ruin and had cultivated meticulously for hundreds of years to achieve its current result. Oh, is it little key disciple? Little Chi hasn't come to play with me for a long time, the little girl said, turning her gaze to Guang. Then, the little girl suddenly leaned in, sniffing at Guang, and her large eyes suddenly lit up. Junior martial nephew, you smell so good. The little girl looked at Guang with bright eyes, her small face full of excitement. Gumo's cultivation was all cultivated with sun essence, and his power carried the aura of the sun, which was obviously very attractive to spirit plants. What's going on? Wei Yang looked at Guang with surprise. It was his first time seeing Little Flower senior sister like this. However, Wei Yang sniffed his nose and didn't smell any special fragrance. Guang was also helpless about this. He naturally knew why the little girl had this reaction, but he hadn't expected her nose to be so sensitive. Of course, this was also related to Guang not currently operating his breath concealment technique. When operating the breath concealment technique, Gumo's aura would be completely contained, and then the little girl should not be able to sense the sun aura in his power. Do you perhaps possess a special wood spiritual root? A gentle voice suddenly sounded. Then, an old farmer appeared before Guang. The old farmer was currently scrutinizing Guang, his eyes full of surprise. As a nascent soul late-stage cultivator, there weren't many things that could surprise Ho Chenyu, but one had just appeared before him. After all, in all these years, it was his first time seeing Little Flower show such interest in a cultivator. Greetings, Grandmaster. Seeing the old farmer who suddenly appeared, Guang was startled and quickly bowed. Although the other party's aura was not apparent, at this moment, the only one who could appear here, besides that nascent soul late-stage Grandmaster, seemed to be no one else. Ho Chenyu nodded slightly, raising his hand to draw Chi Chunda's identity token into his grasp, then he unlocked the message Chi Chunda had left in the token. A moment later, Ho Chenyu looked at Gumo with a surprised gaze. The information Chi Chunda left in the identity token roughly described Gumo's situation, and it also contained a wisp of Gumo's aura. Thus, even if someone impersonated Gumo to enter Sheneng Valley, they would be discovered as long as their aura didn't match. It was precisely because the aura matched perfectly that Ho Chenyu was so shocked. Chi Chunda had stated very clearly that he had taken Gumo as his disciple when he was in the Chi refinement stage. But how long had it been? Gumo, who was in the Chi refinement stage, had actually become a golden core cultivator. This cultivation speed was somewhat astonishing. Furthermore, with Ho Chenyu's nascent soul late-stage realm vision, he could tell that Gumo's physique was extremely powerful, already far exceeding the level of early-stage golden core. All of the above was achieved by this young man with inferior spiritual root. The information left by Chi Chunda naturally informed him of Gumo's spiritual root talent. Of course, Chi Chunda also explained that he took Gumo as his disciple because of his astonishing Lingzi master talent. In other words, this young man in front of him also possessed a powerful Lingzi master talent that made Chi Chunda disregard his inferior spiritual root talent and still take him as a disciple. No, this so-called inferior spiritual root talent might not be accurate at all. How could someone so close to Little Flower have an inferior spiritual root? Either he has a hidden spiritual root, or he possesses a special physique. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why this young man's cultivation speed is so fast. But no matter the reason, it was a fortunate event for their lineage. Chi Chunda, this disciple, had gone astray in his cultivation, but he had taken a good disciple. It just so happened that Chi Chunda, that scoundrel, wasn't around. This promising talent would be taught by him. When Chi Chunda returned, he would see how he would scold him. His cultivation had actually been surpassed by his disciple. Perhaps this would make that unruly disciple change his mind. Wei Yang, you first take your junior brother to settle down. Ho Chenyu said to Wei Yang, who was beside him. Regarding the information in Chi Chunda's identity token, Ho Chenyu did not reveal too much. Major sects would try their best to hide the geniuses within their sect, unless it was truly impossible to hide them, then they would make it public. Or, wait until the genius grows up and has enough self-preservation ability, then, they can also choose not to hide. In Ho Chenyu's view, Gumo was still a genius who needed protection. Of course, if Ho Chenyu knew that Gumo had a record of slaying a fourth-order demon king, he probably wouldn't think so. Good disciple, let your senior martial uncle help you settle down first. Afterwards, Grandmaster will take you to receive the cultivation technique legacy. Ho Chenyu could naturally tell that the cultivation technique Gumo was cultivating was the King Mu Sutra, and very few of Sheneng Valley's disciples could cultivate this basic cultivation technique to perfection. Most Sheneng Valley disciples would lay a foundation with the King Mu Sutra and then immediately switch to other cultivation techniques. After all, the King Mu Sutra seemed ordinary compared to other profound cultivation techniques in Sheneng Valley, but the deeper one cultivated the King Mu Sutra, the wider the range of cultivation techniques one could choose from in the end. Several top-tier cultivation techniques in Chennang Valley required cultivating the King Mu Sutra to major achievement, or even perfection realm, before they could be practiced. Unfortunately, the King Mu Sutra cultivation technique was too slow to cultivate. Laying a foundation in the early stage was not a problem, but cultivating the King Mu Sutra to foundation establishment, or even golden core realm, took too long. The reason Gu Mo could cultivate so quickly was entirely due to the forceful push of Sun Essence. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would probably struggle to break through to foundation establishment even after cultivating for a lifetime. Only those disciples with outstanding talent would choose the King Mu Sutra in order to practice Chennang Valley's top-tier cultivation techniques. As for disciples with ordinary talent, they would wisely choose to give up. Gu Mo being able to cultivate the King Mu Sutra to perfection in such a short time further proved that Gu Mo's apparent inferior spiritual root was fake. He must have other top-tier talents hidden within him. For such a top-tier genius, Ho Chenyu naturally could not delay Gu Mo's cultivation due to the cultivation technique. If it weren't for the need to create an identity token for Gu Mo, Ho Chenyu would have definitely taken Gu Mo to choose a cultivation technique immediately. Yes, Grandmaster. Gu Mo respectfully replied. Thus, Gu Mo officially became a disciple of Chennang Valley. The process was exceptionally smooth. Of course, being so smooth was not only due to his connection with Chi Chunda, but also because the astonishing talent Gu Mo displayed was a very important factor. The genius treatment that the Great Evolution Sword Sect did not provide was finally experienced in Chennang Valley. Junior brother, follow me. Wei Yang, having received Ho Chenyu's order, immediately took Gu Mo to choose a leaf immortal cave. In fact, all the leaves were the same size, and the amount of spiritual chi in the leaves could also be controlled by the sect. Therefore, choosing mainly involved picking a location. And Gu Mo also unhesitatingly chose a leaf with abundant sunlight. Not every leaf among so many could be illuminated by the sun. Of course, those leaves not illuminated by the sun did not mean they were not chosen. Some cultivators who cultivated special cultivation techniques or planted spirit plants that feared light would choose leaves not illuminated by the sun. After Gu Mo chose his leaf, Wei Yang took out a special cushion and handed it to Gu Mo. As long as this cushion was placed on the leaf, it could absorb the spiritual chi from the leaf for cultivation. In addition, every official disciple of Chennang Valley would be allocated a spirit plant field, even disciples who were not Lingzi masters. Those non-Lingzi master disciples would rent their spirit plant fields to fellow Lingzi master disciples and collect some rent. It was considered a stable income. Gu Mo was now also a disciple of Chennang Valley, so he naturally had a spirit plant field, and according to his cultivation, Gu Mo could at least obtain a third-order spirit plant field. Senior Martial Uncle, is there any way to obtain a fourth-order spirit plant field? Gu Mo asked Wei Yang. A third-order spirit plant field was already very limited for Gu Mo's improvement. Of course, if the spirit plant field was large enough, there was still room for improvement in quantity. Yes, complete sect missions, accumulate sect contributions, and when you reach a certain amount, you can exchange them for higher-grade spirit plant fields. Wei Yang was not surprised by Gu Mo's question, because he had asked the same question back then. After all, any Lingzi master would want to have a high-grade spirit plant field. With a high-grade spirit plant field, the efficiency of planting and cultivating spirit plants would be greatly improved. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo nodded. This was the foundation of a top-tier sect. If it were an ordinary nascent soul sect, there would be no way to obtain a fourth-order spirit plant field, or rather, an ordinary nascent soul sect probably wouldn't even have a fourth-order spirit plant field. A nascent soul sect with a fourth-order spiritual vein would only open up cultivation immortal caves and would not use it to reclaim spirit plant fields. How could planting spirit plants be as important as cultivation? Junior brother, these 5 mu of third-order spirit plant fields will belong to you from now on. Wei Yang took Gu Mo away from the ancient tree and stopped in front of a mountain hollow about 100 li away from the ancient tree. 5 mu of third-order spirit plant fields, this was definitely the treatment for intersect golden core disciples in Chennang Valley. Moreover, the 5 mu of spirit plant fields included both dry land and paddy fields. The more types of spirit plant fields, the wider the range of spirit plants that could be planted. In addition, these 5 mu of spirit plant fields were located in a mountain hollow, providing excellent concealment, and were surrounded by formations. The spirit plants planted and cultivated by Lingzi masters were secrets of their respective cultivation, so protective measures were naturally indispensable. Trespassing on another person's spirit plant field was a taboo in Chennang Valley. Although this was not absolutely safe, at least the highest echelons of Chennang Valley should be able to detect the situation in the disciples' spirit plant fields. However, the highest echelons of Chennang Valley were either powerhouses beyond the nascent soul realm or nascent soul great perfection true lords. They wouldn't bother to investigate the disciples' spirit plant fields for no reason. Even if they did investigate, the spirit plants cultivated by the disciples probably wouldn't catch their eye. Gu Mo only needed to be a little careful and not expose the secret that sunflowers could condense sun essence. As for pea shooters and other plants, no matter how strange they were, they probably wouldn't be a big deal in Chennang Valley. The only drawback was that this place was a bit far from his leaf immortal cave. Fortunately, Gu Mo didn't need spiritual chi for his cultivation, so living here directly was not a problem. Junior brother, do you feel that this place is a bit far from the leaf immortal cave? Not quite at ease. Wei Yang smiled, as if he had seen through Gu Mo's worries. Does senior martial uncle have a solution? Gu Mo asked curiously. Read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. Naturally. The spirit plants in the spirit plant field are the roots of us Ling Z masters. It's always unsettling to be far from spirit plants. Wei Yang nodded. So, junior brother, you can go to the cultivation technique pavilion later in exchange for a wood manipulation technique. This technique originates from the wood escape technique within the Great Divine Ability 5 Elements Evasion technique. By cultivating this technique, you can quickly travel back and forth between your leaf immortal cave and the spirit plant field. 5 Elements Evasion technique. Upon hearing this, Gumo's eyes lit up. His wind tunnel technique originated from the gold evasion technique within the 5 Elements Evasion technique. Gumo had personally experienced how powerful this wind tunnel technique was. Now, being able to cultivate another secret technique derived from the 5 Elements Evasion technique, how could Gumo not be delighted? If he could also acquire derivative secret techniques for water escape, fire escape, and earth escape, he might even be able to assemble a minor 5 Elements Evasion technique. However, even derivative escape techniques would not be easy to cultivate. Gumo had spent a lot of time getting started with the wind tunnel technique. Don't worry, in Sheneng Valley, you only need to grasp a bit of the wood manipulation technique, and the rest will be handled by Tree Emperor. Wei Yang said with a chuckle. The immortal cave of Sheneng Valley's disciples was on the leaves of the ancient tree, while the spirit plant field was beneath the roots of the ancient tree. From the immortal cave to the spirit plant field, it was essentially from the leaves to the roots of the ancient tree. And the wood manipulation technique was a secret technique for escaping into plants. If one wanted to use the wood manipulation technique outside, one would at least need to get started with it. But in Sheneng Valley, disciples only needed to grasp a bit of the basics to escape into the ancient tree and, with the help of the ancient tree's power, quickly travel back and forth between their immortal cave and the spirit plant field. With this means of quick travel, even if the spirit plant field and immortal cave were not together, it wouldn't be a big problem. The spirit plant field was monitored and protected by a formation, so if a problem occurred, one could reach the spirit plant field instantly. Upon hearing this, Gumo nodded. This was indeed a solution. It meant that everything happening in Sheneng Valley would be known by the Tree Emperor. The advantage was that it could greatly prevent enemies from infiltrating. It was almost impossible for external enemies to destroy a top-tier sect like Sheneng Valley. Only internal strife would cause a top-tier sect to weaken until its demise. Qingluo sect was a very good example. If it weren't for He Shao Gang, the infiltrating enemy, Qingluo sect would not have been destroyed even without a nascent soul true lord guarding it. Now that Sheneng Valley had a 5th order ancient tree guarding it, it was almost impossible to cause internal chaos in Sheneng Valley, because any sign of trouble would be discovered by the ancient tree. The downside was that it would be quite uncomfortable for some people with secrets, like Gumo. However, Sheneng Valley shouldn't go as far as to steal the disciples' opportunities, and even if those plants were stolen, Gumo could just issue a command to make all those plants enter a dormant state, rendering them useless to outsiders. At worst, he wouldn't plant plants from the Black Mist space in Sheneng Valley. The powerful combat strength of the plant army actually couldn't be fully utilized in Sheneng Valley. After all, if an enemy could break through Sheneng Valley's sect protecting Grand Array and reach Gumo's spirit plant field, then having a plant army or not would make no difference. Unless Gumo cultivated 5th order plants by then, otherwise, it would be meaningless. As for internal enemies, there was no need for a plant army. Gumo now had his Grandmaster, a nascent soul late-stage powerhouse, as his backer. Calling for his Grandmaster in danger would definitely be more effective than using a plant army. It's just that combat-type plants could be left unplanted, but sunflowers could not. With a stable environment like Sheneng Valley, Gumo could plant all his spirit plant fields with sunflowers without having to consider combat-type plants. It was just that, given the sun essence's attraction to spirit plants, Gumo wondered if he would be targeted by the 5th order ancient tree if he took out sun essence. Gumo had tested this with 4th order dragon blood seaweed, and he figured the 5th order ancient tree should also react. I'll find an opportunity to test it out then. Gumo had a lot of sun essence stored in his black mist space. He would take it out and try it then, to see the 5th order ancient tree's reaction. If the ancient tree tried to forcibly take it, Gumo would consider leaving Sheneng Valley. If the ancient tree didn't try to take it, then Gumo wouldn't mind offering some. If he could establish a good relationship with Sheneng Valley's 5th order ancient tree, wouldn't he be able to walk around Sheneng Valley as he pleased? Junior brother, that's all for now. As for the remaining disciple benefits, you can claim them yourself after you receive your identity token. After helping Gumo with the immortal cave and spirit plant field matters, Wei Yang's task was complete. Seeing Gumo frequently distracted, Wei Yang did not continue to disturb him and left after taking Gumo back to his leaf immortal cave. Thank you, senior martial uncle. Gumo bowed and saw Wei Yang out of the small courtyard. After Gumo selected his leaf, Wei Yang directly gifted Gumo a set of small courtyards as a meeting gift. These small courtyards were similar in principle to magical artifact cottages, except that the courtyards were larger and the restrictions on them were more complex. After Wei Yang left, Gumo entered the small house, sat cross-legged on the cushion, and pure spiritual chi surged out from the cushion. Gumo carefully experienced the pure spiritual chi purified by the 5th order ancient tree, while calculating his probing plan. Because he was facing a 5th order ancient tree, Gumo dared not be careless, for even a slight hint of malice from the 5th order ancient tree would be enough to crush Gumo. The risk of probing a 5th order ancient tree was too uncertain, so Gumo planned to first inquire about the 5th order ancient tree's situation. As a core asset of Sheneng Valley must have a lot of information about this 5th order ancient tree. Gumo couldn't obtain top secret information, but generally understanding the 5th order ancient tree's personality shouldn't be a problem. In any case, Gu Mo wasn't planning to start planting right away. He needed to settle down first and obtain new cultivation technique legacy. On the fifth order ancient tree's canopy, there was a huge platform made of tens of thousands of leaves. On this platform, a palace stood, which was the power core of Sheneng Valley. Every so often, Sheneng Valley's high-level members would gather here to plan for Sheneng Valley's future development. As one of the 6 top sects of the righteous and demonic path, every move of Sheneng Valley would affect the entire Tianyuan world's landscape. Recently, the Demon Dao 3 sects have started to stir again. We must also prepare in advance, said the Valley Master of Sheneng Valley, who was seated at the head, with a solemn expression. The main theme of the Tianyuan world was the competition between the righteous and demonic path, which was a competition of Dao. This kind of competition was absolutely the most brutal. In ordinary competition, failure either meant loss of resources or loss of disciples. The worst case was the destruction of the sect, but as long as the Dao remained, there was still a possibility of starting over. However, in a Dao competition, once you fail, there is absolutely no possibility of making a comeback. But if you win, the benefits obtained will also be extremely huge. Elders, do you have anything else? After discussing important matters, the Valley Master of Sheneng Valley's gaze swept over the elders present. This meeting was mainly to discuss the major matters of the righteous and demonic path Dao competition, but internal matters of the valley would also be discussed. After all, as long as it was a large sect or force, the problem of factions was unavoidable, especially in Sheneng Valley, which had a branch legacy method, making the faction problem even more clear. And between factions, conflicts would inevitably arise due to various matters, and at this time, the Valley Master needed to coordinate. Valley Master. As soon as the Valley Master of Sheneng Valley finished speaking, Ho Chenyu immediately stood up and handed over a jade slip. This jade slip contained some information about Gu Mo. With a genius like Gu Mo joining, Ho Chenyu naturally had to inform the sect, and Ho Chenyu also prepared to strive for higher treatment for Gu Mo. Talent combined with sufficient resources could allow genius to grow. Oh. The Valley Master of Sheneng Valley's divine sense swept over the jade slip handed over by Ho Chenyu, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. If all of this was true, Gu Mo's talent would definitely qualify him for true disciple status. And Ho Chenyu was also preparing to strive for true disciple treatment for Gu Mo, just treatment. As for the true disciple quota, it couldn't be given casually, but required disciples to compete and pass the assessment to strive for it themselves. Elders, please take a look as well. The Valley Master of Sheneng Valley handed the jade slip in his hand to the other elders present. The elders could completely decide on the treatment of ordinary intersect disciples, after all, the branches themselves could bear the cost of intersect treatment. But true disciple treatment was different. It involved some important resources of Sheneng Valley. These resources were shared by everyone, and with one more true disciple treatment, one more person would share these resources. This child is truly extraordinary. After the elders read Gu Mo's information, no one denied his talent. Seeing this, Ho Chenyu was delighted. It seemed that the matter of strive for true disciple treatment for Gu Mo was promising. I think this is inappropriate. At this moment, an elder spoke up. Ancient elder, what's inappropriate? Is such talent not worthy of true disciple treatment? Ho Chenyu's gaze swept towards the elder who spoke. The other party was also a late-stage nascent soul true monarch, and at the same time, he was considered an old rival of Ho Chenyu. This child's talent indeed meets the true disciple qualification. The ancient elder nodded, not denying it. After all, these were hard facts, and denying them would be insulting the intelligence of others. But, the ancient elder said, then changed his tone, this child has not received guidance from the valley since childhood, and joined directly with golden core cultivation. His heart nature is still uncertain, and his loyalty to the sect is also uncertain. As soon as these words came out, many elders immediately nodded. All major sects cultivated disciples from a young age, which could ensure the disciples' sense of identity with the sect, and also allow them to judge their heart nature by observing the disciples' growth trajectory. Gu Mo directly joined Sheneng Valley with golden core cultivation. There were too many uncertainties, especially since Gu Mo's cultivation process did not receive personal guidance from Chi Chunda. How much sense of identity would he have with Sheneng Valley? To be able to cultivate to the golden core realm without a master's guidance, his talent was indeed astonishing. But who could guarantee that there was no one from other sects secretly helping him during this period, making him an undercover agent for other sects to infiltrate Sheneng Valley? This. Facing the ancient elder's repeated inquiries, Ho Chenyu was speechless, because this was indeed a problem. In the history of Sheneng Valley for so many years, such a situation had never occurred, where someone forcibly cultivated the King Mu Sutra to perfection based on their own talent. And then joined Sheneng Valley with golden core cultivation. It was no exaggeration to say that if Gu Mo had such a doubt, then it would be unlikely for him to become a core disciple of Sheneng Valley in the future. Gu Mo's talent was indeed outstanding, comparable to a true disciple, but in a top sect like Sheneng Valley, there were many disciples whose talent was not inferior to Gu Mo's, and even the top few true disciples had more outstanding talent than Gu Mo. Since Gu Mo was not unique, it was only natural for Sheneng Valley to exclude Gu Mo from the core to ensure safety. Alas! Finally, Ho Chenyu sighed deeply. He genuinely valued Gu Mo, not only because he was Chi Chunda's disciple, but also because of Xiaohua's closeness to him. Xiaohua was very special. Although he had cultivated Xiaohua to third order peak, Ho Chenyu was still not very clear about Xiaohua's origin. Even Xiaohua's transformation was not his doing, Xiaohua simply transformed one day after entering the third order. As for the reason, Ho Chenyu still hadn't found it, and could only attribute it to the extraordinary nature of Xiaohua's main body. Although there were many mysteries surrounding Xiaohua, Ho Chenyu could confirm that anyone Xiaohua was close to would definitely not be simple. The application for true disciple treatment for Gu Mo was unsuccessful, but Gu Mo's intersect disciple status was approved. However, the treatment for intersect disciples was generally sufficient for ordinary geniuses, but for a top genius like Gu Mo, it was far from enough. As a top sect, Sheneng Valley had many unique and special treasure grounds that could help disciples rapidly improve their cultivation, and even treasure grounds that could assist in comprehending the Dao. But these were only available to true disciples and sect elders, and they also needed to queue up and pay sect contributions. On the third day of entering Sheneng Valley. In the past few days, Gu Mo also followed senior marshal uncle Wei Yang and got to know the other people in this lineage. The situation was a bit awkward. Most of the disciples of his generation were basically at the foundation establishment and qi refining realms. And those who had the same cultivation as Gu Mo were all his senior marshal uncles and junior marshal uncles. Gu Mo being stuck in the middle made it very awkward. Of course, Sheneng Valley was not without geniuses, but the geniuses who could compare with Gu Mo were all at the true disciple level. In Sheneng Valley, as long as one became a true disciple, they would automatically break away from the branch and become a core disciple of Sheneng Valley. True disciples leaving their original branches did not mean a complete severance from their original forces. It simply meant that the cultivation of true disciples could no longer be borne by a single branch, it required the use of the sect's core resources. And if a branch could cultivate a true disciple, that branch would also receive rewards from the sect, and in the future, when that true disciple became a high-level member of the sect, they would be the backing of that branch. The branch Gu Mo was in was said to also have a disciple who became a true disciple. That person was the youngest disciple taken in by Grand Master Ho Chenyu, considered Gu Mo's junior marshal uncle, but their age was similar to Gu Mo's. Originally, Gu Mo's master, Qi Chunda, had great hopes of becoming a true disciple, but unfortunately, Qi Chunda had a mishap in his cultivation, which led to him ultimately missing out on the true disciple position. Ho Chenyu, who was greatly angered by Qi Chunda, finally chose to go out and search for a suitable disciple. After all, other branches had disciples who became true disciples, and if their branch didn't have a true disciple, they would be at a great disadvantage in future competitions. Eventually, Ho Chenyu was very lucky and found a disciple with a superior spiritual root. After some cultivation, in the last true disciple competition, he successfully became a true disciple. This was considered to have given their lineage a true disciple. It was just that that true disciple was cultivating in the secret realm of Sheneng Valley, so Gu Mo naturally couldn't see him. This also made Gu Mo's cultivation too high among his peers. Those peer disciples were filled with awe towards Gu Mo, while among those in the same realm, Gu Mo was a generation behind his senior marshal uncles and junior marshal uncles. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. This made it difficult for Gu Mo to find someone he could talk to. Little Mo, senior marshal uncle is here to play with you. Suddenly, a crisp voice came. Well, Gu Mo didn't have anyone he could talk to, but that didn't mean there weren't any spirit plant seniors he could talk to. For example, Shivo Xiahua, who appeared in front of Gu Mo's small courtyard at this moment, was very close to Gu Mo. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo immediately opened the door and welcomed the cute little girl with a flower on her head. After entering the courtyard, Xiahua excitedly found a sunny spot and lay down. Seeing this, Gu Mo sighed and stepped forward, casting plant perception. Instantly, dense meridians appeared on Shivo Xiahua's body, making Gu Mo's scalp tingle. Among these meridians on Shivo Xiahua's body, only a small portion was lit up, and the person who lit them up was not Gu Mo, but Grandmaster Ho Chenyu, a 4th order Lingzi master at the late stage nascent soul. To light up this small portion of meridians, Grandmaster Ho Chenyu spent hundreds of years. Gu Mo already knew that Shivo Xiahua was not simple, and now that he saw her vast meridians with plant perception, Gu Mo confirmed his guess. If all these meridians could be lit up, it was hard to imagine what realm Shivo Xiahua would reach. Placing his hand on Shivo Xiahua, Gu Mo injected his medicinal pill power into Shivo Xiahua's body and began to cast the plant growth secret art. Woo! As Gu Mo's medicinal pill power surged in, Xiahua immediately let out a comfortable sound. Gu Mo's power, containing the sun essence, made Xiahua, as a spirit plant, feel very comfortable. Moreover, as Gu Mo performed plant growth, the meridians within Xiahua's body were also being slowly opened up. Although the speed of opening was very slow, it was indeed being opened up. It could be said that Gu Mo, by utilizing the sun essence contained within his medicinal pill power, achieved the same thing as Grandmaster Ho Chenyu. He just didn't know if directly giving Shivo Xiahua sun essence would allow Shivo Xiahua to enter the 4th order Demon King level. Of course, this thought was quickly suppressed by Gu Mo. Gu Mo could not easily expose the matter of sun essence. At least before that, he needed to first test the reaction of that 5th order ancient tree. Hu. After circulating plant growth once, Gu Mo let out a long breath. Then, little carp drilled out from Gu Mo's sleeve, flew into the air, and soon a dark cloud condensed, followed by drizzling spiritual rain falling. The spiritual rain hit Xiahua, making her feel very comfortable. What little carp performed was not an ordinary small cloud rain technique, but its innate divine ability, controlling clouds and spreading rain. The spiritual rain contained a special power that had a special promoting effect on spirit plants. Little Mo, little carp, this is Senior Marshal Uncle's reward for you. After comfortably enjoying Gu Mo and little carp's service, Xiahua got up, then took a petal from the flower on her head and gave it to Gu Mo. Thank you, Shivo Hua. Gu Mo took the petal and said happily. This was the second petal Gu Mo had received, and he already knew the effect of this petal. This petal, when eaten directly, had the effect of enhancing soul power. If combined with other medicinal herbs, it could be refined into medicinal pills for treating soul injuries. There were many medicinal pills and methods for recovering physical body injuries, but soul injuries were extremely difficult to heal, which showed the value of this petal. At the same time, Gu Mo was also very curious about Shivo Hua's origin, but Shivo Hua herself didn't know. Little Mo, little carp, cultivate well. Senior martial uncle still has many good things. Hua reached out and touched little carp's fish head. Then, Hua wanted to touch Gu Mo, but she was too short. Seeing this, Gu Mo quickly squatted down to satisfy Shivo Hua's senior martial uncle demeanor. After speaking, Hua skipped away. It seems Hua really likes you guys. As soon as Shivo Hua left, Ho Chenyu walked in, looking at the distant Hua, and sighed with emotion. Hua's way of expressing affection was very simple, which was to give her petals, and most people only received one at most. Those like Gu Mo who continuously received 2 petals were very few. Greetings, Grandmaster. Gu Mo bowed, and Little Carp also quickly saluted. Little Carp had always been kept in Gu Mo's sleeve, and her existence naturally couldn't be hidden from Grandmaster Ho Chenyu, a late-stage nascent soul true monarch. Grandmaster, do you know the origin of Shivo Hua? Gu Mo asked curiously. I don't know either. Ho Chenyu shook his head. Hua's main body was a section of a spirit plant remnant root with a trace of vitality that he found in a ruin. It was just that the vitality was very weak, and Ho Chenyu brought it back to cultivate with a try-it-out mentality. Unexpectedly it actually survived. After hundreds of years of cultivation, the original remnant root was completely transformed and grew into a strange flower. Then, after it entered the third order, it actually directly transformed. Regarding this, Ho Chenyu speculated that Hua's petals had the effect of enhancing divine soul, so she should belong to the divine soul type of spirit plant. This type of spirit plant had a naturally strong divine soul, and transforming at the third order seemed to make sense. This is your identity token. With this, you can use many of the sex facilities. Ho Chenyu didn't dwell on Little Carp's problem. After all, he had already agonized over it a long time ago, and now he had long given up on investigating Little Carp's origins. Having raised Little Carp for hundreds of years, Ho Chenyu now regarded Little Carp as his own child. Many thanks, Grandmaster. Gu Mo took the identity token with both hands. Like Chi Chunda's identity token, Gu Mo's token was also made of wood, and its style was similar. This meant that Gu Mo's status in Cheneng Valley was comparable to Chi Chunda's. This is an intersect disciple's token. The sect will distribute corresponding resources every year. Ho Chenyu explained the benefits of an intersect disciple to Gu Mo. As for the matter of failing to apply for true disciple treatment, Ho Chenyu did not mention it. Let's go, I'll take you to choose your subsequent cultivation technique first. Without waiting for Gu Mo to study it carefully, Ho Chenyu led Gu Mo to choose a cultivation technique. Gu Mo only felt a blur before his eyes, and then he appeared in front of a tall tower. Once you master the wood manipulation technique, you can instantly reach any location within the ancient tree's range. Ho Chenyu explained to Gu Mo as he led him towards the tall tower. Go in and choose for yourself. In front of the tall tower, Ho Chenyu stopped. Even Ho Chenyu, a nascent soul late-stage true lord, could not casually enter the tall tower where cultivation techniques were stored. Yes. Gu Mo nodded, handed the little carp in his sleeve to Ho Chenyu for safekeeping, and then walked towards the tall tower with anticipation. The moment Gu Mo entered the tall tower, a divine sense swept over Gu Mo's identity token, and then the divine sense dissipated. Gu Mo was not surprised by this. The place where cultivation techniques were stored was definitely the most important location in a sect. How could such a place not have some detection and defensive measures? Alas! Looking at Gu Mo disappearing into the tall tower, Ho Chenyu sighed in his heart. If Gu Mo could have received true disciple treatment, then the place where he would obtain cultivation techniques would not be here, but in a secret realm. The cultivation techniques in the secret realm were not more profound than those here. The cultivation techniques in both places were the same. The only difference was the medium of the cultivation technique's legacy. The cultivation techniques in the tall tower were inscribed on jade slips, while the cultivation techniques in the secret realm were inscribed within special spirit fruits. True disciples entering the secret realm would pluck the spirit fruits inscribed with the corresponding cultivation techniques, and by consuming them, they would directly gain an insight into the corresponding cultivation technique. This insight could help disciples quickly get started with the cultivation technique. This legacy spirit fruit was one of Cheneng Valley's foundations, cultivated by a powerful Lingzi master. As expected of a top-tier great sect. Upon entering the tall tower, Gu Mo saw a vast sea of ancient texts. The tall tower looked small from the outside, but it was extremely vast inside. Countless books, jade slips, bamboo slips, stone tablets, and various other types of texts were available, some of which were cultivation techniques and spells, while others were history and anecdotes. Gu Mo briefly scanned them and did not linger, heading towards the upper floors. What he needed at the moment was a cultivation technique for after the Golden Core realm, and cultivation techniques of that rank would obviously not appear on this first floor. Gu Mo even skipped the second floor directly and arrived at the highest floor he could reach. Since he was looking for a cultivation technique, he naturally had to find the strongest one. Of course, the stronger the cultivation technique, the greater the difficulty of cultivation, but for Gu Mo, this was not a problem. As long as there was enough sun essence, he could completely force his way through. Is this as far as I can go? Guang felt the restriction ahead and knew that this was the limit he could reach. There should be another floor above this, but he didn't know what cultivation techniques were stored on that floor, or if there were any top-tier secret techniques or divine abilities. As a top-tier great sect, Sheneng Valley definitely had divine ability legacies, but legacies at the divine ability level were clearly not something Guang, a disciple who had just joined Sheneng Valley, could access. His gaze swept around. Compared to the vastness of the first floor, this place was much smaller. Jade slips, one by one, were enveloped in light clusters, floating in mid-air. Guang casually grabbed a light cluster, and then a piece of information entered Gumo's mind. Cloud Rain Technique. Upon learning the information from the light cluster, Guang was startled, then immediately realized that this was actually an upgraded version of the small Cloud Rain Technique, and this Cloud Rain Technique was already a secret technique level spell. Guang had previously guessed that as a top-tier Lingzi master sect, Sheneng Valley would definitely have higher rank spirit farmer spells, and now it seemed his guess was correct. Releasing the light cluster in his hand, the light cluster floated back into the air. Then Guang reached out and grabbed the light cluster next to it. Spring Wind Transforming Rain Technique. The moment Guang grabbed the light cluster, the information within it surged into his mind, allowing Guang to immediately know what cultivation technique or secret technique was recorded in the light cluster. This is. After carefully examining the information transmitted by the light cluster, Guang couldn't help but widen his eyes. This Spring Wind Transforming Rain Technique was actually an upgraded version of the Cloud Rain Technique, a secret technique level spirit farmer spell. The spell level Small Cloud Rain Technique, the secret technique level Cloud Rain Technique, the secret method level Spring Wind Transforming Rain Technique, and beyond that would be the divine ability level. And Guang happened to know what the next divine ability was, controlling clouds and spreading rain, because Little Carp's awakened innate divine ability was precisely this. However, Guang checked all the nearby light clusters but did not see the controlling clouds and spreading rain divine ability legacy. On second thought, it seemed quite normal. How rare were divine abilities? Such legacies were definitely a top priority for a sect, and such important legacies clearly couldn't be placed here. With this thought, Gumo's gaze couldn't help but turn upwards. The floor he was on was not the topmost floor, there was still one floor above it. Perhaps Sheneng Valley's important legacies were on that floor. Although he didn't see any divine abilities, Guang did see other advanced spirit farmer spells, such as the upgraded version of Small Returning Spring Technique, and the further upgraded version, Withered Wood Reviving Spring Technique. As for the ultimate divine ability version, Guang didn't know. But this was already enough to be astonishing. The spell, secret technique, and secret method versions of the 5 major exclusive spirit farmer spells were all here. As expected of the top-tier Lingzi master sect, this legacy system was so complete. No wonder Master Chi Chunda looked down on the Lingzi masters of the Qinghe cultivation world back then, the gap was too large. Wu. Letting out a long breath, Guang suppressed the excitement in his heart. This time, he was here to find his main cultivation technique. He would exchange for these spirit farmer spells after he had accumulated enough sect contributions. Found it. Soon, Guang found a cultivation technique. Tai King Mu Sutra. Upon receiving the information from the light cluster, Gumo's eyes lit up. From the name of the cultivation technique, it was not difficult to guess that this cultivation technique should be the advanced cultivation technique of the King Mu Sutra he cultivated. After carefully reading the information transmitted by the light cluster, Guang confirmed his guess. This was indeed the follow-up cultivation technique to the King Mu Sutra, and the effect of the cultivation technique was also the same as the King Mu Sutra, both excelling at increasing lifespan. This cultivation technique could be cultivated to the soul transformation realm. The realm above nascent soul is soul transformation. The 5th order ancient tree of Sheneng Valley was at this level. A soul transformation level cultivation technique was definitely considered a top-tier cultivation technique. But Guang wanted to see if there were any other options. Soon, Guang found a second cultivation technique. Azure Thunder Scripture. This was also a soul transformation level cultivation technique, and it was a combat-oriented cultivation technique. Cultivating this cultivation technique could transform the spiritual energy within one's body into thunder attribute magical power. After a rough glance at the effects of this cultivation technique, Guang shook his head. It was clear that this cultivation technique was not suitable for him. Afterward, Guang found several other cultivation techniques, some at the soul transformation level, and some at the nascent soul level. The number of cultivation techniques collected by Sheneng Valley truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier great sect. Almost all types of cultivation techniques were covered. Guang even saw a nascent soul level sword cultivator cultivation technique, the Azure Lotus Sword Art. Currently, Gumo's incarnation has successfully joined the Great Evolution Sword sect, so Gumo naturally doesn't need a sword cultivator's cultivation technique. The cultivation techniques collected by the Great Evolution Sword sect are clearly stronger than the Azure Lotus Sword Art collected by Sheneng Valley. After some searching, Gumo finally grabbed the light cluster of the Tai King Mu Sutra again, because this cultivation technique seemed to be the most suitable for him. I wonder if there are even more profound cultivation techniques above. Gumo looked up. He felt there should be, as the Sheneng in Sheneng Valley was not just for show, but Gumo's current status clearly couldn't access secrets of that level. The Tai King Mu Sutra should be the best cultivation technique Gumo could obtain at the moment. A soul transformation level cultivation technique was already sufficient for Gumo, who was only at the Golden Core realm. And by the time he became a soul transformation, the cultivation techniques of Sheneng Valley should have long been fully open to him, so Guo didn't have to worry about subsequent cultivation techniques. He took out his identity token and touched the light cluster. Instantly, the light cluster dissipated, and a jade slip fell into Gumo's hand. His divine sense entered the jade slip, and immediately, a vast amount of information surged into Gumo's mind. However, with his divine soul strength reaching the golden core middle stage, Guo easily received this massive amount of information. Guo then learned more about the Tai King Mu Sutra. The information given by the light cluster earlier was only a very superficial introduction. The Tai King Mu Sutra is an advanced cultivation technique of the King Mu Sutra, so their effects are the same, except that the Tai King Mu Sutra's effects are stronger. For example, the effect of extending lifespan, the Tai King Mu Sutra far surpasses the King Mu Sutra. Cultivators who cultivate the Tai King Mu Sutra can live several times longer than cultivators of the same rank, and even compared to those long-lived Yao beasts, they are not inferior in the slightest. Cultivation is about seeking longevity, and this Tai King Mu Sutra can be said to directly point to the essence of cultivation. From this perspective, the Tai King Mu Sutra is definitely a top-tier cultivation technique. However, besides the advantage of extending lifespan, the Tai King Mu Sutra has only disadvantages. For example, it lacks offensive means. No matter how long you live, if your strength is too weak and you are killed by an enemy, it's useless. In addition, the cultivation speed of the Tai King Mu Sutra is also one of the slowest among cultivation techniques of the same rank. Although this cultivation technique has a very good lifespan extension effect, it doesn't matter if the cultivation is slower. But instead of wasting time on cultivation, why not choose a cultivation technique with a faster cultivation speed, quickly improve combat power, and advance realms? Once the realm is high, lifespan will naturally increase, and with a high realm and combat power, one can continue to contend for opportunities and continue to impact higher realms. However, the shortcomings of this Tai King Mu Sutra were not a problem for Guo. If the cultivation technique lacked offensive means, Guo had his plant battle line. If the cultivation speed was slow, Guo had sun essence. As long as the amount of sun essence was sufficient, the cultivation speed would definitely be like a rocket. Since the disadvantages were no longer disadvantages, the Tai King Mu Sutra, in Gumo's eyes, was a good cultivation technique with only advantages. After carefully reviewing the contents of the Tai King Mu Sutra and confirming that he wouldn't forget it, Guo released the jade slip he was holding. Immediately, the jade slip was re-enveloped by a light cluster and floated back into the air. Then, Guo turned and left. His current authority only allowed him to obtain one cultivation technique. To get others, he would have to accumulate contributions in exchange for them himself. What cultivation technique did you exchange for? Ho Chenyu saw Guo appear and immediately asked. He needed to know what cultivation technique Guo had chosen so he could give corresponding guidance. Ho Chenyu planned to carefully cultivate this talented disciple. Although Guo had not yet gained the sect's trust, as time went on and as Guo displayed greater talent, Ho Chenyu believed the sect would change its mind. Tai King Mu Sutra. Guo stated the cultivation technique he had chosen, then looked at Ho Chenyu with anticipation, preparing to receive some guidance from this nascent soul late-stage true lord. Previously, Guo had relied on his own comprehension for cultivation. Now that he finally had a senior who could guide him, Guo felt that his progress in cultivating the Tai King Mu Sutra should be faster. Tai King Mu Sutra, hey. Hearing the cultivation technique Guo had chosen, Ho Chenyu felt a headache coming on. It wasn't that this cultivation technique was bad, on the contrary, it was an extremely excellent cultivation technique. After all, cultivation techniques that could extend lifespan were very rare, especially one that could be cultivated to the soul transformation realm. This type of cultivation technique might be extremely useless to disciples of other sects, but for disciples of Sheneng Valley, it still had its merits. The longer a Lingzi master lives, the stronger their combat power, and the more resources they have. After all, many high-rank spirit plants take hundreds of years to mature once. If one's lifespan isn't long enough, they might not even live to see those precious spirit plants mature, the Lingzi master might already be dead. However, the shortcomings of the Tai King Mu Sutra could not be ignored. This cultivation technique would hinder Gumo's talent, making his cultivation speed, which could have advanced by leaps and bounds, only reach the level of ordinary disciples. If he couldn't rapidly improve his cultivation and stand out, how could he gain the sect's recognition? Not bad. This cultivation technique is a rare method of extending lifespan. The purpose of cultivation is longevity. Looking at Gumo's expectant gaze, Ho Chenyu nodded, then began to explain the Tai King Mu Sutra to Guo. Although Guo, this disciple, might not be able to stand out and gain the sect's recognition, Guo, who cultivated the Tai King Mu Sutra, might be the one among his many disciples and grand disciples who would accompany him the longest. As a nascent soul true lord, Ho Chenyu had an extremely long lifespan. His disciples, unless someone could step into the nascent soul realm, would eventually exhaust their lifespan and die. But stepping into nascent soul was incredibly difficult. Aside from his youngest disciple, who had already become a true disciple, there was some hope, but the other disciples had slim chances. At that time, Ho Chenyu would watch those disciples grow old and die one by one, while Guo, by cultivating the Tai King Mu Sutra, as long as he didn't venture out and take risks, should be able to accompany him for a very, very long time. Ho Chenyu explained some key points of cultivating the Tai King Mu Sutra to Guo, and finally left a jade slip containing Ho Chenyu's insights on the Tai King Mu Sutra. Although Ho Chenyu had not cultivated the Tai King Mu Sutra cultivation technique, with his late-stage nascent soul realm, guiding Gu Mo was more than enough. Thank you, Grand Master, for your guidance. Gu Mo took the jade slip and bowed. It was indeed different to have someone guide him, many doubts could directly receive the most standard answers. Thus, Gu Mo only needed to cultivate step by step, and this was Gu Mo's strong suit. As long as he had enough sun essence, Gu Mo could quickly improve his cultivation. However, before that, Gu Mo had to plant the sunflower. It seems I need to proceed with the probing plan as soon as possible, Gu Mo thought to himself. Without first understanding the attitude of the fifth order ancient tree, Gu Mo didn't dare to expose the existence of the sunflower. After all, Sheneng Valley was built on the fifth order ancient tree. As long as Gu Mo used sun essence, the fifth order ancient tree would definitely know. But before starting the plan, Gu Mo took the opportunity to ask Ho Chenyu about the origin of the fifth order ancient tree while seeking guidance on cultivation technique. Ho Chenyu was not surprised by Gu Mo's question. Almost every disciple of Sheneng Valley was curious about this massive ancient tree. Immediately, Ho Chenyu told Gu Mo everything he knew about the fifth order ancient tree, as this information was not considered a secret within Sheneng Valley. Grand Master, are you saying that this fifth order ancient tree has no spirit? Gu Mo's eyes were filled with shock after hearing Ho Chenyu's introduction to the fifth order ancient tree. Even Shivo Ziahua, who is third order, could already take human form. How could a fifth order ancient tree not have given birth to a spirit? This fifth order ancient tree was cultivated by the sect's ancestral master to serve as the foundation for the operation of Sheneng Valley. If this fifth order ancient tree had a spirit, then the secrets of everyone in Sheneng Valley would be exposed to the ancient tree's eyes. Therefore, the sect's ancestral master did not allow the ancient tree to develop sentience when cultivating it, Ho Chenyu explained. Every cultivator has their own secrets, big or small, and no one wants their secrets to be known by others. Furthermore, Sheneng Valley disciples build immortal caves on the ancient tree, absorb its spiritual energy, and move freely within it. If this were a spirit plant demonic emperor with a spirit, even if it were tamed, it would be hard to guarantee that it wouldn't harbor resentment over time. Therefore, the safest situation was not to allow this fifth order ancient tree to develop a spirit, so it could be used by Sheneng Valley as a tool. The ancestral master truly had grand ambitions. After understanding the origin of the fifth order ancient tree, Gu Mo secretly clicked his tongue. Cultivating a fifth order spirit plant, what a powerful Lingzi master's attainment. However, the ancient tree having no spirit seemed to be good news for Gu Mo. But for safety's sake, Gu Mo would still attempt the probing plan. With Ho Chenyu's words, Gu Mo felt much more confident and could be a bit bolder during the probing. Returning to his tree leaf courtyard, Gu Mo took a deep breath, retrieved a portion of sun essence from the black mist space, waited for a moment, and then refined it. In just one breath, a portion of third order sun essence was refined by Gu Mo. Then, Gu Mo's divine sense enveloped his tree leaf courtyard, and he quietly waited for a change. Time passed, and everything remained the same. The fifth order ancient tree indeed showed no reaction whatsoever. But to ensure absolute safety, Gu Mo took out another portion of sun essence. This time, he chose not to refine it, but simply held it in his hand, waiting for the sun essence to dissipate little by little. Once sun essence is collected from a sunflower, it will gradually dissipate, only by storing it in the black mist space can it be preserved for a longer time. One day later, the sun essence in his hand completely dissipated, but the fifth order ancient tree still showed no reaction, nor did any high-rank cultivators of Sheneng Valley detect any abnormality here. Gu Mo could basically confirm that the fifth order ancient tree had no intelligence. After all, Gu Mo had secrets, and the nascent soul true lords in Sheneng Valley should also have them. They obviously wouldn't want their secrets to be known by others, so it could basically be confirmed that the fifth order ancient tree had no intelligence. Of course, the Valley Master of Sheneng Valley should have means to control this fifth order ancient tree, but active probing and passive perception are two different things. Active probing would be perceived by the nascent soul true lords of Sheneng Valley. Since it can be perceived, one can be prepared. However, if the fifth order ancient tree possessed a spirit, it could passively perceive everything happening on its body without anyone's awareness. Having confirmed that the fifth order ancient tree would not discover his secrets, Gu Mo could now peacefully cultivate. Junior nephew Xiao Mo, senior martial uncle is here to play with you. At this moment, Shivo Ziahua's voice came. Hearing this, Gu Mo got up and walked out of the courtyard, inviting Shivo Ziahua in. Shivo Ziahua was adorable, and Gu Mo quite liked her. Moreover, performing plant perception and accelerated growth on special spirit plant great demons like Shivo Ziahua also helped improve Gu Mo's Lingzi master skills. Oh! Junior nephew Xiao Mo, it smells so good here. Are you secretly eating something delicious? Entering the small courtyard, Ziahua's nose twitched slightly, and her big eyes began to search around. It was clear that Ziahua was attracted by the recently dissipated sun essence aura. Junior nephew Xiao Mo, is there any more of that delicious stuff? Let senior martial uncle try some too. Senior martial uncle will trade you flower petals for it. Ziahua didn't find the source of the scent and couldn't help but turn her gaze to Gu Mo. It's all gone. Next time I have some, I'll save a portion for senior martial uncle. Looking at the pitiful Shivo Ziahua, Gu Mo sighed softly, but he didn't immediately take out sun essence for Ziahua. Instead, he planned to wait for a period of time and give it to her at an appropriate moment. And this appropriate moment would naturally be when Gu Mo found a way to conceal the existence of the sunflower. Gu Mo never thought of hiding the sunflower's existence forever, there's no airtight wall in the world. But Gu Mo could build a false wall to cover the existence of the real wall. Just like when he was in Kinglo sect, Gu Mo used spirit sunflower to conceal the existence of the sunflower. He believed that there would definitely be spirit plants similar to the sunflower in Sheneng Valley, and then he could use similar spirit plants to conceal the sunflower's existence. Really? Hearing Gu Mo's promise, Xiahua excitedly extended her small hand. Let's pinky swear. With the pinky swear done, Xiahua excitedly pounced onto Gu Mo's bed, because there was still lingering sun essence aura there, and she planned to enjoy it thoroughly. Seeing this, Gu Mo shook his head helplessly, leaving little carp to play with Shivo Xiahua, while he himself prepared to claim his intersect disciple benefits. The benefits of an intersect disciple were nothing more than some cultivation resources. Gu Mo didn't actually need these, but the wood manipulation technique among them was what Gu Mo needed. This wood manipulation technique, derived from wood escape, was as precious a secret art as the wind tunnel technique outside, but in Sheneng Valley, it was a free secret art. Disciples of Sheneng Valley had basically mastered some superficial aspects of the wood manipulation technique. Only then could they quickly move through Sheneng Valley. Next, Gu Mo was going to start planting sunflowers in his 5 acres of spirit fields. After mastering the wood manipulation technique, Gu Mo would be able to quickly travel back and forth between his tree leaf courtyard and the spirit fields. Because the disciples of Sheneng Valley all cultivated this wood manipulation technique, there were many related cultivation insights, which provided Gu Mo with a lot of enlightenment for getting started with the wood manipulation technique. Go! Gu Mo raised his hand to form a seal, and his figure quickly burrowed into the tree leaves beneath his feet. The next moment, Gu Mo appeared in the spirit fields over 100 li away. It's really convenient. Gu Mo looked around the spirit fields, feeling very satisfied. Next, Gu Mo began to work. First, he set up a nut array around the spirit fields. Although there was already a formation outside the spirit fields, this formation was not set up by Gu Mo but provided by the sect, and Gu Mo only had control over it. The advantage of this formation was its strength, as it relied on the sect protecting grand formation. As long as the sect protecting grand formation was not broken, this formation would not break. The disadvantage was that the sect provided formation meant the sect's high-level members had the key. Although the sect's high-level members would not intrude into a disciple's spirit fields without reason. But it's better to be safe than sorry. At least for now, Gu Mo didn't want anyone to intrude into his spirit fields. Once he found a way to conceal the sunflower, Gu Mo wouldn't have to worry. All 5 acres of spirit fields were planted with sunflowers by Gu Mo. Over 1,000 sunflowers, bathed in sunlight, emitted a faint golden glow, forming a golden ocean that looked pleasing to the eye. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. The only pity was that most of these sunflowers were first order and second order, with not many third order ones. However, Gu Mo would gradually raise the rank of the sunflowers from now on. Not only did the rank of the sunflowers need to be raised, but the rank of these spirit fields also needed to be raised. Currently, these 5 acres of spirit fields were only third order low grade, and Gu Mo's goal was fourth order. Gu Mo was very much looking forward to what kind of effect the sun essence condensed by a fourth order sunflower would have. It just so happened that obtaining a fourth order spirit field required a lot of sect contribution points. The main way to earn sect contribution points was to complete sect missions, and there were many types of sect missions. However, most of them were related to Lingzi Master, and many of these missions were published by cultivators from other sects. As the top Lingzi Master sect in Tianyuan world, cultivators who encountered problems related to spirit plants would seek help from Sheneng Valley. For example, if a cultivator explored a secret realm or ruins and obtained some unknown spirit plant seeds, they would ask Sheneng Valley for help in cultivating them. Or if a certain sect's spirit fields had problems that they couldn't solve themselves, they would also invite disciples from Sheneng Valley to resolve them. In addition, disciples of Sheneng Valley who cultivated entirely new spirit plants could also receive rewards from the sect. However, these Lingzi Master missions had relatively high competition. Most of the disciples in Sheneng Valley were Lingzi Master, and everyone wanted to earn sect contribution points. Therefore, whenever some good Lingzi Master missions appeared, many disciples would compete for them. Gu Mo's Lingzi Master attainment was not weak, but compared to those disciples who had cultivated in Sheneng Valley since childhood, he was obviously a bit inferior. For example, Gu Mo had only mastered the most basic spirit farmer spells, while many disciples of Sheneng Valley had already mastered secret arts, or even secret method level spirit farmer spells. Of course, Gu Mo had cultivated the 5 great spirit farmer spells to perfection, so he could quickly get started with the subsequent advanced secret arts. Once he made up for his shortcomings, Gu Mo would be able to catch up to or even surpass most of the disciples in Sheneng Valley. As for now, Gu Mo planned to choose some non-Lingzi Master missions to accumulate contribution points, such as alchemy. As a cultivation sect, Sheneng Valley naturally had a large demand for medicinal pills. Therefore, providing the medicinal pills needed by the sect could also earn contribution points. Furthermore, the small number of alchemists in Sheneng Valley meant that the mission rewards were quite good. Some of the non-Lingzi Master missions in Sheneng Valley actually had higher rewards. Those were extra subsidies from the sect, aiming to maintain the existence of other professions within the sect. This was to prevent the complete disappearance of a certain profession within the sect, which could lead to being constrained by other sects. The 6 major sects, both righteous and demonic, were almost all comprehensive top-tier major sects. Hello, I'm here to accept an alchemy mission. Gu Mo arrived at the sect's mission hall, found a mission for refining third-order medicinal pills, and prepared to register. For Gu Mo, who could refine gathering gold pills, refining ordinary third-order medicinal pills no longer posed any difficulty. With the help of the torch tree stump and ice flame tree stump, Gumo's alchemy efficiency and cost were superior to other alchemists. Therefore, Gumo would earn more by accepting missions. If he pushed it to the extreme, Gumo could grit his teeth and accumulate a wave of sun essence to upgrade the torch tree stump to 4th order. He could even attempt to refine 4th order medicinal pills. This senior brother, you haven't been certified as an alchemist yet, so you cannot accept alchemy missions for now. A Foundation establishment cultivator responsible for registration at the mission hall explained to Gumo. Although Gumo had just joined Sheneng Valley, his golden core realm cultivation definitely made him a master in Sheneng Valley. Then how do I get certified as an alchemist? Gumo asked. A moment later, Gumo left the mission hall and headed towards a branch of the 5th order ancient tree. That was the branch of Sheneng Valley specifically responsible for alchemy. To accept alchemy missions, Gumo needed to go there first for certification. Only after obtaining the alchemist qualification certification could he accept alchemy missions. The same applied to missions for other professions. Speaking of which, Gumo had not only not been certified as an alchemist, but he had also never been certified for the Lingzi master profession. Therefore, he couldn't accept Lingzi master missions now either. However, for Lingzi master certification, Gumo could directly ask his grandmaster. However, Gumo was not yet ready to accept Lingzi master missions. This certification could wait. He would first accept alchemist missions to accumulate some contribution points, then exchange for all the advanced spirit farmer spells, and make up for the shortcomings of his Lingzi master skills. Otherwise, if he went to get certified as a Lingzi master and then couldn't do anything, wouldn't that be embarrassing? This senior brother, is Elder Lu here? Upon arriving at the branch where the alchemists were located, Gumo saw a golden core realm disciple and quickly stepped forward to inquire. Gumo wanted to be certified as a third-order alchemist, and this level of alchemist certification required the head of the alchemy branch to preside. Qian Tao curiously sized up Gumo. He had no impression of such a young golden core cultivator. Junior brother is here to get certified as an alchemist, Gumo stated his purpose. Certified as an alchemist? You're an alchemist. Qian Tao looked at Gumo with a shocked expression. As a disciple of Sheneng Valley's alchemy branch, he basically knew all the alchemists in Sheneng Valley, but this one in front of him was completely unfamiliar. Qian Tao sized Gumo up and down, confirming that his lineage did not have this person. Therefore, this person should be a disciple from another branch. This made Qian Tao wonder if other branches were also preparing to venture into alchemy. Junior brother, what rank of alchemist are you planning to certify? For first order and second order alchemists, you can just find senior brother. Qian Tao asked. As a third order alchemist, Qian Tao was qualified to certify first order and second order alchemists. Third order. Gumo stated the rank of alchemist he wanted to certify. This was not a particularly important secret, so Gumo did not need to hide it and could openly display it. Then please follow me, junior brother. Hearing that Gumo wanted to certify as a third order alchemist, Qian Tao was surprised. The branch behind this junior brother had a strong determination to venture into alchemy, having already cultivated a third order alchemist. An alchemist of this rank was enough to establish an alchemy team. Gumo followed Qian Tao and stopped in front of a building shaped like a pill furnace. As soon as he approached the pill furnace building, Gumo smelled a rich medicinal pill fragrance. The medicinal pill fragrance entered his nose, and Gumo's spirits were lifted. The fact that the medicinal pill fragrance alone had such an effect showed that the medicinal pill being refined in the pill furnace building at that moment was definitely a fourth order medicinal pill. Although Sheneng Valley was not proficient in the Dao of alchemy, even so, Sheneng Valley still had fourth order alchemists, and the situation was similar for other professions. What a top-tier sect was not proficient in still surpassed what many nascent soul sects were best at. This was the foundation of a top-tier sect. Knowing that Elder Lu, whom he was looking for, was currently refining medicinal pills, Gumo waited quietly outside. After approximately several hours, the rich medicinal pill fragrance instantly retracted, which was a sign of a successful pill formation. As an alchemist, Gumo naturally determined the success or failure of the alchemy in the pill furnace building. Sure enough, not long after, a tall figure in green robes appeared. At the same time, a faint pressure of a nascent soul true lord emanated from the tall figure. Greetings, Elder Lu. Regarding the nascent soul elders of Sheneng Valley, Gumo had naturally seen the relevant information long ago. Although he had not seen them in person, he could easily recognize them. Lu Shulan's gaze swept over Gumo, and she nodded slightly. Then, her gaze turned to Qian Tao beside her. Master, this junior brother is here to certify as a third order alchemist. Qian Tao quickly stepped forward and explained Gumo's purpose. Third order alchemist. Hearing this, Lu Shulan couldn't help but scrutinize Gumo more closely. She was certain that this golden core disciple in front of her was not her disciple, and when did a new alchemist lineage appear in the entire Sheneng Valley, besides her own? Come in. Although she was puzzled, certifying alchemists for Sheneng Valley disciples was the duty of her lineage. Gumo followed Lu Shulan into the pill furnace building and immediately saw many alchemy equipment, especially the several pill furnaces on one side, which made Gumo's eyes light up. Speaking of which, Gumo still lacked a good pill furnace. If he could obtain a good pill furnace, Gumo's alchemy skills would definitely advance to another level. However, these pill furnaces were clearly not ordinary items, and Gumo did not have enough face to make a nascent soul elder give up her beloved pill furnace. And those pill furnaces that made Gumo's eyes light up could only be placed on one side. So, what rank of pill furnace was the main pill furnace placed in the center of the building? These several pill furnaces, pick one to use. 3 sets of materials, if you succeed once, you pass the certification. Lu Shulin pointed to the several pill furnaces on the side and said to Gu Mo. Yes. Gu Mo nodded and immediately began selecting spirit medicine from the medicine cabinet. Sheneng Valley might not have many other things, but spirit medicine was definitely abundant. Lu Shulin looked at the spirit medicine Gu Mo selected, her gaze slightly narrowed. As a fourth-order alchemist, she could tell at a glance what kind of medicinal pill Gu Mo was going to refine with the selected spirit medicine. There was no need to hide his alchemy skills, so Gu Mo naturally went directly for the most difficult third-order medicinal pill he could refine, the Gathering Gold Pill. This is the pill formula for the Gathering Gold Pill. At this moment, Jian Tao also saw Gu Mo's choice. Immediately, Jian Tao's eyes were filled with disbelief. The Gathering Gold Pill was still in a state of not being fully mastered for him. Gathering Gold Pill, Foundation Establishment Pill, and similar realm-breaking medicinal pills were almost the most difficult medicinal pills at their respective levels. Being able to refine such medicinal pills meant that the alchemist had already reached the peak level of that rank. After selecting the medicinal materials, Gu Mo's gaze swept over the several pill furnaces, and finally, he chose a rather conventional pill furnace. Although this pill furnace was conventional, it did not mean that its quality was poor. This was definitely a high-grade magic treasure level pill furnace. Compared to the other several pill furnaces, which were also high-grade magic treasure level, the one Gu Mo chose focused on the basic functions of a pill furnace. The other several pill furnaces, however, all had their respective focuses. For example, one of the fiery red pill furnaces, according to Gu Mo's observation, should be able to amplify the temperature of the flame, providing additional effects when refining certain special medicinal pills. But the refinement of the Gathering Gold Pill did not require such enhancements. After choosing the pill furnace, the next step was to start the fire. Third-order Golden Core realm alchemists generally used Dan fire condensed from Golden Core Dan power. If they cultivated a special alchemy legacy, they would condense special flames. Or, if they had a deep family background, they could use different fires. In the central Great Cauldron, Gu Mo sensed a special flame aura, which should be a type of different fire. Gu Mo was not surprised by this. With Sheneng Valley's foundation, it was very normal to obtain 1 or 2 different fires. This also made Gu Mo's desire for this place, besides the pill furnace, also include this different fire. However, to obtain these, Gu Mo also needed to present some treasures that could attract this elder Lu. Otherwise, they would not give you treasures for no reason, and even selling them would be impossible. True treasures cannot be simply measured by spirit stones. Coincidentally, Gu Mo indeed had something in his hand that could make this elder Lu's heart nature stir. With this thought, Gu Mo took out a tree stump, which was precisely the torch tree stump. Using the torch tree stump was the most stable way to refine the Gathering Gold Pill. If he used other flames, Gu Mo would not be able to control them as precisely as he could with the torch tree stump. At the same time, this torch tree stump was also the treasure Gu Mo intended to use to attract Elder Lu. As a Golden Core Realm Lingzi master, it was very normal for Gu Mo to take out some special spirit plants, wasn't it? The only thing Gu Mo needed to keep secret was the sunflower. Taking out other plants actually had little impact, especially when these plants could bring Gu Mo greater benefits. Gu Mo would never hesitate. What is that? Jian Tao was staring at Gu Mo, ready to see how this unfamiliar junior brother would refine the Gathering Gold Pill, which even he couldn't handle. Then, he saw Gu Mo take out a tree stump, which made Jian Tao feel stunned. Shut up! Lu Shulin, who was beside him, lightly reprimanded. As a nascent soul true lord, Lu Shulin had clearly seen some of the special qualities of the torch tree stump. Preparations were complete, and now it was Gu Mo's performance. For Gu Mo's performance, Lu Shulin could only give 80 points. His alchemy technique was only considered above average, but his flame control technique, Lu Shulin could give 100 points. It could be said that even if Lu Shulin herself performed, her control over flames would only be at this level. In other words, this third-order alchemist possessed the flame control techniques of a fourth-order alchemist. No, this is not his ability, it's that spirit plant tree stump. After a moment of shock, Lu Shulin quickly reacted. Besides being a fourth-order alchemist, Lu Shulin was also a third-order Lingzi master. Recalling Gu Mo's alchemy process just now, she could confirm that the Golden Core disciple's flame control was so exquisite entirely because of that tree stump. This was a completely new spirit plant, a new spirit plant that could assist in alchemy and artifact refining. It's done. Feeling the intense gaze behind him, Gu Mo felt that the pill furnace and the different fire should be secured. At the same time, this it's done also referred to the Gathering Gold Pill in the pill furnace. This, how is this possible? Jian Tao stared blankly at the special phenomenon formed by the successful formation of the Gathering Gold Pill, his expression somewhat dazed. He, who had always prided himself as an alchemy genius, had personally witnessed a younger alchemist successfully refine the Gathering Gold Pill. Please Elder Lu for your appraisal. Read the error-free version at 169 bookstore. Gu Mo presented the freshly refined Gathering Gold Pill. Your certification has passed. Lu Shulin took a deep breath. Not only had he passed, but this person in front of her was definitely an alchemist at the third-order peak, with a very high chance of becoming a fourth-order alchemist in the future. However, this special spirit plant of yours also contributed significantly, didn't it? Lu Shulin finally couldn't suppress her curiosity. Yes, this is a spirit plant that Junior cultivated by chance, the torch tree stump. It has a great auxiliary effect in alchemy and artifact refining. Gu Mo briefly explained the effects of the torch tree stump. Hearing Gu Mo's explanation, the light in Qian Tao's eyes was no less intense than Gu Mo's when he saw those pill furnaces. Qian Tao was already fantasizing that if he could obtain such a spirit plant to compensate for his lack of fire control, he would definitely be able to refine the gathering gold pill. Speak, what do you want? Lu Shulin said. As a nascent soul true lord who had lived for so many years, Lu Shulin could naturally see Gu Mo's little thoughts. She was not disgusted by this, on the contrary, she was very happy that Gu Mo was willing to exchange this special spirit plant. Because many Lingzi masters would not leak the special spirit plants they cultivated, fearing that they would be deciphered and then lose their uniqueness. But for Gu Mo, he didn't worry about being deciphered at all. Elder Lu, Junior wants a pill furnace, and also a bit of different fire seed. Gu Mo stated his conditions. A pill furnace is fine, but a different fire seed is not. Lu Shulin shook her head. In her opinion, the value of the spirit plant tree stump was not as good as that of the different fire, especially since her different fire was earth core molten fire. This different fire came from deep within the earth. Compared to the wildness of other different fires, the earth core molten fire was the most stable and relatively easiest to control among different fires. But even so, Lu Shulin still had to expend some effort every time she used the earth core molten fire, but the improvement in alchemy efficiency brought by the different fire was visibly immense. Lu Shulin had spent a lot of heaven and earth treasure to cultivate this earth core molten fire. Most of her alchemy income was fed to this earth core molten fire. Now that Gu Mo was asking for a bit of fire seed, Lu Shulin was naturally unwilling. Elder Lu, actually, this torch tree stump that Junior cultivated has another function. Gu Mo was not surprised by Lu Shulin's refusal, because he knew that Elder Lu would eventually agree. Gu Mo's confidence came from the torch tree stump's ability to carry different fires, which was absolutely a huge attraction for alchemists or artifact refiners who possessed different fires. With the torch tree stump, the daily use of different fires would no longer require precious spiritual materials as fuel, which could greatly reduce the burden on the different fire owner. Really? Hearing that the torch tree stump had the ability to carry different fires, Lu Shulin was somewhat incredulous. This special spirit plant could precisely control flames, which was already quite remarkable, and it even had the ability to carry different fires. Elder Lu can try. Gu Mo pointed to the torch tree stump he had taken out. As for the ice flame tree stump, Gu Mo would not take it out. Good things cannot be taken out all at once. If this Elder Lu had any good things in the future, Gu Mo would then consider exchanging them with Elder Lu for the ice flame's fire seed. Good. Lu Shulin was also a decisive person. She raised her hand and cast a magic treasure toward the central pill furnace. Then, the pill furnace opened, and a cluster of flames was extracted by Lu Shulin from within the pill furnace. A spiritual artifact level pill furnace. The moment the central pill furnace opened, Gu Mo immediately felt the spirituality within the pill furnace, and this spirituality was not weak, clearly not a low-grade spiritual artifact. Given Lu Shulin's identity as an elder of Sheneng Valley, owning a mid to high-grade spiritual artifact pill furnace didn't seem like much. However, when that cluster of flames was taken out, what Gu Mo felt was not the scorching heat of the flame, but the profoundness of the earth. From that flame, Gu Mo actually felt a sense of heaviness. Gu Mo also had to marvel that different fires were indeed heaven and earth treasures. Gu Mo's ice flame brought extreme cold, while this earth core molten fire brought heaviness. Go. After extracting a bit of earth core molten fire, Lu Shulin, following Gu Mo's method, directly threw that bit of fire seed into the torch tree stump. At this moment, the flame within the torch tree stump had been suppressed to its lowest by Gu Mo. Just like the ice flame before, after the earth core molten fire entered the torch tree stump, it quickly devoured the flame within the torch tree stump and successfully occupied the torch tree stump. It really works. Seeing this, Lu Shulin's eyes were filled with shock. Different fires were heaven and earth treasures, and anything that could carry a different fire would definitely not be ordinary. Furthermore, after the tree stump carried the different fire, it could actually provide fuel for the different fire through spiritual qi. Thinking about how she used precious spiritual materials as fuel for the different fire before, even with Lu Shulin's nascent soul true lord heart nature, she couldn't help but feel a little teary-eyed. What kind of hard life had she been living before? Fortunately, with this tree stump, she could now confidently use this earth core molten fire for alchemy. At that time, her medicinal pill output would definitely reach another level. I agree to your terms. Lu Shulin's gaze turned to Gu Mo. At this moment, she no longer had any objections to Gu Mo's exchange conditions. In fact, Lu Shulin felt that she had even gained an advantage in this exchange. After all, although different fires were rare, there were still several high-rank alchemists and artifact refiners who possessed them. However, Gu Mo's special spirit plant was unique. Seeing Lu Shulin nod, Gu Mo took out another third-order, top-grade, torch tree stump and handed it to her, explaining the detailed usage of the torch tree stump. A third-order, top-grade, torch tree stump, planted in Lu Shulin's pill furnace that contains fourth-order spiritual qi, can completely achieve fourth-order power with the short-term burst of the torch tree stump. It's a pity that Sheneng Valley's spirit plant cannot be traded, otherwise, Gu Mo would rather forego the pill furnace and different fires for a piece of fourth-order spirit plant. As for directly borrowing a certain nascent soul true lord's fourth-order spirit plant, there are no restrictions in the sect. Many nascent soul true lords' personal disciple have cases of borrowing their master's 4th order immortal cave when breaking through certain checkpoints or bottleneck. However, Guang has many secrets, so it's naturally impossible for him to borrow a nascent soul true lord's 4th order spirit plant. Therefore, if Guang wants spirit plant, he can only slowly accumulate sect contributions to exchange for it. Guang was also full of confidence in this regard. This time, he obtained a top-grade magic treasure level pill furnace, plus a new type of different fire, which will definitely greatly enhance Guang's alchemy skills. Guang even considered whether to find other high-level alchemist and artifact refiner who possess different fires and promote the torch tree stump to them. But then, Guang temporarily dismissed this idea. Guang dared to trade with Lu Shulin because Lu Shulin is an elder of this sect, considered one of their own. Even if Lu Shulin was curious about Guang's torch tree stump, the sect regulations and Guang's grandmaster backing were enough to prevent her from having any untoward thoughts. However, if it were other high-level cultivator, seeing such a good treasure in Guang's hands, they might directly try to snatch it. Choose a pill furnace here for yourself. Lu Shulin, somewhat unable to put it down, played with the tree stump. Although the tree stump wasn't particularly good-looking, she loved it deeply. After all, no alchemist would dislike a treasure that could improve their own alchemy attainment. Elder Lu, Jr. will choose it. Guang pointed to the pill furnace he had just used for alchemy. He found this pill furnace very easy to use. Although it didn't have any special enhancement effects, its strength lay in its solid foundation. In addition to a top-grade magic treasure level pill furnace, the molten tree stump carrying the earth core molten fire will also belong to Guang. At this point, the transaction between the two parties was officially concluded. Afterward, Guang handed his Sheneng Valley disciple token to Lu Shulin, asking her to authenticate it. Only after authentication could Guang accept alchemy missions. Guang? Are you Guang? Lu Shulin took the identity token handed by Guang, and her eyes showed a hint of surprise. As an elder of Sheneng Valley, Lu Shulin was naturally present at the previous high-level meeting. Lu Shulin naturally knew about Ho Chenyu's application for true disciple treatment for Guang, and she had also learned about Guang's background through Ho Chenyu's jade slip. It stated that Guang's comprehension ability was no weaker than that of a true disciple, and his Lingzi master talent was equally outstanding. However, because she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Lu Shulin at the time felt that there might be some exaggeration from senior brother Ho. Of course, this was nothing. Ho Chenyu wanted to apply for true disciple treatment for Guang, so he naturally had to speak as favorably as possible. Furthermore, Ho Chenyu wouldn't exaggerate too much, otherwise, if the matter was exposed, it would be his own face he lost. But at this moment, Lu Shulin felt that senior brother Ho not only didn't exaggerate but had actually held back a lot. To be able to cultivate a special spirit plant like the torch tree stump, which can store different fires, to call his Lingzi master talent outstanding is an understatement, calling him a prodigy would not be an exaggeration. And Gumo's equally extraordinary alchemy talent, senior brother Ho didn't even mention a single word. What, does an alchemist's identity not deserve to be revealed? It is this disciple. Seeing Elder Liu's reaction, Gumo was also stunned. This was his first time meeting Elder Liu. How did she know him? Not bad. Your lineage is not proficient in alchemy. If you have any confusion regarding alchemy, you can come to me, Lu Shulin said after engraving the authentication of a third-order alchemist on Gumo's identity token. Knowing Gumo's identity, Lu Shulin also understood that Gumo's appearance did not mean that other branches of Sheneng Valley were entering the alchemist field, he might just be an individual case. Senior brother Ho's lineage is most proficient in planting. Of course, there are many branches that follow the spirit plant planting Dao, but senior brother Ho's lineage has consistently ranked among the top few. Based on Lu Shulin's understanding of senior brother Ho, he would not be distracted by becoming an alchemist. Thank you, Elder. Hearing this, Gumo's heart filled with joy. Similar to Cultivate, Gumo also had no master to guide him in alchemy. He relied entirely on his own comprehension ability of the Kinglasek's 4th Order Alchemist legacy obtained from He Xiaogang's storage bracelet. Then, with the assistance of a large number of spirit medicine from the sea and the torch tree stump, he gradually reached the 3rd Order Alchemist stage. Now, to receive guidance from a 4th Order Alchemist would definitely allow Gumo to avoid many detours. It could be said that after joining Sheneng Valley, Gumo found people he could consult for his Cultivate, Lingzi Master, and Alchemist paths. However, now was clearly not the time for consultation. Gumo put away his identity token and bid farewell to Lu Shulin. Go. Lu Shulin nodded. At this moment, she was also eager to transfer the earth core molten fire into the torch tree stump in her hand. It was important to know that this earth core molten fire was consuming her materials every moment. As for this miraculous tree stump, Lu Shulin also intended to study it thoroughly. Gumo is a 3rd Order Lingzi Master, and so is she, and she is also a nascent soul true lord. Lu Shulin was confident that she could uncover the secret of this tree stump. Especially its ability to carry different fires, which greatly interested Lu Shulin. If she could obtain its secrets, would it allow her control over different fires to reach a higher level? Junior brother Gu, I have some connections in Sheneng Valley. If there's anything you need, feel free to come to me, Jian Tao cupped his hands towards Gumo. As a witness who personally saw the miraculousness of the torch tree stump, Jian Tao did not open his mouth at this moment to ask Gumo to purchase the torch tree stump. After all, his master paid a top-grade magic treasure pill furnace and a different fire seed to obtain Gumo's torch tree stump. Jian Tao did not have such wealth. To ask would only invite humiliation. However, Jian Tao knew the location of a secret realm, and he planned to find an opportunity to explore it to see if he could obtain some treasures from the secret realm, and then come to Guo for a trade. Of course, as an alchemist, Jian Tao's combat power was not outstanding, but as Jian Tao said, as a third-order alchemist, his connections were quite extensive. These connections were not limited to Sheneng Valley, Jian Tao also had considerable connections outside. At that time, he would form a small team to jointly explore the secret realm. Thank you very much, senior brother. Guo cupped his hands in thanks. Guo naturally knew senior brother Jian's intentions, but if the other party wanted the torch tree stump, Guo couldn't just give it away for free. He gave it to Lu Shilin because she had treasures Guo urgently needed. If Jian Tao couldn't produce treasures that interested him, Guo would not casually trade away the torch tree stump. Bidding farewell to Jian Tao, Guo went directly to the mission hall to start accepting alchemy missions. Leafy Courtyard. Ordinary torch tree stump, ice flame tree stump, and molten tree stump were arranged in a triangular formation, with the top-grade magic treasure pill furnace standing in the center. These were Gumo's tools for future alchemy. Even those fourth-order alchemists didn't have the privilege of performing alchemy with two different fires. But Guo did it. He threw the spirit medicine, which came with the mission, into the pill furnace one by one, and began the initial refinement. The medicinal pill Guo needed to refine this time was the first-order vein expansion pill, which is used to expand the meridians of Qi refinement stage cultivator and increase their cultivate foundation. Don't let it being just a first-order medicinal pill fool you, its refining difficulty is extremely high. Furthermore, the mission Guo accepted required a supreme vein expansion pill. The higher the grade of the vein expansion pill, the stronger its effect. Those true prodigy would only use supreme vein expansion pill, and they would absolutely not be stingy with money for it. Therefore, the reward for this mission to refine supreme vein expansion pill was considered above average among third-order alchemy missions. However, refining top-grade medicinal pill is very difficult. It's like spell cultivate, major achievement is the limit for the vast majority of cultivator. High-grade medicinal pill is the limit for most alchemist. As for top-grade, that requires all aspects to reach their extreme to be produced. Therefore, this mission had been pending for a long time, and no alchemist had accepted it. A third-order alchemist could guarantee 100% high-grade production, but top-grade was still not guaranteed. If only one or two supreme vein expansion pill were needed, then a third-order alchemist might be willing to try. First-order medicinal pill do not require expensive materials, with a few attempts, one might get lucky and produce one or two top-grade ones. However, the mission required 9 supreme vein expansion pill, which is also the limit for Qi refinement stage cultivator to consume. When only 9 can be consumed, the higher the grade of the vein expansion pill, the better. The quantity of 9 supreme vein expansion pill directly made those third-order alchemists who wanted to try give up. But when Guo saw this mission, he accepted it without hesitation. With 2 different fires and the precise fire control ability of the torch tree stump, Guo was confident he could give it a try. Because Guo was very clear about how big the market for supreme vein expansion pill was. This first-order medicinal pill is useless for cultivator above foundation establishment, but it provides a huge boost for Qi refinement cultivator who have just stepped into cultivate. As long as supreme vein expansion pill appear, those large sect and major forces will definitely spend a lot of money to acquire them for their outstanding disciple to use, laying a deep foundation for them. Portions of medicinal materials, refined by the extreme cold ice flame and the heavy earth core molten fire, yielded their most essential parts. Then, Guo continuously cast alchemy spells, fusing these medicinal essences. For flawless versions, please read at 169 SHUBA. About a quarter of an hour later, a rich pill aroma wafted out. Seeing this, Guo smiled, because he had succeeded. Although this batch only produced 1 pill, and under normal circumstances, the amount of spirit medicine Guo consumed would be enough to form a dozen pills. In order to pursue the top grade, Guo compressed all the medicinal power to ensure the definite formation of 1 supreme vein expansion pill. And the value of this single supreme vein expansion pill far exceeded dozens, hundreds. No, this supreme vein expansion pill simply cannot be compared to ordinary vein expansion pill. Casting the pill collection spell, a perfectly round medicinal pill appeared, and this medicinal pill also had a pill mark, which is the sign of a top-grade medicinal pill. Next, Guo continued alchemy. As a third-order alchemist, refining first-order medicinal pill, even refining first-order, top-grade, with the assistance of different fires and the torch tree stump, Guo found it quite easy. Of course, Guo also failed a few times during the process, but the success rate still remained at 80%. This 80% success rate was for top-grade medicinal pill, not for ordinary medicinal pill. Placing the 9 supreme vein expansion pill into specially made jade slip, Guo completed this alchemy commission. The total time spent was less than a day. And for refining third-order medicinal pill, from preparation to final pill formation, it is quite normal to spend several months. If there is one failure during the process, that time doubles. Guo chose this first-order, top-grade, vein expansion pill not only because he had 2 different fires and ample confidence, but also because refining first-order medicinal pill took less time. To quickly earn sect contributions, the faster the mission completion speed, the better, naturally. Carrying the refined medicinal pill, Guo headed to the mission hall, ready to turn in the mission. Ancient tree, a certain branch. Master, I've broken through to Qi refinement late stage. A young girl excitedly reported her latest cultivate achievement to her master. Not bad. The girl's master, upon hearing this, immediately showed a look of pleasant surprise. However, amidst the surprise, this golden core late-stage cultivator felt a little anxious. His disciple's cultivate speed was too fast, and there was still no news about the supreme vein expansion pill he had commissioned. The vein expansion pill only had an effect when consumed during the chi refinement stage. Furthermore, for this talented disciple of his, the golden core late-stage cultivator had great ambitions. He wanted to use the supreme vein expansion pill to lay a deep foundation for his disciple, for only then could she compete for the qualification of a sect true disciple. However, he had already posted the commission mission when his disciple had just entered the chi refinement stage. Now, his disciple was already at chi refinement late stage, and there was still no news of the supreme vein expansion pill. How could this not make him anxious? Of course, besides the supreme vein expansion pill, there were other ways to increase one's foundation, such as the perfected cleansing art. However, cultivating the cleaning technique to the perfection level was equally difficult. His disciple didn't seem to have talent in that area. Of course, some heaven and earth treasure also had the effect of increasing one's foundation, but such heaven and earth treasure were difficult for even him, a golden core late-stage cultivator, to obtain. After much thought, the supreme vein expansion pill was the best choice. If it really doesn't work, I'll swallow my pride and ask my master to invite Elder Lu to take action. The golden core late-stage cultivator had to consider the worst-case scenario. At that time, he could only seek his master and ask Elder Lu from the alchemy lineage to take action. Of course, this was a last resort, as it would make his master owe Elder Lu a favor, and a nascent soul true lord's favor was extremely valuable. Unless absolutely necessary, no nascent soul true lord would be willing to owe someone a favor. Master, master. Just as the golden core late-stage cultivator's thoughts were racing, a young man ran in quickly. What are you doing? Flustered and hurried. His thoughts being interrupted made the golden core late-stage cultivator a little displeased. This disciple of his was not serious about cultivate and just liked to wander around. Seeing his master get angry, the young man couldn't help but shrink his neck, but thinking of the news he had received, he immediately became excited again. Master, the commission mission you asked me to post earlier has been completed. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the golden core late-stage cultivator's figure disappeared. Tisk, and he said I was flustered. You old man aren't either. Seeing this, the young man muttered. What are you muttering about? Follow your master. At this moment, a hand grabbed the young man, startling him. However, before the young man could explain, the two of them directly fled. Mission Hall. Hey? Why is the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill commission gone? Some Sheneng Valley disciples who were looking for missions suddenly noticed something and quickly searched. The commissioner probably withdrew it. Hearing this, a disciple guessed, after all, this mission had been posted for a long time, so it was normal for it to be withdrawn. Elder Anu's disciple doesn't seem to have reached foundation establishment yet. He probably wouldn't withdraw the mission at this time. A golden core cultivator from Sheneng Valley clearly knew who posted the mission. So, this mission was completed by someone. Hearing this, another golden core cultivator interjected. The Supreme Vein Expansion Pill mission had not been completed for so long, which was enough to show its difficulty. If it were a simple mission, these golden core cultivators would have taken it long ago. Golden core cultivators naturally had no use for the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill, but they always had some disciples who needed it. Impossible, right? I haven't heard of any particularly powerful alchemist appearing in the valley. It couldn't be Elder Lu, could it? That's not necessarily true. Elder Anu values that disciple very much. He might ask his master to step in and have Elder Lu refine it. As everyone was discussing, a golden core late-stage cultivator entered the mission hall quickly with a young man. Seeing this, everyone turned their gaze towards them. It's senior brother Anu. Seeing the person, everyone's eyes lit up, and then they quickly gathered around, all wanting to know the situation of his alchemy commission. Why are you all crowding around? Anu looked at the approaching crowd and said unhappily. Hehe, aren't we just curious? Senior brother Anu, has your commission been completed? Hearing this, everyone wasn't annoyed and asked with a smile. That's right. Knowing that the matter couldn't be hidden, Anu directly responded. What? Upon receiving the exact news from Anu, the entire hall was in an uproar. The mission for 9 Supreme Vein Expansion Pills had actually been completed. Which alchemy great master had taken action? I just got the news too. Feeling everyone's gaze, Anu spread his hands. At this moment, he was also very curious. He could confirm that this person was definitely not Elder Lu. As a 4th order alchemist, the reward for the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill simply wouldn't attract her. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go hand over the mission and see who completed it. Everyone urged. Everyone wanted to know which alchemy great master completed this mission. They also wanted to find that great master to commission the refining of the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill. What's the hurry? Anu was a bit reluctant, because he also really wanted to meet this alchemy great master. No one would complain about having too few Supreme Vein Expansion Pills. He had many disciples under him, and besides that girl, there were a few others with good talent. If he could get more Supreme Vein Expansion Pills, then his several talented disciples could also increase their foundation, and perhaps in the future, they could catch up with those disciples whose talents were even more outstanding than theirs. After all, a cultivator's future achievements, besides talent, also depended greatly on acquired cultivation, and the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill was the best medicinal pill for cultivating disciples. The more solid the foundation laid in the early stage, the more hope there would be for breakthrough to a higher realm in the future. Unfortunately, given the current situation, it was impossible for him to monopolize this news, but at least he had already obtained 9 Supreme Vein Expansion Pills. Next, they would just compete together. As a Golden Core late-stage cultivator, Anu considered himself to be wealthier than these junior brothers and junior nephews in front of him. The mission handover went very smoothly, and Anu quickly received a jade bottle. Senior brother Anu, open it and take a look. Everyone stared at the jade bottle in Anu's hand and urged again. Although the mission hall confirmed the mission's completion, meaning the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill was successful, everyone wanted to witness it with their own eyes. Okay. This time, Anu didn't decline, because he also wanted to confirm it himself. Taking a deep breath, Anu carefully opened the jade bottle. Immediately, a rich medicinal pill fragrance overflowed. Smelling this fragrance, Anu's heart settled. The cultivators surrounding them also showed expressions of shock. As disciples of a top sect like Sheneng Valley, their knowledge was naturally not weak. From this medicinal pill fragrance, everyone could basically confirm that what was in the jade bottle was undoubtedly the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill. And this confirmation was sealed when Anu poured out a medicinal pill with pill pattern. Senior brother Anu, quickly see which great master completed the mission. After confirming the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill, everyone's hearts began to stir. Jin Li. Immortal Master. Anu picked up the mission handover slip, which had a signature on it. However, Anu felt extremely unfamiliar with this name. Not only Anu, but everyone else felt the same. It was obvious that this was not a real name, but a Dao name. In fact, many famous cultivators were known not by their real names, but by their Dao names. It was just that no one had heard of this Jin Li Immortal Master Dao name. But the other party referred to himself as an Immortal Master, so he should be a Golden Core real person. It was just that in a top sect like Sheneng Valley, the number of Golden Core realm disciples was not small. If it were an ordinary nascent soul sect, there would only be a few Golden Core cultivators inside, and they could be quickly identified. Unable to confirm the Great Master's identity, everyone's only option was to issue a designated commission, which meant designating a specific person to accept the commission. Soon, several Supreme Vein Expansion Pill commissions were posted. The reason there were only a few was naturally because the news had not yet spread. Moreover, the reward for the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill was the same as, or even much higher than, the commission for refining a third-order medicinal pill. Aside from some wealthy Golden Core cultivators, ordinary Golden Core cultivators simply couldn't afford this reward, let alone those below Golden Core. The next day, news of the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill being completed began to spread, and the name of Jin Li Immortal Master also began to be known by many Sheneng Valley disciples, but no one knew who this mysterious Jin Li Immortal Master was. As expected of a secret technique level spirit farmer spell, it's indeed much more profound. Gu Mo walked out of his small house and saw little carp watering Shivo Zayahua in the courtyard. The spiritual rain formed by the divine ability cloud and rain also had a strong attraction for Shivo Zayahua. Xiao Mo. Seeing Gu Mo appear, Zayahua quickly waved. Little carp's spiritual rain and Gu Mo's accelerated growth had already become indispensable parts of Zayahua's life. Hearing this, Gu Mo stepped forward and performed accelerated growth on Shivo Zayahua once, then he left the small courtyard and headed to the mission hall. Previously, Gu Mo had completed the Great Vein Expansion Pill mission and obtained a sum of sect contribution points. Afterwards, Gu Mo exchanged these sect contribution points for an advanced version of the Spirit Farmer secret technique. Gu Mo had not forgotten that a Lingzi master was his main profession, and an alchemist could only be considered a side job. Now that all his sect contribution points had been exchanged for the Spirit Farmer secret technique, Gu Mo naturally had to continue taking on missions to earn sect contribution points. Why are there so many Supreme Vein Expansion Pill commissions? Upon arriving at the mission hall, Gu Mo immediately saw more than 10 Supreme Vein Expansion Pill commissions, and these were all designated commissions, with the designated person being Jin Li Immortal Master. This Jin Li Immortal Master was naturally the Dao name Gu Mo had given himself. There were many mysterious methods in the immortal realm. Taking a Dao name to conceal one's true name was also a form of self-protection. Cultivators used Dao names when traveling outside mainly for this reason. Since there were new Supreme Vein Expansion Pill missions, and they were even designated for him to take, Gu Mo naturally wouldn't hesitate and accepted all dozen or so commission missions. With Gu Mo's current ability, refining the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill wouldn't take much time, and the reward for one Supreme Vein Expansion Pill was the same as for one third-order medicinal pill. The reward for more than 10 third-order medicinal pills would take an ordinary third-order alchemist at least 10 years to earn. Refining one third-order medicinal pill would take several months, plus the probability of failure, so 10 years was not an exaggeration at all. For Gu Mo, completing these dozen or so Supreme Vein Expansion Pill commissions would only take about 10 days. To earn in 10 days what an ordinary third-order alchemist would earn in over 10 years, it was enough to make many alchemists envious. Do you think that Jin Li Immortal Master will still accept Supreme Vein Expansion Pill commissions? At this moment, many disciples were paying attention to those commissions. How can we mortals guess the Great Master's thoughts? In response, many disciples shook their heads. Being able to refine the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill, Gu Mo had already become the alchemy Great Master in everyone's hearts. Quick, look, those Supreme Vein Expansion Pill missions have all disappeared. A sudden exclamation instantly caused the mission hall to erupt. Immediately, everyone gathered around and saw that the dozen or so Supreme Vein Expansion Pill commissions had already been taken. They couldn't help but excitedly look around, trying to find the mysterious Jin Li Immortal Master. Gu Mo, who hadn't had time to leave and was pushed back by the surging crowd, was naturally scanned by countless gazes, but those gazes quickly moved away. Because Gu Mo had already used the breath concealment technique to conceal his cultivation. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, he was just an ordinary foundation establishment disciple. Everyone knew that Jinli Immortal Master was a golden core cultivator, and Gu Mo's foundation establishment cultivation clearly didn't fit. Finding nothing, everyone couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Of course, some disciples directly went to ask the mission hall, where there must be news of Jinli Immortal Master. But these inquiries were all rejected by the mission hall. As long as the party involved did not nod, the mission hall could not disclose the party's information at will. Without an answer, everyone simply gave up. However, regarding how long it would take for that Jinli Immortal Master to complete these commissions, everyone began to discuss again. And the protagonist of everyone's discussion, Gu Mo, leisurely returned to his tree leaf hut. He first went to the spiritual field to collect today's sun essence. Then, he returned to the tree leaf hut and began refining the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill. More than 10 days later, an explosive piece of news spread, that Jinli Immortal Master had directly completed more than a dozen Supreme Vein Expansion Pill commissions. Everyone was shocked by this efficiency and success rate. Jinli Immortal Master, couldn't it be junior brother Gu Mo? In the alchemist branch, Jian Tao, who was preparing to go out to explore a secret realm, heard this news and immediately thought of Gu Mo. Almost all alchemists in Cheneng Valley were in their branch. The only exception was probably Gu Mo, and Jian Tao had personally witnessed Gu Mo's alchemy skills. Moreover, the other party had previously obtained a Supreme Magic Treasure Pill furnace and a type of abnormal fire, so refining the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill was entirely possible. However, since Gu Mo used a Dao name instead of his real name, it meant that Gu Mo did not want to expose himself, so Jian Tao naturally would not be the one to leak the secret. He didn't even reveal anything about Gu Mo's torch tree stump. The reason was simple: currently, only he and his master knew that Gu Mo had such a special spirit plant as the torch tree stump. Jian Tao wanted to quickly gather enough treasures and trade with Gu Mo before others found out. If he missed this opportunity, once more people knew that Gu Mo had such a special spirit plant as the torch tree stump, then it might not be his turn. Although Gu Mo did not say how difficult it was to cultivate this torch tree stump, given the various powerful effects shown by that spirit plant, it was clearly not that easy to cultivate. With this thought, Jian Tao no longer hesitated and chose to leave directly, preparing to find some helpers to explore that secret realm. After Gu Mo completed the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill mission and obtained a large sum of sect contribution points, he went to exchange them for advanced spirit farmer spells. Gu Mo needed to quickly make up for his shortcomings. As long as he showed sufficiently powerful Lingzi master attainments, then the plants Gu Mo produced would all have an explanation. Just as Gu Mo was diligently comprehending the advanced version of the spirit farmer secret technique, the matter of the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill continued to ferment. In fact, many people from outside sects even learned that an alchemy great master who could refine the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill had appeared in Cheneng Valley. As a result, many alchemy commissions from outside sects also appeared in the mission hall. At this moment, the high-level officials of Cheneng Valley were also alarmed. Elder Lu, is that Jinli Immortal Master you? In the grand hall at the top of the ancient tree, all the elders of the various branches, except those who were out or in seclusion, had arrived. This time, everyone gathered not for matters of good and evil, but for the recently prominent Jinli Immortal Master. In response, many elders turned their gaze towards Lu Shulin. As the only fourth-order alchemist in Cheneng Valley, only she had the ability to refine the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill. It's not me. You should go find senior brother Ho for this matter. Lu Shulin's gaze swept towards Ho Chenyu not far away. Ah! Suddenly being called out by Lu Shulin, Ho Chenyu was a bit bewildered. What did this alchemy matter have to do with him? He didn't understand alchemy. Seeing Ho Chenyu's bewildered expression, Lu Shulin's heart stirred. Senior brother Ho, didn't you take in a disciple named Gu Mo before? I think highly of him. How about letting him come here to me? What do you want to do? As a nascent soul late-stage cultivator, Ho Chenyu's senses were extremely keen. He instantly detected a trap in Lu Shulin's words, but he also didn't understand why Gu Mo had caught Elder Liu's eye. He didn't understand alchemy. It couldn't be. Suddenly, Ho Chenyu abruptly thought of something. However, this thought made Ho Chenyu a little disbelieving. Gu Mo possessed true disciple-level talent and Lingzi master talent that even Shi Chunda praised. This was already very exaggerated. Did this also mean he had alchemy talent that even a fourth-order alchemist like Elder Lu would ask for him? As Ho Chenyu was filled with doubt, the Valley Master of Cheneng Valley, Nascent Soul Peak True Lord, Nongwalai, appeared in the meeting hall. Greetings, Valley Master. Seeing Nongwalai appear, the elders immediately bowed. Elder Qin, you are in charge of the mission hall, so please tell us about this matter, Nongwalai said, getting straight to the point. After all, the purpose of gathering the elders here was for a single matter. Even if Nongwalai wanted to talk about something else, there was nothing. Yes. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man stood up and then recounted how a Lingzi master who excelled at refining Supreme Vein Expansion Pills had recently appeared in the valley. Elder Lu, is that person really not you? After hearing Elder Qin's narration, some elders who were still unaware couldn't help but turn their gazes towards Lu Shulin. Among everyone in the Cheneng Valley, the only one they could think of with such capabilities was Lu Shulin, a fourth-order alchemist. No. Lu Shulin said irritably. Ever since Jinli real person displayed his ability to refine Supreme Vein Expansion Pills, she didn't know how many times she had been asked about it. That Jinli real person is indeed not Elder Lu. At this moment, Elder Qin also spoke up. Then who is it? Old Qin, can't you just finish speaking at once? Upon hearing this, some elders immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. This old fellow was actually trying to keep them in suspense. Everyone here has heard of this person. He is Gu Mo, whom senior brother Ho brought before. Having been rebuked, Elder Qin no longer beat around the bush and directly revealed Jinli real person's identity. What? As soon as these words came out, all the elders looked at each other in dismay. They clearly had not expected this outcome. Even if that Jinli real person was not Lu Shulin, a fourth-order alchemist, everyone speculated that it should be a genius alchemist from the alchemy lineage. But the result was actually a disciple from the planting lineage. The elders still remembered Gu Mo's information very clearly. The previous information did not include any details about him having alchemy talent. Why are you looking at me? I just found out too. Feeling the gazes of the elders, Ho Chenyu glared back directly. Although Ho Chenyu had already guessed from Lu Shulin's previous reaction, he was still shocked to have it confirmed at this moment. Alright, the reason I called you here now is to discuss the matter of the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill. Nongwalai, as the Valley Master, interrupted the elders' staring contest. Junior brother Ho, Gu Mo is from your lineage, so you set the tone first. Nongwalai's gaze turned to Ho Chenyu. The Supreme Vein Expansion Pill must not flow out. Ho Chenyu pondered for a moment and made a decision. The Supreme Vein Expansion Pill, which can increase the foundation of Qi refinement stage cultivators, is useless for lone cultivators, but for a top sect like Sheneng Valley with numerous disciples, it can definitely be classified as a strategic medicinal pill. If Sheneng Valley can continuously obtain Supreme Vein Expansion Pills, then the foundation of Sheneng Valley's disciples will be improved, and the hope for this group of disciples to reach higher realms in the future will also be greater. It is no exaggeration to say that this Supreme Vein Expansion Pill is a medicinal pill that can enhance the entire foundation of Sheneng Valley. Although this will take a long time, a top great sect like Sheneng Valley does not consider immediate benefits. Long-term gains and losses are what Sheneng Valley needs to consider. However, the sect needs to compensate my grand disciple. Ho Chenyu's tone shifted. That is natural. Nongwalai nodded. The sect will purchase the Supreme Vein Expansion Pills refined by your grand disciple at the price of a third-order medicinal pill. Valley Master, that's not enough. Ho Chenyu shook his head. As Gu Mo's Grand Master, he naturally had to secure the greatest benefits for Gu Mo. That core disciple treatment. Elder Ho, you can't be so insatiable. As Ho Chenyu brought up the core disciple treatment again, Ancient Elder, who had always been at odds with Ho Chenyu, immediately interjected. It is true that your grand disciple can refine Supreme Vein Expansion Pills, which is a huge contribution to the sect, but I think core disciple treatment should be given to disciples who have outstanding talent in the Dao of Lingzi Master. After all, many of the core disciple benefits are treasures that enhance a Lingzi Master's skills. Since your grand disciple has good alchemy talent, why not let him specialize in the Dao of Alchemy? Ancient Elder, according to you, the alchemy lineage has no qualification to become a core disciple. As soon as Ancient Elder finished speaking, Lu Shulin became displeased. And other elders from non-Lingzi Master lineages also glared at Ancient Elder one by one. I didn't say that. The Ancient Elder knew he had misspoken and quickly tried to mend his words. In any case, he disagreed with giving Gu Mo core disciple treatment. He and Ho Chenyu's lineage were competitors. Currently, both sides had one disciple who had become a core disciple. If Ho Chenyu's side had another disciple who received core disciple treatment, it would be very unfavorable to his lineage. Core disciple resources are indeed a bit tight. How about this? The sect will additionally allow your grand disciple to choose one treasure. Nongwalai quickly made a decision when he saw that everyone was about to start arguing again. As the Valley Master, Nongwalai needed to balance the interests of various lineages. Of course, Gu Mo did not cultivate and grow up in Sheneng Valley from a young age, which made Nongwalai unable to fully trust Gu Mo. And core disciple treatment already involved many core secrets of Sheneng Valley. Nongwalai could not expose these core secrets to a disciple he could not fully trust. Of course, Gu Mo's refining of Supreme Vein Expansion Pills was a great contribution to the sect. The sect would not treat Gu Mo unfairly in this regard, purchasing the Supreme Vein Expansion Pills refined by Gu Mo at the price of third-order medicinal pills without limit. And additionally allowing Gu Mo to choose a treasure from the sect's treasure vault, Nongwalai considered this to be very sincere. The Supreme Vein Expansion Pill, after all, is only a first-order medicinal pill, and what determines the rise and fall of a sect are only those few top-tier cultivators. Of course, the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill can increase the probability of top powerhouses being born in the sect hundreds or thousands of years in the future, but this time is too long, and how much the probability can be is also uncertain. After all, for a cultivator to grow from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul realm, there are too many and too difficult hurdles to overcome. How many people can ultimately become nascent soul true lords? Yes. Seeing the Valley Master make a decision, Ho Chenyu sighed inwardly. He knew that Gu Mo's lack of experience cultivating and growing up in Sheneng Valley would be a hurdle for him to become a core disciple of Sheneng Valley. Seeing Ho Chenyu give up so easily, Lu Shulin was a bit surprised. She was still expecting Ho Chenyu to reveal the torch tree stump spirit plant that Gu Mo had cultivated. Once this torch tree stump spirit plant was revealed, it would definitely silence Ancient Elder and make the Valley Master waver. As an alchemist, she knew too well how important this spirit plant called torch tree stump was. With this special spirit plant, Sheneng Valley could achieve significant improvements in alchemy and artifact refining. It seemed now that Ho Chenyu either didn't know about Gu Mo having this special spirit plant at all, or he knew and wasn't ready to announce it now, planning to bring it out during Sheneng Valley's Lingzi Master Grand Competition. As the top Lingzi Master sect, Sheneng Valley holds a Lingzi Master competition every few years, where Lingzi Masters bring out the spirit plants they have cultivated to compete on whose cultivated spirit plants are superior. Furthermore, this competition accepts Lingzi Masters from other sects to participate. Although Sheneng Valley is the top Lingzi Master sect, there are still many Lingzi Masters outside. Being complacent is clearly not a good strategy, so Sheneng Valley opened up the conditions for other Lingzi Masters to participate in the competition. In some sessions, external Lingzi Masters gave the geniuses of Sheneng Valley a huge shock, letting those prodigies know that there are always people better than themselves. With this in mind, Lu Shulin did not say much. After all, if Gumo's torch tree stump matter were exposed now, it would have a great impact on his participation in the grand competition. Junior sister Lu, is something wrong? How keen was a nascent soul true lord's perception? Ho Chenyu naturally sensed Lu Shulin's gaze. He was somewhat puzzled by this. No. Lu Shulin rolled her eyes at Ho Chenyu and turned to leave. Humph, you're quite good at pretending. What's going on? Having been given a blank stare for no reason, Ho Chenyu was also completely bewildered. However, since it was his beloved junior sister, it was fine. Without overthinking, Ho Chenyu also quickly left. He still had to inform Gu Mo of the decisions made in today's meeting. With Ho Chenyu's profound skill in wood manipulation technique, he arrived directly in front of Gu Mo's leaf courtyard with a single thought. And leaf courtyards with residents all have restrictions, making it impossible to directly enter the courtyard without the owner's consent. Read the error-free version at 169 bookstore. Ho Chenyu was paying a sudden visit, so naturally, he hadn't informed Gu Mo beforehand. Therefore, he also needed to knock on the door. Coming. Soon, a crisp voice sounded from the courtyard. Hearing this familiar voice, Ho Chenyu felt a headache coming on. Who would understand? His daughter, whom he had raised for hundreds of years, was taken away by a young man who had only been there for a few days. That feeling was simply too difficult to bear. Hey? Master, why are you here? As Ho Chenyu sighed inwardly, the courtyard door opened, and then Shivo Ziyahua, with a flower growing on her head, appeared. Seeing Ho Chenyu, Shivo Ziyahua blinked her big eyes. If I don't come, are you not going to go home again? Ho Chenyu said irritably. He just couldn't understand what was so good about Gumo's place. His courtyard was a fourth-order spiritual ground, while Gumo's was only third-order. With you master, you don't play with Little Flower either, so Little Flower came to play with junior nephew Gu Mo. Little Flower also made new friends, Shivo Ziyahua said with a wronged expression. As she spoke, Shivo Ziyahua hugged Little Carp over. The delicate and adorable Shivo Ziyahua, holding a golden koi fish as big as herself, actually had the beautiful implication of a child holding a carp. Hey! Ho Chenyu, as a late-stage nascent soul true lord, felt a faint sense of mysterious opportunity and luck when he saw this scene. Unfortunately, the concept of opportunity and luck is extremely subtle and unknown, even for a nascent soul true lord. Alright, it's master's fault. Looking at the wronged Shivo Ziyahua, Ho Chenyu could only surrender. As a nascent soul true lord and a lineage master, he was indeed very busy. Especially after Shivo Ziyahua reached third-order peak and her cultivation could not advance, Ho Chenyu also stopped cultivating Shivo Ziyahua. Because Shivo Ziyahua's realm had reached a bottleneck, and without breaking through the bottleneck, any cultivation effects would be very weak. And to break through and become a demon king, Shivo Ziyahua needed to find her own opportunity. Suddenly, Ho Chenyu seemed to understand something. Could the opportunity and luck he had just sensed be a sign that Shivo Ziyahua had found an opportunity to break through? Little Flower, you can come here to play whenever you want from now on. With this thought, Ho Chenyu naturally would no longer stop Shivo Ziyahua from coming to play with Gu Mo. Although he didn't know why Shivo Ziyahua found an opportunity to break through here with Gu Mo, opportunity and luck were too profound, and no one could explain it clearly. Yay! Upon receiving her master's permission, Shivo Ziyahua immediately cheered excitedly. Shivo Ziyahua, what's wrong? Gu Mo, who was refining medicinal pills in the house, heard Shivo Ziyahua's cheers outside. He immediately stopped refining and went out to investigate the situation. Greetings, Grand Master. When he saw Ho Chenyu, Gu Mo quickly bowed in salute. You little fellow, you still remember me, your Grand Master. Seeing Gu Mo, Ho Chenyu glared at him. It was clear that Ho Chenyu was angry that Gu Mo hadn't told him about his alchemy skills. If he had known earlier, he could have done more for Gu Mo. Gu Mo looked at Ho Chenyu with a puzzled expression. It wasn't until Ho Chenyu explained what had happened that Gu Mo suddenly realized. Gu Mo was also very helpless about this. Who would have thought that his alchemy would alarm the higher UPS of Sheneng Valley? Next, you don't need to take on any more Supreme Vein Expansion Pill missions. The sect will purchase your Supreme Vein Expansion Pills, and you can also go to the sect to choose a treasure. Ho Chenyu told Gu Mo the sect's decision. Gu Mo seemed to have no other choice but to accept this. Fortunately, the reward given by the sect was still acceptable. Cough cough, good grand disciple, this matter is also good for you. Ho Chenyu coughed lightly. Although he was not entirely satisfied with the reward given by the sect, at this moment, he naturally had to say a few words to make up for the sect, so that Gu Mo would not complain about the sect. That Supreme Vein Expansion Pill is of great significance. If you continue to refine it, once your identity is exposed, you will inevitably be targeted. Now the sect will help you conceal your identity and purchase your supreme vein expansion pills without limit. You can both avoid the risks brought by identity exposure and still receive the rewards for refining medicinal pills. Also, the sect has given you an opportunity to choose a treasure. Do you know that in the sect's treasure vault, there are spiritual artifacts, and even spirit treasures? Of course, to obtain spiritual artifacts or spirit treasures, you need to have enough discernment. Spiritual artifacts and spirit treasures have already given birth to spirits. These spirits already possess a self-preservation consciousness. Without being recognized as a master, spiritual artifacts and spirit treasures will conceal their own spirituality to protect themselves. This is the origin of the self-concealment of spiritual objects. Therefore, to find a spiritual artifact or spirit treasure, unless one is extremely fated with a certain spiritual artifact or spirit treasure, causing the spirit within the spiritual artifact or spirit treasure to actively call out, or one has sharp discernment and can recognize spiritual artifacts or spirit treasures in their self-concealed state. But whether or not one can find a spiritual artifact or spirit treasure, the opportunity to choose a treasure given by the sect guarantees at least a top-grade magic treasure. Such sincerity is indeed very sufficient. Thank you, Grand Master. Guang bowed to Hochenyu and thanked him. He knew that to receive these rewards, his Grand Master must have put in effort. Otherwise, as a Golden Core disciple who had only recently joined, he would at most receive the normal rewards for Supreme Vein Expansion Pills, and this additional reward of choosing a treasure might not have existed. Chapter 180 Great Evolution Sword Formation. Stop that. You should spend more time on cultivation and being a Lingzi master. Hochenyu waved his hand. Guang, as his disciple in the spirit plant lineage, had displayed astonishing talent in alchemy. In Hochenyu's view, wasn't this putting the cart before the horse? After reminding Guang a few things, Hochenyu left a special leaf talisman and departed. This leaf talisman was the credential for selecting a treasure. With this leaf talisman, Guang could go to the sect's treasure vault and select a treasure. For the next period, Guang paused taking orders. Coupled with the sect's deliberate information guidance, the matter of the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill gradually faded, and Guang entered a peaceful period. This allowed Guang to shift his focus to his incarnation. At this moment, Guang's incarnation had already become an outer sect disciple of the Great Evolution Sword Sect. Although his incarnation's talent was not good, Guang still skipped the utility disciple stage and became an outer sect disciple by relying on his comprehension of the Sword Dao. As expected of a sword sect, this legacy is indeed very complete. In the outer sect disciple area of the Great Evolution Sword Sect, Guang's incarnation slowly opened his eyes. After becoming an outer sect disciple, Guang naturally began to cultivate the orthodox sword cultivator legacy. Compared to his own haphazard cultivation, the Great Evolution Sword Sect provided a very complete sword cultivator legacy. Although he was an outer sect disciple and could not obtain the core sword cultivator legacy, this ordinary sword cultivator legacy was enough for Guang to make up for his fundamental deficiencies. At this moment, Guang realized that a sword cultivator not only needed to cultivate sword tactics, but also to condense sword momentum and sword intent. Only by mastering sword momentum and sword intent could the sword tactics unleashed display their true power. Recalling information about sword momentum in his mind, the next moment, a sharp edge erupted from Guang's body. It was clear that Guang had already mastered sword momentum. This was all thanks to Guang's powerful divine soul as a golden core cultivator and his comprehension of two styles of the nameless sword canon sword tactics, which allowed him to master sword momentum so quickly. As for the stronger sword intent, Guang still needed to continue comprehending it, or rather, sword intent was not simply achieved through comprehension. A sword needed to be tempered. Only a sword that had undergone tempering could give birth to sword intent. And the Great Evolution Sword Sect had a place for tempering sword intent, called the Great Evolution Sword Formation. This formation was a sword formation, and this sword formation was also the Great Evolution Sword Sect's strongest legacy. It used swords to form a formation, then unleashed an attack that surpassed one's own limits. The name of the Great Evolution Sword Sect was derived from its highest sword Dao legacy, the Great Evolution Sword Canon. Let's try that Great Evolution Sword Formation. Having mastered sword momentum, Guang planned to try out the Great Evolution Sword Formation. As an outer sect disciple, he could get one chance each year to enter the Great Evolution Sword Formation to temper his sword Dao. At the same time, this Great Evolution Sword Formation was also a place to test disciples. Disciples who performed well in the Great Evolution Sword Formation could receive rewards from the sect. Guang's incarnation joined the sword sect not for this ordinary sword Dao legacy. With the sect contribution points Guang had accumulated by performing alchemy for Sheneng Valley, if he wanted a sword Dao legacy, he could directly exchange for the Azure Lotus Sword Tactic. The Azure Lotus Sword Tactic was a sword cultivator cultivation technique at the nascent soul level, comparable to the core legacy of an ordinary nascent soul sword sect. However, compared to the Great Evolution Sword Sect's Great Evolution Sword Canon, the Azure Lotus Sword Tactic was somewhat inferior. Besides a stronger legacy, one could also receive guidance on cultivation in the Great Evolution Sword Sect, as well as various treasures that enhance a sword cultivator's strength, such as this Great Evolution Sword Formation. Using sword control art, Guang arrived at the Great Evolution Sword Formation. From the outside, the sword formation looked like a valley, and in front of the valley stood a huge stone tablet. There were many names on it, and each name was followed by a number. This number represented the number of sword Dao puppets defeated by the sword sect disciple in the Great Evolution Sword Formation. 28. Guang looked up and saw a name at the very top, along with the number after that name, 28. This meant that the opponent had consecutively defeated 28 Sword Dao puppets. Although Gu Mo had never seen the Sword Dao puppets, he had heard that the Sword Dao puppets naturally mastered various powerful sword tactics, and some even possessed sword momentum, or even sword intent. If the Great Evolution Sword Formation was fully activated, it could condense even more terrifying Sword Dao puppets. That was one of the Great Formation's methods for killing enemies. Today, this Great Evolution Sword Formation was used to temper the disciples' Sword Dao. Using a killing formation to temper disciples, it must be said that it truly lived up to its name as a sword sect. A slight carelessness could lead to injury, and in the most severe cases, disciples had died directly within the Great Formation. But disciples cultivated in this way, putting aside everything else, their killing methods were definitely the strongest. This was the sword cultivator who prioritized killing. The atmosphere of the Great Evolution Sword sect was also full of struggle. In comparison, Sheneng Valley was too peaceful. Most of the disciples of Sheneng Valley were Lingzi masters, either farming or researching new spirit plants. Their combat power was definitely the weakest among the Righteous Path and Demonic Path 6 great sects. However, this did not mean that Sheneng Valley was weak. As long as Sheneng Valley existed, the Taking sect and the Yin Yang Sword sect could not be annihilated by the Demon Dao 3 sects, because they had Sheneng Valley as a top-tier support. Lingzi masters were not good at direct combat, but in terms of defense and logistics, they were absolutely number one. With Sheneng Valley responsible for logistics, the Taking sect and the Yin Yang Sword sect could fight against Demonic Path sects without any worries. After observing the Great Formation for a moment, many outer sect and utility disciples entered and exited during this time, but none were able to make it onto the list. The stone tablet list had a total of 100 spots, and the last place had defeated 5 Sword Dao puppets. At the same time, this was also the threshold for becoming an inner sect disciple. As long as one defeated 5 Sword Dao puppets and entered the top 100 of the list, one could become an inner sect disciple. This was also the fastest way for many outer sect and utility disciples to become inner sect disciples. And defeating 10 Sword Dao puppets and entering the top 20 of the list qualified one to compete for the true disciple position, while the top 10 on the list were the current true disciples of the Great Evolution Sword sect. The worst of them had defeated 15 or more Sword Dao puppets, and among the top 3, one had even reached over 20, especially the first place, who had reached 28, significantly leading other disciples. Gu Mo's current plan was to defeat 5 Sword Dao puppets and become an inner sect disciple. The reason for setting the goal at 5 was that this incarnation's realm was too low. With inferior talent, even if Gu Mo used his Golden Core Cultivator's Divine Soul Consciousness to control his incarnation, his current realm was only at Chi Refining second layer. A Sword Cultivator's combat power, in addition to sword tactics, also depended on their realm. If the realm didn't keep up, no matter how strong the sword tactics mastered, they couldn't unleash their power. However, this was not a problem for Gu Mo. He planned to wait until his incarnation became an inner sect disciple, then his main body would send a wave of resources to quickly raise his incarnation's realm. In a sword cultivator sect, hiding one's strength was meaningless. The stronger you were, the more resources you would get, and the stronger your combat power would be. After that, it would be a continuous snowball effect, where the strong get stronger, and the weak get weaker. With this thought, Gu Mo took out his disciple token and then stepped into the Great Evolution Sword Formation. Upon entering the Sword Formation, Gu Mo first felt a vast sword intent. This was the power contained within the Great Evolution Sword Formation. Once unleashed, even a nascent soul true lord would be severing heaven. However, at this moment, this vast sword intent was restrained. With Gu Mo's appearance, that vast sword intent showed a subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuation. Then, a Sword Dao puppet with the exact same appearance as Gu Mo appeared. This Sword Dao puppet was formed from the vast sword intent within the Great Formation. Wu. Seeing this, Gu Mo summoned his Flying Sword magical artifact. As a disciple of the Sword sect, one would receive a flying sword upon entry, regardless of whether one was an outer sect disciple or a utility disciple. This was considered a special privilege of the Sword sect, but there were no medicinal pills or similar items. This was also one of the reasons why Gu Mo's cultivation progress was so slow. Of course, this was also related to Gu Mo being only an outer sect disciple. If he were an inner sect disciple, he would certainly not lack various resources. As Gu Mo summoned his flying sword, the Sword Dao puppet instantly attacked. This attack was a precise sword tactic, but this sword tactic contained neither sword momentum nor sword intent, it was merely an attack at the Chi Refining early stage realm. Even so, with its precise sword tactic, this attack was enough to defeat most outer sect and utility disciples, and this was only the first Sword Dao puppet. From this, it could be seen that defeating 5 Sword Dao puppets to become an inner sect disciple was not a low requirement. Of course, this attack naturally could not defeat Gu Mo. In fact, Gu Mo directly counter-killed it by unleashing a sword tactic. The sword tactic Gu Mo used was the basic sword tactic given by the Great Evolution Sword sect after he became an outer sect disciple. This set of basic sword tactics had been completely comprehended by Gu Mo. Even the mysterious nameless sword cannon, Gu Mo had comprehended 2 styles, so comprehending this basic sword tactic was naturally effortless. Clang! The flying sword turned into a streak of light and slashed across the Sword Dao puppet's neck. Immediately, the Sword Dao puppet disappeared. However, the Sword Dao puppet looked exactly like Gu Mo, so it felt strange to be slitting his own throat. Fortunately, Gu Mo had already drastically altered the appearance of his incarnation, so it was not actually Gu Mo's true appearance. After the first Sword Dao puppet disappeared, the second sword Dao puppet quickly condensed, still bearing the appearance of Gumo's incarnation, but its realm seemed to have increased slightly, still without sword momentum or sword intent. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. The third and fourth sword Dao puppets that followed only had strengthened sword tactics and realm, and no sword momentum or sword intent appeared. It was not until the fifth sword Dao puppet appeared that Gumo sensed the presence of sword momentum from it. This was an addition of sword momentum on top of the fourth puppet's realm. Just by adding sword momentum, the combat power unleashed by this fifth puppet directly increased by one level. This battle also made Gumo feel pressure, especially the disparity in realm, which made it very difficult for Gumo to cope. Fortunately, Gumo had also comprehended sword momentum, otherwise, it would have been even more troublesome. Severing Heaven. Finally, Gumo directly unleashed a sword tactic from the nameless sword cannon, Severing Heaven, killing the fifth sword Dao puppet. Afterward, Gumo left the Great Evolution sword formation. Although he could have continued to challenge, and had the ability to defeat the sixth, or even the seventh puppet. But there was no need. His realm couldn't keep up, and fighting was too strenuous. Anyway, defeating 5 puppets was considered meeting the qualification to become an intersect disciple. Gumo planned to improve his realm next. After his realm improved, Gumo would continue to challenge the Great Evolution sword formation. Gumo's goal was to be in the top 10, to become a true disciple of the Great Evolution sword sect, so that he could cultivate the Great Evolution sword sect's highest legacy, the Great Evolution sword cannon. As Gumo left the sword formation, his incarnation's name, Linwu, and the number 5 appeared at the 91st position on the stone tablet. When everyone had defeated the same number of sword Dao puppets, the ranking would be based on the combat time. Because Gumo directly used the Cutting Heaven sword tactic to Severing Heaven the sword Dao puppet, the time taken was very short. Therefore, Gumo's ranking was not 100th, but 91st, making him the highest-ranked disciple among those who defeated 5 puppets. The 90 people ahead of Gumo were disciples who had defeated 6 puppets. A new name appearing on the stone tablet naturally attracted attention. Just as other disciples were discussing the background of this Linwu, a golden core elder from the sect had already found Gumo. Not bad, being able to defeat 5 sword Dao puppets, you must have already comprehended sword momentum. The sword sect elder confirmed Gumo's identity token and also gained some basic understanding of Gumo's situation. Although his spiritual root talent was very poor, his sword Dao talent was very striking. After all, to be able to defeat 5 sword Dao puppets with a chi refining second layer realm, the disparity in realm had to be compensated for by comprehension of the sword Dao. Are you willing to become an intersect disciple? After confirming Gumo's identity, the golden core elder asked. Disciple is willing. Gumo naturally agreed without hesitation. Good. Upon hearing this, the golden core elder nodded, then handed Gumo the intersect disciple token that had already been prepared, along with some benefits and treatment for intersect disciples. In addition, intersect disciples were already qualified to apprentice themselves to a golden core elder in the sect. If they performed well and aroused the interest of a nascent soul old ancestor of the sect, it was not impossible for them to be taken as a disciple by the old ancestor. Of course, intersect disciples could seek a master, whether those golden core elders would accept them was another matter, but at least the sect would arrange for golden core elders to teach intersect disciples. In terms of treatment, it was much better than outer sect disciples. Also, there were no longer any restrictions on the number of times one could enter the Great Evolution sword formation. After all, there were only a few hundred intersect disciples, and this small consumption was negligible for the Great Formation. On the other hand, outer sect and utility disciples, although their consumption was also small, there were too many of them. Moreover, outer sect and utility disciples were too weak, and frequent entry into the Great Formation could easily lead to injury or even death. Limiting the number of times also allowed outer sect and utility disciples to make ample preparations before challenging. Gumo's incarnation becoming an intersect disciple caused quite a stir among the outer sect disciples, but soon, as another outer sect disciple successfully defeated 5 sword Dao puppets and became a new intersect disciple, Gumo's news gradually faded. This day, Gumo's incarnation left his intersect disciple courtyard and headed for the mission hall. He needed to take an outdoor mission to meet up with his main body. You're the one. Gumo quickly scanned the mission list and soon selected a mission to clear Yao beasts. The sword sect's missions were basically all of this type, severing heaven Yao beasts and eliminating demonic path members. The Demon Dao 3 sects always had a habit of sending spies into righteous path territory. If demonic path spies were discovered, then the missions to eliminate them were basically handled by disciples of the sword sect or other sects skilled in killing methods. Of course, the most efficient would naturally be sword cultivators. However, these types of missions carry significant risks. Gumo chose a mission to clear Yao beasts this time. He was just looking for an excuse to meet up with his main body and would not take on missions to eliminate demonic cultivators. Sheneng Valley. When the incarnation left the Great Evolution sword sect, Gumo's main body also left Sheneng Valley alone. Gumo's main body left without making any excuses about external missions, he simply departed. After all, Gumo's main body was a Golden Core real person, and the sect's restrictions on disciples at the Golden Core level were already very minimal. Only Chi refinement and foundation establishment level disciples were subject to restrictions, as their strength was too weak, and they could easily encounter danger if they ventured out alone. Therefore, Gumo did not need to report his entry or exit from the sect. Of course, when Gumo left the sect's Grand Formation would naturally sense it. Only if the Grand Formation did not record a disciple leaving but recorded them entering, or recorded them leaving but not entering while they were still within the sect, would Sheneng Valley pay attention? This was because it would mean there was a problem with the Grand Formation's sensing, which would not be a minor issue. But as long as entry and exit could be sensed by the Grand Formation, the sect would generally not inquire about Golden Core cultivators going out. After all, cultivators all had secrets, and as long as they did not betray the sect or engage in evil path activities, it was fine. After smoothly leaving the range covered by the Fifth Order ancient tree, Gumo's figure transformed into a wisp of clear wind and dissipated. Hundreds of miles away from the Great Evolution Sword Sect, there was a manor, which was the base of a small Qi refinement cultivation family. Recently, Yao beasts had appeared, destroying the spiritual fields painstakingly cultivated by that small Qi refinement family. Because the Yao beast was not weak, this small cultivation family issued a mission to the Great Evolution Sword Sect to exterminate the Yao beast. There were many such small cultivation families within the Great Evolution Sword Sect's sphere of influence. They were providers of various basic cultivation resources for the Sword Sect, and therefore, maintaining the stability of these small cultivation families was also the Great Evolution Sword Sect's responsibility. Greetings, Senior Envoy. When Gumo, Incarnation, arrived, the owner of the manor, a Qi refinement 6th layer cultivator, was visibly excited. The losses caused by the Yao beast were simply too great, and a small cultivation family like theirs simply couldn't withstand such losses. It was no exaggeration to say that they would need several years to recover from this loss. Tell me the details about that Yao beast. Gumo, Incarnation, waved his hand, getting straight to the point. Of course, this was just for a show. At this moment, on a nearby hilltop, Gumo's main body had already arrived, and simultaneously, a first-order late-stage wild boar Yao beast had been captured by Gumo's main body. Gumo did not kill the wild boar Yao beast. Next, Gumo, Incarnation, would need to spend some time searching, and only when the timing was right would he finally find the wild boar Yao beast and then slay it. And this search time was the time Gumo had allocated for the Incarnation's improvement. Don't worry, I'll go kill that wild boar Yao beast right away. After listening to the Manor Lord's narration, Gumo, Incarnation, nodded, then turned and walked out of the manor, disappearing shortly after. When Gumo, Incarnation, reappeared, he had already reunited with his main body in a cave dozens of miles away. This cave was temporarily opened by Gumo. Outside the cave was the wild boar Yao beast, tied up like a dumpling. Let's begin. Upon the Incarnation's arrival, Gumo wasted no words and immediately began to enhance the Incarnation's cultivation. Gumo had two ways to improve the Incarnation's cultivation. The first was to let the Incarnation refine Sun Essence, and the second was to infuse the Incarnation with cultivation using the main body's power. The main body and the Incarnation were of the same origin, and the power of the Golden Core main body, when diluted, could completely become the Incarnation's power. With the intention of conserving Sun Essence, Gumo chose the second method to enhance the Incarnation's cultivation, or rather, this could also be considered an indirect use of the first method. After all, the main body's cultivation was also enhanced by Sun Essence. Placing his hand on the Incarnation's body, wisps of Golden Core Dan power entered the Incarnation's body. Under Gumo's control, that wisp of Golden Core Dan power disintegrated, transforming into surging liquid spiritual power, which then disintegrated again, turning into surging misty spiritual power. At this point, Gumo no longer disintegrated the spiritual power level, preparing to use misty spiritual power to enhance the Incarnation's cultivation. Expanding meridians was not simply about stronger power, too strong a power could damage the meridians when passing through them. The cultivation technique practiced by the Incarnation was the Great Evolution Sword Sect's introductory cultivation technique, named Minor Evolution Heavenly Art. Although it was an introductory cultivation technique, like Sheneng Valley's King Mu Sutra, this Minor Evolution Heavenly Art was also simplified from the Great Evolution Sword Sect's highest legacy cultivation technique, the Great Evolution Heavenly Cycle skill. Therefore, although this cultivation technique was an introductory one, it was absolutely not weak. Following the Heavenly Cycle diagram of the Minor Evolution Heavenly Art, Gumo's main body began to open the Incarnation's meridians. Since the Incarnation mastered this cultivation technique, Gumo's main body naturally mastered it as well. Now, Gumo was using the power of his Golden Core main body to rapidly open the Incarnation's Great Heavenly Cycle, helping him quickly enter the cultivation Qi completion realm, and then proceed with the Foundation establishment breakthrough. With the full assistance of a Golden Core real person whose power was of the same origin, in just one day, the Incarnation had already opened the Great Heavenly Cycle. Next, he only needed to fill the Incarnation's meridians with spiritual power to begin Foundation establishment. But Gumo did not do so. To let the Incarnation undergo Foundation establishment like this would only result in the most ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, which was not what Gumo wanted. Gumo desired a Foundation establishment Incarnation with a profound foundation. And Gumo possessed both methods for enhancing the foundation of a Qi refinement cultivator, the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill and the Great Perfection Level Purification Technique. Therefore, Gumo would next give the Incarnation the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill, combine it with the Great Perfection Level Purification Technique, and add 4th Order Jiaolong Demon King blood, all together to forge a formidable foundation for the Incarnation. Woo. When Gumo took out the 4th Order Jiaolong Demon King blood, which he had slain in the sea, the wild boar Yao beast tied up outside immediately let out terrified whimpers, followed by a smell of urine. This wild boar Yao beast was actually so scared that it peed itself. Seeing this, Gumo casually struck, knocking out the wild boar Yao beast. Compared to the rapid increase in cultivation, the consolidation of this foundation took Gumo 3 days. Fortunately, the incarnation had no self-awareness, otherwise, it would have been driven mad by the pain during these 3 days. Other cultivators, even with ample resources, would take several years to accumulate such a foundation, but Guo only took 3 days. This sufficiently illustrates how drastic the changes were during this period. And drastic changes meant unspeakable pain. During this time, Guo's consciousness entered the incarnation, but almost instantly withdrew. It was too painful. Fortunately, Guo had a complete understanding of the incarnation's condition and did not need his consciousness to control the incarnation to cooperate. His main body could handle everything. Not bad. Guo looked at the incarnation, which had completely transformed, and nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, after body tempering with the 4th Order Demon King's blood, the incarnation's physical strength had reached the Foundation Establishment Great Perfection level. As for the Cultivation realm, although it was Cultivation Chi Completion realm, after the baptism of the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill and the Great Perfection level Purification Technique, the incarnation's meridians were tens of times stronger and wider than those of cultivators at the same rank. This meant that the spiritual power possessed by the incarnation would also be tens of times that of cultivators at the same rank. This was still with Guo holding back, not having replaced the misty spiritual power within the incarnation's body with liquid spiritual power. When his main body was at Chi Refinement 7th layer, he obtained liquid spiritual power with the help of 2nd level solar essence, which caused Guo to encounter a bug when he officially underwent Foundation Establishment breakthrough, and he finally managed to get through it with great effort. This time, Guo did not intend to let the incarnation go through the same. He planned to smoothly raise the incarnation's cultivation. A foundation tens of times stronger than cultivators at the same rank was sufficient. Unless the incarnation broke through and could receive a heavenly gift, then Guo would definitely try to exploit a bug to obtain a few drops of liquid spiritual power containing primordial power. Even sacrificing the incarnation for this would be nothing. As long as the obtained liquid spiritual power containing primordial power exceeded 2 drops, Guo would be able to continuously condense incarnations and harvest this treasure of heavenly gift. Unfortunately, this kind of heavenly gift was limited to the main body's first breakthrough. Incarnations did not receive such heavenly gifts when they broke through. Since there was no benefit, Guo naturally didn't want to cause any trouble. Let's just break through. After a few days of delay, Guo was ready to quickly complete the incarnation's cultivation breakthrough. A small mission dragging on for too long would inevitably arouse suspicion. For the realm breakthrough, Guo's main body would not intervene. He would directly enter the incarnation with his consciousness and begin to operate the minor evolution heavenly arts breakthrough method. The Foundation Establishment Great Perfection Physique, the Golden Core Divine Soul, and a spiritual power foundation tens of times stronger than cultivators at the same rank. These conditions combined made Guo, incarnation's breakthrough effortless. 18 drops of liquid spiritual power, this foundation is even stronger than the main body's. Guo exclaimed, feeling the 18 drops of liquid spiritual power within the incarnation's body. At that time, the main body had only condensed 12 drops of liquid spiritual power. Of course, the main body at that time did not have the treatment the incarnation was receiving now, with the full assistance of the Golden Core main body. Unfortunately, these 18 drops of liquid spiritual power in the incarnation did not contain the primordial power of the heavenly gift. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. After the incarnation successfully broke through, Guo stopped helping him improve his cultivation. This time, the incarnation had only taken on a small mission, and it couldn't be dragged out for too long. But this did not mean the end. Guo then injected his Golden Core Dan power into the incarnation's Danshan, sealing it. Afterwards, the incarnation could slowly refine this Golden Core Dan power, which would also allow the incarnation to continue making rapid progress in the Foundation Establishment stage. At the same time, if the incarnation encountered danger, he could directly use this Golden Core Dan power to unleash Golden Core combat power. Because the incarnation was controlled by Guo's divine soul consciousness, there would be no situation where he couldn't control the Golden Core Dan power. After some consideration, Guo even extracted a wisp of immortal power from his immortal Golden Core and sealed it within the Golden Core Dan power. If the most extreme situation occurred, the incarnation could directly use that wisp of immortal power to unleash a strike from a nascent soul true lord. However, Guo could not control the power of a nascent soul true lord. While his main body, being a Golden Core real person, could barely withstand it at some cost, the incarnation, being only Foundation Establishment, would absolutely be unable to bear the use of this immortal power. Therefore, this was a mutually destructive move. It could be said that Guo's incarnation, though appearing to be at the early stage of Foundation Establishment, possessed the physique of Foundation Establishment Great Perfection, could unleash Golden Core combat power, and as a final resort, could unleash a strike at the nascent soul true lord level. Of course, the truth was that Guo's incarnation would still display Chi refinement stage cultivation. After all, the incarnation took a mission, went out for a few days, and his cultivation directly jumped from Chi refinement second layer to the Foundation Establishment stage, which was a bit too conspicuous. Therefore, Guo used the breath concealment technique to temporarily conceal his cultivation, and then gradually released it, making it seem as if Guo had obtained some opportunity that led to a rapid increase in his cultivation. The incarnation's talent was of inferior spiritual root. To explain why his cultivation suddenly surged, the only way was to attribute it to an opportunity. As long as the degree was well controlled, Guo could ensure that this opportunity would not attract the attention of high-rank cultivators. As for those at the same rank, Guo's incarnation's combat power at this moment was absolutely unrivaled among those of the same rank. It's time to go back. The incarnation stood up, then received a storage bracelet from the main body. Inside were many spirit stones and medicinal pills. Gu Mo temporarily had no use for these things, so he gave them all to the incarnation. After all, the Great Evolution Sword Sect's sword formation techniques were quite expensive. Setting up a sword formation required not just one sword, but many swords working together. And all these flying swords cost money. In addition, the crafting of a sword cultivator's natal flying sword also incurred huge expenses. Speaking of natal flying swords, Gu Mo had a top-grade magic treasure flying sword of the ice attribute. During this period, after being tempered by ice flame, it had become increasingly mystical, but there was still a long way to go before it could give birth to a spirit. If the incarnation couldn't obtain a better natal flying sword in the Great Evolution Sword Sect, Gu Mo would then give this ice attribute top-grade flying sword to the incarnation to use as his natal flying sword. A sword cultivator nurturing a natal flying sword might accelerate the birth of a spirit from that ice attribute top-grade magic treasure. As for powerful plants like potato mine and cherry bomb, Gu Mo did not give them to the incarnation, because Gu Mo wanted to separate the main body and the incarnation as much as possible. And plants like potato mine and cherry bomb had very obvious characteristics. If both the incarnation and the main body used them, it would be easy for people to notice something amiss. In the future, Gu Mo would even try to minimize the number of times the main body and the incarnation met. Farewell, young friend. Gu Mo waved to the incarnation. He wanted to separate from the incarnation as much as possible, so these details needed attention. In case the main body and the incarnation appeared together in the future, people wouldn't notice anything amiss. Currently, Gu Mo's main body was a golden core real person, and the incarnation was only a foundation establishment cultivator, so calling him young friend was a sign of appreciation and regard. Thank you for the gift, senior. The incarnation also bowed slightly to the main body, then his figure disappeared. At the same time, the wild boar Yao beast outside the cave also vanished with him. As the incarnation disappeared, Gu Mo's figure also transformed into a wisp of clear wind and dissipated. In the manner. The Qi Refinement 6th Layer Manor Lord was filled with unease at this moment. The senior envoy had come to exterminate the Yao beast, and then disappeared for several days. How could he not be worried? If something unexpected happened, what would he do? Fortunately, his worries vanished as Gu Mo, incarnation, reappeared. This beast was hiding in a remote corner, very difficult to find, Gu Mo said, dropping the wild boar Yao beast's corpse and then explaining. This proved that his disappearance for the past few days was spent searching for the hidden wild boar Yao beast. Hearing this, the manor lord didn't think much of it. Yao beasts were cunning, and it was normal for them to hide when they encountered powerful cultivators. Moreover, with the Yao beast slain, the crisis at his manor was officially resolved. The manor lord signed Gu Mo's mission sheet, confirming that Gu Mo had completed the mission. Afterwards, Gu Mo declined the manor lord's invitation and returned directly to the Great Evolution Sword Sect. With the incarnation's cultivation improved, Gu Mo was now prepared to properly display his strength to quickly obtain the Great Evolution Sword Sect's core legacy, the Great Evolution Sword Cannon. Great Evolution Sword Sect, Mission Hall. Gu Mo submitted his mission, and subsequently gained a sum of sect contribution points. Of course, the reward for hunting a first-order Yao beast was not much. Gu Mo naturally didn't care about this, with his main body as strong logistical support, he never lacked resources. What Gu Mo lacked was a powerful Sword Dao legacy. To obtain a powerful Sword Dao legacy, he needed to display sufficiently astonishing talent and strength. With this in mind, Gu Mo turned and headed to the Great Evolution Sword Formation, preparing to challenge the Sword Dao puppets again. Greetings, senior brother. Seeing Gu Mo appear, the outer sect and utility disciples outside the Great Evolution Sword Formation bowed, their eyes filled with envy. After all, Gu Mo had risen from an outer sect disciple to an inner sect disciple. Becoming an inner sect disciple from an outer sect disciple was a leap in status and class, and achieving such a leap was actually very difficult. Only a handful of people managed it each year, because many talented disciples were directly admitted as inner sect disciples upon entry. Outer sect and utility disciples generally had poorer talent. Under such circumstances, defeating 5 Sword Dao puppets to enter the inner sect was incredibly difficult. The few who entered the inner sect each year had cultivated diligently in the outer sect for a long time before barely managing to defeat 5 Sword Dao puppets. After these individuals became inner sect disciples, their potential was basically exhausted, making it difficult for them to advance further. Yet, even so, the treatment of inner sect disciples was still something many outer sect and utility disciples yearned for. Gu Mo smiled and nodded to everyone one by one, then, under everyone's gaze, he stepped into the Great Evolution Sword Formation. This senior brother Lin Wu just became an inner sect disciple not long ago, and he's already here to challenge again. Do you think he can defeat the 6th Sword Dao puppet? As Gu Mo's figure disappeared, the surrounding disciples began to discuss. An outer sect disciple who luckily defeated 5 Sword Dao puppets and became an inner sect disciple truly thinks highly of himself. From a distance, several figures dressed in sword sect inner sect disciple attire looked at Gu Mo entering the Great Evolution Sword Formation, letting out disdainful sneers. As disciples who were admitted directly into the inner sect, they inherently looked down on inner sect disciples who had risen from the outer sect or utility disciple ranks. Entering the Great Evolution Sword Formation for the second time, Gu Mo was still shocked by the vast sword intent contained within the sword formation. However, compared to his first entry, Gu Mo's cultivation had undergone a qualitative leap this time. Therefore, Gu Mo directly crushed the first few Sword Dao puppets with brute force. Even the 5th Sword Dao puppet, which contained sword intent, was directly overwhelmed by Gu Mo's foundation establishment great perfection level physique. It wasn't until the 10th sword Dao puppet that Gu Mo felt some pressure, because the 10th sword Dao puppet's cultivation had already reached the foundation establishment realm, and the sword intent it contained was also extremely powerful. Not bad, a little more interesting now. Gu Mo observed the sword Dao puppet before him. To become a true disciple of the Great Evolution Sword Sect, defeating the 10th sword Dao puppet was the first step. The battle began, and Gu Mo truly experienced the powerful combat strength of a sword cultivator. Both sides were at the foundation establishment realm, and Gu Mo's physique and spiritual power were more than 10 times that of his peers. However, the sword Dao puppet, relying on its terrifying sword intent and exquisite sword art, fought Gu Mo for more than 10 moves. Finally, it was violently defeated by Gu Mo. There was no helping it, the fundamental difference between the two sides was more than 10 times. The fact that the sword Dao puppet could last more than 10 moves against Gu Mo was enough to prove its formidable combat strength. After defeating the 10th sword Dao puppet, Gu Mo ended his challenge. Although he still had the strength to continue challenging, the strength he displayed this time was already astonishing enough, overdoing it would be counterproductive. As Gu Mo walked out of the Great Evolution Sword formation, Gu Mo's ranking on the stone tablet directly soared from 91st to 19th. He now had the qualification to compete for true disciple status. Ah! This scene fell into the eyes of the disciples outside, and horror filled everyone's gaze. The improvement from defeating the 5th sword Dao puppet to now defeating the 10th sword Dao puppet was simply too great. How is this possible? The inner sect disciples who were preparing to watch Gu Mo make a fool of himself in the distance also changed their expression slightly, because Gu Mo's ranking had now completely surpassed theirs. Feeling the shocked gazes around him, Gu Mo's heart remained undisturbed. After all, this was just the beginning. After waiting for a moment outside the Great Evolution Sword formation, the Golden Core Elder who had recruited Gu Mo as an inner sect disciple last time appeared. When such a significant change occurred in the stone tablet ranking, the sect would definitely know about it immediately. Good, good. The Golden Core Elder excitedly sized up Gu Mo. It had to be said that Gu Mo's sudden burst of power had indeed startled him. Come with me, the sect master wants to see you. After a few words of praise, the Golden Core Elder led Gu Mo to the main peak of the Great Evolution Sword sect. It was clear that Gu Mo's rapidly soaring strength had attracted the attention of the Great Evolution Sword sect's sect master. Greetings, sect master. In the main peak hall, Gu Mo met the strongest person in the Great Evolution Sword sect, and also the only nascent soul sword lord in the Great Evolution Sword sect, Xian Tianhen. Foundation establishment? It seems you have quite the opportunity. The Great Evolution Sword sect master was an ordinary-looking old man, but no one dared to underestimate this nascent soul early-stage sword cultivator. Because as long as he drew his sword, even a nascent soul middle-stage cultivator would have to avoid his sharp edge. If he could set up a sword formation, he would be fully capable of slaying a nascent soul middle-stage cultivator. This was the terrifying combat strength of a sword cultivator, and even more so, the combat strength of a sword cultivator who cultivated the Great Evolution Sword Cannon. Yes. Gu Mo bowed. Since he was going to display his strength, he did not conceal his cultivation. Furthermore, Gu Mo wanted this sect master to see the golden core Dan power within his danshan. Because this was the opportunity Gu Mo was prepared to reveal. Interesting. You actually have golden core Dan power within your body, and this golden core Dan power is so compatible with you, as if you cultivated it yourself. Xian Tianhen's sharp gaze saw the golden core Dan power hidden in Gu Mo's danshan. It was not uncommon for low-level cultivators to accidentally obtain higher-level power through some fortunate opportunity, but for the acquired high-level power to be so compatible was something Xian Tianhen had never heard of. Moreover, at the core of that golden core Dan power, Xian Tianhen also sensed the immortal power that only nascent soul true lords possessed. Golden core Dan power plus immortal power, wasn't this equivalent to a youthful version of an immortal golden core? If this golden core Dan power was not compatible with Gu Mo, then it would at most be a powerful force. This incompatible high-level power might even harm him. But because this power was too compatible with Gu Mo, it could become an opportunity for Gu Mo to break through to nascent soul in the future. At this moment, Xian Tianhen's gaze towards Gu Mo changed, because Gu Mo now had the hope of becoming a nascent soul true lord. After the catastrophe of several thousand years, the Great Evolution Sword sect had been in decline. Now, the entire sect had only him, one nascent soul sword lord, and his lifespan was not much longer. Once he passed away, if no disciple could become a new nascent soul sword lord by then, the Great Evolution Sword sect would be removed from the ranks of nascent soul great sects. Of course, Xian Tianhen had also long ago cultivated a personal disciple, a genius whose talent was even stronger than Gu Mo's. The 28th layer of the Great Evolution Sword formation was the best proof. But even if his disciple's talent was stronger than Gu Mo's, when it came to the hope of becoming a nascent soul sword lord, he truly wasn't sure if he was stronger than Gu Mo, who possessed immortal power. Junior brother, I'll take you to receive the true disciple treatment. When Gu Mo left the main hall, the Golden Core Elder who brought him there changed his address for Gu Mo. Because Gu Mo had officially acknowledged Xian Tianhen as his master. One should know that even true disciples were not all able to become the sect master's disciples. Thank you, senior brother, for leading the way. Gu Mo smiled and nodded. Just as Gu Mo had expected, given the Great Evolution Sword sect's situation, as long as he displayed sufficient talent and strength, he would receive enough attention. Now, Gu Mo, although not yet a true disciple, had already begun to enjoy true disciple treatment. Next, Gu Mo could also begin to cultivate the sect's core legacy, the Great Evolution Sword Cannon. Moreover, this time Gu Mo would not be comprehending it alone, he would also have the guidance of a nascent soul sword lord. The news of Gu Mo becoming a personal disciple of the sect quickly spread throughout the sect. Everyone was stunned and disbelieving, followed by endless envy and jealousy. Especially those disciples who had also defeated the 10th sword Dao puppet, their strength was similar, so why was only Gu Mo favored by the sect master? When the grand competition comes, I will definitely test Lin Wu's strength. In a sword cultivator sect, the only way to make everyone submit to you is to defeat everyone. Go to 169shu.com for an uncensored version. And in a sword cultivator sect, a small competition every year and a grand competition every 3 years were commonplace. Just as everyone was hotly discussing Gu Mo becoming a personal disciple of the sect, a secret communication was sent from the Great Evolution Sword sect. Finally, this message landed in a small sect. Xian Tianhen has taken another personal disciple. This person needs to be closely watched. If there's an opportunity, directly assassinate him. In the underground secret chamber of that small sect, a cold voice sounded. Yes. Soon, several voices sounded, then quickly disappeared. Thousands of years have passed, and this Great Evolution Sword sect actually shows signs of rising again. The cold voice echoed in the gloomy underground chamber. Thousands of years ago, the Great Evolution Sword sect tried to ascend to a top-tier great sect. Once the Great Evolution Sword sect rose, the balance between the righteous path and demonic path would be broken. At that time, the righteous path would have 4 top-tier sects, and 2 of them would be sword cultivator sects with astonishing combat power. Therefore, the Demon Dao 3 sects directly launched a sneak attack when the Great Evolution Sword sect's nascent soul Great Sword Lord was attempting to break through to the soul transformation realm, ultimately causing that nascent soul Great Sword Lord to fail his breakthrough, completely severing the Great Evolution Sword sect's hope of becoming a top-tier sect. Afterward, the Demon Dao 3 sects had also been secretly watching the Great Evolution Sword sect, preventing any prodigies or geniuses from appearing in the Great Evolution Sword sect again. Because the Great Evolution Sword sect's legacy was no worse than any top-tier great sect. Once the Great Evolution Sword sect gave birth to a soul transformation expert, the Great Evolution Sword sect would quickly stabilize. Therefore, the Demon Dao 3 sects had always been watching the Great Evolution Sword sect, and whenever they saw a genius emerge from the Great Evolution Sword sect, they would try every means to eliminate them. Previously, one person from the Great Evolution Sword sect had already been listed as a target to be eliminated. Now, this was the second. The sudden appearance of 2 top-tier geniuses was what made that voice believe that the Great Evolution Sword sect had signs of rising again. But they obviously could not allow the Great Evolution Sword sect to rise. After thousands of years of planning, the Demon Dao 3 sect's arrangements within the Great Evolution Sword sect had already formed an inescapable net, making it difficult even for sect master Xian Tianhen to discover. Sheneng Valley. As expected of a core legacy that almost became a top-tier great sect, this Great Evolution Sword canon is indeed profound. As the incarnation began to cultivate the Great Evolution Sword sect's core legacy, Gu Mo's main body naturally also obtained its content simultaneously. Gu Mo couldn't help but marvel at the exquisiteness of the Great Evolution Sword canon, which was no worse than the nameless sword canon he had obtained. Furthermore, the Great Evolution Sword canon and the nameless sword canon could complement each other. The Great Evolution Sword canon was a sword formation technique, while the nameless sword canon was an orthodox sword cultivator legacy. The two could be used in different combat environments. Allocating a portion of his mind to continue comprehending the Great Evolution Sword canon, Gu Mo's main body then used the wood manipulation technique to arrive at the sect's merit hall. This was where disciples exchanged sect contribution points for various treasures. During this period, Gu Mo had refined many supreme vein expansion pills, earning a large sum of sect contribution points. Today, Gu Mo planned to use these contribution points to exchange for some items. What Gu Mo wanted to exchange for this time was not cultivation techniques or secret arts, nor was it spirit plant field upgrades, but a type of spirit plant, a spirit plant named Sunlight Glazed Flower. This was also something Gu Mo learned from Grandmaster, that the sect's collection still contained this type of spirit plant. This Sunlight Glazed Flower was a third-order spirit plant, and its effect was to absorb daylight glazed and condensed sun essence. This sun essence, in Gu Mo's opinion, was the elementary version of solar power. Wasn't this the best spirit plant to conceal the origin of his solar power? Although solar power was more advanced than sun essence, if he planted more sunlight glazed flowers and refined the collected sun essence into solar power, wouldn't that be a very normal thing? As long as Gu Mo didn't suddenly take out too much solar power, there wouldn't be much of a problem. However, the sunlight glazed flower was extremely difficult to plant. In the early stage, it required irrigation with solar power to survive. This one condition alone blocked many Lingzi masters' desire to plant sunlight glazed flowers. But for Gu Mo, this was no problem at all. What could be more concentrated than the solar power contained in solar power? Outwardly, Gu Mo could claim that he had obtained a treasure containing solar power by chance, and then, upon seeing the sunlight glazed flower, he used that treasure containing solar power to bring the sunlight glazed flower to life. This would be absolutely reasonable and logical. Are you sure you want to exchange for sunlight glazed flower? An elder in charge of merit exchange confirmed with Gu Mo again. After all, there were only a few such special spirit plants as the sunlight glazed flower in Zheneng Valley. If a disciple within the sect exchanged for it and ultimately failed to plant it, it would be no small loss. Yes. Disciple recently obtained a treasure containing solar power, so I wanted to try the sunlight glazed flower. Gu Mo explained. Sheneng Valley valued spirit plants far more than other treasures. If disciples exchanged for other treasures, the sect would never inquire like this, but for spirit plants, especially rare ones, the sect would always ask an extra question. To avoid disciples with insufficient strength from wasting precious spirit plants. Little fellow, your opportunity is good. Knowing that Gu Mo had obtained a treasure containing solar power, the elder nodded. Such a treasure containing solar power could not only be used to plant sunlight-glazed flowers but also had a very significant enhancing effect on other spirit plants. With a considerable amount of sect contribution being deducted, Gu Mo also obtained the spirit plant he exchanged for this time, sunlight-glazed flower. At first glance, the sunlight-glazed flower would definitely make one mistake it for a glass flower, because the state presented by the sunlight-glazed flower was not that of a plant, but rather a crystal-clear, glazed appearance. If he hadn't been able to sense the vitality contained within this glazed material, Gu Mo would also have thought it was a fake flower made of glazed material. With the item in hand, Gu Mo immediately rushed to his spirit field, preparing to plant the sunlight-glazed flower. Regarding the detailed cultivation method of the sunlight-glazed flower, Gu Mo had searched for it in the sect's scripture pavilion as soon as he learned about the sunlight-glazed flower, and found it very smoothly. Gu Mo only decided to exchange for it after understanding that the biggest difficulty in cultivating this sunlight-glazed flower was only solar power. If the cultivation of this sunlight-glazed flower, besides requiring solar power, also needed other strict conditions, then Gu Mo would have considered it carefully. This was the advantage of having spirit plant cultivation methods, one could know the requirements for cultivating spirit plants in advance. It could be said that spirit plant cultivation methods, like an alchemist's pill formula, were secret, bottom-of-the-box skills. Only in a top-tier Lingzi master sect like Sheneng Valley could one so easily obtain spirit plant cultivation methods. If this were outside, any kind of spirit plant cultivation method would not be so easy to acquire. Of course, not all spirit plant cultivation methods in Sheneng Valley could be easily obtained. Some high-value spirit plant cultivation methods still required the expenditure of sect contributions for exchange. Because the conditions required for cultivating the sunlight-glazed flower were very harsh, almost no Lingzi master could meet the conditions, therefore, Sheneng Valley made its cultivation method free. If the cultivation method of the sunlight-glazed flower still required a fee, it would only lead to fewer and fewer Lingzi masters wanting to cultivate the sunlight-glazed flower, eventually causing the number of this spirit plant to continuously decrease, and perhaps one day the spirit plant would become extinct. The extinction of a spirit plant is definitely a huge loss for a Lingzi master. Therefore, one of Sheneng Valley's major responsibilities is to save endangered spirit plants. The sunlight-glazed flower, although not yet at the endangered stage, has already begun to decline towards endangerment due to the difficulty of obtaining the solar power required for its cultivation. Gu Mo cleared a small empty space in the spirit field, recalled the details of the sunlight-glazed flower's cultivation, and after confirming everything was correct, he began to act. Planting the sunlight-glazed flower is actually very simple: dig a pit, bury some soil, and it's done. But planting the sunlight-glazed flower and getting it to live are two different matters. Planting is simple, but getting it to live requires irrigating it with solar power, and this is the biggest difficulty in cultivating the sunlight-glazed flower. Fortunately, this biggest difficulty was the easiest point for Gu Mo. After planting the sunlight-glazed flower, Gu Mo took out a grade 3 sun essence, and then brought the sun essence close to the sunlight-glazed flower. Under the radiance of the sun essence, the glazed sunlight-glazed flower was also illuminated golden. No, it wasn't illuminated golden, rather, the sunlight-glazed flower absorbed the sun essence, causing the entire flower to turn golden. After absorbing the sun essence, Gu Mo immediately felt the vitality within the sunlight-glazed flower beginning to burst forth. Clearly, the effect of the sun essence far exceeded solar power. This caused the sunlight-glazed flower to directly enter a growth state. Seeing this, Gu Mo used plant perception and saw the sunlight-glazed flower's meridian map. As a grade 3 spirit plant, the sunlight-glazed flower's meridian map was very complex, but it was far inferior to Shivoziahua's. Both being grade 3, this sunlight-glazed flower and Shivoziahua were completely creatures from two different worlds. Let alone transforming, this sunlight-glazed flower didn't even have a spirit. After observing the sunlight-glazed flower's meridian map, Gu Mo began to use accelerated growth on it, helping the sunlight-glazed flower absorb the sun essence and aid its growth. The sun essence combined with the accelerated growth performed by Gu Mo caused the sunlight-glazed flower's growth rate to skyrocket. It was no exaggeration to say that in this state, 1 minute of time was almost equivalent to 1 year of the sunlight-glazed flower's natural growth. The main reason for such an exaggerated growth rate was the sun essence, which was purer than solar power, and Gu Mo provided grade 3 high-grade sun essence. Therefore, an hour later, the sunlight-glazed flower in front of Gu Mo had already completed a cycle of flowering and fruiting. Gu Mo then harvested more than 10 pea-sized glazed beads. These were the seeds of the sunlight-glazed flower, and each seed contained a trace of sun essence. To obtain these more than 10 seeds, Gu Mo consumed hundreds of portions of sun essence in total. The accelerated growth of spirit plants always requires a price. Some pay with the potential of the spirit plant, while others need to pay with some heaven and earth treasure. Gu Mo obviously chose the latter. Therefore, although this sunlight-glazed flower was artificially accelerated, its foundation potential was not affected. On the contrary, because it absorbed a large amount of sun essence, it vaguely showed signs of breakthrough. This made Gu Mo happy. The potential of this sunlight-glazed flower was good. When he obtains a 4th-order sunflower in the future, he will try to see if he can also upgrade this sunlight glazed flower to grade 4. At that time, he can continue to use it for concealment. As for now, Gu Mo returned to the leaf courtyard with more than 10 sunlight glazed flower seeds. He planned to plant these seeds in his own courtyard. After all, Gu Mo planted this sunlight glazed flower specifically for outsiders to see. Only in this way could he conceal the existence of the sunflower. Time quickly passed as Gu Mo farmed and cultivated, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. 3 years is a considerable amount of time for a mortal, but for Gu Mo, who was in the Golden Core realm and cultivated the Tai King Mu Sutra, 3 years was truly just a blink of an eye. Although the 3 years were short, Gu Mo's gains were considerable. For example, the more than 10 sunlight glazed flower seeds planted 3 years ago had all grown up now, and those glazed flowers, one after another, shone brightly under the sunlight. Now, Gu Mo could harvest some solar power from these dozen or so sunlight glazed flowers every 3 days. Gu Mo also tried to purify the solar power and eventually obtain sun essence. It's just that this kind of sun essence, to Gu Mo, still didn't feel as pure as the sun essence condensed by the sunflower, but it was already enough to deceive others. In addition, Gu Mo had upgraded quite a few sunflowers planted in the spirit field over these 3 years. At this moment, the number of Gu Mo's grade 3 sunflowers had reached 300, of which 100 were grade 3 high grade. This was already the limit that Gu Mo's 5 mu of grade 3 spirit field could bear. To continue increasing the number of sunflowers, or to upgrade more high grade sunflowers, he either had to increase the size of the spirit field or increase its grade. And Gu Mo planned to choose the second option, upgrading the spirit field's grade. As long as he had enough sect contributions, Gu Mo could have the sect upgrade the grade of his spirit field. This could only be done in an area covered by a 5th order ancient tree. As long as the ancient tree transmitted more spiritual energy through its roots to Gu Mo's spirit field, the spirit field's grade could be directly improved. However, Gu Mo was not prepared to upgrade it now. Upgrading a grade 3 low-grade spirit field to grade 3 medium grade or grade 3 high grade, for Gu Mo, would not bring about a qualitative improvement. Gu Mo now only wanted to continue accumulating sect contributions, and then directly upgrade the spirit field to grade 4. Only a grade 4 spirit field could bring a qualitative improvement to Gu Mo. The sun essence provided daily by these grade 3 sunflowers in the spirit field was barely enough to slowly upgrade other plants. In Cheneng Valley, combat-type plants were not temporarily needed, but Gu Mo would not stop upgrading combat-type plants because of this, it was just that the upgrade progress could be slightly slowed down. And in these 3 years, Gu Mo would occasionally open a blind box from the automatic vending machine. Although most of them were duplicates, he also drew some brand new plants during this period. Name, Tombstone Moss. Grade, grade 1 low grade. Effect, can break through formation restrictions. Planting conditions, none. The new plant Gu Mo drew this time was a type of moss. After obtaining the moss, Gu Mo naturally conducted detailed experiments on it, and then came to a conclusion. This introduction was concise but also very clear. The effect of this tombstone moss was to break formations. Planting the moss on the light barrier formed by a formation could directly erode a large hole in the formation's light barrier. In addition, some special restrictions could also be eroded and broken by the tombstone moss. The only drawback of this tombstone moss was that its breaking speed was a bit slow. After all, tombstone moss needed some time to grow when planted on formation restrictions. However, because the breaking process was completed silently, apart from not being suitable for use in combat, it had almost no other disadvantages. With this tombstone moss, it could be said that trying to trap Gu Mo with formation restrictions had become impossible. Unless the enemy uses higher grade formation restrictions, such as grade 4 medium grade or high grade formations. As for grade 4 low grade formations, they are already ineffective against Gu Mo, who possesses grade 3 high grade tombstone moss. As long as the quantity is sufficient, grade 3 high grade tombstone moss can completely break through grade 4 low grade grand arrays. Grade 4 low grade grand arrays are roughly the level of many ordinary nascent soul grade sect protecting grand arrays. This means Gu Mo can use tombstone moss to silently break through their sect protecting grand array and sneak in. Read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. Of course, as long as they don't provoke him, Gu Mo won't sneak into other people's sects. But if someone is foolish enough to do so, that's another matter. For example, his enemy in the King He cultivation world, Fenghua sect. When he becomes a nascent soul, Gu Mo will use this tombstone moss to directly break through their sect protecting grand array and sneak in, secretly giving them a harsh blow. Besides fighting and killing, another important use for this tombstone moss should be to explore ruins and secret realms. Those places all have various formation restrictions, and a slight carelessness can lead to death. But if one has tombstone moss, they can directly break through the restrictions in ruins and secret realms, easily obtaining the treasures within. For this reason, a lot of the sun essence Gu Mo harvested in these 3 years was used to upgrade the tombstone moss. Stockpiling more of this stuff will definitely be of great use at critical moments. Not just tombstone moss, but potato mine, cherry bomb. Gu Mo has stockpiled all of these. He will first upgrade these plants to grade 3 high grade. Once Gu Mo obtains a grade 4 spirit field and a 4th order sunflower, these grade 3 high grade plants can be quickly upgraded to grade 4. Allowing Gu Mo to possess grade 4 combat power in a short period of time. Even if he doesn't obtain a grade 4 spirit field in an urgent situation, Guang Mo can still forcefully upgrade by consuming a large amount of grade 3 sun essence, giving himself a grade 4 life-saving trump card. It's just that there's no need for that right now, because Gu Mo already has a life-saving jade talisman in hand. That was given by Grandmaster Ho Chenyu, as a reward for Gu Mo successfully cultivating the sunlight-glazed flower. With this life-saving jade talisman, Gu Mo is not in a hurry to prepare grade 4 plants for himself. Xiaomo, Xiaomo. As Gu Mo was taking stock of his gains from these 3 years, one person and one fish excitedly ran in. It was Xiahua and Little Carp. At this moment, Xiahua held a jade bottle containing solar power condensed by the sunlight-glazed flower. Ever since she saw the sunlight-glazed flower planted by Gu Mo, Xiahua immediately couldn't move. Afterwards, Xiahua volunteered to help Gu Mo take care of the sunlight-glazed flower, and Gu Mo paid Xiahua for her efforts. Originally, the reward Xiahua wanted was the solar power condensed by the sunlight-glazed flower. This kind of solar power was very attractive to Xiahua, who was a spirit plant. But ever since Gu Mo gave Xiahua a portion of sun essence, Xiahua immediately changed her mind. It turned into exchanging the collected solar power with Gu Mo for sun essence purified from solar power. As for why this small amount of solar power in her hand could be purified into more sun essence, the simple-minded Xiahua didn't think too much about it. Shivo Xiahua, this harvest is quite good. Gu Mo said, taking the jade bottle and praising her. Then, upon hearing this, Xiahua's eyes were full of anticipation. I'll give you 2 portions of sun essence this time. Gu Mo smiled and took out 2 portions of sun essence, handing them to Xiahua. Master, Master. I want some too. Seeing this, Little Carp on the side quickly spoke up. She also contributed to taking care of the sunlight-glazed flower. You won't be left out. Gu Mo took out 2 more portions of sun essence and put them into Little Carp's mouth. Exchanging this bit of solar power for 4 portions of sun essence, any normal person would definitely see the problem. However, these 2 in front of him clearly wouldn't consider such things, so Gu Mo didn't care. A few portions of sun essence, for the current Gu Mo, were nothing at all. After Shivo Xiahua refined the sun essence, Gu Mo could already see some changes appearing in Shivo Xiahua. This couldn't help but make Gu Mo look forward to when Shivo Xiahua could become a 4th-order demon king. Of course, Gu Mo also greatly anticipated Little Carp, who had awakened the true dragon bloodline, becoming a demon king. At that time, Little Carp should be able to transform. Having received their rewards, the person and the fish excitedly ran off to the next room to enjoy them. As for Gu Mo, he stood up and went to the courtyard, opening the courtyard gate, because Grandmaster Ho Chenyu had arrived. Disciple grandson, are you going to participate in the spirit plant exhibition held by the sect? Ho Chenyu asked directly. Naturally. Gu Mo nodded. Sheneng Valley holds a grand competition for Lingzi masters every 10 years, which is a grand event for all Lingzi masters. But to encourage the disciples within the sect, Sheneng Valley holds a spirit plant exhibition every 3 years, where disciples of Sheneng Valley can display the spirit plants they have cultivated. Subsequently, the elders of the sect will score the exhibited spirit plants, and the one with the best results will receive rewards from the sect. The spirit plant exhibition organized by the sect was an excellent opportunity to gain a large amount of contributions, so Gu Mo naturally wouldn't miss it. At the same time, Gu Mo also needed to make the sunlight-glazed flower known to the public. Only when everyone knew that he had cultivated the sunlight-glazed flower would no one be curious when he took out sun essence, thus preventing them from investigating Gu Mo and exposing more of his secrets. Of course, for Ho Chenyu, since Gu Mo finally revealed his talent in the Lingzi Master Dao, he naturally had to show it to the sect. He hadn't given up on the idea of Gu Mo receiving true disciple treatment. The true disciple treatment of Sheneng Valley was a rare opportunity for any Lingzi master. Ho Chenyu also believed that as long as Gu Mo exhibited the sunlight-glazed flower, getting a high score would definitely be no difficulty at all. Work hard, I'm very optimistic about you, Grandmaster. Ho Chenyu patted Gu Mo's shoulder. He was determined to cultivate Gu Mo, his grand disciple, and then make that bastard Chi Chunda thoroughly ashamed. Thinking of Chi Chunda returning and discovering that the disciple he had taken in had not only caught up to him in cultivation but also surpassed him in Lingzi Master's attainment, Ho Chenyu was greatly looking forward to the expression on Chi Chunda's face at that time. At that time, Ho Chenyu didn't believe that bastard Chi Chunda could remain indifferent. Ho Chenyu left, and Gu Mo immediately returned to his small house, because, compared to the spirit plant exhibition, he still had a competition to pay attention to. However, this competition was for his sword cultivator avatar. For the past 3 years, the sword cultivator avatar had been cultivating the core legacy of the Great Evolution Sword Sect, the Great Evolution Heavenly Cycle Skill and the Great Evolution Sword Canon. Most of Gu Mo's divine soul was also focused on comprehending these 2 cultivation techniques. Because Gu Mo didn't need to spend a lot of time cultivating, he could use all his time to comprehend the cultivation techniques, which made Gu Mo's progress in comprehending the cultivation technique and sword canon extremely fast. Today was the Great Evolution Sword Sect's triennial grand competition. 3 years ago, he became the disciple of Sect Master Xian Tianhen, and many people in the Great Evolution Sword Sect were not convinced, so Gu Mo naturally had to show off his strength. A sword cultivator is not made simply by comprehending cultivation techniques and sword canons. Sparring and even fighting with others are indispensable parts of a sword cultivator's growth. Therefore, the probability of a sword cultivator falling midway is also higher than that of other cultivators, but this is just Gu Mo's incarnation. If the incarnation doesn't take risks, should the main body take risks instead? When Gu Mo arrived at the Great Evolution Sword Sect's combat arena, the grand competition had already reached the top 10. As a personal true disciple of the sect master, Gu Mo did not need to fight round after round. He only needed to wait for other disciples to challenge him. Not only him, but all true disciples of the Great Evolution Sword Sect, as long as they weren't in closed-door cultivation or out, would come here to accept challenges. If a true disciple won, he would naturally remain in his true disciple position and enjoy true disciple treatment. If he lost, he would lose his true disciple position. That's right, losing directly meant losing the true disciple position. Of course, in the next grand competition, disciples who lost their true disciple position could challenge again and reclaim that position. In the Sword Sect, everything depended on strength. Even Guang, if he lost, would lose his true disciple treatment, but his master was the sect master. At that time, Xian Tianhen would use his private treasury to provide Guang with cultivation resources. After all, Guang possessed immortal power and was the most promising seed to achieve the nascent soul sword lord realm. Xian Tianhen would definitely cultivate such a genius vigorously. Junior brother Lin, it seems everyone is coming for you this time. When Guang arrived at the combat arena and joined the ranks of the true disciples, several true disciples immediately spoke. No matter. Guang waved his hand. With his current foundation, it was not to say that no one in the foundation establishment stage could defeat him, but it was absolutely extremely rare. This was still with Guang only being in the early stage of foundation establishment and not using the golden core Dan power within his body. Once Guang's cultivation advanced to foundation establishment great perfection, he would definitely be able to declare himself invincible in foundation establishment. And the true disciples of the Great Evolution Sword Sect were actually all at the foundation establishment level. Strictly speaking, the Great Evolution Sword Sect is currently just an ordinary nascent soul sect. A golden core could become a sect elder, and a foundation establishment stage true disciple was also very normal. In contrast, in Cheneng Valley, only nascent soul true lords could become elders, and golden cores were still just disciples. This was the difference between an ordinary nascent soul sect and a top-tier great sect. Oh? Senior brother Wang, what's this person's background? Guang watched the competition on the stage ahead, and suddenly one person caught his attention, because this person's combat power was definitely a notch higher than the other disciples. Such strength, yet he was only an ordinary intersect disciple. This was a bit strange. With such combat power, becoming a true disciple would definitely not be a problem. Senior brother Menglei was also a true disciple of the sect before, and he was the top true disciple at that time. Hearing Gumo's question, the true disciple with the surname Wang looked a bit emotional. The term top true disciple immediately caught Gumo's attention, because the current top disciple of the Great Evolution Sword Sect was Gumo's senior brother, whom he had not yet met, and the other party was also a personal true disciple of the sect master. That's right, senior brother Menglei was challenged by senior brother Fang Yi Great Master back then and eventually lost his true disciple seat. As if seeing what Guang was thinking, the true disciple with the surname Wang nodded. These past few years, senior brother Menglei has been diligently cultivating, preparing to challenge senior brother Fang Yi Great Master again and reclaim his position as the true disciple Great Master. Hearing this, Guang couldn't help but be curious about that senior brother he hadn't yet met. The person on the stage had remained an intersect disciple for so many years, unable to return to true disciple, which meant that senior brother Menglei had challenged him many times and had never won once. Junior brother Lin, senior brother Fang Yi Great Master has been in closed-door cultivation preparing for a breakthrough these past few years, so he probably won't come to participate in this grand competition. Since you are also a personal true disciple of the sect master, senior brother Menglei might come to challenge you. You must be careful. At this moment, the true disciple with the surname Wang spoke. Oh, then I'm looking forward to it. Guang raised an eyebrow. After 3 years of diligent cultivation, Guang also wanted to find a formidable opponent to test what he had learned. This Menglei should be a good opponent. Gumo's reaction showed surprise in the eyes of the true disciple with the surname Wang. Everyone knew that Gumo's talent was definitely not bad, as he could be accepted as a personal true disciple by the sect master, but even the best talent needed time to be realized. In another 10 years or so, no one would doubt that Gumo could defeat Menglei, but there was still a significant gap between the two of them now. Ignoring the surprised gazes around him, Gumo quietly waited for the grand competition to end. Without any surprise, the top performer in this grand competition was that Menglei. After the top 10 of the grand competition were decided, the next step was for these top 10 contestants to challenge the true disciples. Menglei, ranked first, naturally made the first choice. I heard that junior brother Linwu was accepted as a personal true disciple by the sect master, so your strength must be extraordinary. How about I ask junior brother for some pointers? Menglei's gaze swept towards Gumo. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes in the arena immediately turned to Gumo, waiting for his response. After all, Menglei was at foundation establishment great perfection, while Gumo was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Given this huge gap in strength, would this personal true disciple of the sect master agree or refuse? Yes. Gumo nodded, and at the same time, a hint of doubt flickered in his eyes. He had no enmity with Menglei, so why did he feel a subtle killing intent just now? It couldn't be that he had transferred his hatred for senior brother Fang Yi onto him, could it? In a true disciple challenge, if one failed due to inferior skill, instead of reflecting on oneself, one actually vented dissatisfaction on others. With such a hard nature, it's no wonder he couldn't become a personal true disciple of the sect master. As Gumo nodded, the entire arena erupted in an uproar. Putting everything else aside, Gumo's hard nature alone was enough to convince people. Soon, Gumo's figure appeared on the stage, standing on opposite sides of Menglei. Sect sparring, no killing. A golden core elder walked onto the stage and instructed. Although the sword cultivator sect advocated tempering the Dao of sword through combat, it would not allow its disciples to fight to the death. Yes. Gu Mo and Meng Lei both nodded. Subsequently, the golden core elder activated the formation on the stage and stepped aside. At the same time, a countdown appeared on the light screen formed by the formation. Junior brother Lin, please enlighten me. Meng Lei sized up Gu Mo, his thoughts churning. One scene kept lingering in his mind, an opportunity for core formation, and 8 top-grade magic treasure flying swords. This was undoubtedly an enormous fortune. Being at Foundation Establishment Great Perfection, his desire for the core formation opportunity was incredibly strong. However, the sect's core formation opportunity would prioritize senior brother Fang Yi, the true disciple Great Master. Originally, after Fang Yi, it should have been his turn, but Gu Mo's appearance introduced a variable. Read the uncorrected version at 1619 book bar. Given the Great Evolution Sword Sect's foundation, it didn't have many core formation opportunities. Meng Lei couldn't be sure if the sect could produce a third one in a short period. If not, he would have to waste more time, and this was clearly something Meng Lei was unwilling to see. The longer it dragged on, the lower his chances of catching up to Fang Yi. At this moment, someone was willing to offer a core formation opportunity, along with 8 top-grade magic treasure flying swords. As disciples of the Great Evolution Sword Sect, they would not only prepare one flying sword, but many, to set up a sword array. The stronger the flying swords used for the formation, the greater the power of the sword array would be. 8 top-grade magic treasure flying swords, what an astonishing fortune this was. If he could obtain these 8 top-grade magic treasure flying swords, Meng Lei was absolutely confident he could defeat Fang Yi. Of course, to obtain this astonishing fortune, Meng Lei needed to cripple Gu Mo, this genius. Meng Lei wasn't surprised by this, because when Fang Yi rose to prominence back then, the other party had found him and asked him to cripple Fang Yi. It's just that Meng Lei was the true disciple Great Master at that time, and he was full of confidence in his own strength, so he naturally disdained to bother with such things. If it weren't for the fact that those people were too mysterious and left no trace, Meng Lei would have directly reported them to the sect and had them dealt with at that time. Unfortunately, the result of the final challenge was his crushing defeat, and he directly lost his position as true disciple Great Master. After years of failure, facing temptation once again, Meng Lei's heart had wavered. Fang Yi back then was too strong, even if he went all out, he was no match. But the Gu Mo in front of him, there was a huge gap in cultivation realm between them. He had a complete opportunity to cripple him before the Golden Core Elder could react. At that time, he would just say it was an accident. Accidents during combat sparring were common. If he were to be blamed for it, then everyone would have to be overly cautious when sparring in the future, and how could the Dao of Sword be tempered under such circumstances? Senior brother Meng Lei, please enlighten me. Gu Mo performed a sword salute. At this moment, the countdown on the formation light screen reached 0. In an instant, 5 flying swords appeared around Gu Mo, and then those 5 flying swords formed the 5 elements sword array, pressing down towards Meng Lei. This was the combat style of the Great Evolution Sword Sect's disciples. First, activate a sword array. This could both suppress the enemy and enhance one's own combat power through the sword array's might. This junior brother Lin actually comprehended the 5 elements sword array. He really has something. Seeing Gu Mo unleash the 5 elements sword array, all the disciples present showed surprise. 1 yuan, 2 instruments, 3 talents, 4 symbols, 5 elements, 6 harmonies, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, 10 directions. These were the sword arrays recorded in the Great Evolution Sword Canon. Of course, these were just basic sword arrays, and any intersect disciple could comprehend them. The true secret legacy of the Great Evolution Sword Canon were those complex sword arrays. Among them, there was a sword array called Storm Style that Gu Mo remembered very clearly. This sword array required 24 flying swords. When activated, 12 flying swords would land on the ground and 12 flying swords would float in the air, forming a powerful sword domain. This sword domain possessed terrifying binding effects, and at the same time, the wielder within the sword array had the effect of short-range teleportation. By leveraging this effect, the sword cultivator wielding this array could instantly unleash 24 flying swords, erupting with terrifying destructive power. After comprehending the basic sword arrays, Gu Mo had been pondering this storm style. That's right, in these 3 years, Gu Mo had already mastered all the basic sword arrays of the Great Evolution Sword Canon. At this moment, he was unleashing the 5 elements sword array, not because he had only comprehended the 5 elements sword array, but because Gu Mo felt that using the 5 elements sword array for a test was sufficient. That's all. Seeing Gu Mo unleash the 5 elements sword array, Meng Lei breathed a sigh of relief. This way, his plan could still proceed. Immediately, Meng Lei raised his hand and conjured 7 flying swords, setting up the 7-star sword array to block Gu Mo's 5 elements sword array. Immediately, the 2 sword arrays collided in the arena, and the result was not the 5 elements sword array collapsing at a touch, but a stalemate. Gu Mo, using the 5 elements sword array, actually fought Meng Lei's 7-star sword array to a draw. This is... Meng Lei's gaze fixed on Gu Mo. The 7-star sword array he unleashed, when it collided with Gu Mo's 5 elements sword array, was as if it had hit a wall, unable to advance even half a step. Although there was no absolute strength difference among the basic sword arrays in the Great Evolution Sword Canon, under similar circumstances, the more complex the sword array, the stronger its basic power would be. But at this moment, this rule was broken. Not bad. In the sky, Xian Tianhen looked at the competition on the stage below and nodded slightly. He was more and more satisfied with Gu Mo, his disciple. Mastering all basic sword arrays in 3 years, although slightly inferior to Fang Yi, Gu Mo's control of sword arrays surpassed Fang Yi's. At this moment, Gu Mo was using his exquisite control to block the crushing force of the 7-star sword array with the 5 elements sword array. In fact, Gu Mo's exquisite control over the sword array largely benefited from his main body's golden core divine soul. The control of a sword array has very high demands on the divine soul. Although Gu Mo's incarnation was at the early stage of foundation establishment, his divine soul was genuinely at the golden core level. Therefore, the opponent Meng Lei was facing at this moment was not a simple early stage foundation establishment cultivator. Of course, Gu Mo had not yet fully shifted his divine soul to the incarnation at this moment. This was only a small part of his divine soul. Only when the incarnation needed to use the golden core Dan power within its body would Gu Mo fully invest his main body's divine soul into the incarnation to control that golden core Dan power and unleash golden core combat power. Meng Lei grew increasingly agitated that his 7-star sword array couldn't defeat Gu Mo's 5 elements sword array. In his opinion, if Gu Mo hadn't displayed such strength, there might have been a chance for him to spare Gu Mo's life. However, the stronger Gu Mo's displayed power, the lower the possibility of Meng Lei holding back. When he couldn't restrain himself, Gu Mo would undoubtedly die. While casualties in a combat arena were unavoidable, severely injuring an opponent and killing an opponent were somewhat different in nature. As for stopping the fight now, that was clearly impossible. Meng Lei no longer had a choice, he no longer wanted to wait. As long as he eliminated Gu Mo, he would not only regain his status as a true legacy disciple but also acquire astonishing wealth. With this thought, the killing intent in Meng Lei's eyes intensified. Without hesitation, Meng Lei transformed into a streak of sword light and charged towards Gu Mo. Although disciples of the Great Evolution sect were skilled in the Dao of sword arrays, their individual combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Combining sword arrays with their own combat power was the fighting style of Great Evolution sect disciples. At this moment, Meng Lei, knowing his sword array was inferior to Gu Mo's, decided to engage Gu Mo directly in head-on combat. His foundation establishment Great Perfection realm was an absolute over Gu Mo, who was only at the foundation establishment early stage. Die. The sword light Meng Lei transformed into was exceptionally swift. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators would have no chance to dodge this attack. Seeing this, the divine sense of the golden core elder beside the arena instantly enveloped the platform, ready to intervene at any moment if something went wrong. Rise. Gu Mo calmly watched the approaching Meng Lei, brought his 2 fingers together, and then sharply waved them. Immediately, 4 streaks of sword light appeared, forming a 4-symbol sword array around Gu Mo. Not all basic sword arrays in the Great Evolution sword cannon were offensive. Some had defensive or trapping effects. The 4-symbol sword array Gu Mo was currently employing was a sword array specializing in defense. Clang. Meng Lei's attack was blocked by the suddenly rising 4-symbol sword array. What? Meng Lei looked at the 5 elements sword array not far away, then at the 4-symbol sword array before him, his eyes filled with shock. Simultaneously wielding 2 sword arrays, such talent was in no way inferior to Fang Yi's. Similarly, the stronger Gu Mo's displayed power, the more intense Meng Lei's killing intent became. Even the strong killing intent was sensed by everyone present. This caused many people to frown slightly. Of course, some were unconcerned. As a sword cultivator, one should possess a certain murderous aura. Besides, with a golden core elder watching, nothing serious should happen. Break for me. Meng Lei roared, and in an instant, a sword momentum filled with a vengeful aura transformed into a sharp sword and slashed towards Gu Mo's 4-symbol sword array. Vengeance sword momentum. This was the sword momentum Meng Lei had condensed after losing to Fang Yi. And with each successive defeat to Fang Yi, Meng Lei's belief in vengeance deepened. The stronger his belief in vengeance, the greater the power of his vengeance sword momentum. Once Meng Lei succeeded in his vengeance, he would be able to condense his vengeance sword momentum into sword intent. It could be said that as long as Meng Lei's belief remained firm and he wasn't crushed by continuous failures, with each failure deepening his belief in vengeance, he might indeed one day defeat Fang Yi and successfully condense sword intent. As a sword cultivator, having sword intent and not having sword intent were completely different levels. At this moment, to eliminate Gu Mo, Meng Lei released the vengeance sword momentum he had condensed, which was equivalent to making all his previous efforts go to waste. Because Meng Lei's object of vengeance was Fang Yi, not Gu Mo. This accumulating vengeance sword momentum could condense into sword intent, but the conditions were extremely strict. This sword momentum could only be used against the target of vengeance. Changing the target would nullify all previous efforts. However, considering the difficulty of comprehending sword intent, such a condition was actually completely acceptable. Bang! The sharp sword formed by the vengeance sword momentum struck, directly shattering the 4-symbol sword array Gu Mo had set up. Just as the sword of vengeance was about to hit Gu Mo, 2 sword shadows crossed in front of Gu Mo. 2-pole sword array. Seeing this, everyone present couldn't help but exclaim. In this match, Gu Mo had continuously displayed 3 sets of sword arrays, which was so powerful it made the disciples' scalps tingle. For most disciples, comprehending one basic sword array was considered good, comprehending multiple sword arrays was the mark of a genius. But comprehending multiple sword arrays didn't mean they could be used simultaneously. Just as everyone was shocked by Gu Mo simultaneously wielding 3 sword arrays, a golden core level sword light suddenly flashed in the arena. It's a golden core level sword talisman. Feeling the golden core level sword light, the Golden Core Elder at the side of the arena was greatly alarmed. He, too, had just been stunned by Gumo's displayed talent, causing his reaction to be slightly delayed. A sword talisman is a type of talisman, but it seals a sword cultivator's sword chi. Such talismans are strictly forbidden in combat. Meng Lei using a sword talisman, and a Golden Core level 1 at that, was a severe violation. In the sky, Xian Tianhen, who was watching the battle, saw Meng Lei use a Golden Core level sword talisman, and a streak of sword light reflected in his pupils. The Golden Core Elder might not have reacted in time, but that didn't mean he, a nascent soul sword lord, couldn't react. But soon, the sword light in Xian Tianhen's eyes disappeared, because he no longer needed to intervene. Facing the instantly arriving sword light, Gumo's expression remained unchanged. He simply raised his hand and grabbed it. Grabbing a Golden Core level sword chi with bare hands, this scene made everyone's eyes widen in shock. Bang! Crushing the sword chi in his hand, Gumo looked at the wound on his palm and sighed inwardly. A sword cultivator's attack was indeed powerful, even his Golden Core level physical body couldn't fully withstand it. Although Gumo's incarnation had a foundation establishment cultivation, he had Golden Core Dan power within him, and Gumo also knew the spirit forging method, a body refining technique. So, in these 3 years, Gumo had long used Golden Core Dan power to temper his physical body to the Golden Core level. Ordinary sword cultivators were typically frail but had high attack power, while Gumo was robust and also had high attack power. His trump cards repeatedly thwarted, Meng Lei completely went mad. At this moment, Meng Lei had only one thought: eliminate Gumo at all costs. Driven by this thought, Meng Lei unleashed a secret art given to him by the mysterious person earlier. Blood sword art. Meng Lei roared, his blood boiling. Then, countless streams of blood surged from Meng Lei's body, transforming into a blood sword that slashed towards Gumo. This was a desperate strike that condensed Meng Lei's entire cultivation and all his lifespan. It's a secret art of the Blood Demon sect. Looking at the monstrous blood sword, everyone was shocked. No one expected Meng Lei to use demonic path methods. This was not just a violation of the competition rules, it was a direct transgression of sect rules. Disciple, does your master need to intervene? Xian Tianhen's voice echoed in Gumo's ears. Xian Tianhen was already very satisfied with Gumo's performance, but he was also a bit greedy, hoping to see more of Gumo's abilities. After all, Gumo's physical body resisting sword chi just now was not a sword cultivator's method. Disciple has recently comprehended a sword art. Please guide me, master. Gumo summoned a flying sword, transformed it into a long sword, and then assumed a defensive stance. Clang! Soon, the blood sword unleashed by Meng Lei arrived and struck Gumo, who was in a defensive state. But with a crisp sword cry, Gumo, in his defensive state, instantly switched to an offensive posture. In a flash, a brilliant sword light streaked across, directly shattering the blood sword. This is... Xian Tianhen looked at the sword art Gumo displayed, his eyes filled with shock. As a nascent soul sword lord, Xian Tianhen naturally could discern the profoundness of Gumo's move. It was precisely because he understood its profoundness that Xian Tianhen was so shocked that Gumo had actually mastered such a profound sword art. Gumo not only possessed astonishing talent in sword arrays but also excelled in the talent for orthodox sword cultivation. As for where Gumo got such a sword cultivator legacy, one not inferior to the Great Evolution sword canon, Xian Tianhen didn't care at all. Isn't it normal for a cultivator to have some opportunity? He, Xian Tianhen, was also able to cultivate to the nascent soul sword lord realm because he had obtained many opportunities. As long as Gumo acknowledged him as his master and recognized his identity as a Great Evolution sect disciple, Xian Tianhen wished Gumo would obtain even more opportunities. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. Gumo's displayed talent and strength filled Xian Tianhen with excitement. But as Xian Tianhen's gaze shifted to the emaciated Meng Lei, a hint of sorrow entered his eyes. Sect Master. As Xian Tianhen appeared, everyone, who had been stunned by Gumo's previous sword strike, finally came back to their senses. Sect Master, am I really not as good as Fang Yi, not as good as Lin Wu? Seeing Xian Tianhen, Meng Lei struggled to raise his head, his voice hoarse. In terms of talent, you are not inferior to anyone, but there is a flaw in your heart nature. Xian Tianhen gazed at Meng Lei. This person was once the most outstanding genius of the Great Evolution sect. Even after Fang Yi appeared, Xian Tianhen's expectations for Meng Lei did not diminish, especially after Meng Lei comprehended the Vengeance Sword momentum. Xian Tianhen had hoped that Meng Lei would one day defeat Fang Yi and comprehend the Vengeance Sword intent. Unfortunately, Meng Lei ultimately failed to mend the flaw in his heart nature, and was eventually exploited by a demonic path spy. Disciple has disappointed the sect master. Meng Lei struggled to get up and heavily kowtowed to Xian Tianhen. After this kowtow, Meng Lei never raised his head again. All his cultivation and lifespan had been expended with that last sword strike. Alas! Xian Tianhen looked up at the sky, his heart filled with vexation at this moment. He knew there were demonic path spies within the sect, and the mysterious deaths of many outstanding geniuses in the sect were inextricably linked to those demonic path spies. The demonic path feared that the Great Evolution sect would produce another peerless genius like their ancestral master from back then. It had been thousands of years since that peerless genius ancestral master failed to break through to soul transformation, and Xian Tianhen had long since investigated many of the secrets from that time. It was the people from the Demon Dao 3 sects who had ambushed the ancestral master back then. Furthermore, these people were still uneasy and had been infiltrating the Great Evolution sect to prevent its resurgence. Regarding this, Xian Tianhen was eager to eliminate the spies within the sect. However, the sect had been infiltrated for too long. Some elders and disciples within the sect didn't even know they were demonic path spies. Only when the demonic path made a move would those disciples realize they were actually demonic path pawns. Such top-tier demonic path methods were clearly beyond the ability of Xian Tianhen, a nascent soul sword lord skilled in killing, to decipher. Therefore, the only thing Xian Tianhen could do was to protect Fang Yi and Gu Mo, these two disciples, and ensure their growth. As long as a new nascent soul sword lord was born in the Great Evolution sect, he would have lived up to the sect's ancestors and ensured the sect's legacy would not be cut off. If luck once again gathered at the Great Evolution sect, allowing it to produce another venerable with the potential to break through to soul transformation, all of the demonic path's methods would be completely ineffective. Of course, if a nascent soul great sword lord were to be born in the Great Evolution sect, the Demon Dao 3 sects would absolutely spare no effort to eliminate him. However, Xian Tianhen had already prepared corresponding countermeasures. After all, having suffered a loss once, the Great Evolution sect naturally wouldn't let it happen a second time. Xian Tianhen only hoped that he could use the countermeasures he had prepared before his lifespan reached its limit. Announce the results. Xian Tianhen's gaze swept towards the Golden Core Elder on the arena. In this match, Lin Wu wins. Upon hearing this, the Golden Core Elder quickly announced the results of the match. Afterwards, the Golden Core Elder continued, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge Lin Wu?" The response to the Golden Core Elder was silence. "Are you kidding? Fighting Lin Wu? Just thinking about those 3 sword arrays, that bare-handed reception of Golden Core level sword chi, and that brilliant final sword strike." At this moment, many disciples felt that Lin Wu already possessed the strength to contend with a Golden Core Elder. This person had long since transcended, he was not someone they could catch up to. Seeing that no one continued to challenge him, Gu Mo directly left the combat arena. He was indeed on a different level than those disciples. "Disciple, come with your master to kill some people." Xian Tianhen beckoned to Gu Mo. The demonic path spies had once again caused the death of a genius from the Great Evolution sect, how could Xian Tianhen let it go so easily? While the spies within the sect were difficult to identify, there were still many demonic path spies outside the sect. "All right." Gu Mo nodded, then quickly followed Xian Tianhen. Having a nascent soul sword lord accompany him, such a good opportunity was rare. The retaliation of a nascent soul sword lord made the demonic path spies lurking within the righteous path sphere of influence tremble one by one. As for whether they could find the locations of the demonic path spies, there was no need to worry about this. When the righteous path sects learned that Xian Tianhen wanted to kill demonic path spies to vent his anger, they would quickly provide the hiding places of the demonic path spies they knew of. Without needing to act themselves, and with a nascent soul sword lord helping to eliminate demonic path spies for free, the major righteous path sects naturally cooperated fully with such a good thing. As for retaliation from the demonic path sects, Xian Tianhen didn't care at all. He, the sect master, didn't even know how many demonic path spies were in the Great Evolution sect. If the demonic path wanted to retaliate, let them kill, perhaps they would kill more demonic path spies than actual Great Evolution sect disciples. Xian Tianhen only needed to protect a few important sect disciples. Sheneng Valley. Gu Mo rubbed his brow. At this moment, a trace of killing intent overflowed from Gu Mo's eyes. During this period, his incarnation had been following Xian Tianhen, and it could be said they had been killing all the way. To say rivers of blood flowed would not be an exaggeration. Such extensive slaughter had also allowed Gu Mo to gradually condense killing intent. It was clear that Xian Tianhen brought Gu Mo to kill people to help him condense killing intent, ultimately forming the sword intent of slaughter. Of course, Xian Tianhen had also been observing Gu Mo. If Gu Mo couldn't bear it, he would stop, but Gu Mo's endurance greatly surprised Xian Tianhen. If it were Meng Lei, who had a flaw in his heart nature, such slaughter would have likely caused him to fall into the demonic path long ago. But Gu Mo could still maintain his composure, and this was naturally related to the Tai King Mu Sutra cultivated by Gu Mo's main body. This type of cultivation technique, which promotes well-being, was very effective in maintaining one's state of mind. Gu Mo circulated the Tai King Mu Sutra. After a long while, the killing intent in his eyes gradually faded. This time, following Xian Tianhen in a massacre not only allowed Gu Mo to condense a strong killing intent, providing an important foundation for comprehending sword intent of slaughter, but also greatly improved Gu Mo's practical combat experience. For his true body, who had always stayed at home, such experience was extremely valuable. After all, Gu Mo was facing vicious demonic path spies whose combat experience and methods were far beyond what the sect's disciples could compare to. Even Gu Mo initially suffered some losses from their various insidious tricks. Fortunately, with Xian Tianhen, a nascent soul sword lord, overseeing things, even if unexpected situations arose, Xian Tianhen could cover Gu Mo, allowing Gu Mo to smoothly pass the initial adaptation phase. Xian Tianhen, having just finished his rampage, had already brought Gu Mo back to the Great Evolution Sword sect. Next, Gu Mo would dedicate part of his mind to his incarnation and begin to comprehend sword intent of slaughter. As for his true body, he was preparing to attend the Spirit Plant exhibition. Gu Mo attached great importance to this exhibition, mainly because there were sect contributions to be gained, and Gu Mo also needed to reveal the sunlight glazed flower. This way, he wouldn't have to be so cautious when using the sun essence. Seeing that it was almost time, Gu Mo, under Shivo Zaihua's pained gaze, dug up a sunlight glazed flower, then instructed Zaihua and Little Carp to look after the house, and he himself used the wood manipulation technique to escape. The next moment, Gumo's figure appeared on a platform of the ancient tree. At this moment, the platform was filled with exhibition stands, and each stand displayed a spirit plant. The disciples of Sheneng Valley gathered around the exhibition stands, discussing animatedly. Some stands were particularly crowded, while others were sparsely populated. Gumo's gaze swept around, and he quickly found his own exhibition stand. Grandmaster Hochenyu had registered Gumo for the spirit plant exhibition a long time ago. After successful registration, Gumo obtained his own exhibition stand. All Gumo had to do next was place his spirit plant in the stand. Arriving at his exhibition stand, Gumo took out his jade talisman and opened the stand's restriction. All exhibition stands had restrictions to prevent anyone from secretly damaging the spirit plants within. Such incidents had actually occurred. It was said that a long time ago, the exhibition stands at Sheneng Valley's spirit plant exhibition had no restrictions, which allowed viewers to observe the spirit plant's condition better. However, some disciples secretly sabotaged their competitors' spirit plants, causing problems with the opponent's spirit plants and preventing them from getting high scores. After this incident was exposed, it caused a great stir. Finally, all the exhibition stands at the spirit plant exhibition were fitted with restrictions. Therefore, every rule in the sect has a traceable origin. Of course, when the sect elders came to score the spirit plants at the end, the elders could unlock the stand's restriction to meticulously observe the spirit plants cultivated by the disciples, so as to give a more accurate score. After placing the sunlight glazed flower, which he had just dug up from his small courtyard, into the exhibition stand, Gumo left the sunlight glazed flowers information and then excitedly went to examine the spirit plants cultivated by others. A spirit plant exhibition from a top Lingzi master sect like Sheneng Valley was definitely worth seeing. Sure enough, Gumo soon saw a very familiar spirit plant, sword bamboo, at one of the exhibition stands. In the Qinghe cultivation world, Gumo had obtained a wood elemental supreme magic treasure flying sword. This flying sword was refined from third order sword bamboo. At that time, Gumo speculated that the flying sword must have come from a Lingzi master great master of Sheneng Valley. Now Gumo had found this great master. Because, the sword bamboo in the exhibition stand at this moment was indeed a third order sword bamboo. No, that's not right. This isn't sword bamboo. Gumo carefully observed the sword bamboo in the exhibition stand and found that it was somewhat different from the sword bamboo he knew. Third order sword heart bamboo. Gumo's gaze swept to the sign on the exhibition stand, preparing to see if this was sword bamboo. Every exhibition stand would have a sign introducing the basic information of the displayed spirit plant. Subsequently, Gumo was surprised to find that the sign on the exhibition stand did not say sword bamboo, but sword heart bamboo. Sword heart bamboo. Gumo frowned slightly. He had never heard of this spirit plant. Could it be that the other party had cultivated a new one? Cultivating a completely new spirit plant was not an easy task. Even if a Lingzi master was lucky enough to cultivate a new spirit plant, most new spirit plants were useless. Truly useful new spirit plants were extremely rare. But this sword heart bamboo in front of him actually emitted a faint sword intent. Gumo possessed a sword cultivator avatar, and what the avatar knew, the true body naturally also knew. Therefore, Gumo would never be mistaken about his perception of sword intent. A spirit plant naturally containing sword intent, this was simply an excellent material for refining flying swords. Ding Xian. Gumo's gaze swept to the exhibition stand sign, which had the Lingzi master's name on it. This was a senior sister. He wondered where the other party was at the moment. Most Lingzi masters would stay by their exhibition stands to introduce their spirit plants to visiting fellow disciples. But there were also cases like Gumo, where the spirit plant was placed, and then the person disappeared. Gumo's exhibition stand. A woman dressed in green and carrying a long sword on her back was staring blankly at the sunlight glazed flower in Gumo's exhibition stand. What is this Gumo's background, to be able to cultivate the sunlight glazed flower? If I can obtain the solar power of this sunlight glazed flower, will my cultivated sword heart bamboo be able to advance further? Senior Sister Ding, your cultivated sword heart bamboo is truly amazing. After this exhibition, those sword cultivators will surely go crazy trying to buy sword heart bamboo. A young girl came to the green-clad woman's side and said excitedly. Although Sheneng Valley's spirit plant exhibition was only an internal exhibition within the Sheneng Valley sect, after each exhibition, the spirit plants displayed would be compiled into a book and circulated. If any sect cultivators saw a spirit plant they liked, they would come to Sheneng Valley to discuss purchasing it. At that time, the disciple who cultivated the new spirit plant would receive a very generous reward. Alchemists earn profits by refining and selling medicinal pills, artifact refiners earn money by crafting and repairing magic treasures for cultivators, and Lingzi masters, also one of the 100 arts of cultivation, earn money by cultivating and selling spirit plants. Every year, Sheneng Valley sells a large quantity of mature spirit medicines to various sects. Among them, Taking Sect, Yin Yang Sword Sect, and several sects skilled in alchemy are Sheneng Valley's biggest customers. Just by selling spirit medicines, Sheneng Valley can earn a large amount of spirit stones. Of course, in addition to large quantities of ordinary spirit medicines, some special spirit plants are also purchased by cultivators. These special spirit plants are like the special medicinal pills refined by alchemists. They are high value added products. For example, the sword heart bamboo clearly targets sword cultivators as its customers. That sword heart bamboo is still not perfect. The green-clad woman shook her head. The sword heart bamboo she had cultivated still had flaws and was not a qualified product for sale. However, at this moment, she seemed to have found a way to remedy the flaws of the sword heart bamboo. The green-clad woman's gaze was fixed on the sunlight-glazed flower in Gumo's exhibition stand, unable to move away. As expected of a top Lingzi master sect, an internal spirit plant exhibition alone can showcase so many novelties. Gumo's gaze swept across the exhibition stands one by one, and his exclamations of surprise never ceased. In addition to the sword heart bamboo he had seen earlier, Gumo also saw an ancient tree. This was not an ordinary ancient tree, but a war ancient tree. War ancient tree, this is also considered a classic offensive spirit plant of Sheneng Valley, and this type of spirit plant has always been a key focus for Sheneng Valley disciples to modify and cultivate. After all, as long as a variant of the war ancient tree can be cultivated, the sect will directly purchase it in large quantities, and then one will instantly become rich. At this moment, the war ancient tree appearing in the spirit plant exhibition was a new branch, and the Lingzi master who cultivated it called it the roaring ancient tree. Compared to the classic war ancient tree that throws boulders, this roaring ancient tree can release sound wave attacks to cause area damage to enemies. Senior Brother Yan, I didn't expect your roaring ancient tree to succeed. First place in this spirit plant exhibition definitely belongs to you. Beside the roaring ancient tree, a group of people surrounded a young man, with continuous flattery. Sword Heart Bamboo, roaring ancient tree. In just a short while, Gumo had seen two strong contenders. As expected of a top Lingzi master sect. Continuing to the next exhibition stand, Gumo then saw many strange and wonderful spirit plants. Although some spirit plants were just strange with no other use, this still broadened Gumo's horizons. Of course, the most numerous ones in the exhibition stands were those breakthrough spirit plants. The so-called breakthrough spirit plant refers to a spirit plant whose upper limit is first order, but a Lingzi master, through careful cultivation, has managed to advance that spirit plant to a second-order spirit plant. This is a breakthrough spirit plant. This is the most challenging display of a Lingzi master's skill. After all, not everyone can produce entirely new and useful spirit plants. At the highest point of the ancient tree, several idle elders gathered together, chatting, and the topic was this spirit plant exhibition. The elders would ultimately score the displayed spirit plants. Ancient elder, I heard your disciple has already cultivated a new war ancient tree branch. First place in this spirit plant exhibition is within reach. An elder said with a smile. The strength of other disciples is not weak, it won't be easy to get first place. Although ancient elder's words were humble, the smile on his lips was almost impossible to suppress. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. As the lineage of combat Lingzi masters, the war ancient tree is their greatest masterpiece, and their lineage has always been improving and cultivating new war ancient tree branches. The sect also attaches great importance to the war ancient tree. As long as a new war ancient tree branch appears, the sect will give a large amount of rewards. Elder Ho, I heard your grand disciple also participated in this spirit plant exhibition. Ancient elder suddenly changed the subject and said to Ho Chenyu. That's right. Ho Chenyu nodded. They all had the list of disciples participating in this spirit plant exhibition, and they would score the spirit plants displayed by those disciples according to the list in their hands. Hearing Ho Chenyu's words, Lu Shulan's eyes immediately lit up. 3 years. Was that little fellow Gumo finally going to reveal that torch tree stump spirit plant? Once this spirit plant appeared, even a new war ancient tree branch might not be able to suppress it. Elder Ho, your grand disciple isn't going to exhibit medicinal pills, is he? Ancient elder said with a chuckle. As soon as these words came out, they immediately caused a few chuckles. The elders all recognized Gumo's alchemy skills. The supreme vein expansion pill had now become something that various lineages were fighting over, after all, who didn't have a few exceptionally talented disciples in their family. If this were an alchemy exhibition, no one would question Gumo getting first place, but this was a spirit plant exhibition. Humph, since Ancient Elder has doubts, how about we make a bet? Ho Chenyu glanced at Ancient Elder and said indifferently. Oh, what are we betting? Upon hearing this, Ancient Elder rejoiced inwardly. As expected, a slight provocation was enough to make Ho Chenyu lose his temper. As an old rival, how could Ancient Elder not know Ho Chenyu's personality? This old fellow was protective of his own. If you talked about his disciple, he would almost always take the bait. Let's bet on whose displayed spirit plant gets the highest score in this spirit plant exhibition. Ho Chenyu said with an emotional expression. As for the stake, how about a wood golem? You really dare to think? What are you betting with then? Ancient Elder's eyes widened when he heard this. How about I offer a 4th order spirit condensing flower? Ho Chenyu took out his stake. If the war ancient tree was the greatest masterpiece of Ancient Elder's lineage, then the spirit condensing flower was the greatest masterpiece of Ho Chenyu's lineage. Spirit condensing flower, just by hearing the name, it might not seem like much, but if one were to say that this spirit condensing flower is the main material for refining a breakthrough medicinal pill for the soul transformation realm, that would be enough to prove its preciousness. Of course, a 4th order spirit condensing flower is not enough to be the main material for refining a soul transformation stage pill, only a 5th order spirit condensing flower will do. But even a 4th order one is extremely precious. Alright, then I'll take a loss. Between a wood golem and a 4th order spirit condensing flower, the wood golem is more valuable, but facing this sure-win situation, Ancient Elder didn't bother with such details. As the bet was struck, smiles appeared on both their lips. Ancient Elder understood Ho Chenyu, and Ho Chenyu, in turn, understood his old rival. He had deliberately lured Ancient Elder into the trap. When the other party learned that Gumo had displayed a spirit plant, he would probably regret it greatly. Junior Sister Lu, what's wrong? About to receive a 4th order spirit condensing flower, Ancient Elder, in a good mood, caught sight of Lu Shulan's strange expression and asked, somewhat puzzled. It's nothing. Time is almost up, we should go and score those little fellows. Lu Shulan sighed deeply. Senior brother Gu had walked right into the trap set by senior brother Ho. That's right, don't keep those disciples waiting. Although junior sister Liu's expression was a bit strange, ancient elder didn't think much of it. With a new branch of the war ancient tree, how could such a spirit plant lose? Satisfied. After touring the entire spirit plant exhibition, Gu Mo returned to his exhibition stand with satisfaction, waiting for the elders to score his sunlight glazed flower. A spirit plant exhibition held every 3 years could yield such gains. What kind of grand event would the Lingzi Master Grand Competition be, held every 10 years? At that time, not only Sheneng Valley, but Lingzi Masters from other sects would also come to participate. When Gu Mo arrived at his exhibition stand, he was surprised to find that his stand was already surrounded by people, packed like sardines. Sunlight glazed flower. Holy crap, which big shot cultivated this? Big shot, are you here? I'm looking to buy some solar power. Me too. Me too. Ah, this. Gu Mo was a little stunned by the scene before him. When he prepared to display the sunlight glazed flower, he had anticipated that its appearance would attract a lot of attention, but now it seemed Gu Mo had still underestimated the sunlight glazed flower's influence. More precisely, he underestimated the solar power's appeal to Lingzi masters. Aside from a few shade-loving spirit plants, most spirit plants cannot grow without sunlight. Solar power is condensed sunlight, and this power has a huge promotional effect on spirit plant growth. This promotion can bring a dying spirit plant back to life, and it can resolve obstacles between two spirit plants that cannot fuse, allowing them to fuse successfully and give birth to a brand new spirit plant. It is no exaggeration to say that this solar power is a miraculous spirit pill for spirit plants. This kind of spirit pill might not be as appealing to other cultivators. But everyone attending the spirit plant exhibition at this moment was a Lingzi master, so the solar power's appeal to them was self-evident. The elder is here. Just as Gu Mo was pondering how to squeeze through the crowd to reach his exhibition stand, a voice rang out. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly dispersed, returning to their respective exhibition stands to await the elder's arrival to grade the spirit plants they had displayed. As the crowd dispersed, Gu Mo successfully reached his exhibition stand. Senior brother, is that sunlight glazed flower cultivated by you? A Foundation establishment disciple from the exhibition stand next to Gu Mo eagerly sent a message to him. That's right. Gu Mo nodded. Then. After confirming that Gu Mo was the cultivator of the sunlight glazed flower, the Foundation establishment disciple nervously rubbed his hands, wanting to ask to purchase some solar power, but thinking of his financial situation, he hesitated to speak. You can exchange it for the spirit plants you've cultivated. Gu Mo's gaze swept over the spirit plants displayed by the other party several stalks of ling rice. From this, Gu Mo could basically determine that this person should be from the rice lineage of Sheneng Valley. This lineage of Lingzi masters specializes in researching ling rice, and the widely circulated Lingyu rice was the masterpiece of a senior from this lineage. The birth of Lingyu rice allowed many cultivators to eat spirit rice, greatly promoting the development of the immortal realm. Really? Thank you, senior brother. Upon hearing this, the Foundation establishment disciple was overjoyed, but soon his expression fell into a dilemma. To be honest, senior brother, this ling rice of mine is still a semi-finished product. Saying this, the Foundation establishment disciple introduced the situation of his ling rice to Gu Mo. No problem. Give it to me after you finish cultivating it. I will provide you with some solar power. After hearing the other party's introduction, Gu Mo's eyes lit up. He immediately decided to fund the other party to complete the cultivation of this new ling rice. Because if this ling rice could be completed, its significance would definitely be no less than that of Lingyu rice. However, the difficulty of completing the cultivation of this ling rice would be unprecedentedly great. This Foundation establishment disciple's idea was truly grand, designed entirely after Lingyu rice. This Foundation establishment stage disciple would likely devote his entire life to this. But if he could complete it, he would also become famous in the immortal realm. Of course, it was also possible that he would achieve nothing in his life. After all, a Lingzi master cultivating a brand new spirit plant was equivalent to an all-in gamble. Therefore, to reduce risk and increase success rates, Lingzi masters would seek investment. If a cultivator believed that a certain Lingzi master's new spirit plant cultivation had a chance of success and that the new spirit plant had huge market potential, they would choose to invest. Once the new spirit plant was cultivated, the previous investment could be recouped tens or hundreds of times over. Senior brother, please rest assured, junior brother will do his utmost to complete the cultivation of the ling rice. Having received Gu Mo's promise of investment, the Foundation establishment disciple's face flushed with excitement. At the same time, Ho Chenyu and several other elders appeared outside the exhibition area. Let's start grading those little fellows now. Ho Chenyu held the list and then came to the exhibition stand closest to the entrance. Seeing the elder appear, the disciple next to the stand immediately became nervous. Introduce the spirit plant you've cultivated. Ho Chenyu's tone was gentle, which immediately eased some of the tension in the disciple's heart. Greetings, elders. The spirit plant this disciple is exhibiting is a red grass. The disciple pointed to a small black grass on the exhibition stand. Red grass is a fire attribute spiritual plant, and its body is red, but this red grass was black. It was this unusual change that led the disciple to discover it and bring it back. This has been corroded by devilish qi. Where did you find this red grass? Ho Chenyu simply glanced at the black-red grass and immediately recognized its origin. Ah! Upon hearing that the mutated red grass he discovered was actually caused by devilish chi corrosion, the disciple was instantly dumbfounded. However, he still stated the location where he found the red grass. Send someone to investigate. There might be a spy from the demonic sect over there. Ho Chenyu took out a communication talisman and sent out the location where the disciple found the demonized red grass. If it is confirmed that there is a demonic sect spy there, then you will be credited with a merit this time. Ho Chenyu turned his gaze to the disciple and said. Upon hearing this, excitement was barely concealed in the disciple's eyes. Providing clues about demonic sect spies would certainly not result in a small reward. However, before the disciple's excitement had passed, a low-grade evaluation immediately jolted him awake. Clearly, the demonized red grass he displayed was an unqualified work. This did not mean that special spirit plants found in the wild could not be displayed. It was just that demonized red grass was too common. The only value of this demonized red grass was to remind the Righteous Path sect that there might be clues about the demonic sect at that location, and nothing more. This one can be given a low grade. Ho Chenyu moved to the next exhibition stand, his gaze sweeping over a spirit medicine on the stand. He nodded slightly. This spirit medicine was originally grade 1 low grade, but now it had clearly broken through its limit and reached first grade middle level. The difficulty of spirit plants breaking through their limits at different grades naturally varies. This kind of grade 1 low grade breaking through to first grade middle level would absolutely be called a great master outside, but in Cheneng Valley, it could only be considered barely passing, given a low grade evaluation. There were many people attending the spirit plant exhibition, but the grading by the elders was very swift. They were all nascent soul true lord level powerhouses, and with a sweep of their powerful divine sense, the condition of the spirit plants on the exhibition stands became clear at a glance. Only a few exhibition stands made the elders pause and stay, and whenever an elder stopped, gazes from all around would sweep over. Everyone present was a cultivator, sharp of hearing and keen of sight. Even from a great distance, they could clearly see what was happening. Some disciples who had already been graded by the elders even boldly moved closer. This also resulted in a large crowd following behind the elders. The elders did not drive them away, allowing these disciples to see the strength of their excellent peers, which would also spur them to work harder. Soon, the first excellent peer appeared. The elder went to the Sword Heart Bamboo exhibition stand. Gu Mo saw several elders stop in front of the Sword Heart Bamboo exhibition stand, and immediately, he quickly ran over. He wanted to hear the elder's evaluation of the Sword Heart Bamboo. Gu Mo was very interested in this Sword Heart Bamboo. His sword cultivator avatar, when cultivating the Great Evolution Sword Cannon, needed many flying swords for array formation, and the flying swords used for array formation would definitely be a considerable expense. But if he used this Sword Heart Bamboo to refine flying swords, he could definitely save a large sum of money. Furthermore, the more uniform the materials and specifications of the flying swords used for array formation, the better the effect. Therefore, Gu Mo planned to find the senior sister Ding Xian to purchase some Sword Heart Bamboo after the exhibition. However, the Sword Heart Bamboo still didn't feel quite perfect to Gu Mo. As for exactly where it was imperfect, there was a restriction isolating the exhibition stand, so Gu Mo couldn't investigate in detail. Now that the elder was personally evaluating this Sword Heart Bamboo, Gu Mo naturally wanted to go and listen to the elder's evaluation to see if this Sword Heart Bamboo was worth acquiring. This Sword Heart Bamboo, my evaluation is medium grade. Ho Chenyu examined the Sword Heart Bamboo on the exhibition stand and gave a score that astonished everyone. In the eyes of the disciples, this Sword Heart Bamboo naturally contained sword intent and was definitely an excellent material for refining flying swords. Such a spirit plant had immense future value, and an upper grade evaluation would be more reasonable. Little one, you should know the shortcomings of your Sword Heart Bamboo, right? Ho Chenyu's gaze swept towards Ding Xian. This one was somewhat of an anomaly in Cheneng Valley, one of the few sword cultivators in Cheneng Valley. Besides being a Lingzi master, Ding Xian also cultivated the Azure Lotus Sword Cannon and became a sword cultivator. Her ability to cultivate this Sword Heart Bamboo, which contained sword intent, was precisely due to her identity as a sword cultivator. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. Please guide me, Elder. Ding Xian bowed in salute. Ding Xian naturally knew the flaws of her Sword Heart Bamboo, but she had never found a solution. However, just now, she had found a solution. But this did not prevent Ding Xian from listening to the elder's opinion, which could give her a new idea. Using your own sword intent to nourish the Sword Heart Bamboo, this idea is good, but the sword is a weapon of slaughter, and sword intent is also an intent of slaughter. While nourishing it with sword intent allows the Sword Heart Bamboo to contain sword intent, it also damages its foundation. Ho Chenyu pointed out the shortcomings of the Sword Heart Bamboo, then glanced at Gu Mo in the crowd and smiled. To solve this problem, I don't think you need my guidance, you should have already found a solution yourself. The solar power condensed by Gu Mo's sunlight glazed flower was the best way to resolve the Sword Heart Bamboo's flaw. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Ding Xian bowed again. Although she had guessed that the sunlight glazed flower could resolve the Sword Heart Bamboo's flaw, Ding Xian was not completely confident. Now, she had received a definitive answer. Such a definitive answer was also very important. Is he talking about my sunlight glazed flower? Gu Mo felt his Grandmaster's gaze and immediately understood that the method to resolve the Sword Heart Bamboo's shortcomings was actually his sunlight glazed flower. What a coincidence. At that time, he would exchange solar power for Sword Heart Bamboo. Gu Mo was a little worried that the production capacity of solar power would not keep up. At that time, Guang would probably have to research how to downgrade Sun Essence into solar power, or directly trade with Sun Essence. The specific situation would depend on the degree of trust between the two parties. Afterwards, the elders quickened their pace again. Although there were pauses during this time, they only stopped for a moment. For a spirit plant exhibition held every 3 years, the appearance of a spirit plant like sword heart bamboo was actually a very good achievement. After all, the cultivation of spirit plants sometimes requires 10 or even decades of time. Therefore, unless by chance, it is only when several genius Lingzi masters in Cheneng Valley have achieved results in the same year and participate in the spirit plant exhibition together that multiple astonishing spirit plants will appear at a single exhibition. Unfortunately, this year's spirit plant exhibition was precisely such a coincidental one. Because, in this spirit plant exhibition, besides the sword heart bamboo, there were also astonishing spirit plants like the roaring ancient tree and the sunlight glazed flower on display. You, Ho-Chen, actually tricked me. At this moment, Ancient Elder also discovered the sunlight glazed flower on Gumo's exhibition stand. Thinking of the bet Ho-Chen had made with him earlier, Ancient Elder was so angry his teeth itched. However, even with the sunlight glazed flower, the roaring ancient tree cultivated by his disciple might not necessarily lose. After all, a spirit plant's score is judged from multiple aspects. Besides Ancient Elder, whose teeth were itching with anger after realizing he had been tricked, Lu Shulin was also somewhat bewildered upon learning that Gumo was exhibiting a sunlight glazed flower. Wasn't it supposed to be a torch tree stump? The cultivation approach for this ling rice is good. If it can be continued, it has great potential. Ho-Chen came to Gumo's neighboring exhibition stand, his gaze sweeping over the ling rice displayed by the Foundation Establishment disciple, and actually gave it a medium-grade evaluation. As soon as this evaluation was announced, it immediately drew exclamations from the crowd. The sword heart bamboo only received a medium-grade evaluation, yet this seemingly semi-finished ling rice could actually receive the same evaluation as the sword heart bamboo. The value of a spirit plant, besides its rarity and grade, also depends on its universality. Ancient Elder's voice rang out, answering everyone's confusion. The sword heart bamboo's rarity and grade were both superior to this semi-finished ling rice, but the sword heart bamboo clearly could not be popularized, and its target was limited to sword cultivators. However, if this semi-finished ling rice were completed and spread on a large scale, it would definitely bring a small revolution to the immortal realm, especially for body cultivators. The ling rice cultivated by this Foundation Establishment disciple, who received investment from Gumo, aimed to enhance a cultivator's physique. Once this ling rice cultivation was completed and widely promoted, then, the immortal realm would definitely see many more body cultivators, and body cultivators have low requirements for spiritual roots, which would allow many people with insufficient talent to embark on the path of cultivation. This was definitely a brand new ling rice no less significant than ling yu rice. In the future, the immortal realm might even see a complete body cultivator sect emerge. Unfortunately, this ling rice is currently only a semi-finished product, and achieving true success is incredibly difficult. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only one type of ling yu rice in the world. Even so, the elders still gave this semi-finished ling rice a medium-grade evaluation. This was an affirmation of the ling rice's potential, and also an encouragement to the Foundation Establishment disciple. Disciples who displayed spirit plants at the exhibition and received different evaluations would all receive rewards from the sect. A medium-grade evaluation was enough for this Foundation Establishment disciple to receive a considerable amount of resources, allowing him to continue researching this ling rice. If he makes new progress in ling rice cultivation in the future and participates in the spirit plant exhibition again, he will still receive a good evaluation and continue to receive sect rewards. Until this disciple succeeds or gives up in failure. Having concluded the grading of that ling rice, there were now only 2 exhibition stands whose spirit plants had not yet been graded. These were intentionally left for last by the elders, as they involved a bet between 2 elders, and these 2 exhibition stands were also the highlights of this spirit plant exhibition. Sunlight glazed flower, after all these years, I finally see the spirit plant again. After completing the evaluation of Gumo's ling rice next door, several elders came directly to Gumo's exhibition stand. Looking at the glazed flower, an elder couldn't help but exclaim. Ancient Elder, what do you think of the evaluation of this spirit plant? Ho-Chen turned his gaze to the Ancient Elder next to him. Top grade. The Ancient Elder said without hesitation. Although he had a bet with Ho-Chen, as a nascent soul true lord, the Ancient Elder would not intentionally belittle the spirit plants cultivated by his disciple. Then, Elder Ho, please also evaluate that roaring ancient tree. After speaking, the Ancient Elder beckoned and directly moved his disciple's exhibition stand from not far away. A new branch of the war ancient tree, it is undoubtedly top grade. Ho-Chen nodded. Although this roaring ancient tree was still just a sapling, this did not affect its value. This roaring ancient tree, over 10 meters tall, was merely a sapling. A truly complete war ancient tree would be a behemoth hundreds of meters tall at least. Both the sunlight glazed flower and the roaring ancient tree were top grade, which made the other elders feel that this bet would likely end in a draw. However, Ho-Chen and the Ancient Elder clearly had no intention of stopping there, both believing they had a strong chance of winning. Although both are top grade, I think the sunlight glazed flower is superior. Ho-Chen said. In terms of rarity, rank, and value, the sunlight glazed flower was stronger. The roaring ancient tree was just one small branch among many war ancient trees, while the sunlight glazed flower was unique, especially the solar power condensed by the sunlight glazed flower, whose value was immeasurable. Unfortunately, the sunlight glazed flower was a third-order spirit plant, and the solar power it condensed was also third-order, with limited use for 4th-order spirit plants. But even so, the effect of 3rd-order solar power was still 1/3 that of those 4th-order spirit objects that promote spirit plant growth. The ancient elder clearly could not refute Ho Chenyu's words. They were all top Lingzi masters, and they were very clear about the effects of spirit plants. And the ancient elder was not prepared to argue with Ho Chenyu about their respective preciousness, because after he learned that Gu Mo was exhibiting the sunlight-glazed flower, he knew that his disciple's roaring ancient tree was inferior to the sunlight-glazed flower. Fortunately, he still had a trick up his sleeve, otherwise, he would have been defeated. Immediately, the ancient elder gave his disciple a look. Seeing his master's gaze, the golden core disciple who cultivated the roaring ancient tree immediately bowed to the elders. Disciple still has another spirit plant that complements the roaring ancient tree, please elders, evaluate it. After speaking, the golden core disciple took out a new spirit plant. It was a vine with trumpet-shaped flowers blooming on it. This spirit plant is called Gathering Sound Vine. It can enhance the sonic attack power of the roaring ancient tree and also focus the sonic power for single target attacks. As the golden core disciple introduced it, everyone's eyes revealed admiration. The roaring ancient tree, combined with the Gathering Sound Vine, was enough to elevate the roaring ancient tree's rank by a level. How is it? The ancient elder turned his gaze to Ho Chenyu. Ancient elder, isn't it a bit unfair for you to compare 2 spirit plants with one? Ho Chenyu raised an eyebrow. The spirit plant exhibition didn't say that 2 spirit plants couldn't be displayed. Furthermore, these 2 are symbiotic and complementary spirit plants, so treating them as one is not a problem. Of course, since it's a fair competition, you can let your grand disciple bring out another spirit plant. The ancient elder smiled slightly. Since he dared to bet with Ho Chenyu, he was confident of victory. No matter what powerful spirit plant Ho Chenyu's grand disciple brought out, the roaring ancient tree combined with the Gathering Sound Vine would win. Good grand disciple, do you have any other spirit plants on hand? Ho Chenyu's voice sounded in their ears. At this moment, Ho Chenyu was gradually realizing that he had been tricked by that old man surnamed Gu. Grandmaster, what's wrong? Gu Mo asked in confusion via telepathy. In Gu Mo's opinion, getting a top-grade evaluation at this spirit plant exhibition was already a complete success. He just had to wait for the exhibition to end to claim the reward for the top-grade evaluation. At the same time, the sunlight-glazed flower had also been revealed to the public. Although people would inevitably come to inquire about purchasing solar power in the future, it also provided a cover for Gu Mo if he accidentally exposed his sun essence in the future. It could be said that all the tasks Gu Mo intended to achieve at this spirit plant exhibition had been completed. However, it seemed there was something else going on between his grandmaster and that ancient elder. It's like this. Ho Chenyu quickly told Gu Mo about the bet. Good grand disciple, if you can help grandmaster win this bet, how about I give you the wood puppet? Grandmaster, can I change the reward? Gu Mo's heart stirred. The wood puppet was indeed a very precious treasure, a core material for refining puppet incarnations. Puppet incarnations were a relatively high-ranked type of incarnation, especially since this wood puppet reached 4th order, meaning it could refine a nascent soul-level puppet incarnation. Such an incarnation held immense appeal even for nascent soul true lords. However, for Gu Mo, this puppet incarnation held no appeal at all. The incarnation condensed by his divine ability was infinitely stronger than this puppet incarnation. What reward do you want? Hearing Gu Mo's words, Ho Chenyu was stunned, then delighted. This kid actually dared to negotiate terms with him, which meant he was confident. However, to win against the opponent's roaring ancient tree and Gathering Sound Vine, even with the sunlight-glazed flower as a foundation, the other spirit plant Gu Mo brought out couldn't be too bad. Grandmaster, disciple wants 4th order spirit fields. Gu Mo said without hesitation what he wanted most. Cultivation techniques and treasures were not what Gu Mo desired most, only high-rank spirit fields were what Gu Mo craved. After all, for Gu Mo, only by farming could he become stronger. Alright, but not a normal spirit field. Ho Chenyu thought for a moment and said. The sect did not allow spirit field transactions, but as an elder, Ho Chenyu could still find some loopholes to get Gu Mo a 4th order spirit field, though it wouldn't be very large, just enough for Gu Mo to experience it. No problem. Gu Mo nodded without hesitation. As long as it was a 4th order spirit field, a small size didn't matter. Seeing Gu Mo nod, Ho Chenyu's previously grave expression cleared up. Good grand disciple, bring out the spirit plant you've been hiding and show it off. Yes. Gu Mo nodded, then took out a section of a tree stump. When Gu Mo took out a section of a tree stump, everyone was stunned, including Ho Chenyu, who was also a bit bewildered. But there was one exception. That was Lu Shulin. Ever since she obtained Gu Mo's torch tree stump, Lu Shulin had been researching it, and the more she researched, the more astonished she became. To this day, she had not found any flaws in this type of spirit plant. Generally speaking, new spirit plants artificially cultivated by Lingzi masters would more or less have some flaws. After all, truly naturally grown spirit plants had all undergone millions of years of evolution to reach their current near-perfect state. And new spirit plants artificially cultivated by Lingzi masters simply did not have that much time to be verified, so it was normal for some problems to appear. But Gu Mo's torch tree stump was truly perfect, even more perfect than those naturally grown spirit plants. As Gu Mo took out the torch tree stump, Lu Shulin knew that this time, the ancient elder had lost. Even without the sunlight-glazed flower, Gu Mo could win with just this torch tree stump. What is this? The ancient elder looked at the tree stump Gu Mo took out. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't tell what kind of spirit plant it was. If he couldn't feel the life aura from the stump, the ancient elder would have thought it was just a dead tree stump. This is a spirit plant that disciple accidentally cultivated. Disciple calls it the torch tree stump. Gu Mo began to introduce the torch tree stump. Listening to Gu Mo's introduction, everyone's expressions changed. This was a spirit plant capable of revolutionizing alchemists and artifact refiners. Subconsciously, everyone's gaze turned to Lu Shulin, the alchemist elder, wanting to see her reaction. However, what everyone saw was a calm Lu Shulin. Seeing this, the elders suddenly realized that she obviously knew about it long ago. You brat, such an important matter, you told outsiders and didn't tell your grandmaster. Ho Chenyu transmitted his displeasure. Grandmaster, you don't need this. Gu Mo was helpless. Although the torch tree stump was amazing, its impact on the people present was not as great as that of the sunlight-glazed flower. After all, most of the people present were Lingzi masters, and their desire for the torch tree stump was not that strong. But when Gu Mo revealed that the torch tree stump could carry exotic flames, even the disciples of Sheneng Valley who didn't have much feeling for the torch tree stump were completely shocked. Looking at everyone's shocked expressions, Lu Shulin immediately felt comfortable. The shock she had experienced back then, everyone finally got to taste it too. You can come and get that wood puppet another day. The ancient elder left a message for Ho Chenyu, then departed with his disciple. Because there was no need to argue anymore. At the same time, this spirit plant exhibition also came to an end, and this exhibition would definitely become a topic of conversation among the disciples for a long time to come. As for Gu Mo, he also became the focus of attention. Especially the sunlight-glazed flower, many people wanted to ask Gu Mo to purchase some solar power, to which Gu Mo politely declined, citing limited production. However, Gu Mo personally met with Ding Xian, the cultivator of sword heart bamboo, and Chu Feng, the cultivator of the semi-finished ling rice, and gave them all of his current stock of solar power. This kind of solar power was useless to Gu Mo, it was all for show. Of course, if mutual trust increased in the future, Gu Mo might provide sun essence. After all, Gu Mo still had a great need for sword heart bamboo, and he also hoped that senior sister Ding could quickly fix the flaws in the sword heart bamboo. As for Chu Feng, it was more of a casual investment because he found the other party likable. It didn't matter if it failed, but if it succeeded, the returns would be extremely astonishing. Junior brother Gu Mo, I will complete the cultivation of the sword heart bamboo as soon as possible. After receiving the solar power, Ding Xian's face couldn't help but show a smile. Before coming, she was worried whether she could obtain solar power. Unexpectedly, this junior brother valued her sword heart bamboo so much, and this junior brother also seemed to have quite a bit of research into the Dao of the sword. This made Ding Xian feel even more like she had found a kindred spirit. After all, very few people practiced the Dao of the sword in Sheneng Valley. It was difficult to find someone to discuss the Dao of the sword with, and her cultivation in the Dao of the sword was all based on her own comprehension. I will await senior sister Ding's good news. Gu Mo smiled. At the same time, Gu Mo couldn't help but marvel at senior sister Ding's terrifying sword Dao talent. Without any guidance, she had actually comprehended sword intent, and her cultivation had reached golden core great perfection. The destructive power of a golden core great perfection sword cultivator was truly terrifying. In addition to this, senior sister Ding was also a Lingzi master, and her attainments as a Lingzi master were no weaker than her sword Dao. After all, this was Sheneng Valley, which had a complete and powerful Lingzi master legacy. If senior sister Ding could devote all her attention to the path of a Lingzi master, she would definitely become a true disciple of Sheneng Valley. Senior brother Gu Mo, I will also work hard. Compared to Ding Xian's confidence, Chu Feng was a bit lacking in confidence. The plan he had set was too grand, and it would be too difficult to achieve. Then senior brother will await your good news. Gu Mo smiled encouragingly. Although this junior brother Chu Feng was in the foundation establishment stage, his talent was not weak, even quite outstanding, otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with the plan for the new ling rice. And ever since this person joined Sheneng Valley, he had been diligently researching spirit plants and rarely went out, which was why he had a relatively simple mindset. It was more reassuring to get along with such a person, but Gu Mo felt that it still needed time to build true trust. After Ding Xian and Chu Feng left, another person came to Gu Mo's small courtyard. Disciple greets Elder Lu. The one who came to find Gu Mo this time was indeed Lu Shulin, and her purpose was naturally also for solar power. Lu Shulin wanted solar power not for cultivating spirit plants, but for alchemy. Solar power belonged to the power of extreme yang, and it had a very strong restraining effect on yin qi and devilish qi. In the struggle between the righteous and demonic paths in the Tianyuan world, many cultivators were injured when fighting demonic cultivators, and their Dao bodies were corroded by devilish qi. This corrosion was very difficult to resolve. But if solar power was used in conjunction with other spirit medicines to refine Ye-Yang pill, it could quickly resolve the devilish qi corrosion. Therefore, the value of sunlight-glazed flower was still increasing. Elder Lu, disciple's stock of solar power is gone. Gu Mo spread his hands helplessly. He had just given all his stock of solar power to Ding Xian and Chu Feng, and he truly had no more stock on hand. He couldn't possibly take out sun essence, that would have to wait a bit longer. No matter, you are an alchemist anyway. This is the Ye-Yang pill formula, you can refine it yourself. The sect will purchase it at a high price then. Lu Shulin took out a pill formula and handed it directly to Gu Mo. Thank you, Elder Lu. Gu Mo took the pill formula with both hands. The value of such a medicinal pill that could resolve devilish qi and yin qi was self-evident in the grand context of the struggle between the righteous and demonic paths. Alright, without your solar power, this pill formula is just waste paper. When you have solar power, send some over to me then. Lu Shulin waved her hand and left. Lest someone think she was trying to poach him. As soon as Lu Shulin left, Ho Chenyu appeared. Seeing his grandmaster, Gumo's heart couldn't help but become excited, because he knew his fourth order spirit field was coming. Greetings, grandmaster. Gu Mo quickly stepped forward to bow, then looked at Ho Chenyu with anticipation. You still don't trust your grandmaster? Ho Chenyu glared at Gu Mo, annoyed. There was no way a nascent soul true lord like him would go back on his word. Immediately, Ho Chenyu took out a small branch and handed it to Gu Mo. He then explained, plant this branch anywhere within the ancient trees covered area, and it can raise the spiritual qi of the surrounding 3 fen of land to 4th order. This was originally used to preserve spirit medicine, but now I'm letting you experience a 4th order spirit land. Don't casually mention this to outsiders, understand? After explaining the branch's use, Ho Chenyu did not forget to caution him. This disciple will absolutely keep it a secret. Gu Mo quickly guaranteed. Although it was only 3 fen of spirit field, it was enough for Gu Mo to cultivate several 4th order sunflowers. At this moment, Gu Mo was greatly looking forward to what changes a 4th order sunflower could bring. Cough, cough. Ho Chenyu lightly coughed, pulling Gu Mo's attention back from his excitement. You performed very well this time, and the Valley Master is also very satisfied with you. There's also some progress regarding your true disciple treatment. Ho Chenyu recalled his conversation with the Valley Master earlier, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. After the spirit plant exhibition ended, Ho Chenyu received a message from the Valley Master. The purpose of the Valley Master's summons was precisely Gu Mo. It was no exaggeration to say that even the sect could not ignore Gu Mo now, because Gu Mo had 2 types of resources that the sect yearned for. The first type of resource was the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill. Now that the spirit plant exhibition had concluded, the solar power condensed by the sunlight glazed flower was the second type of resource the sect desired. In fact, this solar power was even more attractive than the Supreme Vein Expansion Pill. Therefore, the Valley Master of Sheneng Valley summoned Ho Chenyu with the intention of having Gu Mo provide solar power. Of course, the sect would pay appropriate compensation. And Ho Chenyu took this opportunity to once again bring up the matter of giving Gu Mo true disciple treatment. This time, the Valley Master did not object, but he also did not immediately agree, because currently, all of Sheneng Valley's true disciple resources had already been allocated. There were no surplus resources of this kind, every true disciple treatment was utilized to its maximum potential. For Gu Mo to join midway, the resource allocation would be more difficult to manage. Therefore, the Valley Master agreed to discuss the matter again after some time. Of course, the most important factor was still to observe Gu Mo further. Ho Chenyu also understood the Valley Master's concerns and agreed to discuss Gu Mo's true disciple treatment again after some time. Many thanks, Grandmaster. Seeing Ho Chenyu so happy, Gu Mo couldn't refuse his Grandmaster's face and quickly expressed his gratitude. In truth, Gu Mo had never really cared much about Sheneng Valley's true disciple treatment. In Gu Mo's opinion, this so-called true disciple treatment was not necessarily as useful as a high-grade spirit field. No need to thank me, this is all something you earned yourself. Ho Chenyu waved his hand, then mentioned the sect's desire to acquire solar power. That's fine, but the sect needs to give me another spirit field, Gu Mo thought for a moment and said. With sun essence, the sunlight glazed flower, which was difficult for others to cultivate, was not particularly challenging for Gu Mo to grow. He could completely open up a spirit field specifically for cultivating sunlight glazed flowers. By then, he could earn a huge profit just by selling solar power. As for sun essence, it was naturally best not to use it if possible. No problem. Ho Chenyu nodded. Applying for a spirit field specifically for sunlight glazed flowers was something the sect would absolutely not refuse. It was a pity that sunlight glazed flowers were 3rd order spirit plants, so he could only apply for a 3rd order spirit field. After speaking, Ho Chenyu left to apply for a new spirit field for Gu Mo. Gu Mo, meanwhile, used the wood manipulation technique to directly arrive at his spirit field. In the center of the spirit field, Gu Mo planted the branch he held. Subsequently, the branch grew at a visible rate, transforming into a small tree in moments, after which the surrounding spiritual qi began to rapidly increase. Gu Mo strolled around. The range of the spiritual qi increase was precisely 3 fen of land. Although it was less than an acre, Gu Mo was already very satisfied. With a 4th order spirit field, Gu Mo was now ready to focus all his efforts on upgrading the sunflower. Subsequently, Gu Mo witnessed the terrifying amount of sun essence required for a 3rd order peak sunflower to upgrade to 4th order. Even after Gu Mo invested more than half of his reserves, the upgrade progress bar only increased by 1/10. Immediately, Gu Mo stopped investing more of his reserves. He had to keep some sun essence for emergencies and couldn't use it all up. Since his reserves couldn't be used, Gu Mo could only use the daily harvested sun essence for upgrading. But thinking of the improvements brought by the 4th order sunflower, Gu Mo's heart was filled with anticipation. During this period, Gu Mo also opened up a sunlight glazed flower field and transplanted all the sunlight glazed flowers from his small courtyard. After the sunflower upgrade was completed, Gu Mo planned to use sun essence to further mature some sunlight glazed flowers. Now, Gu Mo would use every bit of sun essence to upgrade the sunflower. Shivo Zia Hua, what's wrong? After Gu Mo finished transplanting the sunlight glazed flowers, he returned to the small courtyard and saw a wronged Shivo Xiahua. Xiaomo, Shivo's job is gone. No job, no good food. Shivo Xiahua looked at Gu Mo with teary eyes. As Gu Mo moved the sunlight-glazed flowers, Shivo Xiahua's original job of tending Gu Mo's spirit field in exchange for sun essence was naturally gone. Your job isn't gone. That sunlight-glazed flower field still needs Shivo Xiahua to manage it, and you can still get good food. Gu Mo quickly comforted her after understanding the reason. The sunlight-glazed flowers were only for Gu Mo to cover up. Gu Mo himself didn't need sunlight-glazed flowers. Therefore, Gu Mo didn't plan to spend much time managing that sunlight-glazed flower field. Really? Hearing that her job wasn't gone, Shivo Xiahua's eyes gleamed. Really? You can go to work with little carp now. Gu Mo told Shivo Xiahua the location of the new spirit field. Immediately, Shivo Xiahua picked up the equally happy little carp and excitedly walked away. This job was not only important to Shivo Xiahua, but also to little carp. After all, by harvesting solar power, little carp could also exchange for sun essence from Gu Mo. Time flowed by. News of the spirit plant exhibition also spread quickly. The spirit plants that appeared at each Sheneng Valley spirit plant exhibition would be compiled into a book and circulated. This was not only to showcase Sheneng Valley's strength but also to find potential buyers. As expected, this year's spirit plant exhibition caused a huge stir. Among them, the most eye-catching were the sword heart bamboo and the torch tree stump. As for the roaring ancient tree, sunlight glazed flower, and semi-finished ling rice, fewer people paid attention to them. Because the roaring ancient tree, as a branch of the war ancient tree, was Sheneng Valley's signature combat spirit plant and would not be sold externally. Therefore, even if people wanted to buy it, they couldn't. And the solar power of the sunlight glazed flower was most attractive to Lingzi masters. Although solar power was also beneficial for cultivation, its cost effectiveness was too low. For the same price, one could buy more medicinal pills of the same rank that increased cultivation. As for the semi-finished ling rice, only some Lingzi masters paid attention to it, and there were no other reactions. After all, many people didn't believe this ling rice could be successfully cultivated. Great Evolution Sword Sect. Disciple, Sheneng Valley recently released a new spirit plant called Sword Heart Bamboo. You represent my Great Evolution Sword Sect and go negotiate the purchase with Sheneng Valley. Xian Tianhen called Gu Mo, Incarnation, over and gave him a task. The purpose of sending Gu Mo, Incarnation, to Sheneng Valley was not only for the Sword Heart Bamboo but also to hope that Gu Mo, Incarnation, could make some connections in Sheneng Valley. Yes, Master. Gu Mo suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and nodded in agreement. This was a good opportunity to meet with his main body. The Incarnation's foundation establishment realm cultivation was also due for another increase. Perhaps by then, he could even experience the effects of fourth order sun essence. In addition, the Incarnation would have a record of going to Sheneng Valley to purchase Sword Heart Bamboo, so the flying sword refined by the Incarnation using Sword Heart Bamboo would not be suspected. However, Senior Sister Ding's Sword Heart Bamboo cultivation was not yet complete, so Gu Mo could wait a while before going. Anyway, with his main body there, no one could snatch it from him. Seeing Gu Mo return and continue his secluded cultivation, Xian Tianhen couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. This disciple's entire mind was focused on cultivation. Although a sword cultivator should put all his mind into cultivation, and no matter how many connections one had, they were not as good as the sword in one's hand. But Xian Tianhen knew that connections were sometimes truly useful. If that nascent soul sword lord ancestral master had a few trustworthy friends to protect him during his breakthrough, he might not have perished. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. Gu Mo possessed immortal power. In Xian Tianhen's opinion, his probability of becoming a nascent soul sword lord was very high. Xian Tianhen could protect Gu Mo until he broke through to the nascent soul realm, but in the future, he might not be able to continue providing protection. Therefore, Xian Tianhen sent Gu Mo to Sheneng Valley to make some connections. The disciples of Taking Sect were too arrogant, and Yin Yang Sword Sect, also a sword cultivator sect, had a very ambiguous attitude towards Great Evolution Sword Sect. If Great Evolution Sword Sect had become a top-tier sect back then, besides putting immense pressure on the demonic path, the Yin Yang Sword Sect would have been the most impacted. Xian Tianhen even suspected more than once whether the Yin Yang Sword Sect had a hand in the demonic path's attack. Among the three righteous sects, Sheneng Valley was the easiest to deal with and had a very high complementarity with Great Evolution Sword Sect. Sword cultivators excelled in combat, while Lingzi masters excelled in logistics. Sheneng Valley, Leaf Courtyard. Two burly men were arguing about something in the small courtyard. Listening closely, they were discussing the Dao of artifact refining. Among their words, terms like torch tree stump and strange flames often popped up. Old Qin, if you want the torch tree stump, exchange it for a strange flame seed. At this moment, the relatively younger-looking burly man sitting on the left interrupted the argument and made a direct decision. After so many years of friendship between us, you're not giving me any face. The burly man with a long beard, called Old Qin, glared at the other party. Both were artifact refiners, but the younger-looking one was a third-order artifact refiner, while the one called Old Qin was a fourth-order artifact refiner. Of course, both had Nascent Soul True Lord cultivation. However, the younger-looking Nascent Soul True Lord was from Sheneng Valley's artifact refining lineage. Because Sheneng Valley lacked good artifact refining legacy, this lineage master's artifact refining rank was stuck at the third-order peak. And Old Qin was an elder of a major artifact refining sect. Although this sect was not as good as the top-tier sects, it was still a second-tier existence. If one were to discuss artifact refining strength, it was definitely first tier. This old Qin had naturally heard the news of the torch tree stump and came to purchase it. In response, Gu Mo offered one torch tree stump as a price, asking this elder of the artifact refining lineage to help him deal with those nascent soul true lord level powerhouses. After all, a golden core cultivator like him would naturally be a bit weaker in aura when facing a nascent soul true lord. But with an artifact refining elder of the same nascent soul true lord level stepping forward, this problem was resolved. Gu Mo gave his bottom price, a strange flame seed for one torch tree stump. Of course, if the artifact refining elder could sell it for a higher price, he would take 50% of the excess. I only want one strange flame seed. This is already considering our many years of friendship. Otherwise, one strange flame seed wouldn't be enough. The artifact refining elder glared back unceremoniously. He was genuinely giving the bottom price. If it were anyone else, he would definitely extort them. He had a 50% commission, which filled the artifact refining elder with fighting spirit. Artifact refining consumed a lot of precious materials, and this was definitely an excellent opportunity to replenish his precious materials. You're ruthless. Old Qin hesitated for a long time, then finally took out a jade box. Sealed within the jade box was a small flame. The small flame was black, and the fire had no temperature, but it wasn't as cold as ice flame. Nether flame. The artifact refining elder recognized the origin of this black flame at a glance. This flame came from the demonic path forces. There was a 9 serenity domain there, and this strange flame was nurtured within the 9 serenity. This strange flame was a spoils of war that fell into the hands of the righteous path, and then was acquired by the artifact refining sect where old Qin was. Now, this flame had changed hands again and arrived here. Of course, this was just a bit of a flame seed, the main flame was still in the artifact refining sect. And the nether flame's strongest ability was to burn the soul. As long as a little bit was contaminated, the soul would suffer burning. If the nether flame could not be removed in time, the soul would be directly burned away. Of course, this nether flame was also a very good strange flame for artifact refining. Smelting it once with this nether flame could help the materials better nurture spirit. After all, some precious materials that help nurture spirit will more or less contain some chaotic soul fragments. These soul fragments are an obstacle to the birth of spirit, but burning them with nether flame to clean those soul fragments will make it easier for spirit to be born. Tisk, you already prepared the item, yet you still talk so much nonsense with me. The artifact refining elder pouted. It was clear that the other party had already accepted the psychological price of exchanging for a strange flame seed. He was just trying to get a better price earlier. Where's the item? The artifact refiner named Old Qin handed over the jade box, then asked. Coming right up. With the transaction successful, the artifact refining elder immediately summoned Gu Mo. Greetings, senior. Gu Mo appeared and bowed to Old Qin. You are the cultivator of that torch tree stump. You are indeed a talented individual. Old Qin sized up Gu Mo and nodded, glancing at the artifact refining elder next to him, who had an unfriendly gaze, and swallowed the words about poaching him. They had known each other for hundreds of years, he knew what kind of personality the other party had. Senior, this is your torch tree stump. Gu Mo handed over a third-order peak torch tree stump. Old Qin also carefully examined it, and his eyes immediately lit up. Good stuff, it's just a pity the rank is a bit low. A third-order peak torch tree stump was still slightly insufficient for a fourth-order artifact refiner, but its ability to carry a strange flame was already powerful enough. Forget it. If it were a fourth-order torch tree stump, it wouldn't be this price, the artifact refining elder said, rolling his eyes at Old Qin. Oh, there are fourth-order torch tree stumps. Upon hearing this, Old Qin's eyes lit up. If it was a fourth-order torch tree stump, he wouldn't mind paying more. This junior's current cultivation is not enough to cultivate a fourth-order torch tree stump, Gu Mo said, shaking his head. Of course, it wouldn't be long. Once the fourth-order sunflower upgrade was complete, it wouldn't be difficult for Gu Mo to get a fourth-order torch tree stump. But he couldn't take out all the good things. A third-order top-grade torch tree stump was already the limit. If he took out a fourth-order one, it would be counterproductive. That's true. Then I look forward to you being able to cultivate a fourth-order torch tree stump in the future. Old Qin nodded, then left with his newly acquired torch tree stump. Sigh, this deal was a loss. The artifact refining elder sighed deeply. With hundreds of years of friendship, he couldn't really fleece the other party. Little fellow, next time an old fellow comes, remember to call me. I will certainly trouble elder then. Gu Mo cupped his hands in thanks. Although he said that, among the nascent soul true lords who came to buy Gu Mo's torch tree stumps, only the nascent soul true lord named Old Qin was truly interested. After all, Gu Mo's asking price was an exotic flame seed, which not every nascent soul true lord possessed. Moreover, Gu Mo's torch tree stump was only third-order top grade. Even if it could unleash fourth-order power for a short time, it was still slightly insufficient for a nascent soul true lord. As for third-order alchemists and artifact refiners at the Golden Core realm, a third-order top-grade torch tree stump was very suitable for them, but they simply couldn't produce a treasure like an exotic flame seed. And Gu Mo's principle was to only accept exotic flame seeds. If it weren't for the great attraction of exotic flames, Gu Mo actually didn't want to trade the torch tree stump away at all. Wouldn't it be better to monopolize such a treasure that could increase the success rate of alchemy and artifact refining? Of course, if there were other treasures that could make Gu Mo's heart pound, his principle wasn't unchangeable. For example, Elder Liu's disciple, Jian Tao, whom Gu Mo had met once before, brought him a treasure that made his heart pound or, to be precise, news of a treasure. Just the news of the treasure made Gu Mo's heart pound, which showed how much Gu Mo valued this treasure. Junior brother Gu Mo, what do you think? Jian Tao asked somewhat nervously. He was one of the first people to know that Gu Mo had a torch tree stump. For this, Jian Tao had gone to explore a ruin he had discovered a few years ago, hoping to find some treasures to trade with Gu Mo for a torch tree stump. However, some accidents occurred during that time, and he was trapped in the ruins for several years, only recently escaping. The several companions who explored with him all died in the ruins. Jian Tao was able to escape, naturally, because as a disciple of a top-tier sect, his life-saving items were far superior to those of smaller sects. This exploration resulted in heavy losses for Jian Tao. All the treasures bestowed by his master and exchanged in the sect were completely exhausted, and all his teammates died. His only gain was a fragment of an unknown treasure. Although it was only a fragment, it was very peculiar, so Jian Tao brought the fragment to see if Gu Mo was interested in it. Senior brother Qian, could you tell me the location of that ruin? Gu Mo rubbed the fragment in his hand, and in his mind, it quickly matched a treasure he had seen in a certain ancient text. Gu Mo could basically conclude that the ruin Jian Tao explored should be a grotto heaven, and it was formed by the manifestation of the grotto heaven world within a damaged grotto heaven magic treasure. Grotto heaven magic treasure. The moment Gu Mo learned about this magic treasure, he was filled with an intense longing for it. If he could possess a grotto heaven magic treasure, he would no longer worry about not having a place to farm. Moreover, a grotto heaven magic treasure could be carried with him, which was equivalent to carrying a spiritual field around. However, grotto heaven magic treasures were too rare. To this day, Gu Mo had not found any information about grotto heaven magic treasures, but Jian Tao had brought him intelligence about one. Although the grotto heaven magic treasure was damaged, it didn't matter. The most precious part of a grotto heaven magic treasure was its void crystal core. As long as the void crystal core was not destroyed, a new one could be refined. Without a void crystal core, no matter how many precious materials were used, a grotto heaven magic treasure could not be refined. And the grotto heaven that Jian Tao went to explore most likely still had an intact void crystal core, otherwise, that grotto heaven would have long since collapsed and vanished. In addition, there were many formations and restrictions in that ruin, indicating that there were still many undiscovered treasures inside. No problem. Jian Tao, who had personally experienced the dangers of that ruin, had given up the idea of continuing to go there. Therefore, telling Gu Mo the location of the ruin was fine. Then, senior brother Qian, this junior will use a torch tree stump to exchange for your information. After obtaining the location of the ruin, Gu Mo took out a third-order low-grade torch tree stump. An exotic flame seed for a third-order top-grade torch tree stump. Jian Tao was only trading information, so a third-order low-grade torch tree stump was sufficient. Thank you, junior brother. Having successfully obtained a torch tree stump, Jian Tao repeatedly thanked him. A third-order low-grade torch tree stump was completely sufficient for him, a third-order alchemist. With this torch tree stump, his alchemy skills would definitely improve by another level. A damaged grotto heaven magic treasure. Jian Tao left, and Gu Mo began to ponder how to obtain the void crystal core of the damaged grotto heaven magic treasure. His main body going there would be a bit risky. After all, Jian Tao had brought several golden core cultivators, and in the end, only Jian Tao himself escaped. Moreover, it was currently a critical moment for upgrading the fourth-order sunflower, so Gu Mo was not convenient to leave. Then let the incarnation go. Since the main body was not convenient to go, he would naturally send the incarnation. However, the incarnation's current foundation establishment stage cultivation was a bit insufficient. Gu Mo needed to further enhance the incarnation's strength. As Gu Mo's thought arose, Gu Mo, incarnation, who was in seclusion cultivating sword intent in the Great Evolution Sword Sect, immediately got up and headed towards Sheneng Valley. The incarnation's ostensible purpose for coming to Sheneng Valley was, of course, to purchase sword heart bamboo. It just so happened that during this period, senior sister Ding had almost made up for the shortcomings of the sword heart bamboo. For this, Gu Mo had provided a lot of solar power. At this moment, senior sister Ding's exclusive spiritual field was already filled with sword heart bamboo, and she had invited many other fellow disciples from the planting lineage to help cultivate them. She hoped to produce the first batch of products in a short time. Only by selling the products could the initial funds be recouped. And Gu Mo could obtain some of these sword heart bamboo for free, as compensation for his investment in solar power. This free acquisition was a fixed proportion. In the future, even if Ding Xian planted more sword heart bamboo, Gu Mo would still get his share. Simply put, Gu Mo invested solar power into Ding Xian's sword heart bamboo, and every time the sword heart bamboo had a yield, Gu Mo would receive a fixed proportion of the dividends. The news that sword heart bamboo was about to be released spread, and many sword cultivators immediately came to Sheneng Valley. Compared to Gu Mo's torch tree stump's high price, many cultivators could afford sword heart bamboo. When Gu Mo, incarnation, entered Sheneng Valley and arrived at the rest area specially prepared for external cultivators, he saw many sword cultivators from various major sects. However, Gu Mo did not see anyone from the Yin-Yang sword sect. It was said that the Yin-Yang sword sect cultivated a single natal flying sword, refining only one sword in their lifetime, so they naturally didn't need other flying swords. Furthermore, as a top-tier sect, the Yin-Yang sword sect had extremely deep foundations. It was said that their sword mountain gathered tens of thousands of flying swords, and every disciple of the yin-yang sword sect could go to Sword Mountain to choose a natal flying sword that belonged to them. Some prodigies could even obtain spiritual artifact or even spirit treasure level natal flying swords from Sword Mountain. Imagine a chi refinement cultivator obtaining a spiritual artifact or even spirit treasure level flying sword. Even if the other party couldn't unleash its full power, their combat strength would definitely be invincible among those of the same realm. A small sword discussion meeting. Gu Mo, Incarnation, held the newly received invitation, slightly stunned. This invitation was initiated by Ding Xian. With so many sword cultivators having come this time, Ding Xian planned to hold a small sword discussion meeting. After all, besides Gu Mo, Ding Xian found it difficult to find anyone else in Zheneng Valley to discuss swords with her. After learning that Gu Mo also had considerable insights into the Dao of the sword, Ding Xian would often seek out Gu Mo to discuss the Dao of the sword during breaks from cultivating sword heart bamboo. Gu Mo also benefited greatly from this. This small sword discussion meeting not only invited Gu Mo, Incarnation, but Gu Mo's main body was naturally also invited. However, Gu Mo did not plan to participate this time. After all, the Incarnation participating was the same. Of course, the main reason was that the upgrade progress bar of the sunflower had reached 99%. The 4th order sunflower was within reach, so Gu Mo naturally had to focus all his energy on this. Go to Yulia Yuju Yishu Yuba to read the error-free version. Cultivation space. Gu Mo continuously put in 3rd order top grade sun essence, and the green progress bar kept approaching perfection. Finally, with the input of 1/3 tier sunflower essence, the green upgrade progress bar reached perfection, then emitted a faint glow. Hoo! Seeing this, Gu Mo finally let out a long breath. Next, he just needed to click the green upgrade arrow, and this 3rd order top grade sunflower in front of him would enter the 4th order. A 4th order sunflower, he wondered what changes it would bring. With this expectation, Gu Mo unhesitatingly clicked the green upgrade arrow. The next moment, brilliant light bloomed from the 3rd order top grade sunflower. It was a good thing this was the black mist space. If this were outside, it would surely attract attention. The brilliant light lasted for about a few minutes before gradually receding, and then a sunflower the same size as before appeared before Gu Mo's eyes. The size of the sunflower did not change after the upgrade. What truly changed was the sunflower's disc. At this moment, a cute, innocent face actually appeared on the sunflower's disc. Master, Master! Feeling Gu Mo's gaze, a soft voice sounded, and it was the sunflower in front of him that spoke. When the sunflower upgraded to 3rd order, it had already given birth to a faint spiritual intelligence. Now that it had upgraded to 4th order, such a change seemed quite normal. At the 4th order, Yao beasts could even take human form. Although it was more difficult for spirit plants to take human form, it was normal for them to develop complete spiritual intelligence at the 4th order level. Good, good, good. Gu Mo reached out and touched the sunflower. Immediately, a big smile appeared on the sunflower's cute, innocent face, and its body swayed joyfully. Its 2 leaves were like 2 small hands, waving there. From now on, you shall be called Little Flower. Since it had developed spiritual intelligence, it could no longer be generally referred to as a sunflower, it needed a name. Gu Mo, who was usually bad at naming things, thought for a long time and finally came up with the name Little Flower. Originally, Gu Mo wanted to name it Xiao Hua, but realizing that name was already taken, he added another Xiao to make it Xiao Xiao Hua. Fortunately, Little Flower seemed very pleased with this name. After chatting with Little Flower for a while, Gu Mo found that Little Flower was still somewhat naive and innocent. Seeing this, Gu Mo did not hesitate and directly transplanted Little Flower into the 1/3 of the 4th order spiritual field. As Little Flower was transplanted into the spiritual field, the little fellow happily swayed its body, and even the other sunflowers nearby began to sway along. At this moment, Little Flower seemed to have become the king of this sunflower field. After quietly guarding the sunflower field for a day, as night fell, the cheerful Little Flower began to feel sleepy. Seeing this, Gu Mo gently tapped Little Flower, and then a brilliant small sun appeared. As the small sun appeared, the originally dim environment became much brighter. This was 4th tier sunflower essence. Compared to the 3rd tier sunflower essence, this 4th tier sunflower essence looked even more brilliant and dazzling, as if it were a miniature small sun. Moreover, the power contained in the 4th tier sunflower essence was incomparable to that of the 3rd tier sunflower essence. Without hesitation, Gu Mo refined this 4th tier sunflower essence, and then began to carefully sense the changes brought by this 4th tier sunflower essence. This is... A moment later, Gu Mo's eyes gleamed with shock. Immortal power. This 4th tier sunflower essence actually brought Gu Mo immortal power, which was the power to condense a nascent soul. Gu Mo had originally thought that the 3rd tier sunflower essence brought golden core Dan power, so the 4th tier sunflower essence would bring him true essence magic power, as this was the power of a nascent soul true lord. But he never expected that the 4th tier sunflower essence would directly bring Gu Mo immortal power. Nascent soul true lords usually used the true essence magic power exhaled by their nascent souls. Immortal power was the core power that constituted the nascent soul. If a nascent soul true lord used immortal power, it meant they were fighting for their lives. After all, once immortal power was excessively consumed, the nascent soul could collapse. But at this moment, Gu Mo could continuously replenish immortal power through the 4th tier sunflower essence. This meant that Gu Mo could use nascent soul level explosive techniques as regular techniques. If the immortal power in the immortal golden core was used up, he could just replenish it with 4th tier sunflower essence. Well, his physique might not be able to handle it. He just didn't know how effective it would be to body tempering with immortal power. In addition, Gu Mo had no bottleneck in entering the nascent soul realm. The immortal golden core itself had a very high probability of breaking into the nascent soul, not to mention that Gu Mo could continuously obtain immortal power. By then, if Gu Mo filled his golden core with immortal power and still couldn't condense a nascent soul, then no one in the world would be able to achieve a nascent soul. No, he couldn't be complacent. Gu Mo had no bottleneck in condensing a nascent soul, but there would be a heavenly tribulation when breaking through to the nascent soul, which seemed unavoidable. The nascent soul heavenly tribulation is the second hurdle for a golden core immortal master to become a nascent soul true lord. However, the heavenly tribulation can be resisted with external objects. As long as sufficient preparations are made, the chances of passing are quite high. On the contrary, the first step, condensing the nascent soul, is the most difficult. If one cannot find a breakthrough opportunity, no amount of external objects will be useful. Unless one consumes medicinal pills that aid in breakthrough, such as Ning pill. However, breaking through by consuming medicinal pills, compared to breaking through by self-realizing the opportunity, results in completely different foundations. But for the vast majority of Golden Core Great Genren, finding a breakthrough opportunity is extremely difficult. They might not find it even after their lifespan is exhausted. At such a time, a Ning pill is their only hope. Even if the breakthrough is achieved through medicinal pills, and the foundation is slightly weaker, as long as one can become a nascent soul true lord, they can gain an extended lifespan. Furthermore, a nascent soul condensed with immortal power can achieve eternal life through possession. However, for Gu Mo, he no longer needs to search for any breakthrough opportunity. He can naturally condense a nascent soul simply by accumulating immortal power. Beyond comprehending breakthrough opportunities and consuming medicinal pills, Gu Mo's path to nascent soul is a third one, breaking through by sheer brute force. For several consecutive days, Gu Mo refined 4th tier sunflower essence. Feeling the increase of immortal power within his golden core, Gu Mo inexplicably recalled his previous breakthrough to foundation establishment. During the Qi refinement stage, Gu Mo also utilized second-order sun essence to prematurely condense liquid spirit Qi within his body. This action allowed Gu Mo to possess the combat power of a foundation establishment stage cultivator while still in the Qi refinement stage. The drawback was that when he officially broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he encountered a bug. In the end, he had to rely on a higher level core condensation method to successfully bypass the bug. Currently, Gu Mo, in the golden core realm, has obtained immortal power by utilizing 4th tier sunflower essence. If he continues to refine immortal power without interruption, Gu Mo's combat power will soon reach the nascent soul true lord level. But would this cause a bug when he condenses his nascent soul, similar to the bug he encountered during the foundation establishment stage? A bug in the foundation establishment stage was relatively easy to resolve. At that time, Gu Mo had the core condensation method in a false core avatar. However, if a bug occurs during the nascent soul breakthrough, resolving it would be truly troublesome. Currently, Gu Mo has no method to break through to soul transformation, nor does he have an incarnation in the soul transformation realm. Let the incarnation scout the way first. Immediately, Gu Mo made a decision. First, he would raise the incarnation's cultivation, letting the incarnation help scout the way. If it was confirmed there were no problems, the main body would then proceed with the breakthrough. In any case, Gu Mo's main body stays in Sheneng Valley, and as long as he reduces outings, he won't encounter much danger. However, the sword cultivator avatar, it seems, has accumulated significant karma due to the Great Evolution Sword Sect, encountering enemies even within Sheneng Valley. Gu Mo's consciousness shifted to his incarnation. At this moment, Gu Mo, incarnation, was participating in a small sword discussion gathering hosted by Ding Xian. Among them, a golden core sword cultivator was repeatedly provoking Gu Mo, incarnation. Gu Mo did not know the other party, and this inexplicable hostility made Gu Mo instantly realize the problems encountered by the Great Evolution Sword Sect, which his master, Xian Tianhen, had already informed him about. The Demon Dao 3 sects, in order to prevent the Great Evolution Sword Sect from rising again, spared no effort in suppressing it. Gu Mo, incarnation's journey to Sheneng Valley, given the current level of infiltration within the Great Evolution Sword Sect, would absolutely not escape the notice of the demonic path spies. However, the demonic path spies also understood that during Gu Mo's journey to Sheneng Valley, Xian Tianhen would certainly provide covert protection. Additionally, the distance from the Great Evolution Sword Sect to Sheneng Valley was not far, making any attempt to attack along the way impossible to succeed. Thus, the demonic path chose to act in Sheneng Valley. After Gu Mo, incarnation, entered Sheneng Valley, Xian Tianhen clearly could no longer continue his covert protection. At that time, the demonic path would send a sword cultivator into Sheneng Valley under the pretext of purchasing sword heart bamboo. Afterwards, they would only need to find an opportunity to provoke Gu Mo into a fight, and they could very smoothly kill him. It is also very normal for accidents to occur during sparring matches on the arena. No one can say anything about this matter. The plan was perfect. Now, they just waited for Gu Mo to accept. As for directly making a move, don't even joke about it. This is Sheneng Valley. Putting aside everything else, Ding Xian, that golden core great Genren, would not stand idly by if someone attacked directly. Is the Great Evolution Sword Sect only good with their mouths? The demonic path spy looked at Gu Mo with disdain, his words full of mockery. The purpose of this person was naturally to provoke Gu Mo, and then make Gu Mo agree to fight him. Fellow Daoist, let's not hurt our harmony in this sword discussion. Ding Xian frowned slightly. At this moment, she was also a little displeased. A golden core immortal master shamelessly seeking to spar with a foundation establishment cultivator was indeed a bit excessive. But Ding Xian still suppressed her displeasure and reminded him again. Fellow Daoist Ding, as a sword cultivator, how can one lose the sharpness of a sword cultivator? The demonic path spy naturally sensed Ding Xian's displeasure, but he didn't care at all, because if he could eliminate Gu Mo, he would receive an incredibly generous reward. For that reward, what is face? Can it be eaten? Can it help him improve his cultivation? Fellow Daoist, why don't I spar with you instead? Ding Xian said coldly. I greatly admire fellow Daoist Ding's Dao of the Sword. I merely have a different opinion on the Dao of the Sword of the Great Evolution Sword Sect. As sword cultivators, what is needed is a single sword strike to break all techniques, yet the Great Evolution Sword Sect focuses all its efforts on cultivating sword formations. This is completely putting the cart before the horse. The demonic path spy naturally wouldn't spar with Ding Xian, a golden core great general. He only targeted Gu Mo, a genius of the Great Evolution Sword Sect. And what that demonic path spy said did indeed hold some truth. Most sword cultivators only cultivate one Dao, and the Great Evolution Sword Sect, which also cultivates sword formations, is considered an anomaly among sword cultivators. But the Great Evolution Sword Sect once almost became the 7th top sect, which is enough to prove that the Dao of the sword formation is not weak. However, all sword cultivators believe that the Dao of the sword they cultivate is the strongest. Therefore, it seems plausible that someone now wants to challenge the legacy of the Great Evolution Sword Sect. It's just that a golden core realm challenging a foundation establishment cultivator is a bit too much to ask. I will suppress my cultivation to the foundation establishment level. The demonic path spy naturally knew what his biggest obstacle was in challenging Gu Mo. Hearing that the demonic path spy would suppress his cultivation, the other sword cultivators at the small gathering couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Gu Mo. Although a golden core immortal master suppressing his cultivation to foundation establishment would still have combat power far exceeding ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivators, for a true genius of the Dao of the sword, such a challenge was no longer a reason to refuse. Gu Mo quietly watched the demonic path spy's performance. Although this person was a demonic path spy, he himself cultivated the orthodox Dao of the sword. If he had cultivated demonic technique, he wouldn't have been able to enter Sheneng Valley at all. When I discuss swords, I only discuss life and death. Gu Mo looked at the demonic path spy calmly, killing intent already rising in his heart. Since the other party came with the intention of killing him, how could Gu Mo hold back? Good, good, good. It's about life and death. Gu Mo's words made the demonic path spy ecstatic. This way, he would have a legitimate reason to eliminate Gu Mo. Fellow Daoist, do not be reckless. Ding Xian interrupted. Although she was a golden core great general, in this small gathering, everyone was a cultivator of the Dao of the sword, referring to each other as fellow Daoist. Furthermore, Gu Mo's previous display of sword intent comprehension was by no means weak, so Ding Xian's address of fellow Daoist was sincere. What this fellow Daoist just said is correct. As a sword cultivator, how can one lose their sharpness? Gu Mo smiled slightly, then turned his gaze to the demonic path spy, and said coldly, but if you wish to test the sharpness of a sword, you must be prepared to be cut down by that sword. Ah, this. Ding Xian was a bit troubled. It was rare for her to host a small sword discussion gathering, and she genuinely didn't want any casualties to occur. However, the nature of sword cultivators was indeed. Having cultivated in Sheneng Valley all this time, Ding Xian's Dao of the sword did not possess the typical sharpness of other sword cultivators. Instead, it had a touch of vitality, which was influenced by the environment of Sheneng Valley. Then the two of you, please proceed to the arena. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Ding Xian gave up and directly led the people to the arena in Sheneng Valley. Compared to the lively arenas of the sword sects, Sheneng Valley's arena was deserted. After all, Sheneng Valley is full of Lingzi masters. Farming and cultivating spirit plants are the daily routines of Sheneng Valley disciples. Who would come to the arena for no reason? Besides, Lingzi masters are not good at fighting. Only Lingzi masters who specialize in cultivating combat spirit plants would come here to test new combat spirit plants in the arena. But this time, Ding Xian bringing a group of sword cultivators to the arena naturally attracted the attention of many Sheneng Valley disciples. Sheneng Valley disciples are not good at fighting, but they are very eager to watch a good show. Sure enough, upon learning that an external sword cultivator was going to fight a life and death battle, many idle Sheneng Valley disciples immediately rushed over to watch the spectacle excitedly. Life and death battles are absolutely rare in Sheneng Valley. It's still not too late for the two of you to back out. Once the arena formation is activated, only one person will come out alive. Ding Xian reminded them again. There are several types of formations in the arena, and one of them is specifically used for life and death battles. Once this formation is activated, it will only deactivate when only one person remains in the arena. At that time, even if someone admits defeat midway, it won't work. As a sword cultivator, how can one fear life and death? We are born for the sword, and we should die for the sword. The demonic path spy quickly shouted loudly. Read the error-free version at Yuliu Yuju Yisha Ba. He was afraid that Gu Mo would go back on his word now, causing his plan to fail. Good. These words indeed resonated with some sword cultivators. Of course, the Sheneng Valley disciples watching the spectacle had no reaction to this. What is being born for the sword and dying for the sword? If a person is dead, what immortal cultivation is there? Only by being alive can there be more future and more possibilities. Let's begin. Gu Mo stepped onto the arena, too lazy to waste words. He would just kill that fly, and then it would be quiet. Humph. Seeing Gu Mo enter the arena, the demonic path spy also quickly entered the arena. Subsequently, the life and death barrier rose, which meant that only one person would come out alive. Kid, you're dead. As the life and death barrier enveloped the arena, the demonic path spy suddenly burst into laughter. Then, his golden core cultivation instantly erupted. As for the agreement he had just made to suppress his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, it had long been forgotten. This is a life and death battle, who would still suppress their cultivation? Naturally, they would quickly eliminate the target. Even if they broke their word and lost face, so what? As long as they eliminated the target, they would receive a huge reward. What? Seeing that the demonic path spy actually used his golden core strength, everyone outside the arena was startled. Many of the sword cultivators even cursed loudly. If both sides suppressed their strength to the same level, even if one was killed, it would only mean their cultivation was not up to par. But this blatant bullying of the weak by the strong was simply too much. He had spoken so righteously just now, yet unexpectedly, he was a despicable villain. Of course, the most enraged was Ding Xian. At this moment, she felt deceived. As a sword cultivator, Ding Xian also recognized the philosophy of sword cultivators being born for the sword and dying for the sword. Therefore, even if both parties agreed to a life and death battle, Ding Xian only advised and did not directly stop them. After all, if both parties fought with equal strength, dying would simply mean being inferior in skill. However, this act of bullying the weak by the strong clearly violated the principles of a sword cultivator. It's just that the life and death barrier had already been activated, and Ding Xian couldn't open it at all. Even the elder couldn't, because the arena was within the range covered by the ancient tree. Its barrier is connected to the power of the ancient tree. To forcibly open the life and death barrier, one would need the power to destroy a fifth-order ancient tree. Of course, the Valley Master of Sheneng Valley has the authority to control the ancient tree, so he could open the barrier. It's just that as a disciple, it's not easy for Ding Xian to meet the Valley Master. The time delayed during this period, the battle inside would probably have already ended. A gap of one major realm, this battle was already destined to be a massacre. Die. The demonic path spy also knew that procrastination would only lead to complications. Therefore, after the barrier rose, he immediately attacked, giving Gu Mo no chance to call for help. Looking at the fierce attack of the demonic path spy, Gu Mo's expression was calm. In an instant, a golden core aura erupted from Gu Mo's body. At this moment, Gu Mo had already begun to use the golden core Dan power within his body. What? Feeling the second golden core aura in the arena, everyone outside was startled. This young man was clearly in the foundation establishment realm, so how did he suddenly become a golden core? Did he cultivate a secret technique to hide his aura? Someone asked. It's not a secret technique to hide aura. He is a foundation establishment cultivator, but he possesses golden core Dan power within his body. Ding Xian, being a golden core great perfection, could naturally discern Gu Mo's realm. It did not elevate with the eruption of golden core aura, he remained in the foundation establishment stage. This situation is not uncommon in the immortal cultivation world. There are always cultivators who, by chance, obtain power beyond their own realm. However, such power is difficult to control and extremely dangerous. But considering the current situation, it seems there are no other options. Taking a gamble by using the power beyond his realm within his body is better than waiting for death. Gu Mo held his flying sword, pouring all the golden core Dan power within his body, as well as the half-finished severing heaven sword intent he had comprehended, into it. Then, Gu Mo also injected a trace of immortal power into it. Gu Mo, possessing a fourth-order sunflower, no longer lacked immortal power. Furthermore, his incarnation's physique had already reached the golden core level, so using a small amount of immortal power was barely manageable. As immortal power was injected, the flying sword in Gu Mo's hand erupted with terrifying power. Severing heaven. Gu Mo looked at the horrified demonic path spy with an indifferent gaze, then swung his sword. In an instant, a sword light that seemed to tear through the void realm erupted. Beneath that dazzling sword light, the demonic path spy's sword appeared so insignificant. How is this possible? The demonic path spy stared at the sword light that seemed to tear through the sky, his eyes filled with horror. He never expected a foundation establishment cultivator to unleash such a terrifying strike. The demonic path spy even felt as if a nascent soul sword lord was currently wielding a sword against him, and that sense of despair and powerlessness filled his entire being. After the brilliant sword light, there was a deathly silence. The silence in the arena was because only Gu Mo remained on it. And the silence outside the arena was due to everyone being stunned into silence by Gu Mo's sword strike. No wonder you weren't worried at all. You actually had such an astonishing trump card. On a leaf above the arena, Xian Tianhen and an elder from Sheneng Valley were watching the battle below. At this moment, the Sheneng Valley elders' eyes were filled with admiration. As the closest nascent soul sect to Sheneng Valley, and with their professions being highly complementary, Xian Tianhen naturally knew some of the elders from Sheneng Valley and had a good relationship with them. Those Sheneng Valley elders would often invite Xian Tianhen to accompany them when they ventured into dangerous areas to collect spirit plant. This time, Gu Mo, as his personal disciple, went to Sheneng Valley alone. Xian Tianhen knew that the demonic path spies would not remain indifferent, so he secretly guarded him, and by the way, saw if any fellows jumped out, so he could kill a few. Unfortunately, the demonic path spies were not foolish and did not make a move on the way. Instead, they acted within Sheneng Valley. This scene was witnessed by both Xian Tianhen and the elder beside him. The Sheneng Valley elder initially wanted to stop it, but Xian Tianhen knew Gu Mo's strength. Although Gu Mo was a foundation establishment cultivator, he possessed golden core Dan power within him, and this Dan power was extremely compatible with Gu Mo, it was a power he could use. In Xian Tianhen's opinion, with the power of the golden core combined with the great evolution sword formation, Gu Mo killing that demonic path spy was not a problem. Since there was no danger, Xian Tianhen naturally would not intervene. However, Xian Tianhen now felt a little regretful, because he sensed that Gu Mo had just used a trace of immortal power. That was the key to becoming a nascent soul, and Gu Mo had actually used some of it just like that. How could Xian Tianhen not feel heartache? Even without using that immortal power, in Xian Tianhen's opinion, the powerful sword art Gu Mo unleashed was enough to kill that demonic path spy, it just wouldn't have been as visually stunning. It's just so-so. He's still not cautious enough. Listening to his old friend's praise, Xian Tianhen shook his head, apparently very dissatisfied with Gu Mo's use of immortal power. This isn't cautious enough. The Sheneng Valley elder was speechless. Facing a demonic path spy at the Golden Core realm, striking with immortal power was absolutely the height of caution. This way, even if the demonic path spy had any explosive trump cards, they would now be useless. Of course, the Sheneng Valley elder also knew the importance of immortal power. To possess immortal power at the foundation establishment stage, this was undoubtedly a future nascent soul sword lord seed. Old Wu, can you give me a share of your Sheneng Valley's resin spirit liquid? Xian Tianhen withdrew his gaze from Gu Mo and turned to his old friend. His purpose in escorting Gu Mo to Sheneng Valley this time naturally had other objectives, such as this resin spirit liquid being one of Xian Tianhen's targets. Of course, this resin spirit liquid was also requested for Gu Mo. You really dare to ask for it? This is a resource that only true disciple of my Sheneng Valley can obtain, the Sheneng Valley elder, named Old Wu, said irritably. Resin spirit liquid is a unique treasure of Sheneng Valley that accelerates cultivation, specifically targeting the foundation establishment realm, because cultivation in the foundation establishment realm is primarily a process of spiritual qi accumulation. And this resin spirit liquid contains extremely vast spiritual qi, and its nature is very gentle. Refining resin spirit liquid can assist foundation establishment cultivator in quickly filling their meridians with spiritual qi, reducing the time spent at the foundation establishment level, allowing more time and energy to be focused on subsequent breakthrough. Xian Tianhen wanted this resin spirit liquid to quickly help Gu Mo bypass the spiritual qi accumulation process of the foundation establishment realm. After all, Gu Mo's combat power had already far exceeded the foundation establishment level, and he did not need to hone himself in this realm. Moreover, with the exposure of Gu Mo's strength, the demonic path's actions against Gu Mo would become increasingly aggressive. Therefore, Xian Tianhen needed to quickly raise Gu Mo's cultivation so that Gu Mo could better cope with potential dangers that might arise at any time. And Sheneng Valley's resin spirit liquid was definitely the best treasure for improving cultivation during the foundation establishment stage. Old Wu, given our relationship, isn't one portion of resin spirit liquid worth it? Xian Tianhen patted Elder Wu's shoulder firmly. Worth it, of course it's worth it. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. Elder Wu sighed. Although resin spirit liquid was a true disciple's treatment, as an elder of Sheneng Valley, he could still manage to get a portion. After all, this old friend had saved him from danger several times. It was rare for this old friend to ask him for something, no matter how difficult, he had to get it done properly. Thanks. Next time, I'll be your bodyguard for free. A slight smile appeared on Xian Tianhen's face. Alas. Looking at the rare smile on his old friend's face, Elder Wu sighed in his heart. He naturally knew something about the predicament Great Evolution Sword sect was facing, but even Xian Tianhen, the sect master, couldn't find the spies within the sect, so he, an outsider, certainly couldn't help. Arena. As the demonic path spy was slain by Gu Mo's sword, the barrier covering the arena receded. Gu Mo walked out of the arena, and immediately, countless gazes swept over him. However, those gazes now carried reverence. That sword strike earlier had indeed left an extremely profound impression on everyone. And this also made it so that in the subsequent sword heart bamboo transaction, other sword cultivator dared not compete with Gu Mo, allowing Gu Mo to acquire almost all of Ding Xian's first batch of sword heart bamboo. The reason it was almost was because a portion of this batch of sword heart bamboo belonged to Gu Mo's main body, and Gu Mo was just planning to use this as an excuse to have his incarnation come find him. Leaf Courtyard. Gu Mo's main body and incarnation sat opposite each other, with Ding Xian beside them, acting as a middleman to facilitate the connection between Gu Mo's main body and incarnation. You two discuss the specific details of the transaction yourselves. I'll go harvest the sword heart bamboo. Her task of matchmaking complete, Ding Xian did not linger. She needed to harvest this batch of sword heart bamboo. Harvesting this spirit plant was not a simple matter, if not done properly, it could affect the quality of the spirit plant. Thank you, senior sister Ding. Gu Mo stood up to see her off. Soon, only Gu Mo's main body and incarnation remained in the courtyard. Gu Mo activated the courtyard's formation, isolating it from external prying eyes. Then, he reached out and placed his hand on the incarnation's back, continuously injecting the golden core Dan power from his body into the incarnation's body. Before long, the incarnation's body, which had consumed a lot of golden core Dan power, was quickly replenished. But this time, Gu Mo's goal was to fill all of the incarnation's meridians with golden core Dan power, so that the incarnation could directly break through upon returning. Breaking through with golden core Dan power, Gumo's main body had already tried it, and the result was feasible, and this method of breakthrough could condense an immortal golden core. Although Gumo currently doesn't lack immortal power, the foundation of the immortal golden core is still very important. This is not just an extra wisp of immortal power, but more importantly, the profound foundation represented by the immortal golden core. The infusion of Dan power went very smoothly. After all, the main body and incarnation shared the same origin, and with the breath concealment technique for concealment, there was no need to worry about the golden core Dan power filling the incarnation's meridians leaking out. Next, after the incarnation returns to Great Evolution Sword Sect, he can find a way to break through. Once the incarnation becomes a golden core, Gumo will prepare a bit more, then let the incarnation explore that immortal cave. A damaged immortal cave magic treasure. Gumo was worried that if he delayed another day, it would be discovered by other cultivator. Therefore, getting the void crystal core of that damaged immortal cave magic treasure as soon as possible was key. The incarnation left Gumo's leaf courtyard, then completed the sword heart bamboo transaction with Ding Xian, and then left Sheneng Valley. The return journey was naturally uneventful. Great Evolution Sword Sect. Upon his successful return, Gumo immediately went to visit his master, then handed over the traded sword heart bamboo to him. After all, the sword heart bamboo Gumo obtained was still raw materials. To refine it into a magic treasure flying sword, he would still need to invite an artifact refiner to act. Gumo naturally didn't have to worry about this. Great Evolution Sword Sect, after all, was a nascent soul sect and a sword cultivator sect, so it naturally had some means of refining flying sword. When Gumo left, the sword heart bamboo in his hand was gone, but he had an extra bottle of spirit liquid. If it were anyone else, they might not even recognize the origin of this spirit liquid. But Gumo, as a disciple of Sheneng Valley, how could he not know about this resin spirit liquid? This was a privilege of true disciple of Sheneng Valley. This item was rarely circulated outside Sheneng Valley. This is truly. Gumo looked at the spirit liquid in his hand. In fact, he didn't need the spirit liquid at all. At this moment, Gumo's incarnation's body was already filled with golden core Dan power. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. However, this spirit liquid was a very good excuse. Gumo had been wondering how to explain his sudden surge in cultivation, but now with this spirit liquid, Gumo didn't need to think of other excuses. Unfortunately, it made his master owe a favor for nothing. Even a nascent soul sword lord would not find it easy to obtain this portion of resin spirit liquid from Sheneng Valley. At the very least, it would cost a favor. Rumble. Gumo had just returned to his immortal cave when suddenly, a huge spiritual chi vortex appeared in the sky. Someone has formed a core. Seeing this familiar spiritual chi vortex, Gumo immediately reacted. However, this spiritual chi vortex was far larger than a normal foundation establishment cultivator's breakthrough, and its center was in the most core area of the sect. Gumo then thought of his master's other disciple, his senior brother whom he had never met. That person had gone into seclusion a long time ago, preparing for a breakthrough. After preparing for so long, today was finally the day to achieve perfection. There's a good chance he can become an immortal golden core, Gumo thought, looking at the expanding spiritual chi vortex, feeling somewhat shocked. This was the first time Gumo had seen a normal cultivator attempting to form an immortal golden core. As for Gumo himself, he was on an unconventional path. Good, good, good. Xian Tianhen looked at the spiritual chi vortex in the sky, unable to hide his excitement. His young disciple already possessed immortal power at foundation establishment, and now his eldest disciple also had hopes of condensing an immortal golden core. These were the seeds of two nascent soul sword lord. Once both of them matured, the strength of Great Evolution Sword Sect would definitely rise another level. Their talents even held the promise of attempting to break through to soul transformation. Amidst his excitement, Xian Tianhen did not relax his vigilance, because those demonic path spies would absolutely not want to see an immortal golden core born in Great Evolution Sword Sect. Clang. Suddenly, a sword light erupted, directly striking towards the core of the spiritual chi vortex. But this sword light was intercepted by Xian Tianhen. Then, a figure scurried out in disarray. Sect Master, I never thought I was the spy. That figure looked at Xian Tianhen, and a trace of clarity suddenly appeared in his frantic gaze. The methods of the top demonic path were indeed unfathomable. Before the other party activated their secret art, no one knew if they were a spy. Alas! Looking at the sect elder before him, Xian Tianhen's heart was filled with sorrow. This elder was the same age as Xian Tianhen, and the two could be considered close friends. Unfortunately, now he had to personally kill his good friend. Sect Master, don't hold back. The elder roared, and the next moment, frantic killing intent filled his eyes. Then, the golden core elder transformed into a fleeting light and struck towards the spiritual chi vortex. His goal was naturally not to fight Xian Tianhen, a nascent soul sword lord, but to destroy the Great Evolution Sword Sect's genius who was condensing an immortal golden core. But how could a golden core be a match for a nascent soul? Xian Tianhen gently swung his sword, and the golden core elder instantly turned to dust. Personally killing an old friend with whom he had spent many years caused a ripple in Xian Tianhen's heart. Hehe, how does it feel to personally kill an old friend? The moment a ripple appeared in Xian Tianhen's heart, a voice echoed in Xian Tianhen's mind, carrying a strong negative emotion. It must be said that the demonic path's methods were indeed formidable. The moment a momentary flaw appeared in Xian Tianhen's heart, they immediately seized the opportunity to unleash a demonic path secret art on him, aiming to trigger Xian Tianhen's heart demon. Scram! Xian Tianhen roared, his sharp sword intent tearing apart the voice echoing in his mind. As a nascent soul sword lord, Xian Tianhen's inner strength was incredibly resilient, how could he so easily fall for the other party's Dao? However, the demonic path's objective was clearly not this. After all, trying to influence a nascent soul sword lord with such demonic path secret arts was truly somewhat fantastical. The demonic path's goal was naturally to disrupt the ongoing core formation process, and it seemed they had already achieved their objective. At this moment, the spiritual chi vortex in the sky was collapsing. Oh no! Seeing this, Xian Tianhen was greatly alarmed and swiftly rushed into the spiritual land at the center of the sect. There, Xian Tianhen saw his eldest disciple bleeding from his mouth and nose, clearly having suffered a divine soul impact. This was the core of Great Evolution Sword Sect, even a nascent soul true lord would find it difficult to break in. Therefore, the demonic path used divine soul attacks to interrupt his core formation process. The interruption of the breakthrough process, and the immense backlash, was enough to instantly kill a cultivator. But Xian Tianhen's eldest disciple, who possessed the foundation to condense an immortal golden core, actually withstood such a huge backlash. But even if he withstood the backlash, if the breakthrough failed, he would be equivalent to a cripple for the rest of his life. Master, I'm sorry. Sensing Xian Tianhen's aura, the young man in the center of the spiritual land slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with apology. He clearly knew how much hope his master had placed in him, but now he had disappointed his master. This is just a setback on the path of cultivation, don't take it to heart. Now, quickly heal your injuries. Xian Tianhen looked at the disciple before him with some heartache. No need, master. I heard you've taken in a new junior brother. He's incredibly talented. From now on, please let junior brother fulfill your wish for me. A faint smile appeared on the youth's lips. He knew his own situation best. To seek an immortal golden core, he had used some forbidden arts before his breakthrough to increase his own foundation. And the result was quite good, he successfully reached the level of forming an immortal golden core. If all went well, he would have become a top prodigy with an immortal golden core. Unfortunately, his breakthrough was interrupted. Although the youth seemed to be in an acceptable condition, he understood that the backlash from the forbidden art was irreversible. The loss of vitality in his body could not be stopped. The youth felt that this was for the best, rather than living a miserable life and making his master search for various precious heaven and earth treasure for him, it was better to just go. Using all resources to nurture his junior brother was the best choice, it was just that he hadn't yet met that junior brother. Rebellious disciple. You are giving up on yourself. Feeling the dissipation of vitality within the youth, Xian Tianhen's voice became stern. Xian Tianhen naturally could see the youth's condition. Although the backlash from the forbidden art was severe, as long as there was still a belief in life in his heart, there was still a chance to survive. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. Facing the enraged Xian Tianhen, the youth struggled to get up and heavily kowtowed 3 times towards Xian Tianhen. When the last kowtow finished, the youth never raised his head again. Hoo. Feeling the complete dissipation of the youth's vitality, Xian Tianhen's eyes turned bloodshot, and killing intent surged through his body. This was a sign of a heart demon growing. The youth was a disciple Xian Tianhen had personally raised since childhood, and their bond was incredibly deep. Xian Tianhen had poured immense effort into the youth, which could be seen from the youth's profound foundation capable of forming an immortal golden core, indicating Xian Tianhen's enormous investment in him. One must know that the current Great Evolution Sword Sect was at the bottom among nascent soul sects. To cultivate a disciple capable of forming an immortal golden core with such a foundation, the effort involved was unimaginable. But at this moment, Xian Tianhen had lost the disciple on whom he had placed his hopes for legacy. Such a blow was immense, so immense that it gave birth to a heart demon within Xian Tianhen. Master Guang, who had rushed to the central area of the sect, was greatly alarmed when he saw Xian Tianhen's state and quickly called out. Hearing Guang's call, Xian Tianhen suddenly awoke. The next moment, a sword formation appeared, and then a sword ray condensed from the sword formation, striking Xian Tianhen himself. As the sword ray struck, Xian Tianhen immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his eyes regained clarity. After all, Xian Tianhen was a nascent soul sword lord and had long achieved a clear sword heart. Guang's call made him realize his abnormal state, and he swiftly cut down his heart demon. I am fine, disciple. Xian Tianhen waved his hand, but at this moment, Xian Tianhen was completely enveloped in an aura of sorrow. Guang's gaze fell upon the youth kneeling on the ground, realizing that this was the senior brother who had undergone the breakthrough. It was just that, his true body cultivated a wood element cultivation technique, so Guang's perception of life chi was naturally exceptionally keen. Disciple, bury your senior brother properly. After a moment of daze, Xian Tianhen turned and headed outside. Master, where are you going? Guang quickly asked. Cultivate well here. When I return, I will test your cultivation progress. Xian Tianhen did not answer Guang's words, but from the towering killing intent in Xian Tianhen's eyes, Guang could roughly guess. Xian Tianhen left. Before leaving, Xian Tianhen handed the sect master's token to Guang, meaning that during Xian Tianhen's absence, Guang would be the acting sect master of the Great Evolution Sword Sect. Guang looked at the sect master's token in his hand, feeling somewhat dazed. Just then, a sword ray whistled towards him, directly striking Guang. It was clear that the demonic path spy, knowing Xian Tianhen had left, was eager to kill Xian Tianhen's other disciple. However, the sword light was blocked by the light barrier emitted by the sect master's token. Xian Tianhan had given the sect master's token to Gu Mo before leaving precisely for such a situation. As long as Gu Mo held the sect master's token, no one in the Great Evolution Sword sect could harm him. This Great Evolution Sword sect has truly been infiltrated like a sieve. Gu Mo swung his sword, and a brilliant sword light flashed, directly killing a golden core elder of the sect who had launched the sneak attack. This time, Gu Mo once again used immortal power. Anyway, he had no shortage of immortal power and could use it freely. It was just that the situation of the Great Evolution Sword sect was truly a bit tricky. The demonic path methods were too troublesome. The two elders who had attacked were usually old members of the sect, loyal to the sect, but demonic path methods had long been planted within their bodies. This caused those sect elders to ultimately die as traitors to the sect, which was an immense humiliation. And there was no telling how many sect disciples had been implanted with such demonic path methods. Gu Mo's gaze swept over the arriving sect members. At this moment, the disciples, deacons, and elders of the Great Evolution Sword sect all looked at Gu Mo with awe. Clearly, Gu Mo's terrifying sword strike just now had shocked everyone. I've got it. Suddenly, Gu Mo thought of a way to resolve this demonic path method, the Ye Yang pill. This medicinal pill could dispel devilish qi, and the demonic path methods planted by the demonic path were clearly based on devilish qi. If the devilish qi was dispelled, then these demonic path methods would naturally become useless. As Gu Mo's thought arose, his true body in Sheneng Valley immediately began alchemy. Furthermore, to ensure the effect, Gu Mo did not use solar power, but directly refined the Ye Yang pill with sun essence. Under the enhancement of 3 different fires, Gu Mo's refinement of the Ye Yang pill went very smoothly, and medicinal pills were soon formed. The Ye Yang pills refined with sun essence were almost all of the highest quality. After working overtime to produce a batch of top-grade Ye Yang pills, Gu Mo now needed to consider how to send these medicinal pills to the Great Evolution Sword sect. It was clearly inconvenient for his incarnation to retrieve them. At this moment, the demonic path spies were watching, and if the incarnation left the sect, he would definitely be attacked. Gu Mo was naturally not afraid of ordinary golden core cultivators, but he feared the arrival of a nascent soul true lord. This time, his senior brother failed even under the master's protection, which clearly indicated that a demonic cultivator of the nascent soul true lord level had taken action. Otherwise, demonic cultivators at the golden core stage would be utterly incapable of harming a nascent soul sword lord. The incarnation couldn't come out, and it was inconvenient for the true body to go over. Gu Mo didn't want to run into a demonic path nascent soul true lord. And letting others deliver them, Gu Mo was also not very at ease. After all, these top-grade Ye Yang pills were a bit difficult to explain. Alright, let's wait for now. Not finding a suitable opportunity, Gu Mo decided to wait. During this time, he would first let his incarnation sort out the situation of the Great Evolution Sword sect, preferably narrowing down a scope, as Gu Mo couldn't possibly give a Ye Yang pill to every disciple of the Great Evolution Sword sect. He needed to filter out key targets, and then have them take the Ye Yang pill to resolve any potential demonic path methods within them. Xiao Mo, Xiao Mo. A joyful voice woke Gu Mo from his contemplation. It was Shivo Ziahua and Little Carp, bringing the collected solar power to exchange for sun essence with Gu Mo. Seeing this, Gu Mo casually took out 2 portions of sun essence and handed them to the 2 little ones. He then heard Shivo Ziahua's excited cheers. Gu Mo didn't mind, Shivo Ziahua was always relatively easy to please. Master, Master, I want the same as Shivo Ziahua. Little Carp's voice woke Gu Mo, who had fallen into contemplation again. At this point, Gu Mo realized that the sun essence he gave to Shivo Ziahua was 4th order. Xiao Mo, you can't go back on your word after giving something to me. Shivo Ziahua saw Gu Mo's gaze sweep over and quickly swallowed the 4th order sunflower essence in her hand. Oh my god! Seeing Shivo Ziahua swallow the 4th order sunflower essence in one gulp, Gu Mo was completely energized. In fact, Gu Mo had long intended to give Shivo Ziahua 4th order sunflower essence to see if it could help her breakthrough. Shivo Ziahua was already at 3rd order peak, and she was only missing an opportunity for breakthrough, and 4th order sunflower essence was very likely to be that opportunity. It was just that Gu Mo didn't know if it was the right time to let Shivo Ziahua break through now, so he had never given her 4th order sunflower essence. But now. Shivo Ziahua, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere now? Gu Mo asked nervously. A little full. Shivo Ziahua patted her belly, appearing dizzy. Seeing this, Gu Mo let out a long sigh, and at the same time, felt a bit of regret that the 4th order sunflower essence had not brought Shivo Ziahua the opportunity for breakthrough. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Rumble. As soon as this thought crossed Gu Mo's mind, suddenly, a terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from Shivo Ziahua, and then dark clouds gathered in the sky. Who is undergoing a nascent soul heavenly tribulation in the sect? As the dark clouds appeared, the elders of Sheneng Valley emerged one after another. They naturally recognized at a glance that this was a nascent soul heavenly tribulation. In just a moment, several elders located the source of the qi, and then Hochenyu was the first to appear, looking at Shivo Ziahua with disbelief. It was Shivo Ziahua who triggered the nascent soul heavenly tribulation. Shivo Ziahua had been stuck at 3rd order peak for many years, and today she finally found the opportunity for breakthrough. However, this was clearly not a good place for undergoing tribulation. Without hesitation, Hochenyu grabbed Shivo Ziahua and, with a flash, left the ancient tree. Sheneng Valley naturally had a special place for disciples within the sect to undergo breakthrough. Seeing this, Gu Mo also quickly followed. When Gu Mo arrived at a valley, several elders, as well as many Golden Core Great Perfection disciples, had already arrived. For those Golden Core Great Perfection disciples, observing a nascent soul heavenly tribulation also had some reference significance for their future undergoing tribulation. Of course, Shivo Xiahua was a spirit plant, and she was undergoing tribulation for her transformation, which was slightly different from a human cultivator's nascent soul heavenly tribulation, but it was still worth watching. Everyone stood outside the tribulation valley, while Shivo Xiahua had already been led into the valley. At this moment, Ho Chenyu was setting up means to resist the lightning tribulation. From Ho Chenyu's fluid movements, it was not difficult to see that Ho Chenyu had long been prepared, just waiting for Shivo Xiahua to find the opportunity for breakthrough. After completing the setup, Ho Chenyu quickly left. If he stayed by Shivo Xiahua's side, the heavenly tribulation would strike him as well. Even if Ho Chenyu was a late-stage nascent soul true lord, he didn't want to endure the heavenly tribulation again. That girl Xiahua has finally achieved perfection. As Ho Chenyu returned, several elders couldn't help but offer their congratulations. Facing everyone's congratulations, Ho Chenyu's face was also full of smiles. Then, Ho Chenyu's gaze swept towards Gu Mo. Before, he had a vague feeling that Shivo Xiahua's breakthrough opportunity would be related to this grand disciple, and now it seemed to be true. Grand Master, can Shivo Xiahua succeed? Gu Mo asked Ho Chenyu with some concern. There shouldn't be any problems. Ho Chenyu could hardly conceal his nervousness at this moment. Although he had prepared for this day for a long time, no one could say for sure when it came to undergoing tribulation. It's starting. Someone said, and suddenly, a dazzling bolt of lightning fell from the sky, directly striking Shivo Xiahua's delicate body. So painful. Shivo Xiahua, in her dazed state, suffered the lightning tribulation and couldn't help but cry out in pain. Then, Shivo Xiahua instinctively rooted herself in the earth, and the next moment, an endless stream of spiritual power was drawn by Shivo Xiahua from within the earth. Bolt after bolt of lightning tribulation fell, and Shivo Xiahua curled up her body, trying to resist the lightning tribulation. Whenever Shivo Xiahua was about to give up, large formations would appear around her, helping Shivo Xiahua resist the lightning tribulation. These were naturally Ho Chenyu's methods. Spirit plants undergoing tribulation were not like human cultivators who would use various magic treasure and formations to resist the lightning tribulation. However, spirit plants rooting themselves in the earth and drawing on the power of the earth veins was a method that human cultivators could not achieve. Almost there. Everyone silently counted the number of lightning tribulations. Whether it was a nascent soul heavenly tribulation or a transformation heavenly tribulation, there were always 9 bolts. There was no case where someone with a strong foundation would attract more lightning tribulations. After all, this was just a nascent soul heavenly tribulation. It is said that only the legendary Immortal Ascension Tribulation would form immortal tribulations of different powers based on the tribulation undergoer's foundation, but in Tianyuan world, immortal tribulations are already a legend. Rumble. As the last bolt of heavenly lightning fell, Shivo Xiahua's entire body turned scorched black, but she still successfully passed the transformation heavenly tribulation. From this moment on, Shivo Xiahua was a 4th-order demon king. Just as everyone rejoiced at Shivo Xiahua's successful undergoing tribulation, Gu Mo saw a phantom bolt of lightning directly strike Shivo Xiahua. This phantom bolt of lightning was silent and imperceptible, even to the nascent soul elders present. But Gu Mo saw it, and that phantom lightning made a shiver run through Gu Mo's heart. It was a power beyond his imagination. If Shivo Xiahua were hit by this phantom lightning, she would definitely die. However, at this moment, a figure appeared above Shivo Xiahua's head. It was a woman wearing a laurel crown and a white and green long dress. The woman's appearance resembled Shivo Xiahua's grown-up self. But at this moment, the woman did not possess Shivo Xiahua's cute and adorable demeanor, instead, she exuded an ethereal and transcendent aura. The woman gently raised her hand, caught that phantom lightning, and then her figure quickly disintegrated. As she disintegrated, the woman's gaze swept towards Gu Mo and nodded slightly at him. Subsequently, Gu Mo's mind gained some memories. In the memories, Gu Mo saw a towering ancient tree. This tree was so massive that the ancient tree in Cheneng Valley appeared like a small blade of grass in comparison. And on that ancient tree, a small flower grew. One day, that small flower suddenly drifted down from the ancient tree and disappeared into the void realm. Then, endless darkness swallowed the ancient tree. After darkness swallowed the ancient tree, the memory ended there. As for what happened next, Gu Mo had no way of knowing. However, the little flower growing on the ancient tree in that memory should be Shivo Xiahua. But there were too many doubts, such as the origin of the giant ancient tree, its relationship with Shivo Xiahua, and what the darkness that swallowed the ancient tree was. Shaking his head, Gu Mo put these doubts aside. The scene in that memory should have happened a long time ago, and it seemed meaningless for him to think about them now. Even if the mature version of Xiahua gave Gu Mo this memory, intending for Gu Mo to save the ancient tree swallowed by darkness, Gu Mo would still have to consider the risks involved. Even if Gu Mo were to accept this task for Shivo Xiahua in the future, that would be a long time from now. While Gu Mo was in a daze due to the sudden appearance of the memory, a giant flower bloomed in the undergoing Tribulation Valley. The appearance of the flower was exactly the same as what Gu Mo had seen in his memory. Then, Gu Mo saw a delicate little lily in the center of the flower. After undergoing tribulation to transform, Xiahua's realm successfully entered the 4th-order Demon King realm. At the same time, with the help of this breakthrough, Xiahua also completed a rebirth. Xiahua's appearance after rebirth did not change much from before. The only change should be her size. From her original little lowly size, she now became palm-sized. Although her size had shrunk, her aura was genuinely that of a fourth-order demon king. Master, what happened? Xia Hua, still in a daze, opened her eyes and immediately saw Ho Chenyu's smiling face, asking in confusion. Xia Hua's question stumped Ho Chenyu. Undergoing tribulation was such an important matter, yet this girl knew nothing about it. He recalled his own undergoing tribulation back then, he couldn't have been more nervous. Shivo Xia Hua, why have you become smaller? Gu Mo poked his head over, looking at the palm-sized Xia Hua with some curiosity. This is the undergoing tribulation rebirth of a spirit plant. This is only temporary, her body will gradually grow over time, and she will be even larger than before, Ho Chenyu explained. This was also considered a special ability of spirit plants. During undergoing tribulation, they shed their old bodies, preserving their most core power to achieve rebirth, just like plants resprouting and growing more and larger branches after surviving winter. Of course, this process might take quite a long time, at least in terms of centuries. Oh. Upon hearing Ho Chenyu's explanation, Gu Mo immediately became interested. This meant that in the future, Shivo Xia Hua could grow into the mature form he had seen earlier, wearing a laurel wreath. Xiao Mo, I'm sleepy. Seeing Gu Mo appear, Xia Hua flashed and appeared on Gu Mo's head. Then, she wrapped Gu Mo's hair, turning it into a blanket, and began to snore loudly. Having just completed undergoing tribulation, Xia Hua now needed to familiarize herself with her newly acquired power through sleep. You take your Shivo Xia Hua back, Ho Chenyu said with a hint of sourness. His daughter, whom he had raised for so many years, was ultimately taken away by an outsider boy. Oh, that boy was his grand disciple, one of their own. Then it's fine. Gu Mo left with Xia Hua, while Ho Chenyu went to show off to the other elders. After all, a fourth-order spirit plant demon king had been born in his lineage, which greatly increased the strength of his lineage. Subsequently, the news of Xia Hua's breakthrough to fourth-order demon king also spread rapidly. The birth of a fourth-order spirit plant demon king was a big event in Cheneng Valley. The Valley Master also specially summoned Xia Hua and provided her with all sorts of benefits and treatments. The benefits Xia Hua received included the status of a sect elder. In Cheneng Valley, becoming a nascent soul, or a fourth-order demon king, automatically conferred the status of a sect elder. Also, a fourth-order immortal cave and spirit field were standard. In addition, after Xia Hua became a fourth-order demon king, she was qualified to open a new lineage, but Xia Hua clearly had no intention of doing so. Xia Hua, where is your immortal cave? Senior Martial Uncle will now help you raise the spiritual chi in your immortal cave to fourth order, the Valley Master said with a chuckle, looking at the palm-sized Xia Hua. Valley Master Senior Martial Uncle, my immortal cave is here, Xia Hua said, pointing to Gu Mo's leaf courtyard on the ancient tree. Xia Hua had been living in Gu Mo's courtyard for this period and had already considered Gu Mo's courtyard as her own immortal cave. Leaf courtyard. Gu Mo looked at the fish head that came over, full of grievances, and helplessly took out a portion of fourth-tier sunflower essence. Upon receiving the fourth-tier sunflower essence, Little Carp cheered and swallowed it. Then, Little Carp turned into a dead fish with a white belly up. The fourth-tier sunflower essence was still a bit too potent for Little Carp. Little Carp would probably need some time to digest this portion of fourth-tier sunflower essence. What's happening? Gu Mo's divine sense spread out because he could feel the spiritual chi in his courtyard rapidly increasing. After about an hour, the spiritual chi concentration in the surroundings had already reached fourth order. The sect could regulate the spiritual chi concentration of this leaf courtyard, but why did the spiritual chi in his courtyard inexplicably rise to fourth order? He had not yet become a nascent soul true lord. A fourth order immortal cave was the configuration for nascent soul elders. Could it be? Suddenly, Gu Mo thought of something. Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo. As soon as Gu Mo had the thought, Xia Hua's figure appeared. Seeing Xia Hua appear, Gu Mo could already guess the reason for the increase in spiritual chi in his courtyard. Senior Martial Uncle got a spirit field, can I continue to plant sunlight glazed flower? Xia Hua said excitedly. Shivo Xia Hua's spirit field. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo's heart stirred. Xia Hua, now a fourth-order demon king, held the status of an elder in Cheneng Valley. Her spirit field would naturally be a fourth-order spirit field. Ahem, Shivo Xia Hua, why don't you rent this spirit field to your junior nephew? How about your junior nephew gives you that particularly delicious something as rent? Gu Mo coughed lightly. Okay, okay. Hearing this, Xia Hua clapped her hands excitedly. Clearly, the appeal of the fourth-tier sunflower essence far surpassed that of the spirit field. Gu Mo also hadn't expected that he would obtain a genuine fourth-order spirit field in this manner. Although Xia Hua only received the most basic 1 mu of fourth-order spirit field, if she wanted to expand the spirit field area, even an elder would need to exchange contribution points for it. But for Gu Mo, this 1 mu of fourth-order spirit field, plus the previous 3 fen, was enough. With the fourth-order spirit field, Gu Mo naturally began to fully upgrade the fourth-order sunflower. However, he also needed to quickly find a solution for the incarnation's situation. Shivo Xia Hua, can you do your junior nephew a favor? There will be delicious rewards, you know. Gu Mo looked at Xia Hua, whose figure instantly disappeared and reappeared, and his heart stirred. After Xia Hua became a demon king, she mastered a natural divine ability, wood escape technique. This wood escape was the wood escape technique among the divine ability 5 elements evasion technique, and Xia Hua's wood escape talent could rival the major achievement realm of wood escape. In the major achievement realm of wood escape, it was no exaggeration to say that with Xiahua mastering this divine ability, even a nascent soul true lord would not be able to catch her. As long as Xiahua escaped into plants, she would be completely undetectable. Moreover, the wood escape technique could also quickly traverse through plants. Although its speed was relatively slow among the 5 elements evasion technique, it far surpassed other evasion methods. Therefore, Guo thought of having Xiahua help him deliver things to his incarnation. Compared to others, Xiahua was clearly more trustworthy. Okay. Hearing that there would be delicious rewards, Xiahua quickly nodded. Seeing Xiahua nod, Guo immediately took out a storage pouch. Inside were Yang pills that Guo had refined during this period, and also several portions of 4th tier sunflower essence, which were for the incarnation to replenish immortal power, as the incarnation had used a lot of immortal power in its body earlier. Be back quickly, and don't run around, understand? Guo earnestly instructed. Don't worry. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. Xiahua said confidently. After speaking, Xiahua's palm-sized body, holding the storage pouch, instantly disappeared. Great Evolution Sword Sect. So fast. Guo, incarnation, sensed that the sect protecting Grand Array had been triggered and raised an eyebrow. The Great Evolution Sword sect protecting Grand Array actually failed to stop Xiahua, who was performing the wood escape technique. Even though the sect protecting Grand Array was not in an activated state at the moment, this was still shocking enough. This was the power of a divine ability in the major achievement realm, it was indeed terrifyingly strong. Getting up, Guo came to a large tree and found a storage pouch in the tree hollow. As for Xiahua, after delivering the storage pouch, she immediately went back. She was eager to go back and ask Guo for her reward. Although the reward for this mission was delicious and not particularly delicious, Xiahua was already very satisfied to get delicious for such a small errand. Upon receiving the storage pouch sent by his main body, Guo, incarnation, first refined the several portions of 4th tier sunflower essence, adding several strands of immortal power to his body. Then Guo began to gather the core members of the Great Evolution Sword Sect. Soon, 5 golden core elders and 10 true disciples all appeared. These were the most core members of the Great Evolution Sword Sect. Originally, the sect had 7 golden core elders, but 2 of them became demon sect puppets, and these 2 were also the strongest in terms of combat power. Apart from sect master Xian Tianhen, who was nascent soul, the elders of the Great Evolution Sword Sect were all in the golden core early stage. The only 2 in the middle stage were the 2 who died in this incident. And these 2, whose consciousnesses were controlled by demonic path methods, could not fully exert their golden core middle stage cultivation and were easily killed by Guo using immortal power. As for the golden core late stage, as soon as someone reached this cultivation, they would inexplicably die tragically not long after. It was clear that the demon sect did not want the Great Evolution Sword Sect to rise, and any member of the Great Evolution Sword Sect who had the potential to become nascent soul would be stifled by the demon sect using various methods. Originally, this limit was golden core great perfection, but when Xian Tianhen became golden core late stage back then, his cultivation then stagnated, causing the demon sect to gradually relax their vigilance against him. They never expected that Xian Tianhen was deliberately suppressing his cultivation, waiting until he had accumulated enough foundation. He directly advanced from golden core late stage, all the way to golden core great perfection, and then immediately broke through to nascent soul. Because Xian Tianhen's breakthrough speed was too fast, the demon sect had no time to react, and Xian Tianhen became a nascent soul sword lord. At this time, the demon sect's spies could no longer do anything to Xian Tianhen. After Xian Tianhen's incident, the demon sect began to lower the cultivation limit for clearing targets directly from golden core great perfection to golden core late stage. Although this required more effort and cost, Xian Tianhen's matter truly shocked those demon sects. The Great Evolution Sword Sect and the demon sect had a blood feud. If the Great Evolution Sword Sect were to rise, it would definitely be a huge problem for the demon sect. Of course, besides golden core elders, the sect also had some false core and outer core deacons, but these were not considered core members of the sect. Even inner sect disciples had a higher priority than false core and outer core deacons, as inner sect disciples all had a chance of becoming golden core. However, the number of inner sect disciples in the sect was quite large, and Guo did not have that many Yang pills, so he could only deal with the issues of the most core members first. As long as these core members did not have problems, the sect could remain stable. This time, it was because a core elder rebelled that his senior brother failed in his breakthrough and died. Otherwise, without internal factors from the sect, relying solely on external means, with the nascent soul sword lord guarding it, the demon sect would have no opportunity to cause destruction. Greetings, sect master. Seeing Guo, the elders and true disciples all bowed. Although Gumo's apparent cultivation was foundation establishment, no one would treat him as foundation establishment. After all, he had previously cut down a demonic golden core elder with a single sword strike. Everyone already knows the situation of the sect this time. At this moment, no one can guarantee that there are no puppets controlled by the demon sect among us. Gumo's gaze swept over the crowd. Gumo's words made everyone's faces grim. After all, no one wanted to become a sect traitor, but they themselves didn't know if they had fallen victim to the demon sect's methods. It was no exaggeration to say that after this incident, the sect's morale had definitely suffered a major blow. No one knew if a close friend would one day become a puppet of the demonic path and attack them. However, I have found a solution. Guo didn't beat around the bush and directly took out a medicinal pill that looked very ordinary. This medicinal pill was the top-grade Yang pill, but taking out a top-grade Yang pill directly would be too conspicuous, so Gu Mo had disguised it somewhat. The main body was an alchemist, and what the main body knew, the incarnation naturally knew. Adding a little disguise to the medicinal pill was not difficult at all. There were no alchemists present, so they couldn't tell the true origin of this medicinal pill. Sect Master, is this really useful? An elder looked at the unremarkable medicinal pill in Gu Mo's hand, somewhat disbelieving. The Great Evolution Sword Sect had spent a lot of effort to break the demonic path's methods, but had always failed. You'll know if you try. Gu Mo tossed the medicinal pill in his hand to the elder who had spoken. This. The elder looked at the medicinal pill in his hand, his face full of hesitation. This medicinal pill of unknown origin made him wonder if this sect master's true disciple had also been controlled by the demon sect, and was now trying to control others with this medicinal pill. Eat it. Facing the crowd who had already been scared into paranoia by the demon sect, Gu Mo knew that talking would be useless, so he could only forcefully give the order. Once they took the medicinal pill, they should understand its benefits. The Yang pill refined with sun essence could dispel devilish qi. If there was no devilish qi, it also had the benefit of improving cultivation. After all, Gu Mo had personally verified the effect of sun essence in improving cultivation. Chapter 195, High-Level Yang Pill. Facing Gu Mo's command, the Golden Core Elder holding the medicinal pill showed a fluctuating expression. Deep down, he naturally didn't want to consume this medicinal pill of unknown origin. But Gu Mo was currently the acting sect master, and in principle, all members of the sect had to obey the sect master's commands. Alright, then I'll try the effect of this medicinal pill. Finally, the Golden Core Elder gritted his teeth and swallowed the medicinal pill in his hand. To become a sect elder, one had to be loyal to the sect. Those who secretly defected to the demonic sect could not escape the sect's various investigations. Only those mysterious demonic path methods, because they couldn't be detected, led to the rebellion of sect elders. And the true thoughts of those rebellious elders were also loyal to the sect. Gu Mo quietly watched the elder take the medicinal pill and didn't speak, because the results would come out very soon. Not only Gu Mo, but the other elders and true disciples were also staring intently at the elder. After swallowing the medicinal pill, the elder immediately noticed something was wrong. As the medicinal pill entered his abdomen, he immediately felt a warm current flowing through his limbs and bones, a feeling akin to bathing in soft sunlight. In this warm current, some devilish qi and hidden injuries within his body rapidly dissolved. Given the hatred between the Great Evolution Sword Sect and the demonic sect, most sect members had participated in the encirclement and suppression of demonic sect spies, and it was inevitable to be injured by demonic cultivators during battles with them. The most troublesome aspect of demonic cultivator attacks was the lingering devilish qi, which was very difficult to eliminate. At this moment, the elder's body still contained a lot of devilish qi, left over from his battles with demonic sect spies. This devilish qi hindered the advancement of his cultivation. Now, these lingering devilish qi completely disintegrated in that warm current, and instantly the elder felt an unprecedented sense of ease. At the same time, the realm bottleneck instantly loosened, and the fourth pill mark appeared on the golden core within his body. This meant that this golden core elder had advanced from golden core 3rd revolution to golden core 4th revolution, becoming a golden core middle stage cultivator. This. Everyone felt the sudden surge of aura from the elder in front of them, their eyes wide with shock. A single medicinal pill had actually allowed him to directly break through the bottleneck from the early stage to the middle stage. This was no ordinary medicinal pill, this was an incredibly precious medicinal pill for improving one's realm. Oh. Gu Mo's eyebrows twitched slightly. He was also somewhat surprised by the effect of the Yang pill. The Yang pill was refined using sun essence and had the effect of improving cultivation, but it didn't seem to have a breakthrough effect. It could only be said that this golden core elder had accumulated enough, and it was only the devilish qi in his body that hindered his breakthrough. The Yang pill dissolved the lingering devilish qi in his body, which allowed him to successfully break through. However, it was good to have such an example, the rest of the matter would be much easier. Indeed, when Gu Mo took out the second seemingly ordinary Yang pill, he felt gazes filled with fervent anticipation. At this moment, who would dare to underestimate this medicinal pill? As for the medicinal pill's ordinary appearance, it was just that their eyesight was not good enough to see its true nature. Everyone, come and claim one. Gu Mo said. Thank you, Sect Master. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly bowed. Soon, everyone received a Yang pill and immediately consumed it. Gu Mo's gaze swept over the group, and he quickly saw 2 elders emitting dense devilish qi. This was definitely not just lingering devilish qi, it was clear that these 2 elders had been subjected to demonic sect methods. However, with these devilish qi dispelled by the Yang pill, the demonic sect's methods were naturally resolved. In addition to the sect elders, 5 true disciples had also been subjected to these methods. Among the 5 elders, 2 had been subjected to demonic sect methods. If the previous 2 elders were added, 4 out of 7 elders had problems, which showed the extent of the demonic sect's infiltration into the Great Evolution Sword Sect. In addition, 5 out of 10 true disciples had also been affected. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the Great Evolution Sword Sect could rise. But now, all these demonic sect methods had been broken by Gu Mo. In the future, Gu Mo would refine another batch of lower rank Yang pills for the inner sect disciples of the sect to thoroughly cleanse the sect. I actually had demonic sect methods inside me, and I didn't even notice it at all. A golden core elder looked at the devilish qi overflowing from his body, his entire being filled with lingering fear. My realm actually directly increased by a minor stage. A foundation establishment true disciple excitedly said. The third order high-grade Ye-Yang pill naturally had a very obvious enhancing effect on the foundation establishment stage. It could be said that, apart from the 5 true disciples who were affected, most of the medicinal pill's power was used to dispel the devilish qi, so the improvement brought about was not significant. The other 5 true disciples basically all had their cultivation improved by a minor stage. It was no exaggeration to say that at this moment, whether it was the elders or the true disciples, their gazes towards Guo had changed. Who wouldn't be convinced by a sect master who could bring them such improvements? This matter needs to be kept secret, and demonic sect spies must not know about it. Gumo's gaze swept over everyone. Yes. Everyone quickly acknowledged the command. Go back and adjust yourselves well. Guo waved his hand. Everyone present had increased their cultivation, and now they needed to adjust themselves properly. Sheneng Valley. I didn't expect the Ye-Yang pill refined with sun essence to be so powerful. Having obtained valuable experimental data, Guo couldn't help but secretly click his tongue in amazement. Guo had previously refined Ye-Yang pills using solar power, which was requested by the sect. However, the Ye-Yang pills refined with solar power were far less effective than those made with sun essence. After recording the experimental data of the Ye-Yang pill, Guo continued to be busy in the spirit field. At this moment, the spirit field Guo was busy with was precisely Little Flower's 4th order spirit field. Currently, Guo was fully focused on upgrading the second 4th order sunflower. The 1 mu and 3 fen of land that Guo owned could plant at least 13 4th order sunflowers. The higher the rank of the plant, the larger the required spirit field area. In the first order, many could be planted per mu, but as the rank increased, the number that could be planted in the same mu would continuously decrease. This was not only true for 4th order sunflowers but also for other 4th order plants. However, at this moment in Sheneng Valley, Guo did not need combat plants, so all this land was used to plant sunflowers. 13 4th order sunflowers were certainly not the limit, the number of sunflowers could increase with the expansion of the spirit field area. In other words, the sect contributions Guo had accumulated did not decrease in usefulness just because he obtained a 4th order spirit field. These sect contributions could still be used to exchange for more 4th order spirit fields. Besides upgrading the sunflowers, Guo naturally did not forget to cultivate. However, since all the sun essence had to be used to upgrade the sunflowers, Gumo's cultivation was limited to comprehending cultivation techniques and secret arts. Spending a large amount of time comprehending cultivation techniques and secret arts, Guo also gained a lot of insights. For example, he had already comprehended the wind tunnel technique to the major achievement realm. As long as this escape technique was cultivated to perfection, there was a chance to comprehend a trace of the profundity of the metal tunneling technique. This was definitely a qualitative improvement for the sword cultivator avatar. Also, the sword formation called Storm Style in the Great Evolution Sword Cannon, Guo had already mastered the basics. Although he couldn't achieve the major achievement 24 sword formation, he could still use 6 swords to perform an introductory version. Even though it was the introductory 6 sword version, Guo tested it, and its power was astonishing. Of course, Guo also did not forget that his primary profession was a Lingzi master. He did not relax his comprehension of Lingzi master exclusive spells either. For example, Guo had already mastered all 5 major exclusive spells in their secret art versions. As for the secret method versions, Guo planned to thoroughly comprehend the secret art level first. For such techniques with clear legacies, the more thoroughly the preceding techniques are comprehended, the more the difficulty of comprehending subsequent techniques will decrease linearly. But there were exceptions, such as the divine ability version of the small cloud rain technique, cloud and rain manipulation, and the divine ability version of the wood manipulation technique, wood escape technique. One was Little Carp's innate divine ability, and the other was Little Flower's innate divine ability. With the help of their innate divine abilities, Guo could comprehend them in advance. Unfortunately, Little Carp and Little Flower performing their innate divine abilities was instinctual. As for the principles of the divine ability, they did not understand them. Therefore, they could not teach the divine ability to Guo. Guo could only comprehend it himself by observing them perform the divine ability. Although the comprehension process was very slow, as long as he could comprehend even a little, it would definitely be extremely beneficial. The simplest example, the wind tunnel technique needs to be cultivated to perfection to have a chance of comprehending a bit of the profundity of the gold evasion technique. Guo only needs to comprehend a bit of the profundity of wood escape from Little Flower, which directly bypasses the process of comprehending a secret art to perfection. Spirit beasts and spirit plants that awaken innate divine abilities are extremely rare existences. Guo directly had 2 by his side, so such a good opportunity naturally could not be missed. Time flew by quickly in cultivation. Everything was naturally peaceful in Sheneng Valley, but at the border between the righteous path and the demonic path, a great battle erupted. One side of the battle was Xian Tianhen of the Great Evolution Sword Sect, and the other side was 2 nascent soul demon lords from the demonic sect. For an error-free version, check out book 1619. This battle caused the heavens and earth to change color, but in the end, this battle concluded with Xian Tianhen setting up a heaven and earth sword formation, slaying 2 nascent soul demon lords. It could be said that Xian Tianhen proved with facts the power of the Great Evolution Sword Sect, fighting 1 against 2 and successfully killing the enemies. One must know that it is very difficult to kill a cultivator at the nascent soul true lord level. Even if the physical body is destroyed, the nascent soul can still escape. However, the heaven and earth sword formation set up by Xian Tianhen sealed the void realm, preventing the nascent soul demon lords from escaping and directly leading to their demise. This battle could be said to have shocked both the righteous path and demonic path sides, especially the demonic sect, which had lost 2 nascent soul true lords, and was furious. But the righteous path also quickly mobilized personnel to guard the border, in case the demonic sect, enraged, launched an attack. But in the end, the demonic sect suppressed the urge to act. After all, they had already lost 2 nascent soul true lords, and engaging in a direct confrontation with the righteous path would not give them an advantage. Although they suffered a great loss, the demonic sect's hatred for the Great Evolution Sword sect deepened even further. If it weren't for the Great Evolution Sword sect being within the righteous path forces and close to Sheneng Valley, the demonic sect would have definitely sent people to completely annihilate the Great Evolution Sword sect. Great Evolution Sword sect. As the news of Xian Tianhen slaying 2 nascent soul demon lords arrived, the entire Great Evolution Sword sect was immediately invigorated. This battle truly boosted the low morale. But no one knew the price Xian Tianhen paid for this. It was impossible for Xian Tianhen to be completely unharmed after slaying 2 nascent soul demonic lords of the same realm, or rather, Xian Tianhen's injuries were quite serious at this moment. Just a minor injury. Feeling Gumo's worried gaze, Xian Tianhen waved his hand. At this moment, Xian Tianhen had already returned to the sect, but the other people in the sect were unaware. After all, Xian Tianhen didn't know who the spies in the sect were. If his situation were to be leaked, the demonic sect's spies would immediately launch a counterattack. Master, disciple has a medicinal pill that can resolve the devilish qi in your body. Gu Mo inspected Xian Tianhen's injuries, which were basically all caused by devilish qi corrosion. It was just that those were caused by nascent soul demon lords, so Gu Mo wasn't sure if a third-order high-grade Ye-Yang pill could dispel them. What medicinal pill? Upon hearing this, Xian Tianhen couldn't help but become interested. Before their deaths, those 2 demonic lords had cast a very powerful curse on him, which was not easy to dispel. At this moment, Xian Tianhen was also using his sword intent to suppress the curse from erupting. Master, please try it. Gu Mo handed a high-grade Ye-Yang pill to Xian Tianhen. This pill was also disguised by Gu Mo, but Xian Tianhen didn't hesitate and directly swallowed it. As the medicinal pill entered his abdomen, a hint of surprise appeared in Xian Tianhen's eyes, because he felt some of the devilish qi in his body being dispelled, but this amount was still a drop in the bucket. However, being able to dispel the power of a nascent soul demon lord was enough to surprise Xian Tianhen. It's the Ye-Yang pill. Soon, Xian Tianhen thought of something. As a nascent soul sword lord, his knowledge was incomparable to that of the sect elders and true disciples. Yes. Gu Mo nodded. At this moment, he also saw that the third-order high-grade Ye-Yang pill had an effect, but it was not obvious. To truly dispel the devilish qi in Xian Tianhen's body, a 4th-order Ye-Yang pill would probably be needed. However, there was no 4th-order Ye-Yang pill, because the sunlight-glazed flower was a 3rd-order spirit plant, and the solar power it condensed was naturally also a 3rd-order spiritual material. Unless a Lingzi master could cultivate a 4th-rank sunlight-glazed flower, and then a 4th-order alchemist could experiment and research a 4th-order Ye-Yang pill formula. Currently, no Lingzi master can cultivate a 4th-rank sunlight-glazed flower. Even the 3rd-order sunlight-glazed flower can only be grown by Gu Mo. Other Lingzi masters do not have sun essence and cannot even grow sunlight-glazed flowers, let alone cultivate them to 4th order. While there was no 4th-rank sunlight-glazed flower, Gu Mo had 4th-order sun essence. And Gu Mo was also a 3rd-order peak alchemist. If he upgraded the 4th-order torch tree stump, he could try to refine a 4th-order medicinal pill. Master, disciple knows a friend who can refine a higher-rank Ye-Yang pill that can resolve the devilish qi in your body. Gu Mo thought for a moment and said. Xian Tianhen's situation couldn't be delayed for too long. Once the curse in his body erupted, he would surely die. How terrifying was the curse cast by 2 nascent soul demon lords before their deaths. Not bad, to actually know such a powerful friend. Xian Tianhen's eyes showed surprise. Refining a higher rank Ye-Yang pill, this short sentence contained quite a lot. Of course, Xian Tianhen was very pleased that his disciple could make such friends. With such connections, this disciple's future path would be much smoother. Master, disciple will now contact that friend. Gu Mo pretended to take out a communication jade slip and sent a message to his main body. Master, my friend agreed, but his conditions are not low. A moment later, Gu Mo put away the communication jade slip and said. What are the conditions? Xian Tianhen asked. Refining a higher grade Ye-Yang pill would clearly come at a significant cost, and Xian Tianhen was prepared to pay a hefty price. However, as long as he could dispel the devilish qi within him, Xian Tianhen was willing to bear any cost. Master, my friend is very interested in the Dao of the sword. He wishes to view the core legacy of our Great Evolution Sword sect, Gu Mo said, stating the condition he had carefully considered. Refining a 4th-order Ye-Yang pill meant the price couldn't be too low, but it also couldn't be too high. The Great Evolution Sword sect's current reserves were limited, and they didn't have many treasures to spare. Gu Mo naturally didn't want to make an exorbitant demand at this time, which would only worsen the Great Evolution Sword sect's already difficult situation. However, offering it for free or at a low price wasn't reasonable either, even for a friend. It wasn't to the extent of refining a 4th-order Ye-Yang pill for free. Therefore, Gu Mo needed to think of a condition that wouldn't significantly impact the Great Evolution Sword sect's current resources but was still substantial enough. Finally, Gu Mo chose the Great Evolution Sword sect's core legacy, the Great Evolution Sword Cannon. Choosing this condition would not affect the Great Evolution Sword sect, and in the future, it would provide an explanation for the main body using the moves from the Great Evolution Sword Cannon. It was a win-win situation. However, it remained to be seen if Xian Tianhen would agree, as this involved the sex core legacy. If Xian Tianhen refused, Gu Mo would have to find another solution. All right. After a long silence, Xian Tianhen finally nodded. He knew his own situation best. If he couldn't dispel the devilish qi in his body soon, his combat power would be severely limited. If the demonic path spies attacked again, he might not be able to make a move. And Gu Mo had already reached Foundation Establishment Great Perfection, potentially undergoing core formation at any time. At that point, the demonic path spies would surely come again to prevent Gu Mo from forming his core. With the excuse of the resin spiritual liquid and a period of settling, Gu Mo could now openly display his Foundation Establishment Great Perfection realm without reservations, while also preparing for the upcoming core formation. Then this disciple will reply to that friend now. Seeing Xian Tianhen nod, Gu Mo let out a long breath. After all, this condition was the best. Good. Xian Tianhen nodded, then returned to his immortal cave to begin cultivating and healing. As for the sect master token, Xian Tianhen did not retrieve it. Because Xian Tianhen discovered that during the period he was absent, Gu Mo had managed the sect very well, especially the morale of the sect's core members, which had undergone a drastic change, showing a state full of hope for the sect's future. As for the reason, thinking of the Ye-Yang pill he had taken earlier, Xian Tianhen could mostly guess that the Third Order Supreme Ye-Yang pill couldn't resolve the nascent soul demon lord's curse within him, but it should be more than enough to resolve the devilish qi within the Golden Core Elders and Foundation Establishment True Disciples. At this moment, Xian Tianhen couldn't help but be curious about which powerful friend his disciple had met in Cheneng Valley. It couldn't be Elder Lu Shulin, could it? But then he thought it wasn't right. How could his disciple become friends with a nascent soul true lord? Yet, refining a Fourth Order Ye-Yang pill, not to mention how the Fourth Order solar power was obtained, just the required refining technique alone would require a Fourth Order alchemist to act. In Cheneng Valley, there was only one Fourth Order alchemist, Lu Shulin. Could it be that Gu Mo? Suddenly, Xian Tianhen thought of someone, Gu Mo of Cheneng Valley, who was now somewhat renowned. The solar power required for the Ye-Yang pill originated from the sunlight-glazed flower he cultivated. Besides that, he was even more famous among alchemists and artifact refiners. The torch tree stump he cultivated was practically a divine artifact for alchemy and artifact refining. Unfortunately, to obtain the torch tree stump, one needed to trade for an alien flame. The Great Evolution Sword sect did not have an alien flame, otherwise, Xian Tianhen would have wanted to exchange for one to use in the sect's sword refining hall. Cheneng Valley. With Xian Tianhen's nod, Gu Mo began researching the Fourth Order Ye-Yang pill formula. For this, Gu Mo directly sought out Lu Shulin, asking this Fourth Order alchemist for help. A Fourth Order Ye-Yang pill? What do you want to do? Hearing that Gu Mo wanted to refine a Fourth Order Ye-Yang pill, Lu Shulin was completely bewildered. Without Fourth Order solar power, how could one refine a Fourth Order Ye-Yang pill? Elder Lu, isn't this to be prepared for contingencies? If I wait until I cultivate a Fourth Order sunlight-glazed flower to research, it will be too late, Gu Mo explained. Indeed, young people should have such confidence. Lu Shulin nodded. Since Gu Mo could cultivate the sunlight-glazed flower, there was no reason he couldn't cultivate it to the Fourth Order. A Fourth Order Ye-Yang pill would indeed possess extremely high strategic value. After all, in the battles between the righteous path and demonic path, soul transformation realm experts rarely made a move. Generally, the highest level of combat was between nascent soul true lords. Since there was combat, injuries were naturally unavoidable. Fighting against nascent soul demon lords, the most troublesome aspect was their various curses. Ordinary Ye-Yang pills were only Third Order, having no effect on nascent soul true lords. This meant that after every battle with the demonic path, the righteous path's nascent soul true lords had to spend a long time clearing the devilish qi from their bodies. This greatly affected their combat power, making it so that in every engagement, the righteous path side was always unable to gain an advantage. However, if a Fourth Order Ye-Yang pill could be refined, it would help nascent soul true lords quickly resolve the erosion of devilish qi in their bodies. Allowing the righteous path's nascent soul true lords to re-enter the battlefield at the fastest speed would have a huge effect on the righteous path, suppressing the demonic path and solidifying its advantage. However, the research for a Fourth Order pill formula was not something that could be accomplished in a short time. Although there was a Third Order pill formula as reference, it was still a very complex task. As a Third Order alchemist, Gu Mo participating in the research of a Fourth Order pill formula greatly improved his alchemy technique. Of course, this was also due to Lu Shulin not holding back, imparting all her knowledge of the Dao of alchemy. And Gu Mo naturally kept this favor in mind. While researching the Fourth Order Ye-Yang pill formula, Gu Mo was also preparing for the upgrade of the Fourth Order torch tree stump. Although Gu Mo could choose to wait until the Fourth Order Ye-Yang pill formula was researched, then directly give the 4th tier sunflower essence to Lu Shulin for refining. However, the 4th tier sunflower essence was currently somewhat sensitive. He could say that the 3rd tier sunflower essence was purified and condensed from solar power, but Gu Mo hadn't thought of an explanation for the 4th tier sunflower essence yet. Only when he cultivated the sunlight-glazed flower to the 4th Order would it be the time to reveal the 4th tier sunflower essence. Therefore, this 4th Order Ye-Yang pill needed to be refined by Gu Mo himself. Refining 4th Order medicinal pills with Gu Mo's current alchemy technique was a bit difficult, requiring external assistance, and the 4th Order torch tree stump was that assistance. Just looking at the second sunflower, which was just a little short of upgrading to the 4th Order, Gu Mo chose to wait for now. After all, the pill formula hadn't been completed yet, and Gu Mo still had time. Xian Tianhen's situation was also relatively stable for now. As long as Xian Tianhen didn't make another move, the devilish chi curse in his body could be suppressed. Cultivation space. As a portion of 4th tier sunflower essence was invested, the green upgrade arrow was filled. Seeing this, Gu Mo clicked upgrade without hesitation. The next moment, the familiar upgrade light appeared. A moment later, when the light dissipated, the sunflower before him had successfully become 4th order. Gu Mo was pondering what name to give the 4th order sunflower before him when suddenly, his expression froze. Because this 4th order sunflower before him had not developed sentience. The sunflower before him was indeed 4th order, with no difference from the first 4th order sunflower, but this sunflower had not developed sentience. What's going on here? Gu Mo transplanted this second 4th order sunflower into the 4th order spiritual field, then asked the first sunflower that had developed sentience. Master, don't say I'm stupid, I'm very smart. Little flower swayed her body, hearing Gu Mo say the second sunflower had no sentience, and couldn't help but droop her 2 small leaves. Little flower, is this also you? Gu Mo pointed at the second 4th order sunflower and asked. Yes, yes. Little flower nodded, her swaying body moving rhythmically. Immediately, the other sunflowers in the spiritual field also swayed together. At this moment, Gu Mo understood. Only the first sunflower that upgraded to 4th order could develop sentience. Subsequent 4th order sunflowers would not develop sentience. And the sentient little flower could control all other sunflowers, truly being the queen of sunflowers. Of course, the second 4th order sunflower not developing sentience did not affect its ability to condense sun essence. This is good too. Gu Mo inexplicably felt a sense of relief. This way, he wouldn't have to name every single 4th order sunflower. And since Little Flower could control all the sunflowers, Gu Mo only needed to give Little Flower an instruction, and Little Flower would complete his command, which was much easier than Gu Mo giving commands to all sunflowers simultaneously. Read the error-free version at Yuli Beiju Yishuba. Since the sunflowers were like this, then other plants should also be the same. With 2 4th order sunflowers, Gu Mo's daily harvest of 4th tier sunflower essence doubled, which accelerated the speed of plant upgrades again. This time, Gu Mo chose to upgrade the 4th order torch tree stump. Greetings, Master. Just as Gu Mo expected, the first 4th order torch tree stump also developed sentience. An angry face appeared on the tree stump. Its voice also seemed to carry anger. Moreover, the angrier the torch tree stump was, the more vigorous the flames within the stump became. In addition, after the torch tree stump developed sentience, it gained a new ability. That was the ability to simultaneously accommodate multiple types of flames within the stump. Of course, currently, a low-grade 4th order torch tree stump could only accommodate 2 types of flames. As the torch tree stump upgraded, the number of flames it could accommodate would continuously increase. Upon discovering this ability, Gu Mo did not hesitate and directly placed Ice Flame and Earth Core Molten Fire, these 2 alien flames, into the 4th order torch tree stump. Afterward, these 2 alien flames would be nurtured by the 4th order torch tree stump and elevate to 4th order. With the assistance of 2 4th order alien flames, Gu Mo had greater confidence in refining the 4th order Yang pill. As for the nether flame, he would have to wait until the torch tree stump upgraded before placing it in. Just as Gu Mo completed the upgrade of the 4th order torch tree stump, good news also came from Lu Shulan. She had already figured out a pill formula for the 4th order Yang pill. However, because there was no 4th order solar power, this pill formula had not yet been tested in practice. And the practical testing naturally needed to be completed by Gu Mo. As for the auxiliary materials for the 4th order Yang pill, they were not too precious. Over the years, Gu Mo had accumulated a lot of sect contributions by refining supreme vein expansion pills, ordinary Yang pills, and directly providing solar power for the sect. Exchanging for the materials to refine the 4th order Yang pill was completely trivial for Gu Mo. With the materials ready, Gu Mo immediately began refining. With the assistance of the 4th order torch tree stump, which contained 2 alien flames, the refining process was very smooth. Even the 4th order auxiliary materials were easily refined under the 4th order alien flames. However, because the pill formula had not been practically tested, there were some minor issues, leading to initial refining failures. And with each failure, Gu Mo would summarize his experience and look for the cause of the failure. Finally, after more than 10 attempts, Gu Mo successfully refined a 4th order Yang pill. At this moment, Gu Mo could barely be considered a 4th order alchemist. A 4th order alchemist at the Golden Core realm, this would absolutely shock everyone if word got out. Of course, Gu Mo knew that his status as a 4th order alchemist was all thanks to external assistance. Without that 4th order torch tree stump, he would not have been able to refine a 4th order Yang pill at all. At the same time, Gu Mo also realized how great the help provided by the sentient torch tree stump was. With just one command from Gu Mo, the torch tree stump would quickly adjust the flames. Sometimes, Gu Mo didn't even need to speak, and the torch tree stump would have already adjusted the flame size in advance. Not only that, but this 4th order torch tree stump could also control other torch tree stumps. From now on, you'll be called Little Fire. Since it was a sentient plant, Gu Mo, as usual, gave the torch tree stump a name. Thank you, Master, for the name. Little Fire's usual irritable voice rang out. With the 4th order Yang pill refined, the next step was to send it to the incarnation. and the delivery task naturally fell to Little Flower. Little Flower seemed very excited about this. After all, every time she delivered something for Gumo, she would get a delicious reward. Normally, if she wanted something delicious, besides exchanging it for solar power, she could only rely on acting cute. And as a senior martial uncle, constantly acting cute would harm her senior martial uncle's dignity, although with her palm-sized cute appearance, she had long lost any senior martial uncle dignity. Great Evolution Sword Sect. Xian Tianhen, who was cultivating and healing in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes, then his figure quickly disappeared. Because Xian Tianhen sensed the aura of a fourth-order demon king appearing within the sect. During this time, the sect's grand formation didn't even react. How could this not make Xian Tianhen vigilant? In his current state, he couldn't deal with a fourth-order demon king. Little Flower. When Xian Tianhen arrived at the demon king's location, he saw a palm-sized loli, circling around Gumo, incarnation, and intently looking at him. Xian Tianhen naturally knew about Little Flower. Even if he didn't know before, he knew after Little Flower became a fourth-order demon king. This was also the only one in Zheneng Valley to advance to the fourth order in the past few centuries. You're here, did you bring the stuff? Little Flower, who hadn't found anything remarkable about Gumo, incarnation, saw Xian Tianhen appear and immediately floated over. Although she had no wings, as a fourth-order demon king, flying in the air was as simple as eating and drinking for Little Flower. What stuff? Faced with Little Flower's nonsensical words, Xian Tianhen was stunned. The item for trade. Xiao Hua said, looking puzzled. Master, Senior Xiao Hua is here for the fourth rank Yao Yang pill trade, Gumo explained from the side. What? It's already done. Hearing this, Xian Tianhen was shocked. How long had it been? The fourth rank Yao Yang pill was already complete. When did Zheneng Valley's alchemy strength become so formidable? After the shock, Xian Tianhen quickly took out a jade slip and inscribed the Great Evolution Sword Cannon onto it. He naturally couldn't hand over the legacy jade slip directly. Moreover, the jade slip he inscribed was a one-time use item, and reading it required an oath not to teach its contents to others. As the jade slip inscription was completed, Xian Tianhen also received a jade bottle from Xiao Hua. He opened the stopper, and immediately, a brilliant solar power overflowed from the bottle. It really is a fourth-rank Yao Yang pill. Xian Tianhen quickly pressed the stopper back down. Although he wasn't an alchemist, he had no problem judging the rank of a medicinal pill. And the contents of this fourth-rank Yao Yang pill were absolutely extraordinary. Disciple, tell your friend that the matter of the fourth-rank Yao Yang pill must never be leaked. Xian Tianhen warned Gumo. If the demonic path cultivators knew about the emergence of the fourth-rank Yao Yang pill, they would absolutely go to any lengths to assassinate that alchemist. The Lingzi master who provided the fourth order's solar power would also be a target for assassination, perhaps even higher on the priority list than the alchemist. I will. Hearing Xian Tianhen's words, Gumo was also suddenly alert. Gumo didn't actually know much about the battle between the righteous path and the demonic path, but Xian Tianhen had been fighting on the front lines for years. He understood the intricacies of it too well. That's why he gave this warning. After understanding the situation, Gumo also realized that he had been a bit careless. However, currently, only Gumo himself and Xian Tianhen knew about the fourth-rank Yao Yang pill. Given Xian Tianhen's hatred for the demonic path, it was clear he wouldn't betray Gumo. Even Lu Shilin had only given Gumo the pill formula for the fourth-rank Yao Yang pill she had researched. She didn't know that Gumo had already attempted it more than 10 times, modified the pill formula, and successfully refined the fourth-rank Yao Yang pill. Therefore, as long as Gumo didn't speak, no one currently knew. Even if some clues leaked out in the future, with Gumo in Zheneng Valley, the price the demonic path cultivators would have to pay to deal with him would be extremely high. At this thought, Gumo's heart immediately settled. He had already obtained a fourth-order spirit plant field, so achieving the Nascent Soul True Lord realm was only a matter of time for Gumo. Once he advanced to Nascent Soul, even if the matter of the fourth-rank Yao Yang pill was exposed, he would have nothing to fear. To become a Nascent Soul True Lord as soon as possible, Gumo continued his farming life. Only by farming could he become stronger. As for Xian Tianhen, he took the fourth-rank Yao Yang pill and began to seclude himself for healing. Gumo, incarnation, began preparations for core formation. Once Xian Tianhen's injuries recovered, Gumo would undergo his breakthrough. At that time, the demonic path spies, rushing over to cause trouble, would surely be greatly surprised to find Xian Tianhen's injuries recovered. Not only that, Gumo would also prepare a surprise. Time flowed by. With the aid of the fourth-rank Yao Yang pill, Xian Tianhen spent 3 months dispelling the devilish qi within his body. Without the support of the devilish qi, the curse released by that nascent soul demon lord in his dying moments naturally dissipated on its own. Master, have you recovered? Seeing the radiant Xian Tianhen again, Gumo was overjoyed. Not yet at my peak, Xian Tianhen shook his head. Although the devilish qi in his body had been dispelled, the previous erosion had already occurred, and it would take time to recover. However, I can already fight, and win. Xian Tianhen's words revealed the confidence of a nascent soul sword lord. In terms of killing power, sword cultivators were absolutely in a league of their own. Then, disciple, I shall prepare for my breakthrough now. Hearing Xian Tianhen say this, Gumo nodded. Gumo had already completed all preparations for his breakthrough. After all, his main body had already experienced it once, so this time it was like second nature. Good. Xian Tianhen nodded solemnly. His eldest disciple had died during a breakthrough, and now his junior disciple was also about to break through, which made Xian Tianhen feel a sense of unease. There was also a fierce killing intent. This time, he would not allow the demonic path spies to succeed again, no matter what. As Xian Tianhen nodded, Gu Mo arrived at the central spiritual chi area of the sect, then began to circulate the core formation method from the Great Evolution Heavenly Cycle skill. The Great Evolution Heavenly Cycle skill, as one of the core legacies of the Great Evolution Sword sect, naturally had an extraordinary core formation method. Therefore, as soon as Gu Mo began to circulate the core formation method, a spiritual chi vortex began to appear in the sky. Subsequently, the spiritual chi vortex rapidly expanded, quickly surpassing the size of Gu Mo's senior brothers, and even then, it was still not its limit. This. Xian Tianhen looked at the gigantic spiritual chi vortex in the sky. If it weren't for the absence of tribulation clouds, he would have thought someone was attempting to brain through into the nascent soul realm. My disciple's opportunity is indeed extraordinary. After the initial shock, Xian Tianhen sighed with emotion. He attributed Gu Mo's grand display to the immortal power within Gu Mo's body. No matter how much a foundation establishment cultivator accumulated their foundation, how could it compare to directly possessing a strand of immortal power? With this strand of immortal power, Gu Mo was almost destined to form an immortal golden core. In the basement of a small sect. Xian Tianhen's actions this time have made the higher UPS very displeased, so he must die, and his disciple and successor must also die, an angry voice echoed in the basement. Xian Tianhen had rushed into the demonic path territory and killed 2 nascent soul demon lords, which was a huge blow to the demonic path's face. If the demonic path didn't retaliate, wouldn't they be ridiculed? Of course, directly invading the righteous path territory and annihilating the Great Evolution Sword sect was unrealistic. However, for the demonic path to pay some price and smuggle a nascent soul demon lord over was not a problem. That Xian Tianhen was now afflicted with a curse, with his combat power less than 1/10 of its peak, making it a good time to eliminate him. Luo Baijun, this time I will be responsible for suppressing the Great Evolution Sword sect protecting Grand Array, and you will be responsible for killing people. The angry voice suddenly softened, speaking to an graceful woman in the corner. This was the nascent soul demon lord stationed here, and also the culprit who had acted at the time to interrupt Gu Mo's senior brother's breakthrough. To ensure Xian Tianhen's elimination, the demonic path prepared to dispatch 2 nascent soul demon lords, aiming for a swift and foolproof victory. After all, the Great Evolution Sword sect was not too far from Sheneng Valley. If the battle dragged on, and people from Sheneng Valley arrived, it would be troublesome. Although those farmers from Sheneng Valley weren't great in terms of combat power, they lived long and had high cultivation. Coupled with troublesome things like combat spirit plants, if they were truly cornered, it would be quite problematic. Good. With senior brother Chai Yang making a move, Xian Tianhen will surely have nowhere to run this time. Luo Baijun nodded, her voice seductive. Suddenly, Luo Baijun's gaze sharpened, then she raised her hand and summoned a jade talisman. After sweeping her divine sense over the jade talisman, Luo Baijun's expression became somewhat unpleasant. What's wrong? Chai Yang saw Luo Baijun's change in expression and couldn't help but ask. Xian Tianhen's junior disciple is undergoing core formation. Luo Baijun said gravely. It's just a core formation breakthrough, no big deal. We'll just kill him along with the others, Chai Yang said dismissively, waving his hand when he heard it was just one of Xian Tianhen's disciples undergoing core formation. No, it's not an ordinary breakthrough. See for yourself. Luo Baijun threw the jade talisman in her hand to Chai Yang. At this moment, Luo Baijun's heart was extremely annoyed. Because she only just now found out about Xian Tianhen's junior disciple's breakthrough, despite having received news immediately when Xian Tianhen's senior disciple chose to break through. This change made Luo Baijun realize that the demonic path spies in the Great Evolution Sword sect were no longer able to obtain important intelligence. This was a very unsettling piece of news. In addition, the commotion of Xian Tianhen's junior disciple's core formation breakthrough was simply too great. This absolutely indicated the potential for an immortal golden core. Such a future threat must be eliminated. In that case, let's go. Chai Yang finished reading the jade slip in his hand, and a hint of solemnity appeared in his eyes. An immortal golden core was indeed a great threat. It seemed even Xian Tianhen hadn't managed to condense an immortal golden core back then, yet he brought such a great threat to the demonic path. If a disciple of the Great Evolution Sword sect who condensed an immortal golden core were to grow up, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause? Great Evolution Sword sect. Everyone looked at the gigantic spiritual chi vortex in the sky. From the initial shock, they were now completely numb. For others, a core formation breakthrough was only a matter of a few hours, and even a day was considered very rare. Read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. But Gu Mo's spiritual chi vortex in the sky had already lasted for half a month, and there was no sign of weakening. After such a long time, even Xian Tianhen began to worry. Gu Mo, however, was quite calm. Half a month was just past the halfway point, his main body's breakthrough had taken a full month. At that time, his main body didn't even have the foundation of immortal power, so Gu Mo felt that his incarnation's breakthrough time would exceed that of his main body. Of course, it was also possible that it would end soon, because the enemies would not allow Gu Mo to complete his breakthrough smoothly. Outside the Great Evolution Sword sect, several figures lurked in the shadows. These were the demonic path cultivators preparing to attack. At this moment, those demonic path cultivators were also shocked by the gigantic spiritual chi vortex above the Great Evolution Sword sect. Our hidden agents have all disappeared, Luo Baijun said with a gloomy expression. According to the original plan, Luo Baijun would activate the means placed within the Great Evolution Sword Sect's elders and true disciples, making them sabotage the Grand Array to assist their invasion into the Great Evolution Sword Sect. But this method failed, which meant that the means the demonic path had deployed at great cost were useless. This was originally a very important attack method, and its failure now presented a serious obstacle to the original plan. Let's just force our way in. Chai Yang waved his hand. If Xian Tianhen hadn't been injured, he naturally wouldn't dare to force an attack. But now that Xian Tianhen was injured and his combat power had dropped to rock bottom, what was there to fear? All right. Hearing this, Luo Baijun nodded. Without an inside contact, unless they retreated, their only option was a direct assault. And retreating was clearly not an option. If they left and allowed the Great Evolution Sword Sect to produce an immortal golden core, the consequences would be unimaginable. As they spoke, Chai Yang was the first to act. He unleashed a monstrous bloody chi, which then transformed into a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, heavily smashing down on the Great Evolution Sword Sect protecting Grand Array. The demonic path is attacking. Seeing the gigantic bloody hand in the sky, the Great Evolution Sword Sect disciples were greatly alarmed. Subsequently, everyone quickly conjured their flying swords, integrating them into the defense of the sect protecting Grand Array. So 2 of them came this time. Outside the central spiritual chi area, Xian Tianhen looked at the massive bloody hand in the sky. This method was clearly not from the demonic lord who had previously ambushed his senior disciple. Although it's a bit tricky, but Xian Tianhen's eyes churned with killing intent. This was not demonic path territory, but righteous path territory. As long as Xian Tianhen could hold them off until support from other sects arrived, both of them would be forced to stay. The righteous path sects would definitely be very happy to eliminate 2 more nascent soul demon lords. Clang! Just as that demonic lord Chai Yang was about to strike again, a brilliant sword light flashed, causing great alarm in demonic lord Shang's heart. Especially when he saw that the person who attacked was Xian Tianhen, demonic lord Shang's voice even changed slightly. How could you? Pfft. Before demonic lord Chai Yang could finish his sentence, the sword light struck him. With the surprise attack and the blessing of the sect protecting Grand Array, Xian Tianhen's sword strike was incredibly powerful. It directly cut a huge wound on demonic lord Shang's body. However, as a nascent soul demon lord of the blood demon sect, Shang's methods were naturally not bad. He used a blood refinement technique to quickly heal his injuries, but the cost was a significant weakening of Shang's chi. Strike while the iron is hot. Xian Tianhen naturally wouldn't reason with a demonic cultivator. Seeing demonic lord Shang's chi weaken, he struck again with his sword. But at that moment, a powerful divine sense attack descended, causing Xian Tianhen's attack to pause slightly, allowing demonic lord Chai Yang to avoid that sword strike. Xian Tianhen, the curse on you has actually disappeared. Luo Baijun came to Shang's side, staring at Xian Tianhen. Both of them were filled with shock at this moment. They were most clear about Xian Tianhen's situation, because the 2 killed demonic lords, one was from the blood demon sect and the other from the 10,000 ghost cave. These were precisely the sects Chai Yang and Luo Baijun belonged to, and they also knew the curse technique, so they naturally understood its power. But such a powerful curse had actually been resolved by Xian Tianhen. This was truly incomprehensible to them. Could it be that Xian Tianhen had invited a venerable nascent soul to act? He, Xian Tianhen, was not a disciple of a venerable nascent soul. Why would a venerable nascent soul act for him? If Xian Tianhen had the ability to invite a venerable nascent soul to act, the Great Evolution Sword Sect would not have fallen to this state. Although they couldn't understand it, the reality was before their eyes, and they had no choice but to believe it. What should we do? With Xian Tianhen's combat power restored, Chai Yang and Luo Baijun were now in a difficult position. They could suppress Xian Tianhen by working together, but if the battle dragged on, and the righteous path nascent soul true lords arrived, they would be in serious trouble. However, leaving like this was truly unwilling. I'll hold him off, you go and kill that breakthrough disciple. Ultimately, Chai Yang and Luo Baijun made their choice. Unable to kill Xian Tianhen, they would instead eliminate Guang, who was undergoing his breakthrough. In any case, they couldn't allow the Great Evolution Sword Sect to produce an immortal golden core. As long as they could eliminate Guang, this operation would be considered a success. Otherwise, returning empty-handed and scurrying away would be far too humiliating. All right. Luo Baijun nodded, then quickly withdrew from the battlefield and headed towards the Great Evolution Sword Sect. Seeing this, Xian Tianhen wanted to stop her, but was entangled by Chai Yang Demon Lord. Although Chai Yang Demon Lord's combat strength was not as good as Xian Tianhen, a nascent soul sword lord, his methods were unpredictable and mysterious. It was no problem for him to hold back Xian Tianhen for a period of time. Luo Baijun left the battlefield and arrived at the Great Evolution Sword Sect's mountain gate. However, the sect protecting Grand Array was activated at this moment, and Luo Baijun could not enter at all. The Great Evolution Sword Sect was a nascent soul sect after all. The most basic requirement for its sect protecting Grand Array was that it needed to be able to stop a nascent soul true lord. Otherwise, this sect protecting Grand Array would be meaningless. Humph. Seeing this, Luo Baijun snorted coldly. She was skilled in divine soul attacks, and the Great Evolution Sword Sect's sect protecting Grand Array was not very effective against such attacks. Previously, Xian Tianhen's eldest disciple was severely injured by her divine soul attack, which ultimately led to his breakthrough failure. Now she just needed to repeat her previous actions. Guang, who was in the middle of his breakthrough in the sect's central spiritual land, suddenly felt a whisper in his ear. Along with the whisper, a violent emotion surged from within Gu Mo's heart. So, it's here. Feeling the surging manic emotions in his heart, Gu Mo knew that the enemy had launched an attack, but this kind of attack was useless against Gu Mo. This was merely his incarnation, and the attack on the incarnation would then be transmitted to the main body. During this process, the power of the attack had already been greatly weakened. Therefore, Gu Mo only felt a little agitated in his heart, and there were no other effects. What's going on? Seeing that the spiritual chi vortex in the sky had not collapsed, Luo Baijun's brows furrowed. Her divine soul attack was actually ineffective. Luo Baijun, are you done yet? Just as Luo Baijun was feeling surprised and uncertain, Shang's voice rang out, we don't have much time left. Immediately. Luo Baijun replied, then took out a fourth order formation breaking talisman. However, it was very difficult for a single formation breaking talisman to destroy a sex sect protecting grand array. Any sex sect protecting grand array would have corresponding methods to deal with formation breaking talismans. Unless a large number of formation breaking talismans were used for a forced attack, it would be impossible to break the sect protecting grand array with just one or two formation breaking talismans. But what Luo Baijun wanted was not to break the Great Evolution Sword sex sect protecting grand array. She only needed to tear a small opening in the grand array, and then she would have many methods to kill Xian Tianhen's young disciple. Go. Luo Baijun activated the formation breaking talisman and struck it onto the grand array's light screen. Immediately, the light screen began to twist violently, and then a crack appeared on the light screen. It's done. Seeing this, Luo Baijun was overjoyed. She had not expected the formation breaking talisman to be so effective. This was not a small opening, she could directly kill her way through this crack. Without hesitation, Luo Baijun's figure flickered and she passed through the grand array's crack, killing her way into the Great Evolution Sword sect, and then heading straight for the sect's central spiritual land. At this moment, Luo Baijun already had a new idea. Instead of killing Xian Tianhen's disciple, it would be better to capture him and corrupt him into a demonic cultivator, and then come back to destroy the Great Evolution Sword sect. This would definitely be very interesting. With this thought, Luo Baijun's face couldn't help but flush with excitement. However, Luo Baijun did not notice the sect master's token that had appeared in Gu Mo's hand just now, nor Gu Mo's calm expression when faced with a nascent soul demon lord killing her way in. Gu Mo was calm, naturally because he had confidence. After all, he had prepared a surprise for the enemy this time. Crack. As Luo Baijun entered the central spiritual land and was about to make her move, she felt as if she had stepped on something. Looking down, she saw a potato mine buried in the ground. Although the potato mine looked a bit strange, it was indeed a potato mine. However, at this moment, that potato mine caused Luo Baijun's spiritual sense to warn her frantically. Without hesitation, Luo Baijun quickly dodged, but at this moment, the surrounding formation light screens descended, directly restricting Luo Baijun's movements. Although this could only restrict her for a moment, normally such a restriction would have no effect at all, but at this moment, it was enough to be fatal. Rumble. In the next moment, terrifying annihilation power erupted, directly engulfing Luo Baijun. Although the range of the annihilation power's explosion was not large, the power within it was extremely terrifying. After all, this was a fourth-order potato mine. Once hit, it should be no problem to kill a nascent soul early-stage demon lord. Although the potato mine had significant limitations, if used well, it could have miraculous effects. For example, this time, by taking advantage of Luo Baijun's carelessness and the formation's restriction, the potato mine successfully achieved its purpose. In other situations, it would be much more difficult for a potato mine to threaten a high-level cultivator, because the higher the level of the cultivator, the more sensitive their perception of danger. And the explosion range of the potato mine was too small, so when a high-level cultivator stepped on the potato mine, their spiritual sense would detect the danger and they could quickly dodge and leave the explosion range. This time, Luo Baijun saw that Xian Tianhen was being held back and believed that there was nothing in the Great Evolution Sword sect that could threaten her, so she relaxed her guard a little. In fact, Luo Baijun's idea was correct. The Great Evolution Sword sect's heritage had been almost completely consumed over the years. Besides the sect protecting Grand Array and Xian Tianhen, a nascent soul sword lord, there were no other means that could threaten a nascent soul true lord. However, just because the Great Evolution Sword sect didn't have it didn't mean Gu Mo didn't. This fourth-order potato mine was one of the methods Gu Mo had prepared. A fourth-order potato mine could theoretically kill a nascent soul true lord, but this was only theoretical. Anyone who could cultivate to the nascent soul realm had some life-saving methods. Therefore, the potato mine was just one of the methods Gu Mo had prepared. Indeed, as the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, a hideous ghost shadow appeared. This was Luo Baijun's ghost nascent soul. As a nascent soul demon lord from the Myriad Demon Cave, Luo Baijun cultivated one of the core cultivation techniques of the Myriad Demon Cave, the 9 Nether Spirit Refining Method. Cultivating this cultivation technique allowed one to condense a ghost nascent soul. Ordinary nascent soul true lords had very fragile nascent souls, but the nascent soul demon lords of the Myriad Demon Cave had relatively fragile physical bodies. Their true strength lay in their ghost nascent soul. You destroyed my physical body, now die. Luo Baijun's ghost nascent soul let out an angry roar. Although the 9 Nether Spirit Refining Method cultivated the ghost nascent soul, the physical body was also very important. It was used to protect and nourish the ghost nascent soul. Even if she could possess another body after losing her physical body, it would still be a major blow to her. A nascent soul demon lord is indeed difficult to kill. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the ghost nascent soul, Gu Mo took a deep breath. Fortunately, he had prepared more than one move. As he spoke, Gu Mo flipped his hand, and a fiery red large chili appeared in his hand. This fiery red large chili was the new plant, fiery chili, that Gu Mo had previously opened from an automatic vending machine blind box. It was also Gu Mo's true trump card. Name, Fiery Chili. Grade, 4th order low grade. Effect, transforms into a fire dragon to attack enemies. Planting conditions, none. This was the third plant that did not require planting, after the potato mine and cherry bomb. Of course, this fiery chili was also a consumable item. Perhaps for this reason, the previous 4th order potato mine and the fiery chili in Gu Mo's hand at this moment had not developed intelligence like the sunflower and torch tree stump. But for such one-time consumable plants, it was better not to have intelligence. In addition, the explosions of the potato mine and cherry bomb were attribute-less annihilation power, but this fiery chili was a fire-attributed plant. This fire was not ordinary fire, but sun true fire containing the aura of the sun essence. Its power was extremely terrifying, inheriting the excellent tradition of one-time plants whose power transcended their realm. Furthermore, the fire dragon transformed from the fiery chili did not disappear after a single attack. As long as the fire dragon's power was not exhausted, it could exist for a long time. Gu Mo could also control the fire dragon transformed from the fiery chili. This meant that Gu Mo, at the Golden Core realm, had mastered a powerful 4th order offensive method. This was why Gu Mo dared to face a nascent soul demon lord so calmly. Bang! As Gu Mo's thought moved, the fiery chili in his hand exploded, and then a fire dragon emitting sun true fire appeared, protecting Gu Mo. What? Seeing the fire dragon protecting Gu Mo, Luo Baijun felt a deep fear. The scorching sun true fire had too strong a restraining effect on the ghost nascent soul. She didn't even dare to approach the fire dragon. Without any hesitation, Luo Baijun decisively chose to retreat, because she felt the threat of death from the fire dragon. Once entangled, she would be burned to ashes by the terrifying sun true fire. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Xiaolin, Xiaomo asked me to come to you to give you. Luo Baijun was about to flee when a crisp voice suddenly rang out, and then a palm-sized small flower appeared. Ah, it's a bad guy. Xiahua saw Luo Baijun in her ghost nascent soul state, and the small flower on her head suddenly bloomed. Then, it unleashed a terrifying mental storm. Xiahua's palm-sized body was clearly not skilled in physical body combat. Not good. Luo Baijun in her ghost nascent soul state was immune to physical attacks, but this kind of mental attack was extremely effective against her. Although Xiahua had just advanced and her combat strength was not as good as Luo Baijun's, there was also Gu Mo, incarnation, nearby. Of course, Gu Mo, incarnation, was not important. What was important was the fire dragon transformed from the fiery chili. The moment she was impacted by the mental storm, Gu Mo directly controlled the fire dragon to kill its way over. At the same time, he also felt a little helpless. He had told Xiahua to wait a little longer before coming over. Gu Mo had asked Xiahua to come over, naturally to create the impression that the nascent soul demon lord was killed by Xiahua, not Gu Mo. Who knew that Xiahua, in order to get her reward as soon as possible, would just come over directly and run right into the demon lord in her ghost nascent soul state. Although Xiahua was a 4th order demon king, she had no combat experience. If she got injured, Gu Mo would be very distressed. However, from the current situation, Xiahua didn't seem as weak as imagined. With one sweep of the mental storm, she directly restricted the ghost nascent soul. The rest of the matter was simple. The fire dragon transformed from the fiery chili swallowed the ghost nascent soul in one gulp. Upon contact with the sun true fire, the ghost nascent soul immediately let out a tragic scream, and then, the ghost nascent soul was directly refined into ashes in the blazing sun true fire. Outside the Great Evolution Sword Sect, the battle between Xian Tianhen and Chaiyang Demon Lord became increasingly fierce, because Xian Tianhen's attacks at this moment were almost all desperate. The reason for Xian Tianhen's urgency was naturally Luo Baijun, who had rushed into the Grand Array. A nascent soul demon lord rushing into the sect. Xian Tianhen could not imagine what the consequences would be. However, at this moment, the sect's Grand Array was operating at full power, and Xian Tianhen did not have the sect master's token, so he could not investigate the situation inside. Xian Tianhen, you killed my 2 nascent soul demon lords. Today, we will destroy your entire sect. Chaiyang Demon Lord laughed heartily. Although Chaiyang Demon Lord had several sword wounds on him at the moment, he had thick blood and could still endure. But the disciples of the Great Evolution Sword Sect could not endure. Luo Baijun had delayed a bit too long. He could already sense that nascent soul true lords from the righteous path were approaching, and they needed to withdraw. Just then, both Xian Tianhen and Chaiyang Demon Lord sensed a terrifying mental storm erupting from the central spiritual land of the Great Evolution Sword Sect. This caused both of them to be stunned. Clearly, this mental storm was neither Luo Baijun's method nor the Great Evolution Sword Sect's method. But soon, a tragic scream came. Hearing this scream, Chaiyang Demon Lord's face changed drastically. Without any hesitation, Chaiyang Demon Lord immediately cast the blood evasion technique and disappeared into the sky. From that scream, Chaiyang Demon Lord knew that Luo Baijun had fallen. In this situation, if he didn't run, the next one to die would be him. However, Chaiyang Demon Lord could not understand what exactly happened in the Great Evolution Sword Sect. Luo Baijun's strength was definitely not weak, she shouldn't have fallen so easily. Looking at the fleeing Chaiyang demon lord, Xian Tianhen did not choose to pursue him, but instead quickly returned to the sect. Then, he saw Gu Mo, who was safe and sound, and also Ziahua, whom he had seen last time. Seeing Ziahua, Xian Tianhen knew what the mental storm just now was about. This time, it must have been Elder Ziahua who appeared and saved his disciple. Xian Tianhen couldn't help but feel a little emotional about this. Elder Ziahua, who had just advanced to 4th order, was actually able to kill a nascent soul demon lord. This method was amazing. Thank you, Elder Ziahua. Xian Tianhen bowed deeply to Ziahua. If Elder Ziahua had not appeared in time this time, Xian Tianhen dared not imagine the consequences. Ziahua looked at Xian Tianhen with a puzzled expression, somewhat confused, but Xiaomo said not to speak casually, and if she didn't speak, her reward could be doubled when she returned. So, Ziahua gave Xian Tianhen her back and then used wood escape to leave. Seeing this, Xian Tianhen looked bewildered, but the Great Evolution Sword Sect had indeed incurred a debt of gratitude. Disciple, what happened just now? Elder Ziahua left, and Xian Tianhen turned his gaze to Gu Mo, preparing to ask the person involved. Master, disciple's breakthrough is not over yet. Gu Mo pointed to the sky. The potato mine in this battle was buried in advance, and the fiery chili was controlled by the main body's divine sense, so Gu Mo, incarnation's breakthrough was not interrupted. Ah, disciple, you should focus on your breakthrough first. Hearing this, Xian Tianhen suddenly realized and quickly said. It should be peaceful for a while now. As Xian Tianhen left, Gu Mo thought to himself. Using the Sect's Grand Array, Gu Mo concealed the existence of the potato mine and fiery chili, while the mental storm unleashed by Ziahua was due to Gu Mo opening the Grand Array and allowing the aura to leak out. An incarnation using plants that the main body is skilled at still carries some risk of revealing one's identity. Therefore, it's better to hide it if possible. In the future, Gu Mo will also try to reduce the use of the main body's plants by the incarnation as much as possible. The incarnation's positioning is that of a sword cultivator, so in the future, problems will be solved with a sword. It was just that the situation this time was indeed a bit dangerous, so Gu Mo used the main body's plants to cover for it. Fortunately, the nascent soul demon lord who witnessed all this died, so there's no need to worry about the news leaking. As for Ziahua, a little sun essence and some coaxing should be enough to settle her. 100 miles away from the Great Evolution Sect. What an astonishing spiritual chi vortex! This is for condensing an immortal golden core, Elder Wu of Sheneng Valley exclaimed as he looked at the massive spiritual chi vortex above the Great Evolution Sect. When Elder Wu learned that the Great Evolution Sect had been attacked by the demonic sect, he immediately came to provide support. After all, he had a good relationship with Xian Tianhen, and a friend in need naturally deserved help. Not only him, but other nascent soul elders from Sheneng Valley were also coming. It was just that he was a bit faster. However, halfway there, Xian Tianhen sent him a message saying the crisis had been resolved. So, the other elders of Sheneng Valley returned, while Elder Wu continued to the Great Evolution Sect to check the situation. Then, he saw the enormous spiritual chi vortex above the Great Evolution Sect. That's natural. It depends on whose disciple it is. As soon as Elder Wu finished speaking, Xian Tianhen's voice sounded. Sensing Elder Wu's arrival, Xian Tianhen naturally went to greet him immediately. You. Elder Wu scrutinized Xian Tianhen. After a battle, although Xian Tianhen's aura was somewhat unstable, it was definitely not as the previous reports suggested, where he was cursed and his combat power was less than 1/10 of its peak. I got some opportunities. Xian Tianhen waved his hand, not elaborating. The matter of the 4th rank Yao Yang pill was somewhat sensitive, and Xian Tianhen would not let this information be revealed by him. Upon hearing this, Elder Wu nodded and did not dwell on the issue. He understood his old friend, Xian Tianhen, very well. If Xian Tianhen did not want to say more, then no matter how he inquired, there would be no result. Tell me about the nascent soul demonic lord's attack. Elder Wu shifted the topic to the attack. Although the incident was ultimately resolved by the Great Evolution Sect itself, as one of the 3 righteous sects, Sheneng Valley still needed to understand the movements of the demonic sect. Are you talking about Elder Ziahua? When he learned that the key to ultimately securing victory in this battle was Elder Ziahua of Sheneng Valley, Elder Wu was also somewhat bewildered. As a newly promoted elder, when could Elder Ziahua defeat a nascent soul demonic lord by herself? Elder Wu did not know much about Ziahua, but he had seen her. With her adorable appearance, she did not look like someone who could solo a nascent soul demonic lord. However, thinking of Ziahua's unknown origins, Elder Wu could not be sure. Even Ho Chenyu, who nurtured her, did not know Ziahua's origins. Who knew if she had awakened some special ability after advancing to Demon King? Regardless of what methods Ziahua used, she managed to eliminate a nascent soul demonic lord this time. Adding the 2 that Xian Tianhen killed earlier, the demonic sect had lost 3 nascent soul demonic lords in a short period. The demonic sect would likely not let this rest. It seems war is about to start again. Elder Wu sighed lightly. Immediately, Elder Wu bid farewell and left, preparing to report this matter so that the sect could make appropriate preparations. After Elder Wu left, Xian Tianhen returned to the sect to continue protecting Gu Mo. Another half a month passed, and the massive spiritual chi vortex in the sky finally began to slowly shrink. Seeing this, all the disciples of the Great Evolution sect let out a long breath. They had truly gained insight this time, breaking through to Golden Core actually took over a month. Central Spiritual Land. Gu Mo's divine sense looked inward. At this moment, a massive golden core was slowly forming in his danshan, and immortal power had already begun to be born within the golden core. If it were an ordinary cultivator, what they would do now is quietly wait for the golden core to fully form. But Gumo, incarnation, is a sword cultivator, and what sword cultivators condense is not an ordinary golden core, but a sword core. It means condensing the golden core within the body into a sword, and then fusing the sword core with the flying sword to refine it into a natal flying sword. Although the Great Evolution sect follows the Dao of sword formations, they also cultivate natal flying swords. After all, with the natal flying sword as the core, arranging a sword formation can be smoother. Gumo measured the massive golden core in his body. If this were condensed into a sword, it would probably be a giant sword. Suddenly, Gumo's heart stirred. Since the Great Evolution sect follows the Dao of sword formations, why not condense multiple sword cores and directly use multiple sword cores to arrange a sword formation? Wouldn't the power be even greater? Ordinary sword cultivators only have that much golden core, so it's clearly impossible to condense multiple ones. But Gumo's massive golden core can be divided into many parts. Let's do it. With this thought, Gumo immediately decided to try. An incarnation was precisely for exploring the Dao. If this succeeded, it would definitely greatly enhance the combat power of the incarnation. If it failed, the problem would not be big. At worst, he would recultivate. With the main body assisting, he would quickly be able to cultivate back to his previous realm. Open. Gumo focused his consciousness on the incarnation, then lightly shouted, directly dividing the large golden core, which was about to form in his body, into 12 parts. The reason for 12 parts was simply because each of the 12 parts was exactly the size of an ordinary golden core. This meant that the foundation of the golden core condensed by Gumo, incarnation, was 12 times that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. This foundation was even stronger than his main body's 9 times. There was no way, his main body back then didn't have good things like immortal power. Hiss. When the golden core split, Gumo also felt a sharp pain. However, Gumo quickly withdrew his consciousness to his main body, and after a moment, his consciousness returned again, avoiding the intense pain. Then, Gumo began to condense the 12 golden cores into 12 sword cores. Among these 12 sword cores, only one golden core contained immortal power. The golden core could be split, but Gumo was clearly still unable to split immortal power. However, the problem was not big. He could just let Xiahua run an errand later and send 11 portions of 4th-tier sunflower essence to solve it. Once the sword cores formed, Gumo immediately encountered the first problem. This was the disadvantage of being unique, many things had no precedence to follow. The first problem Gumo faced was how to place these 12 sword cores. He couldn't just stuff them all into his danshan, that would be too messy. Right, I remember there's a 12 swords evil array in the Great Evolution sword cannon. Gumo pondered for a moment and recalled a high-level sword formation he had seen in the Great Evolution sword cannon. This sword formation required 12 flying swords as its foundation. It was said that this formation was created based on the legendary 12 gods and devils great array, and it was an extremely powerful killing sword formation. Gumo happened to have 12 sword cores in his body, which could be used to set up this great array in his danshan. In this way, wouldn't he be able to utilize the power of this great array at any time? Furthermore, with the great array inside his body, enemies would not be able to destroy it. I'm truly a genius. With this thought, Gumo couldn't help but feel excited. Of course, Gumo had not yet comprehended the 12 swords evil array. He needed to thoroughly comprehend this array before he could begin setting it up. Before that, the 12 sword cores in his body could only be kept in his danshan. Or he could first set up some basic sword formations he had already mastered. Disciple, how are things? At this moment, Xian Tianhen's voice came. Seeing the spiritual chi vortex in the sky disappear meant that Gumo's breakthrough was over. But after waiting and waiting, Gumo did not come out, so Xian Tianhen couldn't help but ask, fearing that something unexpected had happened. After all, during Gumo's breakthrough this time, a nascent soul demonic lord had broken in. Who knew if that nascent soul demonic lord had secretly made a move? Master, disciple is fine. Upon hearing this, Gumo immediately got up and left his secluded cultivation place. As Gumo appeared, Xian Tianhen's gaze narrowed. At this moment, Gumo's aura was indeed that of the golden core realm, but this aura was somewhat weak, only at the level of an ordinary golden core sword cultivator. According to the massive spiritual chi vortex caused by Gumo's breakthrough, this should not have been the result. Did something unexpected really happen? Xian Tianhen felt a little heavy-hearted. As long as he successfully broke through, it was fine, Xian Tianhen secretly consoled himself. Master, what's wrong? Seeing Xian Tianhen's expression was a bit off, Gumo couldn't help but ask. He hoped it wasn't some injury sustained during the previous battle with the nascent soul demonic lord. However, even if he was injured, the problem wasn't big. The main body could now refine 4th order medicinal pills, and Gumo was fully capable of trying to refine 4th order healing medicinal pills now. It's nothing, disciple. Besides cultivation, the most important thing for a sword cultivator is the mastery of the Dao of the sword. Xian Tianhen tried hard to find words, preparing to comfort Gumo. After all, Gumo could have originally condensed a powerful sword core, but now he had only condensed an ordinary sword core. This huge disparity would make anyone feel uncomfortable. Read the error-free version at 169 book bar. Xian Tianhen's words left Gumo with a head full of question marks. At this moment, Guo suddenly realized that his aura was only that of an ordinary golden core cultivator, and the reason for this was naturally because Guo had divided the golden core in his body into 12 parts. Immediately, Guo informed Xian Tianhen that he had condensed 12 sword cores. Previously, Guo had no one to consult when researching on his own, but now that he had Xian Tianhen, a nascent soul sword lord, Guo naturally hoped to receive his guidance. Wah! What? Upon learning that Guo had condensed 12 sword cores, even Xian Tianhen, a nascent soul sword lord, had his state of mind greatly shaken. Ma master, is there anything wrong with this? Seeing Xian Tianhen's shocked expression, Guo quickly asked. Although this was an incarnation, and a cultivation deviation wouldn't be a big problem, it would naturally be best if he could continue cultivating smoothly. Naturally, there's no problem. Xian Tianhen suddenly sighed deeply, or rather, this is the correct way to cultivate the Great Evolution Sword Cannon. Ah! Now it was Gumo's turn to be surprised. Condensing multiple sword cores and arranging a sword formation in the Denshin, then directly mobilizing the power of the Denshin sword formation during battle, this is the correct method of cultivation for the Great Evolution Sword Cannon. Xian Tianhen looked at Guo with a complex expression. Guo, without any guidance, had actually figured out the correct cultivation method for the Great Evolution Sword Cannon on his own. It was just that this path was too difficult. Therefore, there was an alternative method of setting up sword formations using multiple flying swords. However, setting up sword formations externally made them vulnerable to enemy destruction, and the sword formations could not move with the sword cultivator. Of course, over these many years, the Great Evolution sect also had some geniuses with profound foundations who tried to follow the path of sword core formation, but they all failed. The reason is simple: too many sword cores would slow down the cultivation speed. The most time-consuming aspect for a cultivator is cultivation, and for each additional sword core, the cultivation time would double. In such a situation, just cultivation would consume all the time, leaving no time to comprehend the Dao of the sword. Of course, this was not the most difficult part. After all, some heaven and earth treasures could still accelerate cultivation. The real difficulty lay in breaking through to the nascent soul realm. The nascent soul heavenly tribulation was supposedly fixed, but multiple sword cores were not included in this. For every sword core, one had to undergo that many nascent soul heavenly tribulations. One round of heavenly tribulation would almost take the lives of many nascent soul true lords, let alone several consecutive rounds. Of course, our Great Evolution sect still has successful ancestral masters. Seeing Gumo's expression becoming increasingly solemn, Xian Tianhen quickly reassured him. Is it that ancestral master who was attempting to break through to the soul transformation realm? Guo asked. That's right. The ancestral master condensed 3 sword cores, successfully passed 3 rounds of nascent soul heavenly tribulation, and became the strongest nascent soul of his time. If the ancestral master could advance to soul transformation, he would also be the strongest soul transformation of his time, but unfortunately. Speaking of this, Xian Tianhen couldn't help but sigh. An ancestral master with 3 sword cores was already so powerful. If Guo with 12 sword cores could successfully break through, Xian Tianhen dared not imagine if Guo could then challenge soul transformation realm cultivators with his nascent soul sword lord cultivation. But thinking of the terrifying resources required for 12 sword cores, even selling the Great Evolution sect wouldn't be enough. Master, disciple will definitely succeed. Compared to Xian Tianhen's worries, Guo, after understanding the truth, was instead full of confidence. After all, as long as there was enough sun essence, what if the cultivation difficulty increased by 12 times? As for the breakthrough to the nascent soul realm, with immortal power, there would definitely be no problem. As for 12 rounds of nascent soul heavenly tribulation, well, that was indeed a bit tricky. He could only collect more treasures to resist the heavenly tribulation. Besides, a formation of 12 sword cores should also be able to withstand a few rounds. If the main body could obtain a 5th order spiritual field and produce 5th order sun essence, then none of these would be problems. Good. Good. Seeing Guo still confident, Xian Tianhen nodded. He was afraid that Guo would become negative after knowing the difficulty. However, the Great Evolution sect could no longer afford Gumo's cultivation. Handing over the cultivation manual left by the ancestral master who cultivated multiple sword cores back then to Guo for reference, Xian Tianhen then went to find ways to acquire resources. It could be said that Guo was the last hope for the rise of the Great Evolution sect. If this attempt failed, with the current foundation of the Great Evolution sect, it would become increasingly difficult to cultivate new nascent soul sword lords. Therefore, Xian Tianhen wanted to take a gamble. Although the probability of breaking through with 12 sword cores was too small, with Gumo's foundation, even if he didn't break through to nascent soul, with his golden core great perfection cultivation and the power of 12 sword cores, he would be enough to contend with a nascent soul true lord. This was a guaranteed nascent soul sword lord combat power. If luck favored the Great Evolution sect and Guo successfully broke through, the Great Evolution sect even had hope of becoming the 4th largest sect of the righteous path. Xian Tianhen was thinking about how to acquire resources, while the demonic sect was completely enraged. As Elder Wu expected, losing 3 nascent soul demonic lords in a short period completely infuriated the demonic sect. In such a situation, if the demonic sect did not retaliate, wouldn't they be looked down upon? The conflict between the righteous and demonic paths was a struggle for the Dao, and also a struggle for honor. When there was movement from the demonic sect, the righteous path naturally immediately prepared. Various resources began to converge towards the righteous demonic border region. Of course, these things were unrelated to Gu Mo at present. A true war breaking out would require at least a few years of preparation time, it couldn't happen immediately, as neither side was fully prepared. However, Gu Mo did feel the atmosphere of war. For example, the sect increased its orders for Yang pills from Gu Mo. When battling the demonic sect, the most troublesome issue for the righteous path was the erosion of devilish qi, and Yang pills were the best medicinal pills for eliminating devilish qi erosion. Such treasures naturally needed to be prepared in large quantities. With the increasing demand for Yang pill, Gu Mo had no choice but to continue expanding the cultivation area of sunlight glazed flower. Fortunately, for Gu Mo, who possessed sun essence, cultivating sunlight glazed flower was not difficult. Furthermore, the planted sunlight glazed flower was taken care of by Shivo Zihua and Little Carp, so Gu Mo didn't need to put in much effort. The Yang pills sold externally were all refined by Gu Mo using solar power. The version refined with sun essence would not be easily brought out, especially the 4th order Yang pill. With a 4th order torch tree stump, Gu Mo could now easily refine a batch of ordinary 3rd order Yang pills. However, using a 4th order torch tree stump to refine 3rd order medicinal pills felt like a bit of an overkill to Gu Mo. Why not entrust the task of refining ordinary Yang pills to Elder Liu's lineage? Finally, after some deliberation, Gu Mo decided to hand over the task of refining Yang pills to Lu Shulan's lineage. The refining of Yang pill was not difficult, it was just that the main ingredient, solar power, was hard to come by. As long as Gu Mo provided solar power, the alchemists of Lu Shulan's lineage could refine Yang pills. This way, Gu Mo could free up his time to refine higher grade medicinal pills or use the time to comprehend cultivation techniques and secret spells. With this thought, Gu Mo's figure flickered, and he used the major achievement realm wood manipulation technique to arrive at the alchemy lineage of the sect. By observing Shivo Zihua's wood escape divine ability, although Gu Mo had not yet comprehended the mysteries of wood escape technique, it greatly improved his wood manipulation technique. At this moment, Gu Mo had already cultivated the wood manipulation technique to the major achievement realm. Similar to the wind tunnel technique, there was also a probability of comprehending a trace of the mysteries of wood escape technique upon cultivating this wood manipulation technique to perfection. By then, with the help of the perfection realm wood manipulation technique to observe Shivo Zihua's divine ability, Gu Mo had a very high probability of comprehending some of the mysteries of wood escape technique. As long as one mastered one of the 5 elements evasion techniques, it was equivalent to possessing a powerful life-saving trump card. Therefore, Gu Mo had always cultivated both the wood manipulation technique and the wind tunnel technique, never slacking off. Upon arriving at the alchemy lineage of Sheneng Valley, it seemed unaffected by the atmosphere of war, remaining as it usually was. Alas, our alchemy lineage does not have exclusive medicinal pills. The medicinal pills we can refine can also be refined by other alchemy sects. Moreover, those alchemy sects have more people and specialize in this Dao year-round, so their costs can be lowered even further. Lu Shulan said with some helplessness regarding Gu Mo's question. Logically, Sheneng Valley could produce spirit medicine itself, so the cost would not be higher than others. However, those sects skilled in alchemy were even more competitive, especially those alchemy sects with exclusive medicinal pills, which they sold in conjunction with ordinary medicinal pills. The alchemy lineage of Sheneng Valley was not actually weak in strength, as it had Lu Shulan, a 4th order alchemist. However, the alchemy lineage of Sheneng Valley had not researched any particularly outstanding exclusive medicinal pills. With Lu Shulan's strength, researching some minor innovative medicinal pills was not a problem, but such small innovative medicinal pills did not have high recognition. Therefore, during this righteous and demonic war, those alchemy sects received large orders for medicinal pills, while the alchemy lineage of Sheneng Valley naturally had no orders to take. Not only the alchemy lineage, but the artifact refining lineage was also similar. Of course, Sheneng Valley's main business, the spirit plant business, had already taken off, as the massive demand for medicinal pills led to a surge in demand for spirit medicine. Exclusive medicinal pills, Elder Lu, don't we have them? After listening to Lu Shulan, Gu Mo smiled. What medicinal pill? Why don't I know? Upon hearing this, Lu Shulan was stunned. As the head of the alchemy lineage, how could she not know how much she had? Yang pill. Gu Mo spread his hands. Currently, only he could provide solar power, so only Sheneng Valley could refine Yang pills. After speaking, Gu Mo explained the entrustment of Yang pill refining to Lu Shulan. Good, good, good. Upon learning that Gu Mo wanted to entrust the task of refining Yang pills to her lineage, Lu Shulan was very happy. Just as Gu Mo said, this Yang pill was Sheneng Valley's exclusive medicinal pill, and this medicinal pill had a miraculous effect in dissolving devilish qi. With this medicinal pill in hand, Lu Shulan was absolutely confident that she could compete with those alchemy sects and promote the alchemy lineage of Sheneng Valley, which had always been Lu Shulan's wish. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, Lu Shulan would naturally seize it. Of course, Lu Shulan would not forget Gu Mo's help. This Yang pill formula was given to disciple by Elder Lu. Gu Mo naturally did not forget Elder Liu's previous help. Now he was returning the favor. After discussing the details of the entrustment with Lu Shulan, Gu Mo left. Looking at the disappearing Gu Mo, Lu Shulan was shocked, because the amount of solar power Gu Mo promised meant that Gu Mo had already cultivated a considerable number of sunlight glazed flowers. The sunlight glazed flower, which many Lingzi masters could not successfully cultivate, Gu Mo had begun to propagate on a large scale in such a short period of time. Thinking of Gu Mo asking her to research the 4th order Yang pill formula before, Lu Shulan felt that this pill formula might be used soon. Lu Shulin probably didn't expect that the fourth order Yang pill she researched had already been used by Gu Mo. Returning to his own tree-leaf small courtyard, Gu Mo immediately saw Ho Chenyu waiting outside, and immediately, Gu Mo quickly invited Ho Chenyu inside. Where did that girl Xiahua go? Entering the small courtyard and feeling the spiritual qi in the courtyard, Ho Chenyu felt a pang of envy. That girl Xiahua, after becoming an elder, directly lived in Gu Mo's small courtyard and hadn't visited him for a long time. Since Xiahua didn't come to see him, Ho Chenyu could only come over actively, but he didn't see her. Shivo Xiahua should be in the spirit plant field taking care of the sunlight glazed flower. Does disciple need to call Shivo Xiahua over? Gu Mo poured tea for Ho Chenyu. As Gu Mo expanded the cultivation area of sunlight glazed flower, Xiahua also needed to spend more time taking care of it. Xiahua was very happy about this, because the more solar power she harvested, the more delicious things she could exchange from Gu Mo. Forget it, it's rare for her to be so dedicated to one thing. Ho Chenyu waved his hand. This time Ho Chenyu came not only to see Xiahua but also to find Gu Mo for something. There's a problem with the coagulation grass of the 100 Flower sect, and they've now requested our support. This task has been taken by my lineage, and you will accompany me to the 100 Flower sect then, Ho Chenyu said. 100 Flower sect. Hearing this sect, Gu Mo's heart stirred. Speaking of which, Gu Mo had long had the idea of visiting the 100 Flower sect, but he had never found a suitable task, and it was difficult for male cultivators to enter the 100 Flower sect. This time, with the task of treating spirit plants, he could go and see. If the 100 Flower sect was suitable, he would recommend it to Chu Fifei. The Jingshen incense of the 100 Flower sect has the effect of stabilizing the divine soul and is very effective against the demonic sect's divine soul attacks, making it important material for this war. Seeing Gu Mo interested in the 100 Flower sect, Ho Chenyu also introduced it to Gu Mo. In fact, many male cultivators were interested in the 100 Flower sect. After all, if one could find a female disciple of the 100 Flower sect for dual cultivation, the cultivation speed would definitely increase by a significant margin. Gu Mo's talent in Lingzi Master and alchemy was very outstanding, and Ho Chenyu had always worried that this would take up too much of Gu Mo's time and affect his cultivation. Now it seemed his worries had become a reality. So many years had passed, but Gu Mo's cultivation was still at Golden Core First Revolution, as if it hadn't increased at all. Therefore, Ho Chenyu thought about letting Gu Mo go to the 100 Flower sect to see if there were any female disciples he liked. If they could dual cultivation together, it might help Gu Mo accelerate his cultivation improvement. Gu Mo, who was unaware of Ho Chenyu's intentions, was currently recalling the situation of the Jingshen incense. The Jingshen incense could resist the divine soul attacks that the demonic sect was good at. The demonic sect naturally knew this, so it was not surprising that they would destroy the main spirit medicine for refining Jingshen incense, coagulation grass, before the war. Not only Jingshen incense, but other medicinal pills and magical artifacts that helped deal with the demonic sect were also targets for the demonic sect. Of course, the righteous path would also have spies planted in the demonic sect's forces to carry out sabotage. It could be said that the battle between the righteous and demonic paths had already begun in secret. And the Ye Yang pill, as a special medicinal pill that could resolve devilish qi, should actually be a key target for the demonic sect, but it was very difficult for people from the demonic sect to infiltrate Cheneng Valley. Another point was that the people of the demonic sect underestimated Gu Mo's ability to cultivate sunlight-glazed flower. In the eyes of the demonic sect's intelligence organization, although Gu Mo had cultivated sunlight-glazed flower, it would take at least several hundred years to form a scale. After all, third-order spirit plant cultivation was not that easy. Since the number of sunlight-glazed flowers was very small and insufficient to affect this war, the demonic sect naturally did not bother to pay a huge price to infiltrate Cheneng Valley and cause damage. The exact number of sunlight-glazed flowers, let alone the demonic sect not knowing, even within Cheneng Valley, only Shivo Xiahua, Little Carp, and perhaps Lu Shulin could guess some, and no one else knew. Even Ho Chenyu didn't know. It was precisely by hiding it from his own people that the strictness of the information could be guaranteed. If too many people knew about something, leakage would be inevitable. You prepare, we'll depart in 1 hour. Ho Chenyu finished speaking and left. This time, many disciples from his lineage would go together. After all, the problem with coagulation grass was significant and needed to be resolved as quickly as possible to avoid delaying the refining of Jingshen incense. Read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. Alright. Gu Mo nodded. Subsequently, Gu Mo went to the spirit plant field and put the 2 fourth-order sunflowers from the spirit plant field into the black mist space. As for the other sunflowers, Gu Mo did not plan to take them, letting Shivo Xiahua and Little Carp watch over them. Speaking of which, recently, in order to upgrade the torch tree stump, potato mine, and fiery chili, there were still only 2 fourth-order sunflowers. Next, when he had time, Gu Mo would have to quickly upgrade more fourth-order sunflowers. After instructing Shivo Xiahua and Little Carp to look after the house, Gu Mo arrived at the gathering point. Junior brother Gu Mo. Seeing Gu Mo appear, Wei Yang quickly greeted him. Hearing this, Gu Mo immediately walked towards Wei Yang. This was the first person he met in Cheneng Valley, and one of the few acquaintances Gu Mo had in Cheneng Valley. After all, Gu Mo's cultivation and status were somewhat awkward. Gu Mo, who was at the Golden Core realm, was a third-generation disciple, while third-generation disciples were basically at the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, and second-generation disciples were at the Golden Core realm. This led to Gu Mo not being able to hang out with third-generation disciples. After all, what foundation establishment cultivators played with was too childish for Gu Mo. And among the second-generation disciples, everyone's cultivation was golden core, but Gu Mo was a generation lower, which also made Gu Mo uncomfortable. Therefore, Gu Mo's relationship with other disciples of his lineage was generally average. Only Wei Yang was relatively familiar. Senior brother Wei. Gu Mo greeted with a smile, and after a brief exchange, he found a place to wait. Senior brother Wei, this junior brother Gu Mo is really... Seeing this, several second-generation disciples couldn't help but shake their heads. They naturally saw Gu Mo's awkwardness. It could only be said that geniuses were always lonely. When junior brother comes out of seclusion, the two of them should be able to become good friends. Wei Yang smiled. The junior brother he referred to was the only true disciple of their lineage. In Wei Yang's opinion, only that junior brother who became a true disciple could stand at the same level as Gu Mo. Wei Yang, who knew some information, was very clear that if Gu Mo hadn't joined Sheneng Valley halfway, with the talent he displayed, he would have long been a true disciple. But even so, the sect had already agreed to Gu Mo becoming a true disciple, which was enough to prove Gu Mo's astonishing talent. Junior brother should come out of seclusion for this war, right? One second-generation disciple spoke. Participating in the righteous and demonic war was the fastest way to earn cultivation resources. At that time, the righteous path sects would offer many treasures to reward disciples who made outstanding contributions in the righteous and demonic war. Therefore, although war would bring huge sacrifices, it would also create a group of strong individuals. For many cultivators, this war was also a great opportunity. That's natural, I'll go too then, Wei Yang said. His cultivation had not increased for many years. If he wanted to go further, participating in the war was an option. Whether it was comprehending a breakthrough on the battlefield or earning merit points to exchange for medicinal pills to improve his cultivation, these were all ways to break through his current bottleneck. Of course, the price was that if there was a fluctuation on the battlefield, there would be a risk of falling. Haha, senior brother Wei is going too. My returning spring technique has already reached major achievement, so being a healer is more than enough. One second-generation disciple laughed. Many people in Sheneng Valley, who mainly cultivated wood element cultivation techniques, in addition to being Lingzi masters, also concurrently cultivated healing spells, making them more than capable of being healers on the battlefield. Humph, with your half-baked skills, you still want to go to the battlefield. Are you looking for death? Ho Chenyu's figure appeared at some point, and he seemed very unhappy when he heard Wei Yang and the others. Because Ho Chenyu knew how many of his disciples would return alive from the battlefield. Kill the healer first at the start of the war. This rule also applied to the righteous and demonic war. Therefore, even if a healer was in the rear, their risk was no less than that of the front line. Once the demonic sect successfully launched a surprise attack, with the combat power of his disciples, a large number of them would definitely die. Master. Seeing Ho Chenyu appear, Wei Yang and the others quickly saluted. Let's go. Ho Chenyu waved his hand. Disciples grew up and had their own ideas, and he, as a master, could not stop them. Speaking of which, he had secretly gone to the righteous and demonic battlefield alone, hiding it from his master, and then obtained an opportunity on the battlefield, which led to his current achievements. 100 Flower Sect. Its strength is considered ordinary among nascent soul sects. The entire sect only has 2 nascent soul true lords, which is naturally slightly stronger than the Great Evolution Sword sect, which only has 1 nascent soul true lord. However, Xian Tianhen's combat power alone is enough to match 2 cultivators of the same realm. But when it comes to connections, 100 Flower Sect is absolutely the undisputed number 1. I heard that the female disciples of 100 Flower Sect are all very beautiful, and they all cultivate special dual cultivation methods. If one could obtain one, life would be complete. On the flying ship, several third-generation disciples gathered together, discussing excitedly. This mission to 100 Flower Sect, in addition to Ho Chenyu, a nascent soul true lord, also included 3 second-generation disciples and 6 third-generation disciples. Gu Mo was one of those 6 third-generation disciples. The third-generation disciples brought along were basically the most outstanding ones from Ho Chenyu's lineage in terms of talent and strength. This mission to 100 Flower Sect, besides letting these third-generation disciples gain experience, also had another purpose. If they could gain the favor of a female disciple from 100 Flower Sect, it would also be a beautiful thing. Of course, gaining the favor of a female disciple from 100 Flower Sect is not an easy task. Only those with extremely outstanding talent and strength will be noticed by 100 Flower Sect disciples. Investing in those prodigies with outstanding potential means that once those prodigies grow up in the future, they can become connections for 100 Flower Sect. This meticulous selection process of 100 Flower Sect also makes many cultivators proud to obtain a female disciple from 100 Flower Sect. In Ho Chenyu's opinion, only Gu Mo had a relatively high chance this time, the others could only rely on luck. With Ho Chenyu, a nascent soul late-stage true lord, leading the team, there would naturally be no danger along the way. After several days of rapid flight, the flying ship arrived in front of a mountain range. This mountain range has a main peak as its core, with other peaks surrounding the main peak in circles outwards, looking like a flower. And this is where 100 Flower Sect is located. This flower-like mountain range is the 100 Flower Sect protecting Grand Array, and these peaks are its formation bases. Welcome, Elder Ho. As the flying ship arrived, a stream of light flew out from the main peak of the mountains and came before the flying ship. Before the figure arrived, a faint fragrance already reached them. It's her. Smelling the somewhat familiar faint fragrance, Gu Mo thought of Mei Kaiyuan, the 100-flower sect fairy he had glimpsed earlier in Yuntian Immortal City. Fairy Mei, long time no see. Ho Chenyu said with a smile, cupping his hands. The two nascent soul true lords exchanged pleasantries, and then everyone was led into 100-flower sect, heading straight for the flower fields of 100-flower sect. The main mission for everyone here was to solve the problem with the Ningshen grass in 100-flower sect. As for attracting female disciples from 100-flower sect, that would have to wait until the Ningshen grass problem was resolved. The primary and secondary tasks could not be confused. The flower fields of 100-flower sect are vast, with various exotic flowers and spiritual plants competing in beauty, which is truly a sight to behold. However, the spiritual plants in one area appeared quite withered. Elder Ho, these are the afflicted Ningshen grass. Mei Kaiyuan carefully opened the formation covering the Ningshen grass, leading Ho Chenyu and his group inside. To prevent the Ningshen grass situation from spreading to other flower fields, 100-flower sect had sealed off this entire area. The measures are very thorough. Seeing this, Ho Chenyu nodded. 100-flower sect also has its unique expertise in cultivating spiritual flowers and spiritual plants. Come and see what the problem is. Ho Chenyu called everyone over and began a live questioning. Immediately, several third-generation disciples felt their scalps tingle. You speak. Ho Chenyu pointed at a third-generation disciple who was about to shrink back. Seeing that he was directly called out by his Grand Master, the third-generation disciple could only brace himself and step forward to examine the state of the Ningshen grass. Grand Master, this should be an erosion by devilish qi. The devilish qi has consumed the vitality of the Ningshen grass, causing its vitality to dim. It must be said that those brought by Ho Chenyu all had some skill. He quickly gave his diagnosis. Then, the third-generation disciple added the solution. Disciple believes that to resolve this situation, one should first cast the cloud rain spell to wash away the devilish qi, and then cast the returning spring technique on the Ningshen grass to replenish its vitality. In the grand context of the righteous path and demonic path conflict, Sheneng Valley has very rich experience in treating spirit plants contaminated by devilish qi. What this third-generation disciple said is also a very common method to resolve spirit plants contaminated by devilish qi. Then you try it. Ho Chenyu did not give a direct answer but pointed to a clump of second-rank Ningshen grass, asking the third-generation disciple to do it himself. After nearly 1,000 years of cultivation by 100-flower sect, Ningshen grass had long formed a complete range of spiritual plants covering first, second, third, and up to fourth rank. Different ranks of Ningshen grass can be used to refine Jingshen incense of different ranks, especially fourth rank Jingshen incense, which makes the demonic sect very wary. This is also why before the Great War, the demonic sect would send people to secretly sabotage. As long as the Ningshen grass is destroyed, then 100-flower sect will not be able to refine Jingshen incense, and the divine soul attacks from the demonic sect will greatly weaken the combat power of the righteous path. Yes. Hearing this, the third-generation disciple took a deep breath. He knew this was a test from his Grand Master. If he passed, he would gain more attention from his Grand Master. After a brief preparation, the third-generation disciple formed a hand seal and cast the secret art-level cloud rain spell. Immediately, a gentle spiritual rain fell, drenching the Ningshen grass below. Nourished by the spiritual rain, the withered color on the leaves of the Ningshen grass faded considerably. Seeing this, the third-generation disciple rejoiced in his heart. Immediately, he formed another hand seal and cast another secret art-level returning spring technique. The emerald green light of the returning spring technique fell, and the leaves of the Ningshen grass glowed with a vibrant green color. As expected of a Sheneng Valley disciple, he has already mastered 2 secret art-level spells at the foundation establishment stage. Mei Kaiyuan on the side praised. In terms of Lingzi Master's attainment, no sect can compare to Sheneng Valley, especially since those brought by Ho Chenyu this time are all elite disciples. What's the use of that? If you can't find the cause, having more spells is useless. Ho Chenyu shook his head. As Ho Chenyu spoke, the emerald green that had just appeared on the Ningshen grass turned grey and withered again. This shouldn't be. The situation before him left the third-generation disciple dumbfounded. Gu Mo, what do you think is the situation? Ho Chenyu's gaze turned to Gu Mo, preparing to hear the insights of the grand disciple he valued most. And also to let Gu Mo make an appearance in front of Mei Kaiyuan. As long as this fairy of 100-flower sect nodded, was he still afraid of not finding an excellent female disciple from 100-flower sect? He heard that this fairy Mei had taken a disciple a few years ago, but fairy Mei had hidden this disciple very well. At most, people only knew that she had taken a disciple, and it was a personal disciple, but they knew nothing else. But to be taken as a personal disciple by fairy Mei, she would naturally not be bad. This should not be devilish qi erosion, but a special kind of demonic insect. With his Grand Master asking, Gu Mo thought for a moment and said. Then how to solve it? Hearing Gu Mo's words, Ho Chenyu nodded in satisfaction. It was clear that Gu Mo had guessed correctly. When Ho Chenyu saw the state of the Ningshen grass, he knew that it was not devilish qi erosion, but a special demonic insect. It was just that the demonic insects were extremely tiny, and when gathered together, they looked like devilish qi. And devilish qi is just a type of energy, which can be resolved by spiritual rain washing and returning spring technique treatment. But this method does not work for demonic insects. Only by killing those tiny demonic insects can the Ningshen grass recover. It's just that the demonic insects are too tiny, and it is very difficult to kill them without harming the Ningshen grass. Just eliminate the demonic insects. Gu Mo said, raising his hand and pointing at one of the Ningshen grass plants. As a golden light flashed, the withered color on the Ningshen grass faded. Then, Gu Mo raised his hand and cast a returning spring technique, and the Ningxian grass immediately became vibrant with life, showing no signs of its previous sickly, near-death state. Perfection level Jengjin Sword Chi. Ho Chenyu looked at Gu Mo with disbelief. That golden flash just now was indeed the secret art level Jengjin Sword Chi, but Gu Mo had transformed that Jengjin Sword Chi into countless fine threads, passing through the Ningxian grass and completely killing all the demonic insects within it. This terrifying control made Ho Chenyu's first thought that Gu Mo had cultivated Jengjin Sword Chi to the perfection realm. But even if it was perfection realm Jengjin Sword Chi, it was a bit too strong, wasn't it? As Gu Mo, incarnation, began to cultivate the Dao of the sword, the progress of Gu Mo's Jengjin Sword Chi secret art could be said to be rapid, having long reached perfection, and even surpassed perfection. Because the Jengjin Sword Chi that Gu Mo unleashed also contained a hint of sword intent. Currently, his incarnation is in the Great Evolution Sword Sect, comprehending sword intent. Although he has not fully comprehended a type of sword intent yet, he already has a rudimentary form of sword intent. The effect of perfection level Jengjin Sword Chi combined with the rudimentary form of sword intent naturally surpasses the limit of the original perfection level Jengjin Sword Chi. Read the error-free version on 169shu.com. Holy crap! As Ho Chenyu spoke, the third-generation disciple just now couldn't help but exclaim. As someone who also cultivated secret art level spiritual farmer exclusive spells, he knew all too well how difficult it was to cultivate a secret art to perfection. However, he was not the only one shocked. Wei Yang and other second-generation disciples were also equally shocked, because they also had not cultivated Jengjin Sword Chi to perfection. Or rather, they had not cultivated any of the 5 great secret arts to perfection. For ordinary cultivators, cultivating a secret art to proficiency is the limit. For some geniuses, major achievement is their upper limit. Only those top prodigies can cultivate a secret art to the perfection level. Not only the terrifying Jengjin Sword Chi, but the returning spring technique Gu Mo just cast also seemed not far from perfection. Not bad. After a moment of shock, Ho Chenyu quickly composed himself. As a nascent soul true lord, how could he be so surprised? He had to remain calm. However, glimpsing the shock in Fairy May's eyes, Ho Chenyu felt comfortable in his heart. As expected, bringing Gu Mo along really made him look good. The cause has been found, so do you all have a way to solve it? Ho Chenyu turned his gaze to his disciples and grand disciples. Gu Mo's astonishing Jengjin Sword Chi was clearly not something everyone could master. Unless Gu Mo alone was to clear the demonic insects from the Ningxian grass, other methods would be needed. This. Facing Ho Chenyu's question, the third-generation disciples immediately gave up, and the second-generation disciples also felt their scalps tingle. However, as elite disciples of Sheneng Valley, they naturally couldn't back down like this. Wei Yang and the 3 second-generation disciples still came up with some ideas. It's just that the results were not ideal, either the effect was poor, or the Ningxian grass was also killed while eliminating the demonic insects. Seeing this, Ho Chenyu knew that he couldn't rely on these disciples and grand disciples. However, he also hadn't expected the demonic sect to use such special demonic insects to infest the Ningxian grass. This was a much greater cost than using devilish qi. Such special demonic insects would clearly not be so simple to cultivate. Thus, the treatment of this large patch of Ningxian grass would require the 2 of them, grandfather and grandson, to handle. As an elder of Sheneng Valley, Ho Chenyu could not stay here for a long time to deal with the Ningxian grass, he had other important missions to complete. He had originally thought that bringing more people would allow them to complete this mission quickly, but he never expected the mission difficulty to be somewhat over the top. Apart from Gu Mo, none of the other disciples and grand disciples could lend a hand. Elder Ho, why don't you let your grand disciple stay? Mei Kaiyuan clearly saw the trickiness of the situation and immediately suggested letting Gu Mo stay in 100 Flower Sect to solve the Ningxian grass problem. As for Ho Chenyu, he only needed to be responsible for those few 4th-ranked Ningxian grass plants, and the rest would be slowly handled by Gu Mo. Anyway, there were still a few years until the conflict between the righteous path and demonic path broke out, so there should be enough time. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Ho Chenyu's eyes darted. 100 Flower Sect did not have a precedent for male cultivators staying. However, 100 Flower Sect was clearly forced into this situation this time. Since that was the case, Ho Chenyu naturally wanted to secure more benefits for Gu Mo, such as: if your grand disciple takes a liking to any disciple of my sect, I will act as the matchmaker. How could Mei Kaiyuan not know Ho Chenyu's thoughts? However, for Gu Mo, a prodigy with terrifying potential, Mei Kaiyuan also had the idea of investing in him. Deal. With his goal achieved, Ho Chenyu's face immediately broke into a smile. With Mei Kaiyuan, one of the only 2 nascent soul true lords of 100 Flower Sect, acting as matchmaker, this was simply a done deal. Stay? Why? When Gu Mo learned this news, he was completely bewildered. If he stayed, how could he continue to farm and upgrade his sunflower? Of course, it's for the mission. Only you can eliminate the demonic insects from this Ningxian grass. Therefore, this mission is entrusted to you. How about I give you all the rewards for this mission, grand disciple? Ho Chenyu patted Gu Mo's shoulder, then transmitted a message: grand disciple, you must know that staying in 100 Flower Sect is a rare opportunity. If you take a liking to any female disciple then, just tell your grandmaster, and your grandmaster will help you arrange it. Grandmaster tells you, that Fairy May took a personal disciple a few years ago, who must be an extremely outstanding talent. If you can lure her to our Sheneng Valley, your grandmaster will credit you with a great contribution. Grandmaster, disciple also has a condition. Seeing that this mission could not be refused, Gu Mo could only agree. However, he needed to add a condition, which was a small plot of 4th rank spirit field. Gu Mo wanted the 4th rank spirit field, naturally, to plant 4th order sunflower. The daily 4th tier sunflower essence, this could not be given up. Alright, Grandmaster will go ask for you. It shouldn't be a big problem. Ho Chenyu naturally knew that in Sheneng Valley, Gu Mo's immortal cave was 4th rank, and his spirit field was also 4th rank. Although these all belonged to Xia Hua was willing to let Gu Mo manage them, which was also Gu Mo's capability. Soon, Ho Chenyu gave Gu Mo a reply. Since the difficulty of this mission had increased, 100 Flower Sect would naturally have to pay more in rewards. Giving Gu Mo a small portion from the 4th rank flower field was naturally no problem. Anyway, this was only temporary. Once Gu Mo completed the mission, the spirit field would be returned. 100 Flower Sect. A small house appeared at some point in a corner of the 4th order flower field, and the owner of this house was Gu Mo, who was left behind to clear the demonic insects. Let's begin. Gu Mo stood in the Ningshen grass planting area, ready to complete the task and return as soon as possible. As for strolling around the 100 Flower Sect, Gu Mo had no such intention. Now that Gu Mo possessed a 4th order spiritual field, he was in a stage of rapid strength improvement, so he naturally did not want to waste time here. Completing the task as soon as possible and returning to continue upgrading the sunflower was the correct course of action. As for finding a female disciple in the 100 Flower Sect to dual cultivate with to increase his cultivation speed, Gu Mo naturally had no need for that. As long as he had enough sun essence, no cultivation technique could surpass his cultivation speed. Of course, after the task was completed, Gu Mo could go for a stroll. After all, he still needed to understand the atmosphere of the 100 Flower Sect so he could recommend Fei to come later. Because the Ningshen grass was surrounded by a formation to prevent demonic insects from spreading and affecting other spiritual flowers and spiritual plants, no one would disturb Gu Mo as long as he stayed within the area. Time flowed by. Gu Mo consistently completed the treatment of a batch of Ningshen grass every day. Although Gu Mo could have been faster, for example, by directly setting up a sword formation and enhancing the power of his Geng sword chi. But there was no need. Gu Mo also did not want to reveal all his trump cards. It was quite good to complete the task steadily like this. 100 Flower Sect, Main Peak. You mean that Gu Mo has been treating the Ningshen grass in the flower field and hasn't left? Mei Kaiyuan was slightly stunned upon hearing her disciple's report. She had naturally been paying attention to this young prodigy who had displayed astonishing talent. At the same time, she had also selected several excellent disciples within the sect, preparing to approach him. She was just waiting for him to come out and stroll around, so they could have various serendipitous encounters. However, all the preliminary preparations had been made, but the key protagonist showed no signs of movement. So Mei Kaiyuan called the disciple in charge of the flower field to inquire and received this result. I underestimated him. After a moment of stunned, Mei Kaiyuan nodded. A true prodigy should be like this, not easily tempted by external allure. However, this made it much more difficult to win over this genius. Many cultivators yearned to have a Dao companion from the 100 Flower Sect, but those truly top-tier prodigies were the ones the 100 Flower Sect yearned to win over. Unfortunately, ordinary female cultivators simply could not catch the eye of these top-tier prodigies. Moreover, these individuals had firm Dao hearts, and even if the 100 Flower Sect sent out true disciples, it would be very difficult to win them over. Unless the 100 Flower Sect had female disciples even more outstanding than those prodigies, then those prodigies would lower their pride and actively pursue them. And such female disciples, more outstanding than prodigies, the 100 Flower Sect did not have before, but now they did, and she was even her personal disciple. It's just that her personal disciple was to inherit the 100 Flower Sect's legacy. While dual cultivation was a mandatory subject for other disciples, a Dao child who was to inherit the legacy would not cultivate dual cultivation techniques, but only the legacy left by the 100 Flower Sect ancestral master. Thinking of her disciple successfully mastering the legacy left by the founding ancestral master, Mei Kaiyuan couldn't help but smile. If her precious disciple were to appear, all those prodigies would have to step aside. Unfortunately, Mei Kaiyuan could only think about it in her heart. Once her precious disciple, who possessed the Beiwa sacred body, was exposed, it would surely attract covetous gazes from all sides. After all, no cultivator could refuse the assistance that the Beiwa sacred body provided for cultivation. Master, are you not giving a lecture today? Just as Mei Kaiyuan's thoughts were soaring, a soft voice came, and then, a young woman in a palace dress, shrouded in a faint mist, walked in, holding a pink rabbit. Yes, right away. Seeing her precious disciple appear, Mei Kaiyuan quickly said. Master, I heard there's a problem with the sect's Ningshen grass. During a break in the lecture, the young woman softly asked. Ever since she entered the sect, she had been in secluded cultivation. Now that her cultivation had achieved some minor success, she also wanted to contribute to the sect. It's nothing, a disciple from Sheneng Valley is already handling it. Mei Kaiyuan waved her hand. Her requirement for this disciple was to cultivate well, and not to bother with anything else. Sheneng Valley. Upon hearing this, the young woman was slightly stunned. It seemed one of her good friends had also become a disciple of a Golden Core elder from Sheneng Valley. She wondered if he had arrived safely. That's right, Sheneng Valley truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier great sect. Their talents are indeed beyond what our 100 Flower Sect can compare to. For example, that disciple named Gu Mo, he actually, Mei Kaiyuan was about to tell her disciple about those prodigies outside, so she would know that there was always someone better, and only by continuously working hard in cultivation could she. Disciple, what's wrong? Mei Kaiyuan noticed her disciple seemed a bit dazed and quickly asked, worried that something might have gone wrong with her cultivation. Master, disciple suddenly had an epiphany and will go into seclusion to digest it first. The young woman stood up and respectfully said. Good, good, good. Mei Kaiyuan was very happy to hear that her disciple had an epiphany, so she let the young woman leave first. After the young woman left, she did not return to her immortal cave. Instead, she gently stroked the pink rabbit she was holding. Immediately, the pink rabbit transformed into a fragrant mist with a faint scent, carrying the young woman towards the sex flower field. Humph, you've come all the way to the 100 Flower sect, and you still haven't come to find me. As the young woman traveled to the flower field, she felt a bit unhappy in her heart. However, upon second thought, he probably didn't know that she had joined the 100 Flower sect. With that thought, all the unhappiness in her heart dissipated, replaced by the anticipation of a long-awaited reunion. She could confirm that the Sheneng Valley disciple named Gu Mo must be him. Flower field. Gu Mo looked at the last few Ningxuan grass plants. Once these were treated, Gu Mo's task at the 100 Flower sect would be complete. Just as Gu Mo was about to act, he suddenly felt something. His gaze swept towards the distance, and then he saw a pink fragrant mist carrying a young woman in a palace dress flying towards him. The moment he saw the woman in the palace dress, Gu Mo felt a strong sense of familiarity. Although her appearance was shrouded in a faint fragrant mist and he couldn't see her clearly, Gu Mo just had a very strong sense of familiarity. Moreover, that sense of familiarity grew stronger as the woman in the palace dress approached, until she appeared before him. Only then did Gu Mo suddenly realize where this strong sense of familiarity came from. Because he was too familiar with the body of the woman in the palace dress before him, even more familiar than she herself was. Chu Xianzi, long time no see. Gu Mo looked at the woman in the palace dress before him, having already confirmed her identity. Although he was surprised to encounter Chu Fifei here, upon closer thought, this should be Yuan Nia's doing. At Yuntian Immortal City, Yuan Nia was also present and had seen Mei Xianzi, Immortal Mei, from the 100 Flower sect. What Gu Mo could think of, Yuan Nia obviously could too. It seemed Yuan Nia had successfully helped Chu Fifei enter the 100 Flower sect. Gu Mo, long time no see. As Gu Mo spoke, the faint fragrant mist on the palace-dressed woman's face dissipated, revealing her familiar and beautiful face. This was Chu Fifei, whom he hadn't seen in several years. Wait a moment. Gu Mo smiled slightly, then waved towards the few Ningxuan grass plants. Immediately, several golden flashes appeared, directly killing the demonic insects within the Ningxuan grass. Let's go, come sit at my place. Having completed the final task, Gu Mo beckoned, inviting Chu Fifei to his small house, as both of them had much to talk about. Chu Fifei looked at Gu Mo's actions just now, surprised. The current Chu Fifei was no longer the same as before, she could naturally see the astonishing implications contained in Gu Mo's casual movements just now. For an error-free version, read at 169shu.com. But thinking of the mysterious aura Gu Mo had always given her, Chu Fifei felt relieved. Even now, as the Dao child of the 100 Flower sect, she still felt a sense of mystery when she saw Gu Mo. In the small house, Gu Mo and Chu Fifei sat opposite each other, talking about the events of these past years. First, Chu Fifei spoke about Yuan Nia and the Qingluo sect. Gu Mo nodded upon learning that Mei Xianzi, Immortal Mei, had helped Zhou Suzu, Yuan Nia's master, resolve the heart fire corrosion when she took Chu Fifei away. As long as Zhou Suzu could recover, then the situation of the Qingluo sect would still be decent. In fact, with Elder Zhou's talent, her success rate in breaking through to Nascent Soul True Lord was very high. Once we become Nascent Soul True Lords, we'll go back and help the Qingluo sect reclaim their sect's territory. Gu Mo invited. Gu Mo and Chu Fifei, when they first embarked on the path of cultivation, received the protection of the Qingluo sect. Although both of them had now joined new sects, this favor still needed to be repaid. Good. Chu Fifei nodded. If it were an ordinary golden core cultivator, they would have no confidence at all in breaking through to Nascent Soul True Lord, but Chu Fifei nodded directly in agreement, which meant she had full confidence in becoming a Nascent Soul True Lord. That's right, Chu Fifei was now a golden core cultivator, and she had condensed an immortal golden core. This was all thanks to Chu Fifei's Beiwa sacred body, as well as the resources and legacy left by the 100 Flower sect's founding ancestral master, which allowed Chu Fifei to condense an immortal golden core in one go. Gu Mo was not surprised by this. The 100 Flower sect's foundation far exceeded what was apparent, and the 100 Flower sect would absolutely fully cultivate Chu Fifei's Beiwa sacred body. Similarly, Chu Fifei was not surprised that Gu Mo had entered the golden core realm. After all, Gu Mo had always given her a mysterious feeling, and nothing astonishing happening to him was worth being surprised about. Even with Gu Mo's promise that they would help the Qingluo sect reclaim their sect's territory after they became Nascent Soul True Lords, Chu Fifei truly regarded it as a promise that could definitely be fulfilled. Oh right, Gu Mo, I've designed some new formations. Do you want to see them? Suddenly, Chu Fifei took out a jade slip. After joining the 100 Flower sect, Chu Fifei did not abandon her talent in formations. Instead, after gaining access to the 100 Flower sect's resources, Chu Fei's formation skills improved rapidly. What gave Mei Kaiyuan a headache was that her precious disciple had a very high talent in formations, but she just kept creating non-mainstream formations. Have you ever seen a formation that transfers all the attacks it endures to the formation stones? Such a formation would break after a few casual attacks from the enemy. For this, Mei Kaiyuan had painstakingly tried to persuade her, but Chu Fei wouldn't listen. In the end, Mei Kaiyuan just let Chu Fei do whatever she wanted, since Chu Fei's cultivation never gave her any worries. Mei Kaiyuan probably didn't know that there was also a type of plant called a nut in the world. The non-mainstream formations designed by Chu Fei were custom-made for Gumo's nuts. Previously, Chu Fei's formation designs were not very perfect due to limitations in her formation mastery. But this time, the formation design Chu Fei brought out had effects that were definitely several grades higher than before. Excellent. Gumo took the jade slip, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he felt a sense of amazement. Gumo was no longer completely ignorant about formations. After all, his incarnation cultivating the Great Evolution Sword Cannon also required mastery of the Dao of formations. Of course, the formations in the Great Evolution Sword Cannon belonged to sword formations, which were somewhat different from ordinary formations. Therefore, Gumo designing a formation suitable for nuts could not compare to Chu Fei's designs. Seeing that her design satisfied Gumo, Chu Fei's face also showed a smile. Before, it was always Gumo who helped her, and now she could finally help Gumo. With this thought, the pink rabbit Chu Fei was holding instantly expanded, turning the entire small house into a pink hue, followed by a rich, exotic fragrance. Feeling the familiar exotic fragrance, Gumo closed his eyes and carefully comprehended it. Compared to the Qi refinement stage, the exotic fragrance of Chu Fei in the Golden Core realm appeared even more mellow. And this exotic fragrance was no longer as chaotic as before, but rather orderly, clearly indicating that Chu Fei had completely mastered this power. Enveloped by the exotic fragrance, Gumo gradually entered a state of clear understanding. An hour later, the pink fragrant mist in the small house dissipated, and Gumo slowly awoke from his state of clear understanding. This hour of clear understanding was equivalent to several months of Gumo's own comprehension. How was it? Chu Fei looked at Gumo with a smile. This was a special divine ability from her inherited legacy, which could help cultivators enter a state of clear understanding. Although not as good as an epiphany, this state of clear understanding could also accelerate a cultivator's progress in comprehending cultivation techniques and secret arts. It was definitely a very powerful auxiliary divine ability. Of course, to cultivate this divine ability, the prerequisite was to possess a special physique like the Beiwa sacred body. Good. Gumo looked at Chu Fei with burning eyes. As for his cultivation realm and such, as long as he had sun essence, Gumo could quickly improve them. But the comprehension of cultivation techniques and secret arts, that required Gumo to spend time. Although Gumo had plenty of time, it was naturally better if the speed could be faster. From now on, I can often help you enter a state of clear understanding. Chu Fei smiled. Before, it was always Gumo who performed the great perfection level purification technique to help her activate her Beiwa sacred body and assist her cultivation. Now, it was her turn to help Gumo cultivate. Hearing Chu Fei's words, Gumo felt that he would have to stay in the 100 Flowers sect for a few more days. The progress of some of his secret arts was a bit slow, and some were stuck at a bottleneck, precisely needing the assistance of Chu Fei's divine ability. Of course, having received so many benefits from Chu Fei, Gumo couldn't just take them for free. After thinking for a moment, Gumo took out a jade bottle and handed it to Chu Fei. What is this? Chu Fei took the jade bottle Gumo handed her. Chu Fei had seen many such jade bottles, specifically used for storing medicinal pills, but she was not lacking in medicinal pills. Or rather, whatever medicinal pills she wanted, the sect would do its best to provide them for her. A Ye-Yang pill. Gumo explained. After much thought, Gumo concluded that only this Ye-Yang pill was presentable. Ordinary treasures were clearly not lacking for Chu Fei, and treasures involving his own secrets were not easy to take out. However, this Ye-Yang pill barely met the criteria. So far, this Ye-Yang pill belonged exclusively to Gumo, no one else could produce the same Ye-Yang pill. Moreover, with the impending righteous and demonic war, this kind of medicinal pill that could resolve devilish chi would definitely be the most sought after in the future. A fourth order one. Chu Fei opened the jade bottle, and immediately a brilliant sunlight glazed overflowed from it. Even if Chu Fei was not an alchemist, she could tell that this Ye-Yang pill was a fourth order medicinal pill. According to the records Chu Fei had seen in the sect's ancient texts, the Ye-Yang pill seemed to only go up to third order, because the core material for refining the Ye-Yang pill, the sunlight glazed flower, was a third order spirit plant. Just keep it to yourself, don't spread it. Gumo earnestly cautioned her. Understood. Chu Fei nodded solemnly. She wasn't foolish. With the righteous and demonic war approaching, if the fourth order Ye-Yang pill were exposed, who knew if the demonic path would go mad and relentlessly pursue the person who provided it. This could be seen from the demonic path paying a huge price to send people to destroy the 100 Flower sect's Ning Shen grass. One must know that Jing Shen incense only stabilized the divine soul and prevented it from being affected by various divine soul secret arts of the demonic path. As for when one was afflicted by divine soul secret arts, Jing Shen incense could only suppress it, not completely cure it. But this Ye-Yang pill could directly dispel devilish chi. Therefore, any method based on devilish chi could be dispelled by the Ye-Yang pill. 100 Flower sect, main peak. Disciple, you seem very happy lately. Have you made further progress in your cultivation? Mei Kaiyuan glanced at her disciple, who had been wearing a faint smile for the past few days. She had only seen such a smile a few times before, when Chu Fifei's cultivation had a breakthrough. I met a good friend I haven't seen in a long time. Chu Fifei smiled. Oh, has your junior sister Ro returned? Hearing this, Mei Kaiyuan immediately thought of something. It was currently the 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony of the 100 Flowers sect. This 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony was a large gathering held by the 100 Flowers sect. During the ceremony, most of the 100 Flowers sect's disciples who had married outside would return to visit their families. The little Ro in Mei Kaiyuan's mouth was also her disciple. When Chu Fifei first entered the 100 Flowers sect, her relationship with little Ro was the best. However, a few years ago, little Ro met someone she liked at the 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony and left the 100 Flowers sect with him. The 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony was not only a festival for disciples who had married outside to return and visit their families, but also a matchmaking event. During this period, male cultivators from outside sects would be allowed to enter. However, to enter the 100 Flowers sect, one needed to pass a series of tests. These tests would also be observed by the female disciples of the 100 Flowers sect. The disciples of the 100 Flowers sect could choose their desired targets based on the performance of those male cultivators in the tests. Of course, some geniuses with established reputations or deep backgrounds did not need to participate in the tests and could enter directly with an invitation letter from the 100 Flowers sect. Such cultivators were the most popular in the 100 Flowers sect. Has junior sister Ro arrived? Hearing this, Chu Fifei's eyes gleamed with surprise. Immediately, the pink rabbit in her hand turned into a wisp of smoke, carrying Chu Fifei out of the main hall. Seeing Chu Fifei's reaction, Mei Kaiyuan was slightly stunned. However, seeing that Chu Fifei had already gone far, it was too late to ask. 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony. Gu Mo looked at the invitation letter in his hand. This was sent by Mei Xianzi, Immortal Mei. Clearly, Mei Kaiyuan had not given up on recruiting Gu Mo, this genius from Sheneng Valley. Especially after learning that Gu Mo had not left after completing the Ningshen Grass mission, Mei Kaiyuan became even more certain that this genius from Sheneng Valley was waiting for the upcoming 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony. So, Mei Kaiyuan sent Gu Mo an invitation letter. With the talent Gu Mo had previously displayed, he obviously didn't need to participate in any tests and could go directly with the invitation letter. Going to take a look is fine too. Gu Mo had no interest in a matchmaking event like the 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony, but during this period, Gu Mo still needed to use Chu Fifei's divine ability to enter a state of enlightenment. Unfortunately, Chu Fifei's divine ability was not yet very proficiently mastered, and she needed an interval after each use. During this interval, Gu Mo had nothing to do, so it was a good time to visit this 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony. Speaking of which, the 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony was considered a very famous event. With this thought, Gu Mo's figure transformed into a streak of light, heading towards the venue of the 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony. The venue for the 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony was located on the outermost peak of the 100 Flowers sect. However, this peak had been meticulously managed by the 100 Flowers sect, and various facilities were already complete. These facilities included spiritual vein immortal caves, martial arts arenas, shops selling 100 Flowers sect specialties, and so on. Among them, the most lively place was naturally the martial arts arena. Those male cultivators from outside sects who wanted to enter the 100 Flowers sect would display their strength in the martial arts arena to attract the disciples of the 100 Flowers sect. Whoever could achieve 10 consecutive victories in the martial arts arena would most likely win the favor of a 100 Flowers sect disciple. The more consecutive victories, the more attention they would receive, and then they could choose an excellent 100 Flowers sect disciple to become their Dao companion. And Gu Mo's goal was also that martial arts arena. Of course, Gu Mo had no intention of participating, he just wanted to watch the battles of cultivators from other sects. Just as he was heading to the martial arts arena, Gu Mo saw Chu Fifei. Of course, at this moment, Chu Fifei was surrounded by a faint wisp of smoke, concealing her appearance and aura. Its effect was no worse than Gu Mo's major achievement realm breath concealment technique. This light smoke was not some secret art Chu Fifei cultivated, but came from the small incense burner hanging on Chu Fifei. It was obvious that this small incense burner was not an ordinary magic treasure. Beside Chu Fifei, there was also a beautiful, mature woman. Judging by their appearance, they should be very close friends. Gu Mo. At the same time Gu Mo saw Chu Fifei, Chu Fifei also saw Gu Mo. I'm here with junior sister Ro. For some reason, Chu Fifei subconsciously explained. After speaking, Chu Fifei's face couldn't help but blush, but fortunately, the light smoke concealed it, so no one could see. Junior sister Ro, this is my friend, Gu Mo, a disciple of Sheneng Valley. To alleviate the awkwardness, Chu Fifei quickly introduced him to her senior sister, who had a strange expression. However, with Chu Fifei's introduction, Ro Shuiyeo's expression became even more complex. She knew this junior sister very well, ever since she was brought back by her master, she had devoted all her energy to cultivation. In the previous 100 Flowers Grand Ceremonies, this junior sister had not been interested at all. It was only when she dragged Chu Fifei out that they visited the 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony once. She never thought that in the few years she had been away, this junior sister would actually become enlightened. Gu Mo, this is senior sister Ro Shuiyeo, my best friend in the 100 Flowers sect. After introducing Gu Mo, Chu Fifei felt her senior sister's strange gaze and quickly introduced her senior sister to alleviate the awkwardness. Greetings, senior sister Ro. Gu Mo bowed slightly. Junior brother Gu, I've heard much about you. Ro Shuiyao sized up Gu Mo, her eyes filled with surprise. Heard much about you was not just polite talk. Successfully cultivating the sunlight glazed flower, and the torch tree stump, which greatly influenced the alchemy and artifact refining professions, these two achievements were enough to give Gu Mo a small reputation in related fields. Little Ro, we should go pay our respects to the sect master. As Gu Mo and Ro Shuiyao exchanged pleasantries, a young man walked over. Gu Mo glanced at him and immediately felt a powerful aura golden core great perfection. Such a young golden core great perfection was in no way inferior to Ding Xian of Sheneng Valley. But thinking that the senior sister Ro was a disciple of Mei Xianzi, immortal Mei, she must be an elite of the 100 Flowers sect. To be admired by such an elite disciple of the 100 Flowers sect, he clearly wouldn't be an ordinary cultivator. Fifei, senior sister will go pay respects to the sect master first, and then come back to find you. Ro Shuiyao naturally took the young man's arm and waved to Chu Fifei. Some excellent disciples returning had the opportunity to be summoned by the 100 Flowers sect master. Okay. Chu Fifei nodded. At this moment, she also wanted junior sister Ro to leave quickly, as her strange gaze made her feel uncomfortable all over. Gu Mo, have you found a female cultivator you like? After Ro Shuiyao's figure disappeared, Chu Fifei said to Gu Mo beside her. Read the error-free version at 169 bookstore. Such awkwardness couldn't be hers alone, Chu Fifei also wanted to drag Gu Mo into it. Your junior sister Ro, Gu Mo looked at the disappearing Ro Shuiyao, his brows tightly furrowed. Gu Mo, junior sister Ro already has a Dao companion. Don't mess around. Chu Fifei glared at Gu Mo in annoyance. There's a problem. Gu Mo uttered the last three words, then looked at Chu Fifei with a bewildered expression. Now Chu Fifei was completely stunned, she had misunderstood. But very quickly, Chu Fifei reacted. What problem could her junior sister Ro have? I'm not sure either. Gu Mo felt a trace of abnormality from Ro Shuiyao. This abnormality was very difficult to detect, but the Great Evolution Sword Sect, where Gu Mo's incarnation resided, had a deep understanding of demonic path methods in order to find demonic path spies hidden within the sect. Coupled with the fact that Gu Mo had resolved many demonic path methods with Yang pills during a previous period, he had obtained more information from the elders and disciples who had been afflicted by demonic path methods. Only then could he discover some anomalies. Of course, this was only Gu Mo's conjecture. To confirm, Gu Mo had no evidence. If demonic path methods were that easy to detect, they wouldn't cause headaches for the various righteous path factions. However, there was a way to verify it, just feed her a Yang pill. If there was a problem, the Yang pill could directly dispel the hidden devilish qi, rendering any methods ineffective. Even if there was no problem, the Yang pill also had the effect of improving one's cultivation. Forget it. Seeing Chu Fifei's worried gaze, Gu Mo sighed and took out a third-order high-grade Yang pill, handing it to Chu Fifei. This junior sister Ro was clearly very close to Chu Fifei. Rather than Chu Fifei coming to him for help later, Gu Mo might as well act first and nip any potential problems in the bud. Gu Mo, thank you. Chu Fifei took the Yang pill Gu Mo handed her. At this moment, she was also feeling uneasy from what Gu Mo had said. Without hesitation, Chu Fifei quickly flew towards the main peak. Is it that Ro Shuiyao's Dao companion? Gu Mo pondered. Besides the 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony, the 100 Flowers sect rarely interacted with cultivators from outside sects. Therefore, the most likely person to inflict demonic path methods on a 100 Flowers sect disciple was Ro Shuiyao's Dao companion. However, this person did not cultivate demonic path cultivation techniques, which meant that this individual should be a spy planted by the demonic path in the righteous path. For such a talented genius to be sent as a spy, the demonic path was certainly willing to pay the price. I hope it's just an illusion. Gu Mo sighed softly and no longer had the desire to continue exploring the 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony, returning directly to the flower field cottage. On the other side, Chu Fifei rushed to the main peak, but she didn't find Ro Shuiyao, because the two had left after paying their respects to the sect master. Ro Shuiyao's sudden departure made Chu Fifei even more uneasy. After all, before junior sister Ro left, she said she would come find her after paying respects to the sect master, but now junior sister Ro had left directly. Something must have happened. Immediately, Chu Fifei went to the main peak hall, preparing to pay respects to the sect master. Other disciples who were not summoned found it very difficult to see the sect master, but Chu Fifei could see the sect master at any time. After all, Chu Fifei was the next sect master of the 100 Flowers sect. Fifei, what do you need from your master? Soon, Chu Fifei saw a young girl whose height only reached Chu Fifei's chest. This was the sect master of the 100 Flowers sect, a nascent soul realm true lord, Fei Lian. The reason for her appearance was that she had forcibly cultivated the legacy left by the founding ancestral master. However, without the Beiwa sacred body, she simply could not meet the cultivation conditions. Forcibly cultivating led to problems in the end, causing her to become like this. Although forcibly cultivating the ancestral master's legacy led to problems, it must be said that the ancestral master's legacy was indeed powerful, allowing sect master Fei Lian's strength to firmly hold the top position in the 100 Flowers sect. At this moment, the clouds and mist enveloping the main hall were the smoke beasts refined by Fei Lian. Compared to Chu Fifei's pink rabbit, Fei Lianlian's smoke beast had long grown large enough to envelop the entire main hall. Chu Fei's cultivation of the ancestral master's legacy was actually guided by Fei Lianlian. After all, her master Mei had not cultivated the ancestral master's legacy. Therefore, Fei Lianlian could also be considered Chu Fei's other master. This was also why Fei Lianlian referred to herself as master to Chu Fei. Sect leader master, did junior sister Ro come by just now? Chu Fei quickly asked. Of course, that little one was quite thoughtful, preparing 100 flower fragrance. You can take this 100 flower fragrance to use later, it will help your cultivation. Fei Lianlian pointed to an altar in a corner of the main hall. On the altar was a jade bottle, which should contain 100 flower fragrance, a type of perfume that could assist the disciples of the 100 flower sect in their cultivation. However, at this moment, the 100 flower fragrance in the jade bottle had disappeared, leaving only an empty bottle. Fei Lianlian's powerful divine sense swept over the jade bottle, her eyes narrowing. With her strength as a nascent soul true lord, she naturally knew whether the jade bottle was empty when Roshi Yeo took it out. But in just a moment, the 100 flower fragrance in this jade bottle had mysteriously disappeared, which was clearly very unusual. After realizing something was wrong, Fei Lianlian's divine sense, at the nascent soul true lord level, spread out, but she found nothing. Then, she turned her divine sense inward to examine herself, and again, found no abnormalities. Maybe it was just an accident. Suddenly, this thought arose in Fei Lianlian's mind, and with it, she lost the desire to investigate further. Good disciple, I'll get you another bottle of 100 flower fragrance in a while. The 100 flower fragrance promised to Chu Fei was suddenly gone, so Fei Lianlian planned to make time to get Chu Fei a bottle. Making 100 flower fragrance wasn't difficult, it just took a lot of time. Thank you, sect leader master, disciple will go find senior sister Ro first. Not finding Ro Shuiyeo, Chu Fei seemed a bit anxious, so she apologized to Fei Lianlian and then left in a hurry. On the other side, as soon as Gu Mo returned to the flower field cottage, his expression changed because the Ningshen grass in the flower field had been damaged by a demonic vine. The demonic vine was rooted in the flower field, destroying all the nearby Ningshen grass. It was clear that this demonic vine had been intentionally placed there. Without time to ponder who had placed the demonic vine there, Gu Mo quickly stepped forward, preparing to kill the demonic vine and salvage as much Ningshen grass as possible. Sensing someone approaching, the demonic vine, which was destroying the flower field, stopped its movements, and thick, thorny vines turned towards Gu Mo. This demonic vine was a third-order high-grade demonic plant. Demonic plants are a general term for destructive plants that like to devour living beings and other plants. Many combat spirit plants in Zheneng Valley are cultivated and improved based on demonic plants, changing their uncontrollable habits to turn them into obedient combat spirit plants. However, some Lingzi masters do the opposite, greatly enhancing the destructive and bloodthirsty nature of demonic plants. For example, the one currently in front of Gu Mo was clearly modified, with a style full of the flavor of the demonic path. This kind of modified demonic plant has a stronger desire to attack and is more frenzied, so its combat power is naturally stronger than an unmodified one. If Gu Mo were just an ordinary Lingzi master, facing a bloodthirsty demonic vine whose combat power far exceeded his own, he would likely be in grave danger. The culprit clearly intended to use this demonic vine to complete the task of destroying the Ningshen grass and eliminating Gu Mo, the Lingzi master. Unfortunately, Gu Mo was not an ordinary Lingzi master. Although Gu Mo's cultivation realm was only early-stage golden core, with the 4th order sunflower, Gu Mo could unleash the power of a nascent soul true lord at any time by expending immortal power. Even without using immortal power, Gu Mo could still eliminate this 3rd order high-grade demonic vine. Clang. As Gu Mo's thoughts moved, 2 golden scissor blades appeared in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Gu Mo made a move, the demonic vine's tendrils pierced towards him like long spears. Facing the attack, Gu Mo held the blades in both hands and adopted the 2-form sword array from the Great Evolution Sword Cannon. In the 2-form sword array, one sword focuses on offense, and the other on defense. Combined with the offensive sword art, Severing Heaven, and the defensive sword art, Sword Return, which Gu Mo had comprehended from the nameless sword cannon, he chopped the demonic vine's tendrils into pieces, despite the 2-rank difference in realm. It could be said that Gu Mo's performance at this moment was that of a thorough sword cultivator, showing no trace of a Lingzi master. Found it. After chopping off the demonic vine's tendrils, Gu Mo saw the demonic vine's core. As long as the core of such demonic vines was not destroyed, the severed tendrils could quickly regrow. Of course, Gu Mo's outburst was too fierce, and the demonic vine's recovery speed couldn't keep up, directly exposing its core. Clack. Locking onto the demonic vine's core, Gu Mo merged the 2 blades into the complete form of the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors, and then, he clipped towards the demonic vine's core. Facing the Spirit Treasure Grade Golden Flood Dragon Scissors, the demonic vine's resistance was futile. As the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors silhouette closed, the demonic vine's core was directly clipped from its body. This was a 3rd order high-grade demonic vine core, which Gu Mo would not easily destroy. If he took it back and cultivated it well, he might be able to create a decent combat spirit plant. Swish. As soon as Gu Mo's battle ended, Mei Kaiyuan's figure quickly appeared. She had also sensed battle movements in the Sex flower field and, remembering that Gu Mo was in the flower field, came to check on the situation. Gu Mo was staying in Zheneng Valley to help treat the Ningshen grass, so his safety naturally needed to be guaranteed by the 100 flower sect. If anything unexpected happened, the 100 Flowers sect would not be able to explain it to Sheneng Valley. Are you, alright? Mei Kaiyuan looked at the demonic vine lying on the ground, devoid of life, then at the unharmed Gu Mo, and finally managed to utter a question. She truly couldn't understand how Gu Mo, a Lingzi master, had managed to kill a third-order high-grade demonic vine. Especially the fatal injury on the demonic vine, which didn't look like a Lingzi master's method at all, but rather more like a sword cultivator's method. Thank you for your concern, senior. Junior is fine, but this Ningshen grass, Gu Mo looked at the mostly destroyed Ningshen grass, feeling a bit helpless. No matter. The demonic path is determined to destroy this Ningshen grass, but they have also paid the corresponding price, Mei Kaiyuan said coldly. I also need to thank you for your reminder. Mei Kaiyuan's tone softened. If Chu Fifei hadn't found her just now and told her about Gu Mo's suspicion, making her vigilant, the 100 Flowers sect would have suffered a great loss this time. With the reminder, Mei Kaiyuan quickly captured the target who was about to flee, and then confirmed that the other party was a high-grade spy from the demonic path. The capture of a high-grade spy would probably make the demonic path feel pain for a long time. It was just that her disciple had actually chosen a demonic path spy as her Dao companion. And without knowing it, she had been subjected to demonic path methods and became the other party's helper without realizing it. Hearing that the 100 Flowers sect had captured the person, Gu Mo nodded. With the Ye Yang pill he gave Chu Fifei, that senior sister Rou should be able to resolve the demonic path methods within her body. It was just that after this incident, that senior sister Rou would probably be very pained, and in the future, it would be difficult for her to be trusted by the 100 Flowers sect again. It was a bit of a loss for the demonic path to expose a prodigy-level high-grade spy just to destroy the Ningshen grass. If that prodigy had continued to lie low, there was a high probability that she could have become a high-ranking official in the sect she was infiltrating in the future, and at that time, the value of this spy would have been even greater. But thinking that the person had already been caught, any problems should not require Gu Mo to worry. The 100 Flowers sect's connections and foundation would surely quickly ascertain the truth. Confirming that Gu Mo was alright, Mei Kaiyuan gave Gu Mo a bottle of perfume and then left in a hurry. Before leaving, Mei Kaiyuan told Gu Mo that if he gave this perfume to a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect, it would instantly maximize that disciple's favorability. Is it that miraculous? Gu Mo examined the perfume in his hand. This perfume looked very advanced at first glance. For the disciples of the 100 Flowers sect, high-grade perfume was equivalent to high-grade medicinal pills. If someone gave them high-grade medicinal pills that could improve their cultivation, it would indeed quickly increase their favorability. It was just that Gu Mo didn't have anyone he wanted to give it to. As for Chu Fifei, she had the Beiwa sacred body, and her natural body fragrance was even more exquisite than this perfume. However, it didn't necessarily have to be given to a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect, others should be fine too. 100 Flowers sect, main peak. Mei Kaiyuan looked at Rou Shuiyao, who was kneeling on the ground, her eyes filled with sorrow. This was originally her beloved disciple, but now she had become like this. Under the demonic path's methods, Rou Shuiyao had now become another person. Master, please let go of my Dao companion, he is innocent, Rou Shuiyao's voice rang out again. Do you know what you are saying? Mei Kaiyuan's voice was cold. The person in front of her was no longer her disciple, but a puppet controlled by the demonic path. Disciple doesn't know, disciple only knows that my husband has been framed. Rou Shuiyao looked up, her eyes full of anger and unwillingness. You don't know anything, you. Mei Kaiyuan's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife at this moment, but she knew that whatever she said now was useless. Unless she could remove the demonic path methods from Rou Shuiyao's body, her disciple would never return. Moreover, she might even do things that would harm the sect in order to save her so-called Dao companion. Mei Kaiyuan had, of course, tried to resolve the demonic path methods within Rou Shuiyao's body, but they had no effect. The methods planted in Rou Shuiyao were more advanced than those in the elders and disciples of the Great Evolution Sword sect, because the person who had used the methods on her was her Dao companion, and the other party had too good an opportunity to act, allowing for more advanced control. Even if she were to kill that high-grade demonic path spy now, her disciple would also die, which was a means of coercion used by the other party against her. But Mei Kaiyuan clearly would not let the demonic path's high-grade spy go, even if she had to personally act in the end and kill Rou Shuiyao, her beloved disciple. Master, Master. Just as Mei Kaiyuan hesitated whether to act, Chu Fifei's figure quickly ran in. What are you doing, so flustered? Mei Kaiyuan glanced at Chu Fifei. Because of Chu Fifei's timely reminder, no major changes had occurred in the 100 Flowers sect. In fact, many disciples didn't even know that something had happened and were still immersed in the 100 Flowers grand ceremony. Disciple was just afraid you'd slap senior sister Rou to death. Chu Fifei was well aware of her master's personality. She was usually very gentle, but when it came to the sect's safety, her master was always decisive in killing. She's no longer your senior sister Rou, Mei Kaiyuan shook her head. Master, disciple has a way to resolve the demonic path methods within senior sister Rou's body. Chu Fifei took out the third order supreme grade Ye Yang pill that Gu Mo had given her. Ye Yang pill, and a third order supreme grade 1. Where did you get such a precious medicinal pill? As a nascent soul true lord, Mei Kaiyuan naturally recognized the origin of the medicinal pill in Chu Fifei's hand at a glance. For resolving demonic path methods, the Ye Yang pill was definitely among the top choices. It was just that the sunlight glazed flower, the main ingredient for refining Ye Yang pills, had not been successfully cultivated by anyone for a long time. Therefore, the Ye-Yang pill had become extinct. It was only recently that Guo from Sheneng Valley successfully cultivated the sunlight-glazed flower. Unfortunately, it was too late. Who knew how many years it would be before that sunlight-glazed flower could produce solar power on a large scale? A friend of disciples gave it to me, Chu Fei said. Guo only said that 4th order Ye-Yang pills should not be exposed, 3rd order ones didn't need to be deliberately hidden. After all, a 3rd order sunlight-glazed flower could condense sun essence after refining, and then it was natural to refine 3rd order supreme grade Ye-Yang pills using sun essence. As long as the production was controlled, everything could be explained. Only 4th order Ye-Yang pills were inconvenient to expose before Guo cultivated a 4th order sunlight-glazed flower. You've only met them a few times, and they're already your friend. Mei Kaiyuan naturally guessed that the friend Chu Fei mentioned was Guo. After all, he was the only one who possessed solar power. Furthermore, a 3rd order supreme grade Ye-Yang pill was not of low value, it was definitely no worse than those 4th order medicinal pills. The other party actually gave it to Chu Fei just like that, they must have had ulterior motives. Master, that's a friend disciple knew back in the Qinghe cultivation world. Disciple's current achievements are largely thanks to him, Chu Fei explained. However, Chu Fei's explanation made Mei Kaiyuan even more nervous. This was a childhood sweetheart, wouldn't that be even worse? If this precious disciple, who carried the hope of the 100 Flower sex rise, were to be abducted, then... So that's how it is. Your friend is not simple, disciple. You must cultivate well. The female cultivators of Sheneng Valley are not weak. If you fall behind, others will take advantage of the situation. Mei Kaiyuan did not say anything about forbidding their interaction, because the more you forbid it, the more it would stimulate her disciple's desire to meet the other party. Blocking wouldn't work, so she would guide her, and lead her towards cultivation. This way, it would not be an obstacle, but rather a motivation for Chu Fei to cultivate. Chu Fei glanced at her master. She always felt that her master seemed to have misunderstood something. Her relationship with Guo was merely that of the most trustworthy friends. Although such a relationship was deeper than that of many Dao companions, after all, even Dao companions were not all completely trustworthy. In the cultivation world, a friend who could be completely trusted was extremely precious. But for some reason, Chu Fei didn't want to correct her master's words either. For now, resolving the demonic path methods within senior sister Ro's body is the priority. Chu Fei composed herself and turned her gaze towards Ro Shuiyao. Feeling Chu Fei's gaze, especially the glowing Ye-Yang pill in Chu Fei's hand, Ro Shuiyao instinctively felt uneasy. This instinct was not Ro Shuiyao's, but the instinct of the demonic path methods hidden within her body. However, with Mei Kaiyuan, a nascent soul true lord, present, Ro Shuiyao couldn't move at all. Chu Fei easily pried open Ro Shuiyao's mouth and put the Ye-Yang pill inside. The next moment, wisps of black mist overflowed from Ro Shuiyao's body. A 3rd order supreme grade Ye-Yang pill was definitely more than enough to resolve the demonic path methods within Ro Shuiyao, a golden core realm cultivator. As the black mist continuously dissipated, Ro Shuiyao's eyes also regained clarity. Then, Ro Shuiyao knelt and deeply kowtowed to Mei Kaiyuan. Disciple has shamed the sect. After regaining clarity, Ro Shuiyao also knew what she had done. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret. She had actually become an accomplice of the demonic path in destroying the sect. Rise, this is not your fault. Mei Kaiyuan looked at the disciple in front of her and sighed deeply. From now on, you will stay in the sect and guard the flower field. Although Ro Shuiyao's actions were due to being subjected to demonic path methods, Mei Kaiyuan couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. At the very least, Ro Shuiyao would need to be restricted to a certain area from now on and not be allowed to move freely within the sect. After all, she couldn't be sure whether the demonic path had planted any unknown hidden tricks on Ro Shuiyao, waiting to be triggered at some point. Yes, Master. Ro Shuiyao bowed deeply. Oh, right, Master, sect leader. Their target is the sect leader. Suddenly, Ro Shuiyao remembered something and quickly said. What? Ro Shuiyao's words startled Mei Kaiyuan. Without any hesitation, Mei Kaiyuan wrapped up Chu Fei and Ro Shuiyao and swiftly rushed towards the sect master's main hall. Junior sister, this anxiousness isn't like you, Fei Lian said with a slight smile, seeing Mei Kaiyuan appear in such a hurry. Senior sister, please check, is it? Mei Kaiyuan quickly informed her about the demonic sect's plan to attack her. Are you talking about this? Fei Lian raised her hand, and a mass of great qi condensed in her palm. This was the abnormal power she had found on the smoke beast. Yes, that's it. Feeling Mei Kaiyuan's questioning gaze, Ro Shuiyao nodded. In her memory, the demonic sect was planning to use this to secretly control the sect master. And she was the one who was supposed to deliver this dangerous item to the sect master. Phew. Seeing Fei Lian successfully thwart the demonic sect's scheme, Mei Kaiyuan breathed a long sigh of relief. Immediately, she prepared to thoroughly interrogate that advanced demonic sect spy. However, Fei Lian's next words left Mei Kaiyuan somewhat stunned. Oh, I've already released that demonic sect spy. Senior sister, why? How could such an advanced spy be released so easily? Even if we can't interrogate anything out of them, we could still use them to exchange for our captured spies with the demonic sect. Mei Kaiyuan found it hard to understand. While the demonic sect was causing trouble in the Righteous Path's territory, Righteous Path spies were also causing trouble in the demonic sect's territory. Of course, there were also various accidental captures among them. The righteous path would naturally try to rescue those captured spies if they could, but the difficulty was very high. But if the righteous path also captured an advanced demonic sex spy, they could use that as leverage to exchange for their own people. Therefore, an advanced demonic sex spy was very valuable. Don't worry, I deliberately let him escape. He will lead us to more demonic sex spies. This is a long-term strategy to catch bigger fish. Fei Lianlian waved her hand. But, hearing this, Mei Kaiyuan wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Fei Lianlian. However, thinking that sect leader senior sister's method also had its merits, Mei Kaiyuan said no more. Of course, in Mei Kaiyuan's opinion, letting an advanced demonic sex spy escape was not a correct choice. Such advanced spies possess many methods and can easily evade tracking. Although the 100 Flower sex scent tracking technique is not weak, there are still ways to break it. Subconsciously, Mei Kaiyuan cast the scent-seeking technique, preparing to locate the advanced demonic sex spy. She and Fei Lianlian practiced the same tracking technique, so she could also lock onto and track the tracking technique Fei Lianlian had applied. No, the tracking anchor point has disappeared. A moment later, Mei Kaiyuan's expression was blank. Sect leader senior sister's plan had failed, and an advanced demonic sex spy had been released for nothing. What? Upon learning that the plan had failed, Fei Lianlian's eyes suddenly showed a momentary blankness. Then, Fei Lianlian waved her hand. No matter the plan, there will always be failures. This time, successfully thwarting the demonic sex plan can still be considered a victory for my 100 Flower sect. Senior sister, something is off about you. Mei Kaiyuan gazed at Fei Lianlian. She had already noticed that senior sister's behavior was somewhat different from usual. Others might not have noticed, but they had been together for hundreds of years, and both were very familiar with each other. What could be off about me? Fei Lianlian rolled her eyes at Mei Kaiyuan. How about you check senior sister? Then junior sister won't be polite. If it were in the past, Mei Kaiyuan would have absolutely trusted her senior sister, but this time she chose to act, as this matter could not be taken lightly. How is it? I told you it was nothing, Fei Lianlian said, looking at Mei Kaiyuan as she slowly withdrew her hand. Yes. Mei Kaiyuan nodded. She indeed could not find any abnormality, but that subtle sense of unease lingered in her heart. Master, disciple feels that sect leader senior martial uncle is a bit strange. After leaving the main hall, Roshi Yao hesitated for a moment before speaking. She had been affected by demonic path methods, so her perception of this would be very keen. I know, but I can't find the reason. Mei Kaiyuan rubbed her temples. During the previous check, she had used all her methods, yet found no abnormality. But the more there was no problem, the more Mei Kaiyuan felt that her sect leader senior sister had been controlled by the demonic sex methods. No, not controlled, but indirectly influenced. After all, controlling a nascent soul true lord is very difficult, but indirect influence, as long as the sect leader senior sister does not do anything that harms the sect's interests, the success rate is still very high. For example, letting that advanced demonic sex spy escape should be the result of influence. A long-term strategy to catch bigger fish is already a feasible plan. A slight influence to make the sect leader senior sister make this choice would not make the sect leader senior sister feel anything amiss. Letting the advanced demonic sex spy escape is still a minor matter. After all, this demonic sex spy was captured by the 100 Flower sect, so how the 100 Flower sect handles him is naturally up to them. However, in the future, if the sect leader senior sister is influenced and makes a wrong choice in matters concerning the war between the righteous path and the demonic path, it would have a huge impact on the 100 Flower sect's reputation. The 100 Flower sect belongs to the ordinary level among nascent soul sects, but the 100 Flower sect possesses a huge network of connections. If these connections were utilized by the demonic sect. Thinking of this, Mei Kaiyuan felt a sense of urgency, but how to break the demonic sex methods? Mei Kaiyuan's gaze turned to Chu Fifei, thinking of how Chu Fifei had just used a third-order high-grade Ye-Yang pill to resolve the demonic path methods within Roshi Yao. But Mei Kaiyuan quickly shook her head. A third-order high-grade Ye-Yang pill was clearly ineffective for the nascent soul true lord realm, unless there was a fourth-order Ye-Yang pill. A fourth-order Ye-Yang pill, a Ye-Yang pill of this level, seemed to have never appeared before. After all, no one had been able to cultivate a fourth-order sunlight-glazed flower so far. If there was enough time, she could indeed look forward to Gumo being able to cultivate a fourth-order sunlight-glazed flower in the future, but the 100 Flower sect did not have that much time now. Am I to see senior sister's position as sect master? Mei Kaiyuan finally thought of a method that wasn't really a method. She would see senior sister's position as sect master and make senior sister go into secluded cultivation. But if the demonic sect slightly influenced senior sister, making her unwilling to relinquish the sect master position, then if the two nascent soul true lords of the 100 Flower sect were to clash, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the 100 Flower sect. Alas! The more she thought, the more troublesome it became, and Mei Kaiyuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Seeing this, Chu Fifei, who was beside her, hesitated several times, wanting to speak. Chu Fifei really wanted to say that she had a fourth-order Ye-Yang pill and could let sect leader master use it. However, Gu Mo had cautioned her not to expose this fourth-order Ye-Yang pill casually. Gu Mo trusted her so much to give her such a precious medicinal pill, and she could not betray Gu Mo's trust. But Chu Fifei also did not want to see sect leader master controlled by the demonic sect, nor did she want the 100 Flower sect to be embroiled in danger. The situation hasn't reached its worst yet. Looking at the solemn expressions of her two disciples, Mei Kaiyuan instead comforted them. After all, Fei Lianlian was only influenced, not controlled. She would still not do anything harmful to the 100 Flower sect. Therefore, the situation was still controllable in the short term, but it would become very troublesome over a longer period. If it really came down to it, she could only ask for help. With the 100 Flower sect's connections, in extreme circumstances, they could even invite a venerable nascent soul. But unless absolutely necessary, the 100 Flower sect would not use this connection. That was the 100 Flower sect's trump card. As long as they held onto this connection, no one would dare to touch the 100 Flower sect. 100 Flower sect, Flower Field. Gu Mo looked at the sparse Ning-Shen grass in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. The demonic vine had destroyed quite a lot earlier, and Gu Mo had only managed to salvage these. The production of Jingshen incense this time was estimated to be greatly reduced. However, with the ordinary version of Ye-Yang pill refined by Elder Liu's lineage, the righteous path would not fall into a disadvantage because of this. In fact, they would even gain some advantage. Gu Mo. As Gu Mo was tending to the Ning-Shen grass in the flower field, Chu Fifei appeared. Calculating the days, today was exactly when Chu Fifei could once again use her special divine ability. With the help of Chu Fifei's special divine abilities enlightenment state, Gu Mo's progress in various cultivation techniques and secret arts was rapid. Among them, the breath concealment technique already showed signs of breaking through to the perfection realm. This secret art was the one Gu Mo had cultivated for the longest time and also the one he used the most. If he could cultivate this breath concealment technique to perfection, it would be of great help to Gu Mo in concealing his own secrets. In the small house, Gu Mo and Chu Fifei sat opposite each other, while the pink fragrant mist around them was being absorbed by the pink rabbit smoke beast held by Chu Fifei. During this enlightenment, Gu Mo finally cultivated the breath concealment technique to the perfection realm. After the breath concealment technique reached the perfection realm, it was no longer just able to conceal cultivation and qi, but also to change qi, which made it easier for Gu Mo to disguise himself as others. Gu Mo, have you gained anything? Seeing Gu Mo's appearance, Chu Fifei smiled slightly. She was very happy to be able to help Gu Mo. A great gain. Gu Mo nodded. Besides the breath concealment technique reaching perfection, other cultivation techniques and secret arts had also improved. If Chu Fifei's ability were known, it was estimated that no one would not be tempted. However, those who knew about Chu Fifei's ability were only the two nascent soul true lords of the 100 Flower sect, and their realm was too high for Chu Fifei to help. Unless Chu Fifei also advanced to nascent soul true lord, then Chu Fifei would be able to help her two masters enter the enlightenment state. For now, Gu Mo was considered to be exclusively enjoying Chu Fifei's special divine ability. That fourth order Ye-Yang pill, just use it if you want. Just be careful about keeping it a secret, Gu Mo suddenly said. Ah. Gu Mo's words startled Chu Fifei. How did you know? You look so troubled. Something must have happened in the 100 Flower sect. Combined with the demonic sect's move, it's nothing more than the demonic sect leaving some kind of method behind. Gu Mo spread his hands. But what if it's exposed? Chu Fifei was a little worried. She knew very well that if the fourth order Ye-Yang pill was exposed, Gu Mo would face the full force of the demonic sect's assassination attempts. Although the third order Ye-Yang pill was very powerful, it had no effect on a nascent soul true lord. And in the war between the righteous path and the demonic path, with venerable nascent souls not making a move, nascent soul true lords were the key to determining victory. Therefore, the demonic sect could tolerate the third order Ye-Yang pill, but they absolutely could not tolerate the fourth order one. No matter. Gu Mo waved his hand. As long as it wasn't exposed immediately, it would be fine. Gu Mo had already acquired a fourth order spiritual field, meaning he was currently rapidly advancing towards the nascent soul true lord realm. He only needed a bit more time to develop, and even if he wasn't a nascent soul true lord by then, he would possess the means of a nascent soul true lord. By then, even if the demonic sect knew, what could they do? As long as he didn't run around recklessly and stayed in Cheneng Valley, it would be impossible for the demonic sect to infiltrate Cheneng Valley to assassinate a nascent soul true lord. Even a venerable nascent soul would not be able to do it. After all, Cheneng Valley also had venerable nascent souls. This was the benefit of relying on a top-tier great sect. Thank you. Chu Fifei took a deep breath. This matter had indeed troubled her greatly. Now, Gu Mo had resolved her dilemma. Immediately, Chu Fifei bid farewell and left, preparing to use the fourth order Ye-Yang pill to resolve the demonic path methods within sect leader master. What? You have a fourth order? Mei Kaiyuan looked at Chu Fifei with a face full of shock. However, Mei Kaiyuan's words stopped abruptly halfway through, clearly realizing the importance of the fourth order Ye-Yang pill. Disciple, where did you get it? Mei Kaiyuan transmitted her voice. My friend unexpectedly obtained it while exploring a ruin. Chu Fifei ultimately covered for Gu Mo, not directly saying that Gu Mo had created it. Mei Kaiyuan's gaze, however, was filled with disbelief. But it didn't seem to be the time to investigate that. Immediately, Mei Kaiyuan took Chu Fifei and found Fei Lianlian again. Come on, check. Seeing Mei Kaiyuan, Fei Lianlian simply lay down. This was because Mei Kaiyuan had already come to check many times during this period. It was only because their relationship was extremely close, otherwise, it would be almost impossible to so frequently probe a cultivator's secrets. Disciple, go. Mei Kaiyuan activated the restriction of the main hall, isolating all prying eyes. Then, she embraced Fei Lianlian tightly. Because Roshui Yao had instinctively resisted the Ye-Yang pill before, Roche Yao's resistance was directly suppressed by Mei Kaiyuan. But if her senior sister resisted, it would not be easy to suppress her. So, before Chu Fifei could take out the fourth order Yang pill, Mei Kaiyuan first suppressed Fei Lianlian. Junior sister, are you trying to smother senior sister with your weapon? Fei Lianlian's helpless voice sounded, accompanied by deep curiosity. Fei Lianlian knew that junior sister would not harm her, and the method she used was only to restrict their movements. Cough cough. Hearing this, Mei Kaiyuan quickly turned her senior sister's face to the side, which would also make it easier for Chu Fifei to administer the medicinal pill later. Sect leader master, I apologize for the offense. Chu Fifei blinked her bright eyes. This was the first time she had seen her two masters act like this. However, Chu Fifei quickly composed herself and took out the jade bottle containing the fourth order Yang pill. Pop. When Chu Fifei opened the jade bottle, a brilliant Yang qi overflowed. Feeling that Yang qi, a strong resistance arose in Fei Lianlian's heart. Indeed. Feeling senior sister's resistance, Mei Kaiyuan confirmed that senior sister had indeed been affected by the demonic path's methods. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel fortunate that Chu Fifei had obtained this fourth order Yang pill. Otherwise, who knew how bad the situation would have become. Chapter 206 Sword Intense Stone. With Mei Kaiyuan's preemptive suppression, Chu Fifei successfully stuffed the fourth rank Yao Yang pill into Fei Lianlian's mouth. As the medicinal pill entered, Fei Lianlian's resistance stopped. Subsequently, wisps of black mist seeped out from Fei Lianlian's body, and at the same time, Fei Lianlian's eyes became clear. Junior sister, it's done. Fei Lianlian's voice rang out, and upon hearing it, Mei Kaiyuan released her hold on Fei Lianlian. Senior sister, how do you feel? Mei Kaiyuan asked. My mind is very clear now, without that hazy feeling from before. Fei Lianlian nodded. At this moment, she also felt a lingering fear. Demonic path methods were so silent that even she, a nascent soul true lord, had fallen for them. That's good. Seeing her senior sister recover, Mei Kaiyuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Junior sister, senior sister said before to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Now it's almost time to reel in the net. A cold glint flashed in Fei Lianlian's eyes. She was a nascent soul true lord, not some weak woman. If someone dared to attack her, how could Fei Lianlian not retaliate? Isn't the scent tracking technique already ineffective? Mei Kaiyuan was a little confused. There's a new marker now. Fei Lianlian raised her hand. The black mist that had seeped out of her body earlier was now sealed by her power. Junior sister, take good care of the house. Senior sister will be back soon. Fei Lianlian said as she got up, transforming into a wisp of smoke and disappearing into the main hall. Subsequently, a giant smoke beast descended somewhere hundreds of miles away from the 100 Flower sect, directly leveling that area. The disciples of the 100 Flower sect were not skilled in killing techniques, but this did not include Fei Lianlian, who had cultivated the ancestral master's legacy. That smoke beast was a symbol of cultivating the ancestral master's legacy. Besides possessing powerful auxiliary effects, the smoke beast also had astonishing combat power. This was still with Fei Lianlian not having the Beiwa sacred body and thus unable to fully master the ancestral master's legacy. It is said that the founding ancestral master of the 100 Flower sect back then was not only the best in the world at auxiliary abilities but also one of the top-ranked powerhouses in terms of combat power. Unfortunately, the 100 Flower sect ancestral master's legacy requires the Beiwa sacred body, an extremely rare physique, for cultivation. These stringent conditions made the demonic sect too lazy to deal with the 100 Flower sect. Instead, the Great Evolution Sword sect needed more vigilance. After all, cultivating the Great Evolution Sword cannon did not require any strict prerequisites. However, with the appearance of Chu Fifei, the 100 Flower sect now had hope of rising again. At least, Chu Fifei, who had received the complete ancestral master's legacy, would have stronger combat power than Fei Lianlian once she stepped into the nascent soul realm. Sect Master, Junior has important intelligence to report. Fei Lianlian pulled out the advanced demonic sect spy who had escaped earlier from the underground ruins. The opponent had not gone too far so that he could constantly influence Fei Lianlian. However, that demonic sect spy obviously didn't know why Fei Lianlian suddenly found him and came to kill him. But he wasn't flustered, because Fei Lianlian had already been influenced, and he could escape from Fei Lianlian's grasp again. Slap. However, before that demonic sect spy could finish speaking, Fei Lianlian directly slapped him unconscious. At this moment, she was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. After capturing the person, Fei Lianlian did not return to the 100 Flower sect but went directly to the Yin Yang Sword sect. This was because there were many lunatics in the Yin Yang Sword sect, and some hot-headed ones had directly killed their way into the demonic sect's territory and were subsequently captured. Fei Lianlian giving this advanced demonic sect spy to the Yin Yang Sword sect would allow the Yin Yang Sword sect to redeem their own disciple. Welcome, 100 Flowers Fairy. As Fei Lianlian approached the Yin Yang Sword sect, a nascent soul sword lord from the Yin Yang Sword sect immediately came out to greet her. I caught an advanced demonic sect spy. I think you should need him, so I'll give him to you. Fei Lianlian didn't waste words and directly threw the demonic sect spy she was holding to the other party. Ah! That nascent soul sword lord was a bit stunned by Fei Lianlian's move, but an advanced demonic sect spy was indeed very useful. May I ask, 100 Flowers Fairy, what do you wish to exchange him for? The nascent soul sword lord asked after taking the person. A junior at the Golden Core realm. What do you have that would be suitable? Fei Lianlian thought for a moment and said. She already knew whose 4th rank Yao Yang pill it was. Having incurred such a great favor, Fei Lianlian naturally needed to provide compensation. Even if she couldn't completely repay this favor, a necessary gesture was still required. That's simple. Upon hearing that Fei Lianlian only needed a treasure suitable for a golden core junior, that nascent soul sword lord couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, but soon he started to get a headache again. Although it was a golden core level treasure, if the item was too ordinary, it would be a slap in his own face, and also a slap in the face of the Yin Yang sword sect. 100 Flowers Fairy, is your junior interested in the Dao of the sword? That nascent soul sword lord spoke. The most valuable treasures of the Yin Yang sword sect were naturally all related to sword cultivators. Probably. Fei Lianlian said uncertainly. After all, the other party came from Sheneng Valley and should be a Lingzi master, but the Yin Yang sword sect clearly had no treasures related to Lingzi masters. So, a sword cultivator's treasure would also work. At worst, she could let that little fellow use this treasure to exchange for the treasures he needed. In that case, how about I exchange it for this sword intent stone? That nascent soul sword lord took out a stone with a sword mark on it. Okay. Fei Lianlian nodded. She had some understanding of the Yin Yang sword sect's treasures. This sword intent stone was said to come from a stone wall within the Yin Yang sword sect. That stone wall had countless sword marks, which were said to have been left by the Yin Yang sword sect's ancestral master during cultivation, containing the Yin Yang sword intent of the Yin Yang sword sect. In the Yin Yang sword sect, only true disciples were qualified to go to the stone wall to comprehend the Yin Yang sword intent. Only by mastering the Yin Yang sword intent could one cultivate the core legacy of the Yin Yang sword sect. And this sword intent stone was a piece of stone that had fallen off that stone wall, and it also contained Yin Yang sword intent. With the help of this sword intent stone, one could comprehend the Yin Yang sword intent. Of course, such a sword intent stone could probably only allow one to grasp one of the Yin Yang sword intents, not both simultaneously. This was also normal. The Yin Yang sword intent was the core legacy of the Yin Yang sword sect, how could it be easily passed on? If it was just a single type, the problem wasn't big. Especially this time, facing the advanced demonic sect spy sent by Fei Lianlian, the Yin Yang sword sect couldn't be too stingy. One of his disciples, not knowing who he listened to, got a hot head and wanted to slay demons and eliminate evil, but his strength was insufficient, and he was captured by the demonic sect. Now he also desperately needed this advanced demonic sect spy to exchange for that dim-witted disciple. 100 Flowers Sect. Gu Mo. Chu Fifei, with light steps, found Gu Mo. Is the matter resolved? Seeing Chu Fifei's expression, Gu Mo smiled. Chu Fifei nodded, then took out a stone and handed it to Gu Mo. This is what sect master asked me to give you. Sword intent stone. Gu Mo glanced at the stone in Chu Fifei's hand and immediately recognized its origin. Gu Mo's incarnation had heard of this thing in the Great Evolution Sword Sect. It was said that a long time ago, the Great Evolution Sword Sect also had similar items, but unfortunately, the Great Evolution Sword Sect had been in decline for many years, and much of its heritage was lost. The sword intent stone could allow a sword cultivator to comprehend the sword intent within it. Therefore, the value of a sword intent stone was directly related to the sword intent it contained. A sword intent stone containing powerful sword intent naturally had a far greater value than one containing ordinary sword intent. From the Yin Yang Sword Sect. Gu Mo took the sword intent stone and immediately felt an extremely yang and extremely yin sword intent. Needless to say, this was definitely the Yin Yang sword intent of the Yin Yang Sword Sect. For the Yin Yang Sword Sect to become one of the 6 top sects, its core Yin Yang sword intent naturally couldn't be weak. At 169shu.com, see the error-free version. Seeing Gu Mo so easily discern the origin of this sword intent stone, Chu Fifei couldn't help but open her mouth wide. She had been preparing to introduce it to Gu Mo. After all, if one wasn't a sword cultivator with a deep understanding of the Dao of the sword, it would be very difficult to see its profoundness. Please thank Sect Master for me. Gu Mo said to Chu Fifei. This sword intent stone was definitely a treasure for Gu Mo. After all, Gu Mo's slaughter sword intent had not yet formally entered the Dao. Now with this sword intent stone from the Yin Yang sword sect, Gu Mo could comprehend the Yin Yang sword intent, which was much stronger than the slaughter sword intent he had comprehended. This wasn't to say that the slaughter sword intent was weak, but simply that the slaughter comprehension Gu Mo obtained from killing demonic sect spies was too weak. And the Yin Yang sword intent comprehension in this sword intent stone was the comprehension left behind by countless powerful sword cultivators of the Yin Yang sword sect, including comprehensions at the venerable nascent soul level. Different levels of power naturally lead to vastly different sword intent might. Of course, this sword intent stone could only allow Gu Mo to comprehend one of the Yin Yang sword intents, but this was still stronger than the slaughter sword intent he comprehended himself. Sect Master also asked me to thank you. Chu Fifei smiled. To avoid drawing attention to you, Sect Master won't come to thank you personally. Please don't mind. This is Sect Master's protection for me. Gu Mo shook his head. Oh, right, the 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony is about to end. There will be a very exciting performance today. Do you want to go see it? Chu Fifei changed the subject. Besides the male cultivators who would try their best to showcase themselves at the 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony, later in the ceremony, the female disciples of the 100 Flowers sect would also showcase themselves, but the 100 Flowers sect's way of displaying was not through martial arts but through song and dance. For the next few days, Chu Fifei accompanied Gu Mo as he wandered around the 100 Flowers sect, because Chu Fei knew that Gu Mo was about to leave. After that, the two would not be able to see each other for a long time. Gu Mo, take this. You can use this to contact me if anything happens. Chu Fei handed a small pink rabbit smoke beast to Gu Mo. This was a portion of her power separated from a smoke beast. No matter how far, the little smoke beast could find its main body, and then Gu Mo could convey any message through the little smoke beast. The 100 Flowers sect and Sheneng Valley were too far apart, long exceeding the range of ordinary sound transmission talismans. As for extraordinary sound transmission talismans, those were only used at important moments. Normally, long-distance messages were sent using special spirit beasts, or sound-evading talismans. If a sound transmission talisman was like making a phone call, then spirit beasts and sound-evading talismans were like sending a letter. The former had distance limitations but real-time communication, while the latter had no distance limitations but information transfer took time, and there was a risk of interception midway. But Chu Fei's smoke beast didn't have this problem. Besides the smoke beast being formless and difficult to capture, even if caught, the information it carried couldn't be deciphered, unless one encountered someone who had also cultivated the 100 Flowers sect's ancestral master's legacy. Then this is for you. Taking the small smoke beast, Gu Mo took out a petal and handed it to Chu Fei. This was a petal from Little Flower. With this petal, Little Flower could quickly pinpoint locations, and then Little Flower could run errands for anything needed. Although Sheneng Valley and the 100 Flowers sect were far apart, with Little Flower's major achievement level wood escape technique, it would only take about half a day. Wood escape was not the fastest among the 5 elements evasion technique. If it were earth escape, the speed could be even faster. Good disciple grandson, it's time to go. Ho Chenyu's voice came. This time, Gu Mo was naturally not alone on his return. Ho Chenyu came to pick him up. After all, the journey from the 100 Flowers sect to Sheneng Valley was long, and it was currently the eve of the righteous and demonic path war. Gu Mo, a genius who had cultivated the sunlight glazed flower, was definitely one of the targets the demonic sect wanted to eliminate. Even if the current Gu Mo didn't pose a threat, the mere existence of the sunlight glazed flower was a threat. Although the level of threat was not comparable to that Linwu of the Great Evolution Sword sect, the demonic sect would absolutely not let go of any opportunity. In the demonic sect, there was such a list, which enumerated the prodigies of the righteous path sects. Whoever could kill a prodigy on the list would receive a huge reward. And this list was naturally transmitted back by the righteous path's informers placed within the demonic sect. Now, Gu Mo was also on this list. Although his ranking wasn't high, everyone on the list was a prodigy-level figure recognized by the enemy. As the saying goes, your enemy is the one who understands you best. Therefore, this list was very valuable for reference. And in the latest issue of the list, one person appeared out of nowhere, Linwu of the Great Evolution Sword sect. Usually, prodigies who first enter the list start at a lower rank, and their ranking is adjusted later after the demonic sect collects more information. But Linwu of the Great Evolution Sword sect, upon his first appearance, directly made a strong debut at 10th place. The top 10 on this list were basically all prodigies at the Golden Core Perfection realm, all of whom had the potential to become nascent soul true lords. For Linwu to enter the top 10 as a newly entered Golden Core truly shocked countless people. And that list also gave a reason. It had been confirmed that Linwu of the Great Evolution Sword sect had condensed an immortal Golden Core. On the entire list, only 2 people were confirmed to have condensed an immortal Golden Core, and these 2 were the top 2 ranked individuals. If Linwu's cultivation hadn't just been at the initial Golden Core, he wouldn't have been 10th, but 3rd. Of course, this list only recorded what the demonic sect knew. Some prodigies hidden by their sects, undiscovered by the demonic sect, naturally wouldn't appear on the list. For example, Chu Fei was not on this list. Grandmaster, coming. Gu Mo responded, then bid farewell to Chu Fei and boarded Ho Chenyu's flying boat. Taken with that little girl? Why not take her with you? Ho Chenyu glanced at Chu Fei in the distance and said. She's a trustworthy friend of mine. Gu Mo shook his head slightly. A trustworthy friend was far more valuable than a Dao companion. The journey back was smooth. With Ho Chenyu, a late-stage nascent soul, providing escort, any difficulties could be made smooth. After delivering Gu Mo, Ho Chenyu disappeared. His recent tasks were also very heavy, and it was only for Gu Mo that he temporarily put aside his work to make a trip to pick someone up. If it were any other disciple, he wouldn't have traveled so far to pick them up. After returning to Sheneng Valley, the first thing Gu Mo did was go to the 4th Order spiritual field and plant the 2 4th Order sunflowers he had. Next, Gu Mo's main task was to fully upgrade more 4th Order sunflowers. Xiao Mo. After replanting the sunflowers, Gu Mo returned to his leaf hut, and Little Flower and Little Carp, who had already learned of Gu Mo's return, excitedly ran over. The 2 little ones held a stack of leaves to show Gu Mo, on which was recorded the amount of solar power they had sent to Elder Lu during this period. Well done. Gu Mo reached out and stroked the heads of the 2 little ones, then rewarded each of them with a portion of 4th tier sunflower essence as compensation for their work during this period. Having received their reward, Little Flower and Little Carp happily went to enjoy their delicious treats. As for Gu Mo, he went to the cultivation room, preparing to comprehend the newly acquired sword intent stone. Although his main body was not a sword cultivator, his incarnation's consciousness was one, so if his main body comprehended and mastered it, it was equivalent to his incarnation mastering it. His divine sense probed into the sword intent stone, and immediately, Gu Mo felt 2 completely opposite sword intents. This was the famous yin-yang sword intent. Carefully comprehending the sword intent within the sword intent stone, Gu Mo's brows gradually furrowed slightly. This yin-yang sword intent was too profound, and he was not that kind of top-tier sword Dao genius. It would be very difficult to comprehend the yin-yang sword intent. Of course, Gu Mo had never thought of comprehending the complete yin-yang sword intent with this sword intent stone, he only needed to comprehend one of the yin-yang sword intent to be satisfied. And this sword intent stone was only enough for him to comprehend one of them. A moment later, Gu Mo slowly opened his eyes. Even comprehending only one of the sword intents still made Gu Mo feel strenuous. This yin-yang sword intent was too profound. Unless one possessed a sword heart or was born with a sword bone, even an ordinary genius would need to spend a lot of time to comprehend the yin-yang sword intent. Gu Mo's judgment was very accurate. Even in the yin-yang sword sect, with the assistance of the sword intent stone wall, only a few disciples could master the yin-yang sword intent. Most disciples of the yin-yang sword sect comprehended the subordinate sword intents of the yin-yang sword intent. For example, flame sword intent, ice sword intent, and so on. If one could simultaneously master flame and ice sword intent and wield the yin-yang sword canon of the yin-yang sword sect, they could also unleash part of its power. It was not impossible for Gu Mo to comprehend the yin-yang sword intent with a single sword intent stone. After all, the yin-yang sword sect offering this sword intent stone meant that it could indeed help a sword cultivator comprehend a yin-yang sword intent. It was just that the time spent varied from person to person. This could not be said to be a trick by the nascent soul sword lord of the yin-yang sword sect who provided the sword intent stone. If it were truly a trick, the 100 Flowers sect master would not have agreed. Because the nascent soul sword lord of the yin-yang sword sect, while offering this sword intent stone, also included a permit, allowing non-yin-yang sword sect disciples to comprehend the yin-yang sword intent. Without this permit, if a cultivator displayed the yin-yang sword intent, the yin-yang sword sect would definitely investigate thoroughly, as this involved the leakage of the sect's core legacy. However, there was no problem with Gu Mo displaying the yin-yang sword intent, as this was permitted by the yin-yang sword sect. Of course, the premise was that Gu Mo had to be able to comprehend the yin-yang sword intent. Extreme Yang sword intent, Extreme Yang. Gu Mo held the sword intent stone. At this moment, he was comprehending the Extreme Yang sword intent within the yin-yang sword intent. Extreme Yin, Extreme Yang. Gu Mo felt that the Extreme Yang sword intent was more suitable for him, so he was now fully dedicating himself to comprehending the Extreme Yang sword intent. Although the progress was still slow, Gu Mo knew very well that as long as he could comprehend the Extreme Yang sword intent, his combat power would receive a huge boost, especially for his sword cultivator avatar, the improvement would be even greater. Extreme Yang, Sun. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Gu Mo. What in the world was more Extreme Yang than the sun? So, could he comprehend the Extreme Yang sword intent from another angle by sensing the sun? For others, comprehending the sun would definitely be more difficult than comprehending the Extreme Yang sword intent, but for Gu Mo, it was very easy. Because he had sun essence in his hands, which was the purest solar power. With this thought, Gu Mo directly took out a portion of 4th tier sunflower essence, and then he melted that portion of 4th tier sunflower essence into the sword intent stone in his hand. In an instant, the Extreme Yang sword intent within the sword intent stone erupted, while the Extreme Yin sword intent quickly disappeared. Soon, only the dazzling Extreme Yang sword intent remained in the sword intent stone. No, what was in the sword intent stone at this moment was no longer the Extreme Yang sword intent, but the Great Sun sword intent, a sword intent stronger than the Extreme Yang sword intent. However, Gu Mo found it exceptionally easy to comprehend the even more profound Great Sun sword intent, even feeling a sense of familiarity, because Gu Mo's cultivation had all been elevated by sun essence. The power within his body inherently carried the aura of the Great Sun, so it was naturally incredibly compatible when he went to comprehend the Great Sun sword intent. It's done. After a while, Gu Mo slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his gaze was also filled with incredulity. Comprehending the yin-yang sword intent had been a struggle of intense thought, a life and death effort, yet he couldn't even get started. But comprehending the Great Sun sword intent, it only took a few hours to easily get started. This simplicity left Gu Mo somewhat stunned. Great Evolution Sword Sect. The moment Gu Mo's main body comprehended the Great Sun sword intent, his incarnation suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, a dazzling light flashed in his incarnation's eyes. So this is the Great Sun sword intent. Gu Mo stood up. The same Great Sun sword intent displayed completely different powers on his main body and on his sword cultivator incarnation. The cultivation technique Gu Mo's main body cultivated and the golden core he condensed were not prepared for a sword cultivator, while the incarnation's cultivation technique and the sword core within his body were all for the Dao of the sword. With a flash of his figure, Gu Mo arrived at the Great Evolution Sword Sect's training ground. Since he had mastered the new Great Sun sword intent, Gu Mo naturally wanted to experience it in practice so he could have a clear understanding. Greetings, acting sect leader. Seeing Gu Mo appear, the Great Evolution Sword Sect disciples on the training ground all saluted. Since Xian Tianhan gave the sect leader token to Gu Mo, he had no intention of taking it back. And the matter of Gu Mo condensing an immortal sword core was known to everyone in the demonic path sects, and naturally, the disciples of the Great Evolution Sword Sect also knew about it. Coupled with Gu Mo's previous action of resolving the demonic path methods within the sect disciples, this gave Gu Mo extremely high prestige within the sect. Therefore, the disciples of the Great Evolution Sword Sect were all very convinced by Gu Mo, their young acting sect leader. You all may disperse. Gu Mo smiled and nodded. He was going to practice sword intent, and it was inconvenient for others to be present. Yes. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Great Evolution Sword Sect left one after another. Disciple, have you gained something new? After the training ground was empty, Xian Tianhen's figure appeared. Gu Mo suddenly ended his seclusion and came to the training ground, which clearly indicated that he had new gains from his seclusion and wanted to practice them. Yes, please give me your guidance, master. Gu Mo nodded. Practicing alone was not as effective as sparring with someone. And with Gu Mo's combat power, throughout the Great Evolution Sword Sect, only Xian Tianhen, the nascent soul sword lord, could make him go all out. Those elders, their cultivation was only at the Golden Core early stage, and the highest was at the Golden Core middle stage, who had just broken through not long ago. Such strength was already completely insufficient for the current Gu Mo. It seems you've gained quite a bit this time. Seeing Gu Mo like this, Xian Tianhen raised an eyebrow. Then, Xian Tianhen beckoned and retrieved a training sword from the rack on the training ground, saying, "Come on, let your master see your gains." MHM. As soon as Xian Tianhen finished speaking, he felt a great sun appear on the training ground. That great sun emitted immeasurable light, burning everything, including the slaughter sword intent emitted by Xian Tianhen. Such powerful sword intent. Feeling his slaughter sword intent being incinerated by the great sun, Xian Tianhen knew that this sword intent was of a higher level than his slaughter sword intent. But a higher level was one thing, whether it was strong or not depended on the depth and breadth of the power. As Xian Tianhen became a little more serious, in an instant, a monstrous killing intent tore through the immeasurable light, forcing the great sun back. As expected of a nascent soul sword lord, Gu Mo was not surprised by the scene at all. The great sun sword intent was very high level, but he had just gotten started, so it naturally could not compare to Xian Tianhen's slaughter sword intent, which had been condensed for who knows how many years and had killed who knows how many people. You can read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. If Xian Tianhen wanted to, he could instantly break Gu Mo's great sun sword intent, but Xian Tianhen did not do that. He only maintained the same power as Gu Mo. He was here to train Gu Mo this time. Knowing this, Gu Mo naturally was not in a hurry and prepared to go all out to practice the power he had mastered. Such an opportunity to train with a nascent soul sword lord should naturally be seized well. As Gu Mo's mind moved, instantly, the 12 sword cores in Gu Mo's Danshan rapidly moved, and then the Dutian 12 sword demonic great array was formed. With the help of the epiphany state brought by Chu Fi Fei's special divine ability, Gu Mo barely managed to get started with the Dutian 12 sword demonic great array. Today was a good day to practice it together. As the sword array formed, a powerful force erupted from Gu Mo's Danshan. Then, the light of the great sun in the sky became even more dazzling, rapidly suppressing Xian Tianhen's slaughter sword intent. And, within that great sun, a golden crow emerged. The moment the golden crow appeared, Gu Mo entered a state of epiphany. Almost instinctively, Gu Mo swung the first sword of this battle. The previous clash was merely a clash of sword intents, now Gu Mo was truly making his move. This is. As Gu Mo swung his sword, the golden crow in the great sun let out a soft cry, transforming into a supremely scorching sword light that directly slashed towards Xian Tianhen. Facing Gu Mo's attack, Xian Tianhen also became serious, because the power of Gu Mo's sword strike was already comparable to that of a nascent soul sword lord. At the Golden Core realm, to unleash a sword strike comparable to a nascent soul sword lord, what kind of terrifying talent was this? Good, good, good. Disciple, feel the true power of a nascent soul sword lord. Xian Tianhen laughed as he drew his sword. At this moment, Gu Mo was already qualified to witness the true power of a nascent soul sword lord. After all, he had already stepped halfway into this realm. As Xian Tianhen spoke, a monstrous killing intent transformed into rolling black clouds, obscuring the great Sunday. But that supremely scorching sword light, however, pierced through the black clouds and fearlessly slashed towards Xian Tianhen. Sword array, rise. Xian Tianhen waved his hand, and several flying swords appeared, forming a sword array. Under the sword array's guidance, the black clouds formed by the killing intent condensed into a vicious beast, swallowing the supremely scorching sword light. Boom. The next moment, the sword light and the vicious beast exploded simultaneously, dissipating into nothingness. Master, this is not your true power. Gu Mo let out a long breath, recovering from that profound state. At this moment, a sword art, the great sun golden crow sword, was engraved in his mind. What your master said was the power of an ordinary nascent soul sword lord, not your master's power. Xian Tianhen said with a smile. Even among nascent soul sword lords, there was a vast difference in strength. He naturally wouldn't use his true power to overwhelm Gu Mo. That strike just now, Xian Tianhen also precisely controlled his power, maintaining a relative balance between the two forces, allowing them to annihilate each other simultaneously. After all, if the power was too strong, it might injure Gu Mo, and if it was too weak, he would be suppressed by Gu Mo, losing his master's face. So, this move of mine already possesses the power of a nascent soul sword lord. Gu Mo was delighted to hear Xian Tianhen's words. He hadn't used immortal power in this strike, it was entirely through the power of the Great Sun sword intent and the Dutian 12 sword demonic great array, yet it could reach the level of a nascent soul sword lord. As expected of a sword cultivator, who prioritizes combat, the explosive power is formidable. If it were other cultivators, it would probably be very difficult to achieve such a degree. Naturally. The smile at the corner of Xian Tianhen's mouth was hard to suppress, this disciple had brought him too many surprises. When Qian Tianhen learned that Gu Mo had condensed 12 sword cores, he knew that Gu Mo's combat power would be exceptionally abnormal. He never expected that Gu Mo could unleash power that surpassed his own realm by a major one. Of course, to achieve such an accomplishment, the required conditions were extremely stringent. First was the unprecedented 12 sword cores, followed by mastering the Dutian 12 sword demonic grade array. This sword array was considered a high-level sword array in the Great Evolution sword canon, and mastering it was not an easy task. If the 12 sword cores and the Dutian 12 sword demonic grade array were known to Qian Tianhen, then Gu Mo's Great Sun Sword Intent and the supremely scorching sword strike transformed from the Golden Crow at the end were unknown to Qian Tianhen. And both of these were of a very high level, forming crucial components that allowed Gu Mo to ultimately unleash a sword strike that surpassed his own realm by a major one. Then Master, can this disciple go out for training now? Having received Qian Tianhen's affirmation, Gu Mo's mind shifted, and he thought of the Cave Heaven relic. The core of that Cave Heaven was very important to Gu Mo, and he had always been thinking about it. His strength was insufficient before, but now Gu Mo felt he should be able to do it. If that ultimate sword strike were combined with immortal power, Gu Mo felt that its power could still be further increased. By then, even if he encountered a nascent soul true lord, he should still have the power to strike once. And this strike had the potential to wound a nascent soul true lord. This. Hearing Gu Mo's words, Qian Tianhen couldn't help but hesitate. He knew very well that a sword cultivator could not simply rely on cultivation, sword cultivators grew in battle. It was just that Gu Mo was now in the top 10 of the demonic path sect's assassination list, and the risk of him going out for training at this moment was too great. Once the demonic path sect learned that Gu Mo had left the Great Evolution Sword sect, their spies would definitely assassinate him at all costs. As for Qian Tianhen secretly following him, that would negate the meaning of training, and it would also be impossible to cultivate a true sword cultivator. Master, you don't actually need to worry about your disciple. Seeing Qian Tianhen's hesitant expression, Gu Mo naturally understood his concerns. Immediately, Gu Mo's golden core realm aura swiftly dropped to foundation establishment, and simultaneously, his aura and appearance also changed. Qian Tianhen gazed at Gu Mo, whose cultivation, appearance, and even aura had drastically transformed, and his eyes were filled with surprise. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that the person standing before him was someone else entirely. This meant that Gu Mo's disguise was sufficient to deceive a nascent soul sword lord. Such was the power of the breath concealment technique at the Great Perfection realm. As for the change in appearance, it was merely a minor disguise technique. With Gu Mo's golden core realm cultivation, even without mastering disguise techniques, he could naturally control his body to alter his appearance. Since that's the case, then follow your heart's desire. Knowing that Gu Mo possessed such a profound concealment method that even he couldn't see through, Qian Tianhen naturally felt much more at ease. As for achieving 100% safety, that simply didn't exist. Yes. Having received Qian Tianhen's permission, Gu Mo couldn't help but smile, for he could finally go to that Cave Heaven relic and search for the Cave Heaven core he had been yearning for. However, before setting off, Gu Mo still needed to make some preparations. Remember to give a good review. Xiao Hua's figure appeared, left a box, and then instantly vanished. Gu Mo, incarnation, picked up the box Xiao Hua left. This was the preparation he needed: 4th order tombstone moss and some sun essence. According to Jian Tao's intelligence, there were many formations and restrictions within that Cave Heaven relic, and to explore it smoothly, means of breaking formations and restrictions were absolutely essential. Therefore, Gu Mo's main body could only pause the upgrade of the sunflower and first prepare some tombstone moss for his incarnation. In addition to the 4th order tombstone moss, Gu Mo also prepared a considerable amount of 3rd order moss for various different situations. Originally, Gu Mo had also planned to prepare 4th order Yang pills for his incarnation, in case of sneak attacks from demonic sect spies. But as Gu Mo comprehended the Great Sun Sword intent, he no longer needed Yang pills. The Great Sun Sword intent could directly dispel devilish qi, which meant that Gu Mo would hold a significant advantage when fighting demonic cultivators, and some of the demonic cultivators' insidious methods would find it very difficult to affect Gu Mo, who had comprehended the Great Sun Sword intent. Once the news of Gu Mo mastering the Great Sun Sword intent was exposed, it was estimated that his incarnation's ranking would rise again. Then, let's depart as soon as possible. All necessary preparations were complete, and Gu Mo no longer hesitated, heading directly to the location of the Cave Heaven relic provided by Jian Tao. He was also concerned that if he delayed too long, the relic might be discovered by others. Before long, a foundation establishment sword cultivator from the Great Evolution Sword sect left the sect. Boss, a target has appeared. Gu Mo, disguised as an ordinary foundation establishment disciple of the Great Evolution Sword sect, had just left the sect's territory when an inconspicuous stone trembled slightly, and then a message was sent out via a communication talisman. After waiting so long, a target has finally appeared. Inside a cave, an ordinary-looking middle-aged cultivator glanced at the communication talisman in his hand and couldn't help but feel a surge of spirit. During this period, the demonic sect's forces embedded within the righteous path had suffered enormous losses. A nascent soul demon lord had fallen, a high-ranking member had been captured, and all their informants within the Great Evolution Sword sect had been destroyed. Having lost their informants, the demonic sect was no longer able to obtain timely information about the Great Evolution Sword sect. If it were peacetime, the demonic sect wouldn't be anxious, but this time, a top prodigy who had condensed an immortal golden core had appeared in the Great Evolution Sword sect. If such a threat wasn't eliminated quickly, the events of 1,000 years ago might recur. 1,000 years ago, the demonic sect had paid a great price, coupled with a bit of luck. to eliminate the prodigy from the Great Evolution Sword sect who was attempting to break through to the soul transformation realm. No one could guarantee that they would succeed again next time. And to ensure foolproof success, the best method was not to allow that prodigy to grow, but to eliminate the Great Evolution Sword sect's prodigy. They first needed to obtain information about him. Therefore, the demonic sect began to find ways to re-embed informants within the Great Evolution Sword sect. Directly sending people to infiltrate was clearly unrealistic, and using the guise of apprenticeship to sneak in was also no longer effective, as the Great Evolution Sword sect's ability to clear out their original informants meant that the Great Evolution Sword sect possessed the means to detect demonic path methods. This ability was also the intelligence the demonic sect wanted to investigate. Since infiltration and embedding personnel were not feasible, the demonic sect's spies thought of directly targeting Great Evolution Sword sect disciples who ventured out. By controlling those Great Evolution Sword sect disciples who went out, they could quickly complete the deployment of informants, even if the service period of these informants was only until the Great Evolution Sword sect used their demonic path detection method a second time. That would still be enough. At worst, they would control more Great Evolution Sword sect disciples who ventured out. For a sect to operate normally, it was impossible for it to remain closed off indefinitely, especially for sword cultivators who needed combat tempering, who needed to constantly go out and fight. So, by waiting quietly, there would always be targets. Lure the person into the formation. The middle-aged cultivator quickly issued an order. It was just a Foundation establishment disciple, so he wasn't in a hurry. He would first let his subordinates capture the person, and then he would go over to implement the control method. The demonic sect spies truly haven't given up. Guang looked at the formation light barrier rising around him and thought to himself. As the acting sect master of the Great Evolution Sword sect, he was naturally very clear about the news happening within the sect. Some time ago, Guang had received intelligence about demonic sect spies appearing nearby. Guang had sent elders to lead an investigation, but the demonic sect spies' concealment methods were indeed excellent, and the elders dispatched by the sect had found nothing. After that, the demonic sect spies completely vanished, which made many elders and disciples believe that the demonic sect had given up, but Guang knew that the demonic sect would not give up. With him, an immortal golden core, the demonic sect people were probably dying of anxiety, so how could they be willing to give up? Now it seemed that, just as Guang had predicted, the demonic sect had indeed not given up on infiltrating the Great Evolution Sword sect. They had merely shifted from their previous proactive approach to now waiting for the rabbit to come to them. And Guang had now become the rabbit that was caught. Well, it should be a vicious beast disguised as a rabbit. Guang tapped the formation light barrier. This was a third-order high-grade trapping formation. With Gumo's current combat power, he could forcibly break through it, but there was no need. Because Gumo had a better method, it's a good opportunity to test the effect of the tombstone moss before exploring the cave heaven relic. Gumo had not yet used the tombstone moss in actual combat since obtaining it. Now was a good time to test it and see if there were any flaws, so he wouldn't be flustered in the cave heaven relic. Saying that, Gumo took out a clump of black moss and placed it on the formation light barrier. As soon as the tombstone moss touched the formation light barrier, it quickly took root and spread, then began to devour the formation light barrier. The continuously spreading black moss was like a gaping black maw, gnawing a large hole out of the formation light barrier bite by bite. During this period, the formation had no perception whatsoever. This silent method of breaking formations was countless times more ingenious than those formation-breaking talismans. Especially with some formations and restrictions, even a slight touch would trigger a chain reaction. Even if broken with a powerful formation-breaking talisman, it would lead to more subsequent trouble due to triggering the formation and restrictions. But this tombstone moss would not. At this moment, the demonic sect spies outside had no idea that the formation they had set up had already been breached. Not bad. Gumo walked out of the formation light barrier through the hole gnawed by the tombstone moss, then retrieved the moss from it. Tombstone moss was not a one-time plant. It could be recovered after use, but after recovery, it needed to be reactivated with sun essence to be used again. As the tombstone moss was retrieved, the gap in the formation light barrier slowly recovered. If one didn't observe carefully, it would even be difficult to notice that the formation had been breached. Oh, a big fish has arrived. As soon as Gumo left the formation light barrier, he sensed an aura of the golden core late stage, a golden core late stage demonic sect spy. This could definitely be considered a big fish. As for demonic lord level cultivators, that is, the last time the demonic sect dispatched 2 of them was to completely eliminate the hidden danger of the Great Evolution Sword sect. Unfortunately, those 2 nascent soul demon lords ended up with 1 dead and 1 injured. It was estimated that for a long time to come, the demonic sect would not send demonic lord level forces. After all, the righteous path was not to be trifled with either. The previous surprise attack by the demonic sect allowed them to exploit a loophole. Now, on the eve of the war between the righteous and demonic paths, both sides' alert levels had been maximized. Once a demonic path demonic lord appeared in righteous path territory, the righteous path would definitely not let him leave alive again. Boss. The several demonic sect spies guarding outside the formation saw the middle-aged cultivator appear and immediately saluted. Of course, the appearance of this middle-aged cultivator was 100% fake. The demonic sect spies were not so audacious as to wander around with their true faces. Have you caught the person? The middle-aged cultivator asked. Don't worry, boss, it's just a small Foundation establishment cultivator. We just made a slight move, and the opponent already fell into the trap. At this moment, that kid should be crying in the formation. A demonic sect spy pointed to the formation not far away. To prevent the formation from being discovered, this formation was placed within a crack. From the outside, the formation's existence could not be seen, and only by entering the crack could one see the formation. Look at the error-free version on Yi 6 Yi 9 Yi Shu Yi Ba. This was also why the demonic sect spies guarding outside had not yet discovered any abnormalities in the formation. Very good, this time. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator nodded. Once they started, they could use this target to lure out Great Evolution Sword Sect disciples and thus control more targets. However, the middle-aged cultivator's words stopped abruptly, because at this moment, the formation was empty. Where is the person? The middle-aged cultivator turned his head, looking at his subordinates, his eyes now filled with the anger of being deceived. He knew that every time he appeared, he risked being discovered. Boss, the person was just here. We saw him trapped by the formation with our own eyes. Looking at the empty formation, the demonic sect spies all started sweating, quickly explaining. Then, where is the person? The middle-aged cultivator's gaze was chilling. At this moment, he somewhat suspected whether there was a traitor among his subordinates, who was deliberately trying to lure him out, and then. As soon as this thought arose in the middle-aged cultivator's mind, he felt a palpitation. Without hesitation, the middle-aged cultivator quickly dodged. Subsequently, a brilliant sword light flashed across. Although the middle-aged cultivator dodged it by virtue of his profound cultivation, his subordinates were not so lucky and were all slain by that brilliant sword. Who is it? The death of his subordinates caused no ripple in the middle-aged cultivator's heart. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the front. What keen perception! His own sword had actually been dodged. Guang couldn't help but lament. However, it made sense. Demonic sect spies who could be sent to infiltrate Righteous Path territory had the primary condition of maintaining constant vigilance, and those who were careless had probably already become corpses. Having failed to achieve success with one sword, Guang could only forcibly kill him. In any case, Guang would not let this demonic sect spy leave. No matter who you are, you will die this time. As Guang appeared, the middle-aged cultivator quickly recalled the intelligence in his mind, but none of it matched. He knew that the Foundation establishment cultivator before him had powerful concealment methods. So, after uttering his harsh words, the middle-aged cultivator unhesitatingly chose to flee. As a golden core late-stage cultivator, as long as the opponent wasn't a nascent soul true lord, he wasn't afraid even if it was a golden core great perfection cultivator. After all, he was best at self-preservation, and he was sent here because his superiors valued his ability to preserve his life. Only by staying alive could he continuously send intelligence back, and strong combat power was useless. Could he really single-handedly challenge an entire Righteous Path sect? Now that his whereabouts had been exposed, what he needed to do was not to eliminate this guy who was hiding his cultivation, but to retreat. If he delayed, and the Righteous Path powerhouses arrived, then he wouldn't be able to escape. He's truly decisive. Guang also greatly admired this person. Upon discovering that something was wrong, he unhesitatingly chose to retreat, without any hesitation or sloppiness. If it were anyone else, he probably would have succeeded. Unfortunately, he was facing Guang. The moment the middle-aged cultivator prepared to flee, 9 of the 12 sword cores within Guang's body swiftly moved, forming a 9 palaces sword formation. The instant the sword formation formed, Guang also unleashed a sword strike, and this sword contained powerful sealing power. This was the effect of the 9 palaces sword formation. It was also the effect of the sword core forming a formation. There was no need to use additional flying swords to set up a formation. Instead, the sword cores directly formed the formation, and then the power of the sword formation could be directly released through Guang's sword swings. What? The middle-aged cultivator, who was preparing to flee, felt a powerful binding force descend, and his complexion drastically changed. Knowing he couldn't escape, the middle-aged cultivator unhesitatingly chose to counterattack. As the two sides clashed, the middle-aged cultivator immediately discovered Guang's true cultivation. Even if the breath concealment technique was cultivated to great perfection, as soon as Guang made a move, his true cultivation realm could not be hidden. However, the change in aura was still effective. You are that Lin Wu. Upon discovering Guang's true cultivation, the middle-aged cultivator's eyes gleamed. Although his aura was somewhat off, there was only one golden core early-stage cultivator with such formidable combat power in the Great Evolution Sword Sect. That was Lin Wu, ranked 10th on the Righteous Path Heaven's Pride ranking, who had condensed an immortal golden core. At the same time, this was also the ultimate target of his current mission. As long as he could eliminate this target, then. Thinking of the enormous reward for eliminating Guang, the middle-aged cultivator could no longer maintain his cautious mindset. At this moment, his heart was filled with madness, for the reward obtained by eliminating the person before him could allow him to smoothly enter the golden core great perfection, and even have enough surplus to attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm. Under the stimulation of the huge reward, the middle stage cultivator made a bold move. Even if the target had condensed an immortal golden core and could fight above his realm, he was not in the golden core middle stage, but the golden core late stage. With 2 realms difference, the middle stage cultivator was still confident he could kill the target. Afterward, he could take the target's corpse and claim a reward sufficient to change his fate. As soon as the middle stage cultivator made his move, he unleashed a classic demonic path magic treasure, the 10,000 Souls Banner. The 10,000 Souls Banner, being the most classic magic treasure for demonic cultivators, naturally had its powerful aspects. The more wronged souls it collected, the stronger its power would be. When the 10,000 Souls Banner was unleashed, the surrounding sky instantly turned dim, and then wronged souls rushed out, attacking Guang. Die. The middle stage cultivator fully activated the power of the 10,000 Souls Banner. He needed to end the battle as quickly as possible, as the 10,000 Souls Banner caused a significant disturbance, and prolonged delay would lead to discovery by Righteous Path cultivators. However, the middle stage cultivator had confidence in the 10,000 souls banner he had refined. Most of his efforts had been spent on it. For this, he had secretly massacred several mortal cities, collecting a massive number of wronged souls. For this demonic path magic treasure, the more wronged souls it contained, the stronger the power it could unleash. At this moment, his 10,000 souls banner, when fully unleashed, could definitely reach the power level of Golden Core Great Perfection. With the power level of Golden Core Great Perfection, killing a Golden Core early stage was absolutely effortless. Even if the target had some life-saving Deo items, it wouldn't matter. He had also prepared a backup plan, Demonic Sound of Delusion. This was a divine soul attack method that could temporarily confuse the enemy, making them miss the opportunity to use life-saving Deo items, unless the target possessed passively triggered life-saving Deo items. However, such life-saving Deo items were extremely precious, no less valuable than a spiritual artifact. After all, for a life-saving Deo item to automatically determine if its owner was in danger, it needed to possess a certain level of sentience. And possessing sentience was already the prototype of a spiritual artifact. Using a spiritual artifact prototype to create a passive life-saving Deo item demonstrates just how precious these passive life-saving Deo items are. As for using other methods, it wasn't impossible, such as formation sensing, but the drawback of formation sensing was its rigidity, which could easily be exploited by enemies to trick the passive life-saving Deo item into activating prematurely, not only failing to save a life but also backfiring. Based on the middle stage cultivator's understanding of the Great Evolution Sword Sect's current foundation, it was clear that the Great Evolution Sword Sect could not produce such a treasure as a passive life-saving Deo item. Unless the Great Evolution Sword Sect went all out, even selling everything they had, just to protect this immortal golden core by providing a passive life-saving Deo item, then the middle stage cultivator would have nothing to say. After all, there's no such thing as 100% success in the world, but he felt that his probability of successfully killing the target this time was at least 90%. The mournful wails of wronged souls and the seductive sounds constantly echoed in Gumo's ears. If it were any other golden core cultivator, they might have already fallen victim. But Gumo's expression remained calm, and then, Gumo raised his sword. In an instant, a great sun emerged, illuminating the previously dim sky. Under the radiance of the great sun, those wronged souls dissipated like spring snow meeting the scorching sun. What? The middle stage cultivator's expression changed drastically as he looked at the great Sunday. That great sun was not material, but formed by sword intent. Such an ultimate yang sword intent was absolutely the bane of all yin and evil wronged souls. The target condensing an immortal golden core was already a major concern for the demonic sect. Now, the opponent had even condensed such an ultimate yang sword intent. If he were to grow, he would definitely be the natural enemy of demonic cultivators. The vast great sun aura immediately calmed the middle stage cultivator. He knew that under these circumstances, he couldn't kill the target, at least not in a short time. Since that was the case, the middle stage cultivator chose to flee again. As long as he reported the target's comprehension of the ultimate yang sword intent, he would still receive a considerable reward. However, just as the thought of fleeing arose in the middle stage cultivator's mind, a sudden sense of dread and heart palpitations surged through him. If he ran, he would die. But if he didn't run, and the disturbance here was discovered, he would also die. I'd like to see what ability you have to keep me here. Facing a desperate situation, the middle stage cultivator naturally did not lack the courage to fight to the death. As the middle stage cultivator roared, terrifying demonic flames instantly surged from his body. It was clear that he had cast some kind of demonic path forbidden art that boosted his combat power. The middle stage cultivator's confidence in saying that no one below the nascent soul realm could take him down stemmed from this demonic path forbidden art of his. Although casting this art came at a considerable cost, it could temporarily elevate his combat power to the golden core great perfection. At this moment, the middle stage cultivator could proudly declare that unless a nascent soul true lord made a move, otherwise. The middle stage cultivator's morale, which had soared due to casting the forbidden art, instantly vanished as Gumo made his move. Originally, Gumo had wanted to have a great battle with that middle stage demonic cultivator to hone his sword Deo, but the opponent was uncooperative, going all out from the start and finally casting a forbidden art to raise his combat power to golden core great perfection. Under such circumstances, Gumo could only go all out as well. Gumo's full power naturally involved arranging the Dutian 12 sword demonic great array with his 12 sword cores, combined with the Great Sun sword intent, to unleash that one move, the Great Sun Golden Crow sword. This sword strike had been certified by Xian Tianhen as possessing the power of a nascent soul sword lord. No, impossible. The middle stage cultivator looked at the extremely brilliant sword light transformed by the Golden Crow, his soul trembling. What did he see? A golden core early stage cultivator had actually unleashed a sword strike of a nascent soul sword lord. What kind of heaven-defying talent was this? If this matter were to spread, then the demonic sect would likely directly dispatch a nascent soul demon lord to exterminate him. Such a prodigy, once he grew, would definitely be in existence surpassing the Great Evolution Sword Sect's ancestral master of yesteryear. Unfortunately, the middle stage cultivator had no chance to transmit this crucial intelligence back. An intensely scorching and brilliant sword light flashed, and all the devilish chi and life force within the middle stage cultivator's body were extinguished. As expected, it's very strong. Gumo let out a long breath. Previously, when sparring with his master, Xian Tianhen, he couldn't tell how strong this move was. Now, Gumo finally understood, a golden core great perfection demonic cultivator was slain with one sword. The only regret was that Gumo could not continuously unleash such a full power strike. Of course, this was merely Gumo's full power strike, not his ultimate strike. Gumo's true ultimate strike was to incorporate immortal power on top of this sword strike. However, such an ultimate strike, unless facing an enemy at the nascent soul true lord level, would rarely be withstood by cultivators below the nascent soul realm, even with this full power strike. The reason for saying rarely was because Gumo considered the true disciples of those top sects. As a disciple of Sheneng Valley, Gumo had naturally heard about the deeds of some of the sect's true disciples. Indeed, there were a very small number of top true disciples whose combat power was astonishingly strong. A huge loss. After the middle stage cultivator's death, Gumo didn't forget to loot the body. Gumo thought there should be many treasures on a golden core late stage demonic cultivator. But upon checking the opponent's storage pouch, there were indeed many treasures, but they were all demonic cultivator items. These things were absolutely precious to demonic cultivators, but they were of no use to Gumo whatsoever. Taking out a communication talisman, Gumo sent a message to the Great Evolution Sword Sect, asking them to come and handle the aftermath. Killing a demonic path spy was also a meritorious deed, a merit belonging to the Righteous Path Alliance. These merits, once the war between the Righteous Path and Demonic Path began, could be used as military achievements to exchange for those precious treasures. As for Gumo, he continued his journey towards the Cave Heaven relic. This should be the place, right? Gumo flew in midair on his flying sword, his divine sense constantly sweeping across the desolate land below. After more than a month of travel, Gumo finally arrived at the location Jiantao had given him. According to the information Jiantao provided, the entrance to the Cave Heaven relic was a rock, but that rock was not a real rock, but an illusion. As long as one found that rock and passed directly through it, they could enter. Jiantao had stumbled into that relic by accident back then. It was precisely because the method of entering this Cave Heaven relic was too simple that Gumo was worried the relic would be discovered, which was why he rushed over in such a hurry. Otherwise, Gumo could have waited longer. Found it. Suddenly, Gumo's gaze swept towards an inconspicuous boulder. If he hadn't been searching with a purpose, such an ordinary boulder, indistinguishable from the countless other boulders in this desolate land, would have been truly difficult to discover. Get the error-free version from Yuliu Yuju Yishu Yuba. But with intent, finding it was not so difficult after all. At least Gumo found it quite smoothly. Arriving before the boulder, Gumo reached out to test it, and indeed, his hand passed directly through the boulder. Without hesitation, Gumo stepped through the boulder. Subsequently, the surrounding environment suddenly changed, transforming from the previous barren land into a lush forest, and the spiritual chi concentration in the surroundings also increased significantly. Gumo knew that this should be the Cave Heaven, but this was only the outer perimeter of the Cave Heaven. According to Jiantao's information, the outer perimeter of the Cave Heaven was relatively safe, but there were no treasures there either. Passing through the outer forest was considered the interior of the Cave Heaven relic, which was fraught with danger. The companions Jiantao had hired had died under the defensive measures of the Cave Heaven relic. If Jiantao hadn't relied on his life-saving means, he would have died there long ago. Well then, let's go take a look. Gumo took a deep breath. A cultivator capable of possessing a Cave Heaven magic treasure was clearly not a weakling, and a Cave Heaven magic treasure left behind by an unknown powerhouse. Heaven knew what astonishing killing moves the other party had set up within the Cave Heaven. Fortunately, this Cave Heaven magic treasure was in a damaged state. Even if there were powerful killing moves, they likely couldn't exert their full power. Coupled with Gumo's tombstone moss, he was still confident that he could enter the core of the Cave Heaven relic and obtain the void crystal core that formed the Cave Heaven. Of course, the most fundamental reason Gumo was so fearless was that only his incarnation was entering the Cave Heaven relic at this moment. Even if something unfortunate happened and the incarnation perished, Gumo could still condense another one. But if he succeeded in obtaining the void crystal core, Gumo would be able to create his own Cave Heaven magic treasure, which held extremely important significance for Gumo. Gumo stepped forward, passing through the forest. What then came into view was a large expanse of spirit fields. Gumo was not surprised by the appearance of spirit fields. One of the greatest functions of a Cave Heaven magic treasure was for farming and breeding. What truly surprised Gumo was that he saw people cultivating in the spirit fields. However, as Gumo's divine sense swept over them, he discovered that these people were not real people, but puppets. This was truly fully automatic, unmanned cultivation. Of course, these puppets could not only farm but also be used to clear invaders, which included spirit insects, spirit beasts, and intruding cultivators. Jiantao was first trapped by the formation in the Cave Heaven, then encountered these puppets, and ultimately was no match for them. All his hired companions died, while he escaped by relying on his life-saving Dao item. These puppets are at the Golden Core realm in terms of strength, right? No wonder Jiantao couldn't defeat them. Gumo carefully observed the puppets. Putting everything else aside, the strength of the materials used to make the puppets alone reached the Golden Core realm. Using third-order materials to create farming puppets showed how profound the original owner of this Cave Heaven magic treasure's foundation was. Although Gumo was confident he could destroy these third-order puppets, there was no need to. Heaven knew if destroying these puppets would trigger other mechanisms within this Cave Heaven relic. Gumo turned, preparing to enter from a different direction. Then, Gumo saw large areas of abandoned spirit fields and some damaged puppets, all of which proved that this Cave Heaven was in a damaged state. This spot will do. Finding a place without puppets, Gumo took out a clump of third-order tombstone moss and placed it on the dim formation light barrier. This formation was clearly in a damaged state, a Golden Core realm cultivator could easily break it. Jiantao had previously chosen to break this formation, and then, unknowingly, triggered some restriction in the cave heaven relic, becoming trapped within. Gu Mo naturally wouldn't choose to force his way in. He had tombstone moss, which allowed him to enter silently. A moment later, the tombstone moss gnawed an entrance in the formation light barrier, and Gu Mo easily entered without causing any disturbance. Activating the breath concealment technique, Gu Mo suppressed his aura to the lowest possible level, then walked towards the center of the cave heaven relic. Along the way, Gu Mo saw several spirit fields enveloped by formations. Some of these spirit fields were already abandoned, but one was still operating. Compared to the ling rice outside, this particular spirit field cultivated spirit medicine, and all of them were 4th order spirit medicine. No, to be precise, they should have been 3rd order spirit medicine, but these spirit medicine had grown here for an unknown number of years, accumulating over time to reach the 4th order. Among them, Gu Mo even saw sunlight glazed flower, and it was a 4th rank sunlight glazed flower, as well as 4th order sword heart bamboo. 4th order sword heart bamboo was sufficient for refining spiritual artifact level flying swords. After all, 4th order sword heart bamboo could already develop sentience, which was the advantage of plant type materials over ore materials. As long as the sentience within the 4th order sword heart bamboo was protected during refining, a flying sword imbued with sentience could be refined, which was the embryo of a spiritual artifact. Besides these, there were also some relatively special 3rd order spirit plants, but these special 3rd order spirit plants had all advanced to 4th order through the long passage of years. These are all good things. Gu Mo looked at that spirit field, he wanted everything inside. But Gu Mo was very clear that his primary goal for coming to this cave heaven relic was the void crystal core. Everything else had to be put aside. Only after obtaining the void crystal core, if there was an opportunity, would it be time to collect other treasures. Before that, Gu Mo needed to focus all his attention on finding the void crystal core. Gu Mo retracted his gaze from the 4th order spirit plants and continued forward. Along the way, besides abandoned spirit fields, Gu Mo also saw some fences, and within the fences, there were a few skeletons. This should be an area for raising spirit beasts. Gu Mo approached a damaged fence and immediately felt the faint but powerful chi emanating from the skeletons within the fence. This is... Gu Mo looked at the skeletons in the fence with a solemn gaze. From the residual chi on these skeletons, Gu Mo could determine that these skeletons were at least 4th order demon kings when they were alive, and not just ordinary 4th order demon kings, they might have been top tier demon kings. Otherwise, it would be impossible for chi to still remain on the skeletons after such a long time. A skeleton of a top tier demon king like this would be considered a heavy treasure if placed outside. But Gu Mo knew what he needed most, or rather, in this cave heaven relic, the most precious thing was not the 4th order spirit plants, nor these top tier demon king skeletons, but the core of the cave heaven relic. Without hesitation, Gu Mo continued towards the center of the cave heaven relic. However, Gu Mo's steps soon stopped involuntarily, and his gaze turned to a spirit field not far away. That spirit field was already abandoned, and on the abandoned spirit field, a large tree lay fallen. The tree should have died, but its trunk still emitted astonishing spiritual energy fluctuations. Gu Mo was very familiar with this type of fluctuation because the 5th order ancient tree in Sheneng Valley emitted the same aura. The large tree lying dead in this spirit field was actually a 5th order spirit plant. Even if it was a dead 5th order spirit plant, its trunk and branches were all 5th order spirit materials. On Sheneng Valley's contribution exchange list, there was an exchange for 5th order spirit materials, which were branches broken off from the 5th order ancient tree by the sect. Such 5th order spirit materials were only available once every 100 years. After all, breaking off branches from a 5th order ancient tree was also a kind of damage to the ancient tree. Once every 100 years was the result of Sheneng Valley's careful consideration. This way, it could stably produce 5th order spirit materials for Sheneng Valley without causing too much damage to the ancient tree. And to exchange for such a piece of 5th order spirit material, the required contribution was frighteningly high, yet even so, as soon as 5th order spirit materials appeared, they would be exchanged by the elders of the sect. At this moment, the fallen 5th order large tree in that spirit field represented tens of thousands of portions of 5th order spirit materials, and the body of this 5th order spirit plant was much smaller than the 5th order ancient tree in Sheneng Valley. The smaller the size, the more it meant that the spirit materials of this 5th order spirit plant should have some special effects. No, the cave heaven core is the primary goal. Gu Mo reluctantly averted his gaze. To be honest, that entire 5th order spirit plant really moved him. Those were 5th order spirit materials, treasures even venerable nascent soul longed for. But at this moment, Gu Mo was very clear-headed. The cave heaven core was what he needed most. Since 5th order spirit plants appeared in this cave heaven relic, how powerful must the owner of this cave heaven have been? Furthermore, although these spirit fields looked abandoned, who knew if there were any restrictions within them? If he were to go collect the treasures in the spirit field and trigger the restrictions, leading to being unable to obtain the cave heaven core in the end, wouldn't that be like picking up sesame seeds and losing the watermelon? Continuing forward, this time Gu Mo no longer looked at the situation of the spirit fields along the way, lest his inner resolve be tested again. Soon, a small courtyard appeared before Gu Mo's eyes. This was the only building in the entire cave heaven relic, and it should be the residence of the cave heaven magic treasures owner. If there was one place where the cave heaven core was most likely to be, it was clearly that small courtyard. Arriving in front of the small courtyard, Gu Mo was blocked by a formation. Gu Mo was no longer a novice when it came to formations, but when he observed the formation in front of the small courtyard, he felt like a novice again. This formation was too profound, and Gu Mo couldn't judge its grade. However, this cave heaven magic treasure was damaged after all, and many of the formations and restrictions inside it were damaged to varying degrees. The formation in front of him was the same. Therefore, although this formation was infinitely mysterious, the power it could exert at present should only be at the level of a fourth order formation. That's good. After confirming the strength of the formation in front of the small courtyard, Guo let out a long breath. As long as it didn't exceed fourth order, he could break it. He took out the fourth order tombstone moss that he had already prepared. Little Black, I'm counting on you. Guo said, throwing the fourth order tombstone moss in his hand. Like the sunflower and torch tree stump, the fourth order tombstone moss had also developed intelligence. Subsequently, Guo named it Little Black. After all, this tombstone moss was black, so the name was very fitting. Yes, Master. Soon, Little Black's deep voice came. Subsequently, Little Black attached itself to the formation light screen and began to spread rapidly. After about half an hour, an opening appeared on the formation light screen. This speed was much slower than Guo had imagined, but considering the true grade of this formation was definitely not fourth order, it was already quite remarkable that fourth order Little Black could break it. After the formation was broken, Guo quickly slipped in and arrived at the door of the small courtyard. Who? Guo took a deep breath, then reached out and pushed open the courtyard door. Who are you? How did you get in? As Guo stepped into the small courtyard, a sharp scream suddenly came, and then a straw man instantly appeared in front of Guo. The sharp scream came from the straw man. Of course, the straw man had no mouth, and the sound was directly transmitted to Guo's mind through soul fluctuations. So fast. Feeling the straw man that appeared in front of him in an instant, Guo was greatly surprised. However, Guo still suppressed the shock in his heart and cupped his hands, saying, "This junior naturally walked in. Impossible. You didn't pass the trial, how could you possibly come in?" The straw man seemed a bit agitated at the moment. Trial. Hearing this, Guo was stunned. This cave heaven relic also had a trial? That's right, to obtain the master's inheritance, you naturally have to pass the trial, the straw man said as a matter of course. Subsequently, the straw man explained the trial rules to Guo. This trial began as soon as the outermost formation restriction was touched. The situation Jiantao encountered earlier was actually part of the trial, but unfortunately, Jiantao did not pass. Therefore, Jiantao was simply unable to enter the interior of the cave heaven relic. Only by enduring the attacks of those puppets could one be considered to have the qualification to enter the cave heaven relic. After that, those spirit fields were all tests, one after another. By passing the tests, one could obtain the treasures in those spirit fields. Only by passing at least 3 tests would one be qualified to come to the small courtyard and obtain the inheritance left by the cave heaven owner. But Guo directly broke through the formation restriction with tombstone moss and entered, completely failing to trigger the trial mechanism. Subsequently, along the way, Guo was not distracted by the treasures in the spirit fields and came directly here, continuing to use tombstone moss to break through the formation restriction and step into this small courtyard. The straw man only suddenly realized that someone had appeared after Guo entered the small courtyard. Guo's sudden appearance made the straw man feel at a loss, because this had already conflicted with the rules set by its master. Although it had intelligence, it was not a true living being, everything needed to be done according to the rules set by its master. Now that a being that broke the rules had appeared, the straw man panicked, not knowing how to respond. Entering here counts as passing the trial, right? Guo asked. Yes. The straw man nodded. Then am I considered to have passed the trial now that I am standing here? Guo continued to ask. After discovering that this cave heaven relic still had a guardian, and that this guardian was not weak, Guo knew that if he wanted to obtain the cave heaven core, he needed to deal with this straw man first. But you haven't participated in the trial, the straw man hesitated. You said standing here is a sign of passing the trial, right? Guo pressed. Yes. The straw man could not violate the rules set by its master and could only nod, but the intelligence it possessed told it that the cultivator in front of it had not come through normal means. You've admitted it, so that's that, Guo nodded. When it came to nitpicking words, how could a living person lose to a spirit artifact? No, it's not. The straw man was probably confused by Guo and seemed a bit exasperated. In an instant, Guo felt a strong palpitation. Thinking of what Jiantao said about his companions who came with him all dying, it indicated that the trials of this cave heaven relic could be fatal. In other words, this straw man would attack. Harming trial participants is not allowed by the master. Seeing Guo's vigilant stance, the straw man quickly reined in its aura. For an error-free version, check out 1619 bookbar. But it seems someone died in the trial before, Guo asked. Because the cave heaven was damaged, some mechanisms had problems. Of course, those people who came last time were too weak. I didn't have time to save them before they couldn't hold on, but I did let one of them leave successfully, the straw man explained. The straw man's explanation surprised Guo. The reason Jiantao was able to leave was actually because the straw man intervened. If the straw man hadn't intervened, would Jiantao have been unable to escape even with life-saving magic treasures? The trial of this cave heaven relic originally had a life-saving mechanism, so it naturally did not allow trial participants to use other life-saving magic treasures to affect the trial results. It was just that the cave heaven relic was damaged at this moment, and the life-saving mechanism malfunctioned, but the mechanism prohibiting life-saving magic treasures had no problem. Therefore, if it weren't for the straw man's final intervention, Jian Tao would not have been able to escape even if he used life-saving magic treasures. Then what should we do now? Seeing that the straw man was still a bit stubborn, Gu Mo asked. How about, you make up a trial? If you pass, you can get the master's inheritance. The straw man looked at Gu Mo with expectant eyes. This way, it could report back to its master. Otherwise, handing the master's inheritance to someone who hadn't participated in the trial would make it feel guilty. Is it dangerous? Gu Mo asked. After learning that the safety measures of this cave heaven relic were ineffective, Gu Mo had to consider this question. Not dangerous. The straw man quickly guaranteed it. Subsequently, the straw man told Gu Mo his trial content, to complete the cultivation of a spirit plant. This was a Lingzi master's trial content. This trial was indeed not dangerous, but making a sword cultivator participate in a Lingzi master's trial, this straw man was clearly trying to make things difficult for Gu Mo. No wonder he only needed to make up one trial, it was still digging a big pit for him. How about it? The straw man looked at Gu Mo. Gu Mo's incarnation clearly exuded the aura of a sword cultivator, which the straw man naturally perceived clearly. The master was a powerful Lingzi master, and the person inheriting his inheritance must be a Lingzi master. A cultivator like a sword cultivator, who only knew how to fight and kill, simply couldn't make good use of the inheritance left by the master. Alright. Gu Mo nodded. If it were an ordinary sword cultivator, this hurdle would simply be insurmountable, but the straw man encountered Gu Mo. As long as this junior passes the trial, will all the treasures in this cave heaven belong to this junior? Including the cave heaven core. Gu Mo confirmed with the straw man. This time, he had to set the rules in stone. Of course. The straw man nodded. Subsequently, the straw man brought Gu Mo his trial content, a third-order spirit plant seed. What Gu Mo needed to do was to make the seed sprout and grow, reaching third order, which would count as passing the trial. Cultivating a third-order spirit plant was completely trivial for Gu Mo now. It was just that the incarnation didn't cultivate the Tai King Mu Sutra, so the effect would be slightly worse. But the problem wasn't big. The Great Evolution Heavenly Cycle skill that the incarnation cultivated was a cultivation technique without attributes. If it were a metal or fire attribute cultivation technique, that would be troublesome. Of course, if he really encountered an attribute problem, Gu Mo could also forcibly make the incarnation operate the Tai King Mu Sutra to temporarily change the power attribute, but doing so would come at a considerable cost. But for the cave heaven core, Gu Mo felt that paying some price was completely worth it. Fortunately, the Great Evolution Heavenly Cycle skill had no attributes, so there was no need to pay any price. He cast plant perception, and a meridian map appeared on the seed in his hand. Then, Gu Mo mobilized his Dan power and used accelerated growth to promote the germination of the seed in his hand. Ah! The straw man was somewhat bewildered to see a sword cultivator actually using Lingzi master techniques. Moreover, looking at this sword cultivator, it was clear that he had extraordinary attainments in the Dao of Lingzi masters. However, what shocked the straw man even more was yet to come. Gu Mo saw that the Dan power of the Great Evolution Heavenly Cycle skill was a bit slow in promoting the seed's germination, so he had a sudden idea and unleashed the Great Sun Sword Intent. It had to be said that under the stimulation of the Great Sun Sword Intent, the seed quickly germinated. Using Sword Intent to promote the growth of spirit plants, the straw man could be said to have had its eyes opened. As the seed germinated, Gu Mo found a spot in the small courtyard and planted it. Next, Gu Mo continued to use Lingzi master techniques to hasten its maturity, combined with the Shroud of Great Sun Sword Intent, the spirit plant grew rapidly. Sword Intent, it can actually be used this way, the straw man murmured. Even its master had never thought of this path, but now someone was personally demonstrating to it how a sword cultivator cultivates spirit plants. This should be qualified to inherit the master's inheritance, right? The straw man looked at Gu Mo with a complex expression. Although the third-order spirit plant had not yet grown to its peak state, the straw man knew that the sword cultivator in front of it had already passed this trial. You have passed this trial. Without further delay, the straw man directly announced that Gu Mo had passed the trial. Passed. Gu Mo, who was engrossed in his research on how Great Sun Sword Intent promoted spirit plant growth, looked up at the sound. This flash of inspiration he had was definitely a topic worth researching. It wasn't just the sword cultivator avatar who possessed the Great Sun Sword Intent, the main body did too. And the main body was a genuine Lingzi master. If this were combined with the Great Sun Sword Intent, it would definitely elevate Gu Mo's Lingzi master attainments to a new level. That's right, you've passed the trial. The straw man looked at Gu Mo, who was immersed in his research. If it weren't for the Scorching Sword Intent proving his identity as a sword cultivator, anyone would think he was a Lingzi master skilled in research. Come with me. The straw man said, turning and walking towards the house in the small courtyard. Seeing this, Gu Mo quickly followed. The treasures he wanted were clearly inside that small house. Entering the small house, the furnishings inside were very simple, with only a futon and a table. At this moment, 3 items were placed on the table. These are the master's legacy. Take them. I hope you can make good use of them. The straw man pointed at the 3 items on the table in the small house, his tone filled with nostalgia. Following the straw man's refer to, Gu Mo's gaze swept over the items on the table. The first thing that caught his eye was a crystal ball, and within that crystal ball was a fragmented miniature world. Void Crystal Core. The moment he saw the crystal ball, Gu Mo recognized its origin. This was the core of a grotto heaven magic treasure, and the fragmented world within the crystal ball was a reflection of this grotto heaven. That's right, this is the core of the grotto heaven. Seeing Gu Mo recognize the crystal ball's origin, the straw man nodded. However, this grotto heaven currently belongs to the master. Later, I will help you unbind the grotto heaven. At that time, you will need to construct your own grotto heaven. Don't worry, the master also left you a piece of Zirang, enough to create a continent for your new grotto heaven. Zirang. As the straw man spoke, Gu Mo's gaze involuntarily turned to the small bottle beside the crystal ball. Gu Mo had naturally heard of the legends of Zirang, it was an earth element supreme treasure. Even a tiny bit of Zirang could form a piece of land. Moreover, the land formed by Zirang naturally contained abundant spiritual qi, and with a little guidance, spiritual veins could be condensed. For an artificial world like a grotto heaven magic treasure, Zirang was absolutely the top-tier treasure. So heavy. Gu Mo wanted to pick up the small bottle to see what the legendary Zirang looked like, but Gu Mo was stunned to find that he couldn't lift the small bottle. Hehe, a single particle of Zirang weighs 10,000 jin. The Zirang in this small bottle is at least a finger's width. It's not something a golden core cultivator like you can lift. The straw man couldn't help but laugh when he saw Gu Mo frustrated. Inject your Danli into that small bottle. After joking with Gu Mo, the straw man continued. Hearing this, Gu Mo did as he was told. As Danli was injected into the small bottle, its weight drastically decreased. Although the small bottle was still heavy, Gu Mo could at least lift it now. Clearly, this small bottle was also a treasure. Without hesitation, Gu Mo threw the small bottle into his storage space. Immediately, Gu Mo felt a sense of relief, but soon he found that the storage space seemed to be under immense pressure, feeling as if it was about to collapse. Seeing this, Gu Mo quickly took the small bottle out again. This Zirang actually couldn't be placed in storage space. Gu Mo didn't know that the terrifying weight of Zirang was entirely offset by the small bottle, and the small bottle required a continuous supply of spiritual qi to counteract the weight of Zirang. There was no spiritual qi in the storage equipment. If the small bottle was put into the storage equipment, it couldn't absorb external spiritual qi to counteract the weight of Zirang. Once the weight of Zirang was completely released, the storage space simply couldn't bear it. At that time, you can store the Zirang in the void crystal core. The straw man laughed. Saying that, the straw man's gaze swept to the third item on the table, which was a jade slip. This is the legacy left by the master. Since you've obtained the master's legacy, you can be considered half a disciple of the master. Hearing this, Gu Mo bowed to the jade slip as a disciple, then picked up the jade slip with both hands. This is. As Gu Mo's divine sense entered the jade slip, an expression of disbelief immediately appeared on his face. This grotto heaven master was actually a senior from Sheneng Valley. The legacy he left behind was also the legacy of Sheneng Valley, but it wasn't the Tai King Mu Sutra, but rather the Sheneng 100 Herb Scripture. Gu Mo had naturally heard of this top-tier Lingzi master legacy. It was a legacy above the soul transformation realm. However, Sheneng Valley only seemed to have half of the Sheneng 100 Herb Scripture, the other half was lost a long time ago. But even with just half of the Sheneng 100 Herb Scripture, it was enough for Sheneng Valley to firmly remain among the top sects. And to cultivate the Sheneng 100 Herb Scripture, only true disciples of Sheneng Valley were qualified. Gu Mo continued to scan the jade slip in his hand and felt as if he held the complete Sheneng 100 Herb Scripture. This meant that the Grotto Heaven Master existed in an extremely distant era. The Master was a named disciple of Sheneng. The straw man revealed the Grotto Heaven Master's origin. A named disciple of Sheneng. These words truly startled Gu Mo. Sheneng wasn't just a legend, he actually existed. What realm was Sheneng in? A legendary immortal god? And the Grotto Heaven Master being a named disciple of Sheneng, didn't that mean the Grotto Heaven Master was the ancestral master of Sheneng Valley? The reason Sheneng Valley dared to bear the name of Sheneng was because Sheneng Valley obtained Sheneng's legacy. The Grotto Heaven Master, as a named disciple of Sheneng, perfectly fit this condition. While Gu Mo was shocked by the Grotto Heaven Master's origin, suddenly, the jade slip in his hand flashed with light, then instantly shattered. Following that, a vast amount of knowledge directly poured into Gu Mo's mind. This was the complete Sheneng 100 Herb Scripture, or rather, it was also not the complete Sheneng 100 Herb Scripture, but it was at a higher level than what Sheneng Valley currently possessed. The ancestral master of Sheneng Valley was only a named disciple of Sheneng and did not obtain the truly complete Sheneng 100 Herb Scripture. But even so, the words up to Mahayana realm still deeply shocked Gu Mo. Through this Sheneng 100 Herb Scripture, Gu Mo learned that the realm above soul transformation was void refining, then body integration, followed by undergoing tribulation, and finally Mahayana. The Tai King Mu Sutra and Great Evolution Heavenly Cycle skill that Gu Mo was currently cultivating were both cultivation techniques at the soul transformation level and simply couldn't compare to this Mahayana level Sheneng 100 Herb Scripture. Furthermore, this wasn't the entirety of the Sheneng 100 Herb Scripture, even Mahayana wasn't the entirety of the Sheneng 100 Herb Scripture. This indicates that the true Sheneng 100 Herb Scripture is a cultivation technique that can allow one to cultivate to the immortal realm. The Grotto Heaven Core Void Crystal Core, the legendary Zirang, and the Sheneng 100 Herb Scripture that can be cultivated to Mahayana, these three treasures, each one is an extremely precious existence. It's no exaggeration to say, this is the true great opportunity. The Sheneng 100 Herb Scripture you obtained cannot be spread outside. After Gu Mo recovered from his shock, the straw man admonished him. Gu Mo naturally wasn't surprised by this, any important legacy was not allowed to be privately spread. Now I will help you unbind the Grotto Heaven Core. The straw man picked up the crystal ball from the table, then, with a gentle touch, the decaying world within the crystal ball slowly began to disappear. Rumble. The moment the world in the crystal ball disappeared, Guo felt the ground beneath his feet begin to tremble. What's going on? The sudden change startled Guo. The reason this place exists is because it's supported by the Grotto Heaven Core. Now that the Grotto Heaven Core is unbound from here, it will naturally collapse as well. The straw man explained. At this moment, his words were filled with relief. The master was no longer here. He had waited here for a very, very long time. Now that he had successfully delivered the master's legacy, his mission was over. Holy crap! Hearing the straw man's words, Guo was startled. This straw man was too decisive. He still had many treasures he hadn't had time to collect. Grabbing the straw man, Guo quickly rushed out of the small courtyard. But very quickly, Gumo's figure paused, and he was pulled back by the straw man. What are you trying to do? The straw man looked at Guo in confusion. This place is about to collapse. Of course, I'm taking the things and leaving together. Guo said as a matter of course. I am the guardian of the Grotto Heaven. I will be buried here with the Grotto Heaven. The straw man shook his head. Senior, we agreed before, didn't we? If this junior passed the trial, everything here would belong to me, right? Guo spoke. This straw man's combat power was astonishing, and he had existed for an extremely long time, so he must know many secrets. Taking such a straw man with him would be like taking a living dictionary. Yes. The straw man nodded. Then senior, you are also a part of this Grotto Heaven, so you should also belong to this junior. Guo said seriously. Read the unedited version at 169 SHUBA. This is not within the rules set by the master. You can't deceive me. The straw man shook his head. He possessed true sentience. As long as there were no rules set by the master to restrain him, he was completely free. But isn't this a rule set by senior and senior? Guo persisted. Ha ha ha, you are an interesting junior. Do you know the purpose of a straw man? The straw man laughed. Straw men are used to guard spirit fields. The moment I was born with sentience, I was completely bound to this piece of land. I can utilize the power of the entire Grotto Heaven to have such strength. If I leave here, I will just be a straw man with not much combat power. If you also want a straw man to guard your Grotto Heaven, then take this. The straw man said, reaching into his chest and taking out a wooden heart. This wooden heart was the core of the straw man's power. With this core, Guo could completely create a new straw man. Let's go, you don't have much time left. The straw man tossed the wooden heart to Guo, then waved his hand. At this moment, the straw man no longer had that powerful feeling he had before. Unable to persuade the straw man, Guo also had a headache, but there really wasn't much time left. Without hesitation, Guo quickly left the small courtyard and began collecting the treasures he had found along the way, such as the 5th order spirit materials, 4th order peak beast bones, and many 4th order spirit medicine. Of course, Guo also took all the farming puppets. These puppets could help Guo manage the spirit fields at that time. After taking all the treasures he could carry, Guo finally looked at the small courtyard ahead, feeling a struggle in his heart, because there was still one treasure he couldn't take with him. Sigh. In the end, Guo chose to give up. Forcing a straw man to abandon the spirit field it had protected its entire life was absolutely the cruelest thing. On the barren land, Gumo's figure appeared. When he looked back again, the giant rock he had entered the Grotto Heaven through had disappeared. After pausing for a moment, Guo then left the place and began to return to the Great Evolution Sword Sect. The opportunity he obtained this time didn't significantly boost Gumo's combat power, but it was crucial for Gumo's future development. Firstly, with the Grotto Heaven magic treasure, Guo could plant plants within the Grotto Heaven magic treasure and carry them with him. If a situation arose, Guo could directly summon the plant army from the Grotto Heaven to fight the enemy. Secondly, the Sheneng 100 herb scripture ensured that Guo would no longer have to worry about cultivation techniques in the future. Of course, based on what Guo currently knew, the Tianyuan cultivation world seemed to only have venerable nascent soul at the highest level. Guo had never heard of void refining experts exceeding soul transformation. Let alone cultivators at the body integration, undergoing tribulation, or even Mahayana realm. Therefore, there was clearly a big secret in this cultivation world. Unfortunately, Senior Straw Man was unwilling to come out with him. Otherwise, Guo could have asked this straw man, who once followed the ancestral master of Sheneng Valley, and he should know some secrets. However, Guo was currently only a golden core cultivator. It was best for him to inquire less about the big secrets of the cultivation world for now. Flying all the way, Guo soon saw the mountain gate of the Great Evolution Sword Sect in the distance, but suddenly Guo abruptly stopped. Come out! Guo lightly shouted. Your perception is quite keen. As Guo spoke, an ordinary-looking young cultivator slowly walked out. Demonic sect spy. Guo glanced at him. This appearance was clearly disguised and had no reference value. What truly had reference value was the aura on the other party, which was surprisingly at Golden Core great perfection. And this should be the after effect of him having killed that Golden Core late-stage demonic sect spy earlier. A Golden Core late-stage demonic sect spy suddenly disappeared. How could the demonic sect not send someone to investigate? Are you that Lin Wu? The Golden Core great perfection youth sized up Guo. Although Gumo's current aura and cultivation did not match, it was still possible to achieve this by cultivating some powerful secret arts that concealed one's aura. He judged the identity of the person in front of him based on deduction. This place was near the Great Evolution Sword Sect. Among those capable of killing a Golden Core late-stage cultivator, besides Xian Tianhen, only Lin Wu, who had condensed an immortal Golden Core, had that slight possibility. As for the other elders and disciples of the Great Evolution Sword Sect, it was simply impossible for them to do this. Xian Tianhen, a nascent soul sword lord, was a very obvious target, and the demonic sect paid extra attention to him. Therefore, the demonic sect could confirm that Xian Tianhen had not made a move during this period. So, the remaining answer was only Gu Mo. Furthermore, the demonic sect had concluded that Gu Mo had left the Great Evolution Sword Sect. Although the demonic sect wanted to track him, the cultivation world was too vast, and it was too difficult to find someone out of thin air. Therefore, the demonic sect chose to wait outside the Great Evolution Sword Sect. During this period, no matter who approached the Great Evolution Sword Sect, the demonic sect would not hesitate to kill them, preferring to kill 1,000 innocent people rather than let go of Gu Mo, their great hidden danger. You're stalling for your time. Gu Mo's eyes suddenly narrowed, because he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. That was definitely the aura of a nascent soul demonic lord. The demonic sect, in order to kill him, actually risked sending out another nascent soul demonic lord. This was enough to show the extent of the demonic sect's apprehension towards Gu Mo. It was truly because Gu Mo, upon just entering the Golden Core realm, had already killed a Golden Core late-stage cultivator. Even with an immortal Golden Core, his combat power was somewhat excessively strong. You found out too late. The Golden Core Great Perfection young man chuckled. Although he felt that he could completely eliminate the target with his own strength, the sect no longer wanted any more accidents. Therefore, he was responsible for lurking outside. As soon as he found the target, he would immediately notify the demonic lord lurking further away to eliminate the target with thunderous means and then quickly leave. For this, he had prepared many life-saving and escape methods. After all, Xian Tianhen would instantly discover the target's death. At that time, facing a crazed nascent soul sword lord, even a nascent soul demonic lord of the same realm would retreat, let alone him, a Golden Core Great Perfection. Not too late. Suddenly, Gu Mo smiled slightly. The next moment, a terrifying fire dragon appeared in the distance, followed by an angry roar, and then the rapidly approaching nascent soul demonic lord fled even faster. How is this possible? The smile on the Golden Core Great Perfection young man's face instantly froze. He had been lurking here for so many days and hadn't discovered that there was a nascent soul true lord lurking here. The terrifying fire dragon just now was definitely cast by a nascent soul true lord. Moreover, being able to force back a nascent soul demonic lord meant this was no ordinary nascent soul true lord. As the Golden Core Great Perfection young man was still in shock, a sword glow that cleaved through heaven and earth lit up. Feeling the power of that sword glow, the Golden Core Great Perfection young man suddenly became alert. You're crazy, you actually used immortal power, the Golden Core Great Perfection young man roared. Immediately after, he unleashed various life-saving and escape methods. It must be said that his preparations were indeed very thorough, enough to allow him to escape from a nascent soul true lord. But at this moment, another sword glow that cleaved through heaven and earth lit up. However, this sword glow had less sharpness and more of an endless feeling. I curse you. Facing two attacks that had reached the nascent soul level, the Golden Core Great Perfection young man knew he couldn't escape this time. He could only utter a vicious curse. However, before the curse could land on Gu Mo, it was incinerated by a great Sunday. After mastering the Great Sun Sword intent, Gu Mo was basically fearless of such cursing methods. Unless it was a cursing method cast by a cultivator of a higher realm, it would only have an effect on Gu Mo, but that effect would also be greatly weakened. This really is a case of better late than never. As the Golden Core Great Perfection young man fell, Gu Mo's true body arrived beside his incarnation. It was Gu Mo's true body, who had rushed to meet his incarnation, that had forced back the nascent soul demonic lord just now. This time, the incarnation had obtained many treasures from the Cave Heaven relic, and these things could not be transported by Xiahua. Gu Mo's true body had to come in person to retrieve them. Unexpectedly, he encountered a demonic lord's attack halfway, so Gu Mo directly threw a fourth-order fiery chili, forcing back the nascent soul demonic lord. It was a pity that Gu Mo was not a nascent soul true lord, otherwise, with the help of the fiery chili, he could have completely kept a nascent soul demonic lord. For the next period, my incarnation will probably need to keep a low profile. Gu Mo, incarnation, handed over the void crystal core, the restrained earth, the fifth-order spirit materials and fourth-order spirit bones obtained from the Cave Heaven relic, along with many fourth-order spirit plants and all the farming puppets, to his true body. These things were useless to a sword cultivator avatar. With the transfer of treasures complete, Gu Mo's true body also quickly departed. The commotion here just now should have been noticed, and the true body and incarnation still needed to maintain as much distance as possible. Disciple, what happened just now? A few breaths after Gu Mo's true body left, Xian Tianhen's figure appeared. Seeing Gu Mo, incarnation, Xian Tianhen quickly asked. He had just sensed battle fluctuations at the nascent soul level in this area. Just some small fry from the demonic sect. Gu Mo briefly explained the situation, changing the part about his true body repelling the nascent soul demonic lord to a nascent soul true lord happening to pass by and encountering the demonic lord, thus forcing the nascent soul demonic lord back. As for the Golden Core Great Perfection demonic sect spy, Gu Mo directly admitted that he had killed him. After all, Gu Mo had displayed attacks reaching the nascent soul sword lord level in front of Xian Tianhen, so killing a Golden Core Great Perfection was naturally nothing to be surprised about. These demonic sect spies are truly persistent. Hearing that Guo had encountered an ambush by the demonic sect on his return, Xian Tianhen's eyes glinted with killing intent. Since learning that there were demonic sect spies lurking outside the Great Evolution Sword Sect, Xian Tianhen had searched the area around the Great Evolution Sword Sect and initially rooted out several spies. But after that, there were no more gains. While Xian Tianhen, as a sword cultivator, was indeed powerful in combat, he was relatively lacking in other aspects, and many of the demonic sect's methods were difficult for Xian Tianhen to detect. This allowed the demonic sect to take advantage. If it had been another nascent soul true lord, the demonic sect would certainly not have dared to act like this. Disciple, you shouldn't go out for a while. Xian Tianhen said after some thought. The demonic sect had already dispatched nascent soul level forces to eliminate Guo, which made Xian Tianhen somewhat worried. If it were just attacks below the nascent soul level, with Guo's combat power, there would naturally be no need to worry. However, facing a true nascent soul true lord, Guo's destructive power only touched the nascent soul level. In other aspects, he was still far behind, and in a direct battle, he was definitely no match for a nascent soul true lord. This disciple also intends to go into seclusion for a period. Guo nodded. Next, Guo would put most of his energy into his true body, especially the cultivation of the Sheneng 100 herb scripture. This cultivation technique, which could lead directly to the Mahayana realm, would definitely not be easy to comprehend and master. Also, with the void crystal core and the restrained earth, the basic framework of the cave heaven was in place, but other arrangements all needed to be completed by Guo. To complete the construction of a cave heaven magic treasure would be a great test for Guo's family fortune. Sheneng Valley, Leaf Courtyard. As expected of a void crystal core, it is truly profound. Guo carefully observed the crystal ball in his hand. The interior of the void crystal core, like storage equipment, contained space. However, the space within the void crystal core was extremely vast. Besides that, the biggest difference between the void crystal core and storage equipment was that the space within the void crystal core contained spiritual qi, allowing living beings to reside within it. With a thought, Guo's figure instantly disappeared, leaving only a crystal ball suspended in midair. What a peculiar feeling. Guo looked at the surrounding void realm, then his figure instantly appeared in the distance. The legendary instant movement divine ability was easily performed by Guo in this heaven and earth. Because, after Guo refined the void crystal core, he became the dominator of this space. Here, many things that could not be done in the outside world, Guo could accomplish. If Guo could truly obtain the instant movement divine ability, with the help of this cave heaven, he might be able to quickly master it. After some attempts, Guo grabbed the small bottle in the space. It was the restrained earth that Guo had stored earlier. At this moment, the small bottle felt exceptionally light in Guo's hand. That was Guo using the power of the entire cave heaven. Then, let's begin. Guo opened the small bottle. Although restrained earth was an extremely precious earth element treasure, for Guo, its only use was to lay the foundation for his cave heaven. He would never use this restrained earth for any other purpose. Whoosh! Guo tilted the small bottle, and immediately, specks of earthy yellow light fell. As the earthy yellow light fell, it instantly expanded, transforming into a rolling sea of mud. In just a moment, a piece of land appeared within the void cave heaven. Its area was similar to the cave heaven relic Guo had seen before. This should be the final size of this void crystal core. The space within a void crystal core also had a size limit. Legend has it that the most top-tier void crystal cores contained an entire world within them. Speaking of which, could this cultivation world be a cave heaven magic treasure of some immortal god? This thought suddenly occurred to Guo. Shaking his head, Guo felt this was a bit far-fetched. How vast was the cultivation world? The Tianyuan world was just one of them. Besides that, there was also the Qinghe cultivation world overseas, and the even more distant barren lands. As expected of restrained earth, such rich spiritual qi. As the land formed, Guo stood in the center of the land and immediately felt the rich spiritual qi contained within the earth. This was countless times stronger than simply digging up soil from outside. However, since the land had just formed, the spiritual qi was still somewhat chaotic and needed to be guided to form spiritual veins from this rich spiritual qi. At 169 Shu.bar, read without errors. Guo estimated that he should be able to plan out quite a few fourth-order spirit fields. If he reduced the number of low-grade spirit fields, the number of fourth-order spirit fields could still increase. He just didn't know if concentrating all the spiritual qi into one point could create a fifth-order spirit field. However, doing so would waste the potential of the cave heaven. If it were an ordinary cultivator who didn't farm, concentrating the spiritual qi for cultivation would be feasible. But Guo was going to use this cave heaven for planting, so he naturally couldn't concentrate all the spiritual qi. After the land was formed, Guo released the dozen or so farming puppets he had obtained, instructing them to cultivate the land. Once the spiritual qi in the cave heaven stabilized, he would begin planting. For the next period, Guo spent most of his time building the cave heaven and comprehending the Sheneng 100 herb scripture. Meanwhile, outside, the friction between the righteous path and demonic path was also growing increasingly intense. Demonic sect spies infiltrated to assassinate certain righteous path prodigies and destroy certain righteous path resource points. Similarly, righteous path scouts were also wantonly destroying things in the demonic sect's territory. Before the war had even officially begun, both the righteous and demonic sides had already suffered heavy losses, which forced both sides to calm down. The conflict between the righteous and demonic paths was a Dao dispute, and a major battle would happen sooner or later, but neither side was ready at the moment. This conflict was only triggered by a matter of face. Now that they had calmed down, both the righteous and demonic paths felt that a hasty war would leave them unprepared. Both the righteous and demonic sides had hundreds, even thousands of years of planning, aiming to crush the enemy in one fell swoop. Now that these plans were halfway through, a major war was suddenly about to break out. This wasn't originally a big deal, fighting every few years wasn't an issue. However, no one expected the situation to suddenly get out of control, turning what was originally a minor skirmish into a major conflict. This was completely outside the plans of both the righteous and demonic sides, but now that the atmosphere was like this, who dared to back down? Finally, a great genius came up with a solution, to hold a Heaven's Pride battle between the righteous and demonic prodigies, inviting everyone to watch, to show the world whether the righteous path was stronger or the demonic path was more formidable. In addition, the Heaven's Pride battle was also a great opportunity to eliminate enemy prodigies, especially several key targets who were usually impossible to assassinate, let alone meet. But as long as the opponent participated in the Heaven's Pride battle, there were many ways to eliminate them. The demonic path had no shortage of insidious methods, there was always one that would fit. Similarly, the righteous path had the same idea. It was difficult to assassinate righteous path prodigies, and the same went for demonic path prodigies. With both sides willing, the matter was quickly settled. As for the format of the Heaven's Pride battle, whether it would be a ring competition, a challenge match, or a secret realm competition, these still needed to be discussed in detail. Both sides would choose the most suitable combat method based on their own circumstances. Soon, news of the righteous demonic Heaven's Pride battle spread, cooling down the imminent righteous demonic war, which made many cultivators breathe a sigh of relief. After all, if a righteous demonic war broke out, who knew how many people would die, and whether they would be among them? Of course, changing the righteous demonic war to a Heaven's Pride battle also meant fewer opportunities to gain battle merits. However, for those prodigies, this was actually a good thing, because the Heaven's Pride battle could better showcase their strength, and the rewards for winning the Heaven's Pride battle would be even more generous. This time, the rewards were provided jointly by both the righteous and demonic sides. If one side lost and their treasures were taken by the enemy, it would be equivalent to aiding the enemy. Grandmaster, what's going on? Guang, busy building the cave heaven and comprehending the Sheneng 100 Herbs scripture, looked at the Heaven's Pride battle invitation handed to him by Grandmaster Hochenyu, somewhat bewildered. This is an invitation to the righteous demonic Heaven's Pride battle, Hochenyu explained. And it was sent by the demonic sect. When Guang learned that the invitation was not sent by his side but by the demonic sect, he was taken aback. That's right. This time, the roster for the Heaven's Pride battle is determined by the opposing side. If you want to eliminate a certain prodigy from the enemy, you send them an invitation. So, everyone on the demonic sect's righteous path Heaven's Pride ranking received an invitation, and we also sent invitations to the prodigies on the demonic sect's Heaven's Pride ranking, Hochenyu said. Which brilliant mind came up with this terrible idea? Guang was somewhat speechless. Can we refuse? You can, but if you refuse, the spot will be empty, and then the enemy will have more people than us, which will be very disadvantageous. At this point, Hochenyu also wanted to greet the brilliant mind who came up with this terrible idea. This was forcing everyone to participate. If anyone was absent and the Heaven's Pride battle was lost, they might throw the blame on them. Their Sheneng Valley was not good at combat. Participating in this Heaven's Pride battle would definitely put them at a disadvantage, especially Guang, his obedient grand disciple, who had always stayed in the sect, focusing on alchemy and planting. How could he have any combat power? If he participated in the Heaven's Pride battle and something unexpected happened, what would they do? Grandmaster, will those who are hidden and not on the Heaven's Pride ranking not receive an invitation? Guang suddenly thought of a question. That's natural. Neither side would bring out their true Dao child level seeds to fight. Those on the Heaven's Pride ranking are basically enough, and everyone has collected intelligence on those on the Heaven's Pride ranking, making them easier to deal with, and no dark horses will appear. Hochenyu nodded.